Canelo Alvarez most lucrative in the sport. Klitschko said no athlete should be permitted to represent Russia at the moment.
It's nothing against the personalities or athletes. It's about the politics of Russia. Every Russian representative in this case needs to be sanctioned, because this way we show to Russia that the world is against this senseless war. And there's no good in this war.
The Klitschko brothers there, and that full interview is available on the BBC Sport website. Anita.
Jane, thank you very much. Jane Dougal reporting there. Here in the UK, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will virtually address MPs in the House of Commons later today. Prime Minister Boris Johnson will also host meetings with the leaders of Poland, Hungary, Slovakia and the Czech Republic today to discuss security in Central Europe. Our chief political correspondent Adam Fleming told us more about the address from President Zelensky.
Already it's going to be unprecedented because screens have been installed into the House of Commons chamber overnight, so the MPs can be addressed for the first time by a world leader live by video link, and a world leader who is fighting for the survival of his country. So yes, pretty unprecedented. And if you look at the reception the Ukrainian ambassador got at Prime Minister's questions last week, where he got a very long standing ovation, I expect that's the minimum that Volodymyr Zelensky will get from British MPs. In terms of what he'll say, I can imagine there'll be some warm words for the UK, because the UK was at the forefront with the US of warning about a potential Russian invasion. The UK's been at the forefront of providing military assistance to Ukraine as well. But I can imagine there'll be some tough words too, because Volodymyr Zelensky's #1 military priority from the West is to get a no-fly zone, which is being completely opposed by Western leaders because it could potentially lead to a direct military confrontation with Russia. Also, it's questioned kind of strategic terms, because it would stop the Ukrainian Air Force and their drones flying as well. But I think, irrespective of the diplomacy and the content, I think it'll be a pretty emotional moment.
Yeah, and on that diplomacy, those further meetings that Boris Johnson is having with a number of other leaders today, what can we expect from that, Adam?
So yesterday it was the Dutch Prime Minister and the Canadian Prime Minister. Today he'll be meeting the leaders of the so-called Visegrad 4 group. That's Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia and Hungary. I think the UK is expecting to talk about the offer of British troops that's been made to those countries to help them deal with the humanitarian crisis. 1,000 British soldiers on standby to go and help with the refugee issue further east in Europe. But I think also the UK might be expecting to get some further offers or further demands from them of military support. So actually soldiers to go and bolster their defences as part of NATO's eastern flank, rather than just as the humanitarian offer that's been made by the UK so far.
Any hint of that from Defence Secretary Ben Wallace earlier? He was saying, wasn't he, well, making a number of points, saying that whatever happens in Ukraine, Vladimir Putin, in his opinion, is a spent force. But did he have anything more specific to say on further offers of help?
Not to the Visegrad 4 countries, but he did say that he's planning to make a statement to Parliament tomorrow about what more so-called lethal aid, in other words, military kit, to help the defence of Ukraine, that the UK could send in the near future, and also what the options might be for other NATO allies to contribute to that as well. And the reason he would be making that offer is because of the current confrontation, and he gave this sitrep.
Well, first of all, Russia has still not been making its advances. It's day 13. That northern column that we've often talked about is still pretty much stuck, and I mean really stuck, so that's not advancing. Russian casualty rates are continuing, and what we've seen is, yes, a number of the cities have been effectively encircled, but when Russian forces try and enter, they are either repelled or they only manage to take a small part of the cities, suffering very large casualties. So Russia is not getting its way at all, despite its overwhelming forces. It is getting more desperate, which is why we see huge amounts of indiscriminate shelling. Your own reports show the damage to civilian areas, which is, outrageous, and the United Kingdom would, call on Putin to stop that immediately. We're seeing the Russians get just double down on brutality, and I think we've all seen the reports about humanitarian corridors being shelled. That's what happens. That's what I think I warned last week, that the Russians will get more desperate and do more and more horrendous things. But the reality is the Ukrainian people are united as one to fight against this aggression.
The other thing the Ministry of Defence is offering is support to the Home Office to help them with the processing of Ukrainian visa applications abroad, which seems to be having a few teething problems. Remember, there were 2 routes for Ukrainians to get into the UK. The second one hasn't been opened yet. That's the sponsorship scheme, where individuals, companies, organisations and communities can sponsor a Ukrainian to come over to the UK. We think Michael Gove, the Levelling Up Secretary who's in charge of that, is updating the Cabinet on progress about establishing that scheme right now. The route that is open is the first scheme, which allows Ukrainian nationals to come to the UK to join family members who are already here. We've had the first batch of statistics for how that's going. In the first 4 days of the scheme, there were around 9,000 applications, which led to 300 visas being granted. Conservative MPs growing increasingly concerned that that system is just not working fast enough. Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, echoed those concerns too, saying it did need to speed up. And to that end, the Home Office have just sent me a statement saying they're going to be opening a second processing centre in France. They haven't said where it will be, and they said it will only be by referral by Border Force officials only, which makes me think it'll be up near Calais, and it'll be for people who turn up at the British border, which is in France, and say that they want to get a visa to get from having come from Ukraine. They'll then be sent to this second processing centre, because there's concerns that people are being sent as far away as Brussels or Paris, which is a extra bit after a very arduous journey, but also places where there are very few appointments to be granted a visa.
Adam Fleming there, our chief political correspondent, talking to me a little earlier. For months, Vladimir Putin denied repeatedly that Russia would invade its neighbour. It means that today's awful reality is one that many Ukrainians didn't think they would be facing. Our special correspondent Fergal Keane has caught up with 3 people he met in the days just prior to Russia's invasion.
We didn't imagine this. That these streets of Chernihiv, where we'd walked last month, would now be a place of fire. But even as we took a group photograph on the nearby northern border, the Russians were close, getting ready. A thought that haunts our Ukrainian producer Sofia.
I couldn't believe that it's happened in the same place. So when I was there with you, I didn't believe at all.
Within a fortnight, Sofia was a refugee, fleeing to join her family on the Polish border. Her daughter Anna, aged 4, exiled but safe. Now, from the Polish city of Krakow, Sofia told me of life outside her country.
Every day and night I think what will be next. So it's very stressful. But still, if I speak with Ukrainians who are still in Ukraine, I can't say that I'm stressed, because they are more stressed than me.
Not far from the border, down along the roads now dominated by the Russian army,
1989.
we met Valery and Galena. He's Ukrainian, she's Russian, married 40 years, and worried even then about broken relationships with Russian friends and family.
It's terrible, because we lose a lot of friends.
We have no food in the supermarket.
Now I can only reach them online. They're trapped inside a town, surrounded by the Russians.
You even cannot imagine. All people got together and waiting for Russians to kill them.
How is Galina?
Hi, Galina. Hi.
I feel only disappointment and anger, and I cannot understand how this could be happening. This isn't possible.
In Kiev, at the end of our journey then, we witnessed the beginning of another.
Hello.
Vasily and Olga Zelensky with their newborn baby, Yaromir. His name means peace.
We need to think about a better life, especially now when we have such a miracle in our arms. We can't think about bad things anymore.
But not long after, this came. The invasion that forced them to flee to the countryside ahead of the Russian advance.
Olga, what is it like for you, all of this now, with the baby and the war?
We met your team a week before the war started. Who would have thought that when our son was 2 weeks old, we were going to speak here, right now, after seeing these rockets flying over our house? To say that I was shocked is saying nothing. That's why our whole lives turned all over, from head to toe.
But Jaromir gives them hope.
He is superstar.
Maybe he knows that.
All of these people once lived in peace, caused no harm to anyone. That is the kind of world they stand for and which they hope can return for their children. Fergal Keane, BBC News, Lviv.
A large number of British veterans are travelling to Ukraine despite warnings from the government and senior military leaders. Many are expected to arrive at the front over the next few days. There was confusion when the UK's Foreign Secretary initially encouraged people to fight. Some of the ex-military men and women say they plan to provide medical support rather than take up arms. Tom Simons reports.
This is complete calm, peace and tranquility, and where I'm going is the living version of hell. But then for 15 years, hell was what I did.
This is Shane, ex-soldier. He's been in combat. He works on a farm with other veterans, providing experiences for children with educational needs. Or at least he did.
Israeli first field dressings.
He's also trained to deal with the horrific injuries of war.
Gunshot wounds, shrapnel wounds, possibly loss of limbs.
He's on his way to Kiev to set up a field hospital, not to fight, but he could be targeted, so we're not using his surname. Surviving a modern war zone means being highly trained, he says.
If you have no military experience and no medical experience, stay out of the fight. The only thing you're going to do is get yourself killed and potentially someone like me who is going to have to run in and get you out if you've been injured.
But at Stansted Airport, we met up with Sam Ottaway, heading to Ukraine with no military experience.
I certainly don't have a death wish. I've got a really comfortable life, good life. That is no excuse, you know, just to sit back and watch this horror unfold.
He tried, but he was turned away by Ukraine's embassy in Berlin. But hundreds of fully trained former soldiers are willing to go. In Kent, this small convoy was heading to Ukraine at the weekend.
We've got a lot of emergency medical kit that we were asked to bring with us. I was sat at home and I watched a 10-year-old girl on the telly and she'd been murdered by the Russians, that's the only way to put it. And I can't sit idly at home watching, so I said, well, let's support some aid convoys and stuff and make sure they're okay. If I'm fighting, then I'm in the wrong place. We're going to support the relief effort.
But they have concerns that one government minister said they should go, another said they shouldn't, and official advice is that they may be prosecuted, even for just assisting others engaged in conflict. They say the government should be supporting them.
I hope they get their act together. Let's get going. Any ex-military or anyone that's going out there to support the effort, they need to help them. Are we ready? Because these are their boys that have decided that enough's enough. There's bad people in the world and it shouldn't be happening. You okay?
More former soldiers will follow these men in the days to come. But the British government and military chiefs say stay at home, help the people of Ukraine from the UK. Tom Simons, BBC News.
And we're just going to show you Tallinn, Estonia right now, and the room where we expect very soon to see US Secretary of State Antony Blinken and his Estonian counterpart Eva-Maria Liimets. And of course, you'll be aware that Antony Blinken has been on a tour over the last few days, visiting NATO allies, reaffirming the US's support for the alliance. Later on, he will travel to Paris as well before heading back to the US, continuing coverage of the war in Ukraine on BBC News throughout the day. You're watching BBC News.
Hello again. It has been a cold and a frosty start to the day today, but many of us have started off with some sunshine. Now, as we go through the rest of this week, it's going to turn a little bit milder. The wind is going to change direction, but there will be rain at times, especially so in western areas. And that's what we've got today. Clutch of fronts coming in from the west, introducing thicker cloud and some rain through the day. And look how close those isobars are, telling you that it is going to be windy wherever you are. So a lot of sunshine through the afternoon, the cloud thickening, introducing some rain through the day, once again preceded by a few showers and gusty winds as well. The black circles telling you what you can expect where you are, but across the northern and western Isles we could have gusts as much as 60-65 miles an hour, locally even a little bit more than that. Temperature wise, we're looking at 7 to about 12 degrees, so temperatures up a little bit for some on yesterday, but they will be tempered by the wind. Now, as we head on through the evening and overnight, our weather front producing the cloud and rain continues to advance eastwards. It's still going to be windy, and by the end of the night, we've got some heavy and persistent rain coming into the west. So with all of this going on, it does mean it's not going to be as cold a night as the one just gone, and temperatures won't be as low either. So we're not anticipating any issues with frost. So as we head through the rest of Wednesday, we've got this clutch of fronts coming our way, introducing some rain. You can see from the isobars that it's also going to be rather windy. But as the winds change direction, we're pulling in this milder air, but not the blues across the northwest. So as our weather front comes in, taking its heavy and persistent rain, just behind it, it will turn that bit colder. So we'll see some snow in the hills of Scotland and Northern Ireland. Gales too across the north and the west and through the Irish Sea. But ahead of this weather front, we hang on to the mild air and still a fair bit of sunshine with temperatures 9 to about 13 degrees. But don't forget, it is going to be windy. The wind's easing in Scotland and Northern Ireland through the day. Now, Wednesday into Thursday, this weather front looks like it's going to stall before it gets into the southeast, which is a change from yesterday's forecast. The isobars once again telling you it's going to be blustery. So during the course of Thursday itself, we're looking at something drier and brighter, but a weather front coming into the west later will cross us during the course of Friday, which will also be blustery.
This is actually the main road out of the capital, and a whole line of traffic trying to get out.
Open the door, I could see all the houses and roofs were hanging off, and grab my daughter and just take her outside.
I mean, I was gone from this world for 5 minutes until they got my heartbeat back.
Creating mini-stars inside reactors like this is one of the greatest technological challenges humanity has ever faced.
The BBC News Channel, more than just the headlines.
Russia to open a humanitarian corridor. Hi there, I'm Kim Vinal. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up. We're in Ukraine's second largest city, where people say they have nowhere to go after Russia's bombing campaign reduced their homes to rubble. Saluting a war hero, how people in separatist-controlled Donetsk are remembering someone they call a peace fighter. And cutting off Russian oil, Washington pushes for a ban on imports, but people are paying the price at the pump. Ukraine has begun evacuating people from besieged cities that have felt the force of Russian bombardment. These are some of the areas where humanitarian corridors have been established to get thousands of people to safety. Buses are leaving the city of Sumy after an overnight airstrike killed at least 20 people. But Ukraine's defense minister is accusing Moscow of once again violating the ceasefire along the route to Mariupol.
Окупанти свідомо відключають зв'язок
They are consciously blocking food supplies and water and switching off electricity. In Mariupol, for the first time since the Nazis occupied, a child has died from dehydration. Listen here, media partners. A child has died in 2022 of dehydration. We have seen a lot of promises and agreements, namely about the creation of humanitarian corridors, but they haven't worked so far, and I have no more time to wait in Mariupol. People don't have time to wait anymore. The occupants want our people to die.
All right, Jonah Hull joins us now live from Lviv. Jonah, what more do we know about these humanitarian corridors? Which of them are operating? Which of them are safe?
Well, I'm afraid it's not a definitive picture by any means. For the second day in a row on Tuesday, the Russian side started the day by offering unilateral safe passage out of a number of urban centres that have come under consistent fire and attack, from Chernihiv in the north to Kiev to Sumy on the road to Kharkiv as well, and down east, southeast in Mariupol. Initially on Monday, those routes out of those cities that Russia was offering headed towards Belarus and Russia itself, and there wasn't a great clamour to take advantage of that. That was denounced by the Ukrainian side as cynical and immoral and manipulative. On Tuesday, they seem to have modified that approach, suggesting that people could decide where they wanted to go, and subsequent to that, we've had confirmation from the Ukrainian side that the route out of Sumy down to the south to Poltava, about 180 kilometres on a pretty good road, is a negotiated safe passage, and that an evacuation along that road has begun. And subsequent to that, we heard that an evacuation was beginning in Mariupol, also apparently negotiated with the Russian side. 30 buses were seen entering that southern port city on the Black Sea. Of course, it's been cut off for days now from basic amenities, a dreadful situation under siege there. We have not yet heard that those buses, many of them carrying humanitarian aid into the city, have begun leaving, but reports from the Ukrainian side suggest that already there is some sort of Russian interference with the route of that planned humanitarian evacuation. At this point, that's as clear a picture as I can paint for you.
OK, Jonah, what about the situation in terms of the fighting across the country? Which areas are now or continuing to come under Russian bombardment?
In terms of painting a wider picture for you of the emerging and developing sort of front lines, I think it's worth bearing in mind that there are sort of two perspectives to consider here in terms of the Russian attack. The one is a picture that is frequently painted by Western intelligence services of an army that is increasingly bogged down on the ground, that is dogged by logistical and support issues, mechanical breakdown, morale issues, quite literally getting stuck in the mud as the spring thaw begins, with the sun shining today for the first day in several. In Kiev, for instance, that 40-mile-long convoy heading towards Kiev that we hear so much about hasn't moved in 6 days, and clearly the Russians having some trouble marshalling supplies and support for that convoy on the ground. But they are having much better luck with supply routes from areas that they do control across the Russian border, across the Belarusian border, out of the eastern breakaway regions. So there is movement and there is sustained activity up in the north, in Chernihiv, in Kharkiv, of course, that huge eastern city. Just near Kharkiv, Izumov, a place between Kharkiv and the Russian border that they are trying to encircle and overtake, which would open a border directly from the Russian border through to Kharkiv, and then, of course, everything that we hear about around Mariupol in the east, trying to secure that land bridge between Crimea and the east. They are pushing against Mykolaiv, a little place west of Crimea. The Ukrainians putting up stiff resistance there, but Mykolaiv, if they are able to take and move on Mykolaiv, would open up a route directly to potentially their next big target in this war, the port city of Odessa.
All right, we'll leave that for now. Thank you for that update, Jonah Hull, live for us in Lviv. Well, Russia's airstrikes have left Ukraine's second largest city in ruins. Buildings in Kharkiv are flattened and the streets filled with rubble. Charles Stratford reports from the heart of the city, where many people have been forced to flee, but others say they have no place to go.
A man walks carefully down a street, totally destroyed. Russian bombs have ripped through these buildings in central Kharkiv. The area is silent and brutally scarred. Shrapnel has ripped through cars. Masonry, thrown in the blasts, has crushed others. Flames still rise from buildings nearby. Bomb craters and twisted steel.
This street in central Kharkiv shows you just how devastating the effect of Russian bombing of this city has been. An entire street totally destroyed. Many of these buildings have people's homes in them. Private residences, flats, some of them still smoking. One of the main things that many people here tell you is that they can in no way understand how the leader of a country like Russia could do something like this to a city like Kharkiv.
Tesa is in shock. She walks around in a daze looking at the destroyed businesses and homes.
I cannot think straight. I can't find the words. It's barbaric, terrible. The world is shaking. I just don't understand.
Shrapnel has ripped through the golden spires of an Orthodox church. Every window is smashed. Underground metro stations is where many people hide. Young and old stand patiently in line for food served by volunteers. A bowl of soup, salad and bread. Ilona and her 12-year-old daughter Nastya show us the train carriage where they've sheltered since their home was destroyed.
It started 12 days ago. Our house was destroyed. We don't know where to live anymore. I don't know where to go with my child. Honestly, help us. There are many here like us who have lost everything.
Their belongings are neatly arranged where they sleep. There are family pets here too.
I thought we would live peacefully in happiness, united, but I was wrong.
In another carriage, we find 19-year-old Violetta and her baby son, Bogdan. He was born in hospital 2 days after the Russian army invaded.
It's so difficult. Every day we wash him upstairs. I'm so worried about him getting cold.
Vladimir Putin told the world repeatedly Russia would never invade Ukraine. Kharkiv is a terrified testimony to his lie. Charles Strafford, Al Jazeera, Kharkiv.
Well, the UN says the number of people fleeing Russia's advance has now reached 2 million. The UN's High Commissioner for Human Rights, Michelle Bachelet, wants everyone fleeing to be allowed safe passage.
I'm deeply concerned about civilians trapped in active hostilities in numerous areas, and I urge all parties to take effective action to enable all civilians, including those in situations of vulnerability, to safely leave areas affected by conflict. The office has received reports of arbitrary detention of pro-Ukrainian activists in areas that have recently come under the control of armed groups in the east of the country. We have also received reports of beatings of people considered to be pro-Russian in government-controlled territories. I repeat my urgent call for a peaceful end to hostilities.
Bernard Smith joins us now from a reception centre for displaced people in the Novoazovsk region, that's in separatist-held Donetsk. Bernard, what's happening there?
Kim, we're about 30 kilometres east of Mariupol in territory controlled by the self-declared Donetsk Republic. So this is really a very small reception centre. Just over my shoulder are a couple of tents, one more of a clinic and one for people to sit and wait. There were only really a dozen people or so there earlier when we arrived a couple of hours ago, and since then another bus arrived with about 25 people on it. So it shows that the corridor that must exist between Mariupol and here is clearly working. There just aren't that many people coming down it. We've only seen that one bus. There were some other people that came last night. They're being kept in another school. But the idea of this place really is just as a centre for people then to try and find elsewhere, to go elsewhere, either in Donetsk or in the Russian Republic. Remember, it's important that we point out that these people are escaping a city that is surrounded by Donetsk and Russian forces, and they're escaping into territory controlled by Donetsk. But for many of them, it's a practical matter of what is the easiest way to get out of Mariupol. And for those that have come, this is the easiest way. This is the safest place for them to be. They have been given medical treatment here, those that need it. There are a couple of people in a hospital not far from here who are wounded, and others are waiting for family members to come and take them further on, as I say, into Donetsk, or if they wish to go into the Russian Federation. Vladimir Zhoga has become one of the first heroes of the new Russian-recognised Donetsk People's Republic, the DPR. To much of the rest of the world, he was a separatist, fighting Ukraine for control of its sovereign territory. For the several thousand mourners here, he was fighting for peace.
Firstly, they are defenders of our land. They are for truth. They are for the fatherland. This is like the great patriotic war.
I think this is my duty. This man gave his life for freedom and independence of our great republic.
I had to come. He fights for us, for all of us, for peace.
Zhoga was the commander of the DPR's elite Sparta battalion. His soldiers say he'd gone to rescue civilians from an apartment building in Volnovacha during what was supposed to be a humanitarian ceasefire on Saturday. But his unit got trapped in a firefight with what they called Ukrainian nationalists. Zhoga was shot. One of the people who will report this story across social media to the Russian public is a well-known and influential war reporter, Semyon Pegov.
Those who fight civilians are terrorists. So for me, it's not a military operation, but a counter-terrorist operation. For me, the militants and neo-Nazis who practically control Ukraine now are the same as ISIL terrorists.
The mourners are chanting, "We will not forgive, we will not forget." Vladimir Putin has awarded Vladimir Zhoga posthumously the title Hero of Russia. It's the country's highest honour, given for service to the Russian state and nation. Before the invasion of Ukraine, more than 14,000 people had died in the fighting to try and bring this region closer to Russia. Russian Donbass, that sign reads. Now most men have been drafted to the military. There's more death. It's hard to imagine how this region would be allowed to return to Ukrainian control. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Donetsk.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, leaving no stone unturned. The families joining together to search Mexico for their missing loved ones.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Now, East Asia is warming up quite surprisingly quickly. It's almost as though winter suddenly decided that's it, it's all gone. And there's certainly no more significant snow for Japan. We've seen that for weeks on end. There's not much falling out of the sky anywhere. In fact, the sunshine is the dominant feature. There's a bit of rain starting to form now in a western part of China, but temperatures are the obvious thing. From Wuhan, which should be 40 at this time of the year, right up to Harbin in Ulaanbaatar, temperatures are many degrees above the average. And that's happened very suddenly. This is a forecast for Thursday, but it's happening now, and they're coming up really quite quickly. Rather a slower increase in India, but still an increase. Mumbai is getting warmer than it should be, Goa likewise, and that's helping to build cloud and then fall showers. There'll be a few showers down this west coast, rather more significant, and this is late winter stuff in Afghanistan and northern Pakistan as well. As for the Arabian Peninsula and the Middle East, hard to say it's a winter storm if you're on the African side, but obviously it's still is in Turkey, in the Caucasus and the far north of Syria. That's snow. But the wind that's brought in south of this swirling system means once again dust, at least, sandstorms possibly in Saudi Arabia, Iraq and Kuwait, and down in the Arabian Gulf. You may well notice temperatures are a long way above where they should be.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Syria's darkest days, with one man leading the country throughout.
President al-Assad has lost legitimacy. He needs to step down.
How has he retained control through over a decade of war? We examine the global power games of President Bashar al-Assad.
We believe Assad was simply carrying out Iranian orders.
What keeps you awake at night?
Many reasons that could affect any human.
Assad, master of chaos, on Al Jazeera.
Watching Al Jazeera, a reminder of our top stories this hour. Another attempt to evacuate civilians is underway in the Ukrainian city of Sumy. That's where an overnight airstrike killed at least 20 people. Previous attempts over the past week fell apart when civilians reportedly came under fire. Russian air attacks have devastated Kharkiv, forcing many of its people to flee. More than 100 people have been killed in Ukraine's second largest city. It's home to 1.4 million people, and many say they have no place to go. The UN says the number of refugees fleeing Ukraine has reached 2 million people. It's describing the situation as the fastest growing exodus Europe has seen since the Second World War. Humanitarian aid and buses have been deployed to the Ukrainian city of Mariupol, where hundreds of thousands of people are trapped. Charles Stratford is in Zaporizhia region, which is part of the humanitarian corridor.
So this, finally, is a convoy of trucks carrying humanitarian aid and buses heading to the besieged town of Mariupol. There are dozens of these school buses that we passed earlier on. They're heading south, having left Zaporizhia about an hour ago. I'll just turn around and show you where they will be going. This town here is the last town, we understand, in full control of the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military are in full control. After that, we understand there are patches of Russian forces in villages, and then beyond that, the full Russian army, or a lot more Russian forces. We've heard in the last few minutes some shelling in the area, we believe in the southwest, but we cannot confirm as to whether that is actually along the route to Mariupol. But as I say, it's hoped that this attempt at last will manage to get out some of the hundreds of thousands of civilians trapped in Mariupol, a place where it's been reported there is no electricity, no running water. We've heard reports of dead civilians on the streets. So it's going to be very interesting as the day goes forward to see whether this ceasefire holds and these buses make it into Mariupol and bring some of those trapped civilians out.
Russia's Deputy Prime Minister says crude oil prices could climb to over $300 per barrel if the US and European Union bans imports of oil from Russia. President Joe Biden is yet to decide whether to impose oil sanctions on Russia. He has broad bipartisan support in Congress, but there's disagreement over how and where the US would get alternative supplies. Mike Hanna reports from Washington, D.C.
The US motorist is already feeling the pain. The price of gas is now at its highest level since the economic crash in 2008. And this could rise even further should the US decide to impose sanctions on Russian oil.
Well, no decision has been made at this point by the president about a ban on importing oil from Russia, and those discussions are ongoing internally and also with our counterparts and partners in Europe and around the world. I would note that what the president is most focused on is ensuring we are continuing to take steps to deliver punishing economic consequences on Putin, while taking all action necessary to limit the impact to prices at the gas pump.
The US is the world's largest oil producer, but is also the largest consumer and remains dependent on imported foreign oil. 8% of oil imported into the US comes from Russia, and the Biden administration is seeking ways to make up the shortfall should it impose sanctions. The White House confirmed a high-level team visited Venezuela this weekend to discuss, among other issues, energy matters. There's also been speculation about importing oil from Iran. And while there's broad bipartisan support for oil sanctions against Russia in Congress, there's fury among Republicans about any suggestion that countries like Venezuela or Iran could make up the shortfall.
We should be drilling for oil and gas that we own to replace what we buy from Putin. And the idea of getting gas from Iran to make up for the loss we receive from Russia is insane. You'd be taking gas revenue away from a dictator, a war criminal, and increasing revenue for a religious Nazi, the Ayatollah of Iran. That is the dumbest idea I've ever heard.
We are producing over 1 million barrels less a day than we were just a couple years ago. We have the capability to do it. And I think that's a much better strategy than begging Saudi Arabia to produce more, or cutting a deal with a narco-terrorist in Maduro in Venezuela, which wouldn't even lead to enough oil anyways, or some crazy Iran deal that almost guarantees there'll be a nuclear weapons power.
Underlying the Biden administration's deliberations about oil sanctions against Russia are domestic political concerns. Prices at the pump are an electric rail in US politics, and looming ahead later this year are midterm elections in which high gas prices could have severe consequences for the administration in charge, regardless of the reason. Mike Hanna, Al Jazeera, Washington.
Well, Cornelia Mayer is an economist and oil and gas specialist. She says a US oil ban is unlikely to have a huge impact on Russia.
The impact to Russia will be minimal for the US banning, because only 1% of Russian oil exports go to the US. And for the US, it's easy to say that because only 3% of their imports and the majority of what they consume, they produce themselves. They're the largest oil producer, come from Russia. For Europe, it's a very, very different ballgame. For the US, the implications is if it manages to convince the Europeans to join, and there's less oil going towards Europe and the US, it will price the oil prices. It will bring the global oil prices up, and the consumer will feel it at the pump. All bets are off if Europe also bans oil. If it's just the US, I don't think anything will happen. But mind you, if Russian oil had a hard time finding a home last week, and the Chinese and the Indians just waited until the discount was high enough and then bought. So Russian oil will find a home. It's not the same for gas, but Russian oil will find a home even if the Europeans choose not to buy it.
In other news, a South Korean naval ship has fired warning shots at a North Korean patrol boat that briefly crossed the country's disputed Western Sea boundary. The North Korean boat was chasing an unarmed vessel, but retreated after warning shots were fired. South Korean military officials seized the vessel and questioned its 7 crew members. Rob McBride has more from Seoul.
This incident apparently took place near Baekhyong Island. This is the westernmost island of South Korea. It's out in the Yellow Sea that separates the Korean peninsula from China. And it's right on the de facto maritime border between North and South. It is an area that has seen clashes and incidents before between North and South. According to the South Korean military, this all happened Tuesday morning local time when they detected a North Korean vessel vessel had strayed into South Korean waters. They say that it was apparently being given a tow to Pyeongyang Island when a second North Korean vessel appeared and also crossed over into the south, possibly giving chase. It was at that point that the South Koreans fired warning shots and the second North Korean patrol vessel disappeared back north. An investigation is now underway into who was on board this first North Korean vessel. According to media reports here in South Korea, there were 7 people on board, 6 of them wearing military uniform. Now, the question is whether this was some sort of mass defection by military personnel from the north. It doesn't happen very often, but military personnel have been known to defect to the south, or whether, as some other media here are now reporting, that the people on board the vessel have told authorities that it was some sort of mistake, possibly a navigational error, and that they somehow ended up in South Korean waters.
The number of missing persons cases in Mexico is on the rise. Almost 100,000 people are currently missing. Many of those are migrants from elsewhere in Latin America. Panoramica reports from Mexico City, where families are joining together to search for their loved ones.
The Sonoran Desert in northwestern Mexico. This arid expanse is one of the last barriers migrants face before crossing to the United States. In many cases, it's also a place where migrants are never seen or heard from again. Ana Enamorado is here in search of her son, Oscar, a migrant from Honduras who went missing in Mexico in 2010.
The disappearance of migrants is invisible. Society and authorities don't want to accept that there are thousands of migrants who disappeared in Mexican territory.
The search for those who have gone missing has led to the formation of an international collective of families. Their commitment is to leave no stone unturned and raise awareness to the plight of disappeared migrants. It's an exhausting effort, and in a country where thousands go missing every year, those who search say support from the Mexican government is lacking.
Governments need to pay more attention to the topic of migrants, because migrants suffer a great deal, and we as mothers also suffer, knowing that our children have been lost here.
Hundreds of migrants go missing in the Sonoran Desert every year. Experts say the high rate of disappearances is linked to organized criminal networks, high levels of violence, and corruption. The extent of this crisis isn't lost on government leaders. Though Mexican President Andrés Manuel López Obrador has created a national search commission to launch more effective searches, critics say the government's resources and manpower are severely limited. According to recent Mexican government statistics, of the more than 1,600 missing persons cases in 2020, not a single one made it to court, pointing to another major obstacle toward curbing disappearances: impunity. The Search Brigade for Missing Persons in Sonora has attracted families of migrants from across Latin America. Today, they're looking for clues at a municipal dump. They hope one of the dozens of people sorting through the garbage and debris might offer a lead, and with it, a chance at finding a missing person still alive.
Since the first day my son disappeared, I began searching for him. I've searched all of Mexico. In the 12 years of searching with the Mesoamerican migrant movement, I've had the fortune of finding people alive. We've found more than 300 people alive.
The number of missing persons in Mexico is fast approaching 100,000, and search brigades led by families now take place all across the country, in what feels like a never-ending search for the disappeared. Manuel Rapalo, Al Jazeera, Mexico City.
You're watching Al Jazeera. A reminder now of the top stories. Another attempt to evacuate civilians is underway in the Ukrainian city of Sumy, where an overnight airstrike killed at least 20 people. Previous attempts over the past week fell apart when civilians reportedly came under fire. Ukraine's president has condemned the repeated violation of ceasefire deals with Russia.
They are consciously blocking food supplies and water and switching off electricity.
In Mariupol, for the first time since the Nazis occupied, a child has died from dehydration. Listen here, media partners. A child has died in 2022 of dehydration. We have seen a lot of promises and agreements, namely about the creation of humanitarian corridors, but they haven't worked so far, and I have no more time to wait in Mariupol. People don't have time to wait anymore. The occupants want our people to die.
People are also fleeing the city of Kharkiv, which has been devastated by Russian air attacks. More than 100 people have been killed in Ukraine's second largest city. Charles Stratford is in Zaporizhia, which is part of the humanitarian corridor.
So this, finally, is a convoy of trucks carrying humanitarian aid and buses heading to the besieged town of Mariupol. There are dozens of these school buses that we passed earlier on. They are heading south, having left Zaporizhia about an hour ago. I'll just turn around and show you where they will be going. This town here is the last town, we understand, in full control of the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military are in full control.
The news continues here on Al Jazeera right after Inside Story. See you next time. Bye-bye for now.
Did you know you can watch Al Jazeera English streaming live on our YouTube channel? Plus thousands of our programs, award-winning documentaries, and in-depth news reports. Subscribe to youtube.com/Al Jazeera English.
As Russia intensifies its war on Ukraine, leaders from the US, France, Turkey and Israel step up attempts to stop the conflict. Does diplomacy still stand a chance, and what's needed for a breakthrough? This is Inside Story. Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Folie Batibo. Russia says its invasion of Ukraine could stop at any moment if Kyiv agrees to its demands. These include recognizing Crimea and breakaway regions in eastern Ukraine as Russian territories. And as the war intensifies, world leaders are increasing their diplomatic efforts. The U.S. Secretary of State has visited Moldova and NATO allies Poland, Lithuania and Latvia. Antony Blinken hinted at more sanctions against Russia, including banning oil imports. He reminded President Vladimir Putin of the price he's paying for continuing the conflict.
We see the ruble going through the floor. We see Russia's credit rating coming basically to zero, to junk status, as we would call it. We see its stock market shut down. We see an exodus of virtually every leading company from Russia. All of those things are happening. They're happening in real time. At the same time, other steps that we've taken, including export controls on the most important technology that Russia needs to modernize for the future, including its defense and aerospace industries, including its energy sector, that technology is being denied to Russia. That's going to have a powerful impact over time.
Meanwhile, diplomatic efforts continue. Turkey says the foreign ministers of Russia and Ukraine will meet in Antalya later this week. The leaders of France and Israel are talking to Vladimir Putin as well. France's Emmanuel Macron spent 2 hours on the phone on Sunday, urging the Russian president to end military operations and protect Ukraine's nuclear sites. And Israel's Prime Minister Naftali Bennett made a secret trip to Moscow on Saturday before meeting Germany's Chancellor in Berlin. Jonah Hall has more from Lviv in western Ukraine.
Several world leaders have dipped their toes into increasingly murky diplomatic waters in recent days. On the weekend, President Emmanuel Macron of France held his fourth phone call with Vladimir Putin in the Kremlin since the invasion began on February the 24th. The pair spent an hour and 45 minutes talking on the phone on Sunday. President Macron is said to have urged Putin to uphold humanitarian law and to respect the safety of Ukraine's nuclear sites. Naftali Bennett, the Israeli Prime Minister, took off on a secret flight to Moscow on the weekend, spending 3 hours with Mr. Putin in the Kremlin.
before then heading off for further talks with the German government in Berlin. But the phone call that has produced the most information for us about what President Putin is currently thinking took place on Sunday between him and President Erdogan of Turkey. Mr. Erdogan urged Putin to declare a ceasefire, to open humanitarian corridors and to sign a peace agreement, and he offered Turkey as a host for talks. That was from the Turkish side. In response, the Kremlin says, Mr. Putin said the only way out of this war is if Ukraine surrenders its weapons and guarantees all of the Kremlin's demands. Those, to remind you, include not just the full military surrender of Ukraine, but also guarantees about its neutrality, that it will never become a member of NATO. Mr. Putin also wants Crimea to be recognized as part of Russia after its annexation in 2014, and he wants recognition of the independence of those breakaway regions in the east. Mr. Putin reportedly said that Russia's war goals were on track for being met, and he said he hoped that Ukrainian negotiators ahead of talks due to continue this week would approach those talks in a more, quote, constructive manner.
So can diplomacy ultimately bring an end to the conflict in Ukraine? Let's bring in our guests for today's show. In Moscow, we have Andrei Fedorov, who served as Deputy Foreign Minister of Russia and is the chairman of the Fund for Political Research and Consulting in Russia. In Brussels, Carol Lanu, Chief Executive of the Center for European Policy and Studies, and in Doha, Marwan Kabalan, Head of Policy Analysis at the Arab Center for Research and Policy Studies. Thank you all, gentlemen, for joining us on Inside Story. Andrei Fedorov in Moscow, let me start with you. The two sides, Russia and Ukraine, have engaged in a couple of rounds of discussions bilaterally, but Russia has not paused its military operations in Ukraine. Is the Kremlin at all interested in diplomacy?
Of course, Kremlin is interested in diplomacy, but the problem is that during this recent contacts, which took place, there is one obstacle. Russia formulated very clearly a number of demands, which are unacceptable for Ukrainian side, and that's why during this diplomatic context we can more or less agree only on some humanitarian issues, but all the main political issues are left unsolved. And there are very few chances they can be solved in the way like Putin wants it.
What is President Putin's thinking, Andrei? I mean, what's his decision-making process? And do you think he's willing to make any compromises on some of the red lines he said he wouldn't cross?
No, I don't think that in case of Ukraine, he's absolutely not ready for compromise. He put a very clear goal for himself. As he mentioned recently, that if there will be no agreement of Ukraine on our demands, Ukraine might lose its statehood. So it's a very clear line, and that's why we cannot expect that the military operation might stop soon.
Okay, so you don't expect the military operation to stop soon. Marwan Kabalan in Doha, let me bring you in now. A lot of actors in this crisis trying to push for diplomacy. Turkey's foreign minister has announced that the foreign ministers of Russia and Ukraine will meet in Antalya later this week. Could there be a breakthrough, you think? Does diplomacy still stand a chance, in your view, in this crisis?
No, I don't think so. I don't think diplomacy is having any chance at this particular stage in making any progress. I think President Putin is using negotiation while actually he is also using military force on the ground to put pressure on the Ukrainians to get the concessions he wanted from the very beginning. I think he's trying to put as much pressure as possible on the Ukrainian government. Most important for him, perhaps, is to get the concession that makes Ukraine be not part of NATO, and also to disarm the country altogether. So I don't think that the diplomacy is having any chance right now.
Okay, so Let me come to you now then in Brussels, Karel Lanu. Andrei in Moscow says the military operation will continue. Marwan Kabalan says he doesn't think diplomacy stands a chance. Do you see any avenue for de-escalating this conflict or any possible ways to end the crisis diplomatically?
Very limited chances, certainly, since so much damage has been done at the Ukrainian side, as well in civil as in military terms. So much damage also has been done in material terms to buildings, to roads, etc. In Ukraine, I think the hostility has simply increased from where it was, say, 2 weeks, 3 weeks ago. So I think it's extremely difficult to come to a diplomatic solution. Anyway, the EU is trying to have a form of a diplomatic solution with all the sanctions it has imposed, let's say not military.
Yeah, but sanctions, Carl, sanctions alone haven't been enough to make Putin pause the invasion and bring him to the negotiating table. And the humanitarian crisis, as we're seeing, is worsening, the conflict escalating. Is Europe considering other diplomatic options? Are there other solutions on the table as far as the Europeans and NATO is concerned?
Yeah, but there are even people now considering, let's say, to end all kinds of import from gas and oil from Russia at the moment. But of course, that poses the problem, let's say, how will we replace it? Because the dependency on gas and oil and imports for energy in European countries differs enormously. But if you look only at the Baltic states, it's 100% dependence on gas and oil from Russia. So it is extremely difficult. You cannot replace this overnight. On the other hand, as regards to sanctions, like the financial sanctions, sanctions against the banks, sanctions against the oligarchs, you will only see the effects after a few days or after a few weeks or after a few months when the Russian economy comes on its knees.
Right. But those are sticks, right? I mean, the Europeans, all we've seen from Europe right now are sticks. Are there any carrots they could offer right now to Moscow?
Why should they offer a carrot to Moscow as Moscow started this conflict? I just don't know, let's say, what kind of concession they could make to Moscow and not even infuriating Ukraine more. We see already there's the whole debate about the no-fly zone, where Ukraine would like to have a no-fly zone towards the western side. But of course, Putin has said, no way we can do this. So, and then Zelensky is saying, look, that is impossible. Let's say Europe must help us, but Europe is extremely afraid to be involved too much in this conflict, which risks escalating into an overall European war.
Right. Andrei Fedorov, let me put that question to you that Carl just asked. Why should Europe and NATO offer any carrots to Moscow right now?
I don't think that there is a chance for any carrot, but I think there will be more and more stakes. As far as I mentioned previously, there are very few chances that the military operation will be stopped because Putin has a very clear picture in front of him. He wants Zelensky and the government of Ukraine to resign. He wants to bring a new government. He wants to change the constitution to make Ukraine out of any military blocks. For this, you need a referendum, of course. And of course, he needs what he calls demilitarization of Ukraine and denazification of Ukraine, which is both are very, very difficult.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, let's take a closer look at some of the mediators in this conflict now. France currently holds the rotating presidency of the European Union. Before the invasion, President Macron took part in negotiations that led to the Minsk agreement to secure a ceasefire in eastern Ukraine. Turkey has good political and economic ties with both Ukraine and Russia. Ankara called the invasion unacceptable, but opposes sanctions against Moscow. It's also sold drones to Ukraine, angering the Kremlin. Israel also has long-established ties with both countries. About 200,000 Jews live in Ukraine, and some have already fled to Israel as refugees. And Israel relies on the Kremlin to help coordinate security in Syria. It also wants Russia's support for a tougher stance against Iran's nuclear program. Marwan Kabalan, let me come to you and talk about Israel first. An unexpected player, an unexpected new player in this crisis, at least. We saw Prime Minister Naftali Bennett fly to Moscow, hold talks with Vladimir Putin. What can Israel bring to the table? Is Israel a potent mediator in this crisis?
Well, I mean, I don't feel like the Israelis or the Turks or anybody else actually can bring any diplomatic solution to the crisis at this stage. But the Israelis are trying actually to play a role in all of this because they are having good relations with both Ukraine and Russia. And they are, on the other hand, trying to evade the pressure from the United States to take more aggressive position towards Russia. Israel, as you said, I mean, is having a vested interest in keeping the cooperation with Russia in Syria because the Russians are allowing the Israelis actually to go after the Iranians in that country. But on the other hand, they are having also very good ties with the Ukrainian President Zelensky. Some of Zelensky's closest advisors actually are having Israeli citizenship, and the Israelis also interested in protecting the Jews of Ukraine during this military operation by Russia. So I think
Do you
the
think
Israelis are
Israel
having
could also
stakes
be
in
trying
this.
here, Marwan, to have some leverage on the Iran nuclear deal, given that Russia is involved in those negotiations?
Absolutely, and I think the Israelis must have received very positively the news yesterday when the Russians, they demanded that their trade relationship with Iran not be affected by the U.S. sanctions if they are to go with the revival of the nuclear deal with Iran. So I think this is something came like a gift out of the blue for the Israelis, and they are. They believe that it might still be possible for the nuclear deal to be somehow derailed.
Yeah.
So of course, I mean, they have this interest with the Russians.
Carol Lano in Brussels, French President Emmanuel Macron has kept an open communication line with Vladimir Putin. He's one of the very few Western leaders who's done so. How can he make a difference, you think? And can he make a difference? Does he have convincing? A convincing method?
I mean, probably the only convincing method which Macron has is that France is the biggest military power in Europe and Putin only listens to power. But I think that's the only thing, because I don't think there's a lot of support at the moment in Europe, let's say, for the talking rounds, which Macron has got with Putin over the last weeks and which has yielded no effect. I mean, we know, let's say, that Putin listens almost to nobody, probably only to a few of his military. So that's why I wonder why Macron is going there. On top of that, what I see is that Macron, is he coordinating with other European partners? I think he does so, but it's not really, he's not the missionary of Europe. He's the missionary of France. So we need to have a person who goes there, let's say, to speak on behalf of all the Europeans. And of
Are
course,
the
the person who
Europeans on
should
the
do
same wavelength when it comes to how to deal with Putin? Are they all agreeing that these sanctions is what they should be doing and that what they should insist on?
That's for sure, and I think the Europeans are even be willing to do much more if you see what Poland is doing at the moment. But of course, the Polish hate the Russians. We know this since a long time. But overall, if you see the manifestations which we've got in many European capitals over the last, say, like this weekend, but over the last weeks, it's clear that there's a strong support to take a very hard line against Russia.
Okay, let me ask you, Andrei, in Moscow, about something Carl just said there. Does President Putin listen to anyone? You know, who would be a credible mediator to him in this crisis right now? We saw the Israeli Prime Minister in Moscow. Could Israel be, a good broker in this crisis, as far as Russia is concerned?
No, I don't think so. Though it was President Zelensky who, at the first stage of the conflict, who proposed to make contacts via Israel, because Zelensky himself is a Jew and has very good relations. But the problem is that for Putin, he doesn't want any kind of broker between him and Ukraine. The problem is that Putin doesn't want to have a peace deal. I mean, in traditional way of understanding of this term, but he wants capitulation of Ukraine. He wants step down of Zelensky, and that's why no broker, no third side can bring all these things to compromise. This is the difficult. And concerning Macron, I think, okay, it's my personal opinion, but I think all his trips, all his talks are absolutely senseless because he cannot play any serious role, and also because I might say so because I've been in Kiev recently. I know the situation. He's not very much respected in Ukraine, in Ukrainian leadership. That's why he's not the guy who can make some kind of agreement, etc., etc.
Okay, what are your thoughts about that, Karl Lanu? Andrei says Putin doesn't want a peace deal. So where do we go from here? NATO insists that Ukraine is a sovereign country, which should have the right to decide whether it wants to be in NATO or not. I mean, how do we move on from this?
Yeah, very difficult to know. I mean, I think it will be what we need to do as Europeans is give all the help, support, moral support to the Ukrainian army, to the Ukrainian people at this stage, at the maximum possible, without interfering into the war, without opening this war to become a European or a world war. And that is, of course, at the moment a problem, but we all know, let's say, that already today, Ukraine has won the communication campaign about this war, and also Ukraine has done much more damage to the Russian military than the Russians has ever expected. So once the bad news gets out into Russia, how bad this war is advancing for the Russians,
right,
it could change the picture for Putin very rapidly.
Karl, I wanted to ask you about the NATO issue. Why is that so difficult for Europe and NATO to compromise on the issue of Ukraine acceding to NATO? Does sovereignty mean that a country is free to make its own decision irrespective of the security of others? I mean, would the US, for example, allow Mexico to have a security deal, a security alliance or military alliance with Russia or China, for example?
Probably not. Certainly, the US would not allow Mexico to have an alliance, as we've seen in the Cuba crisis. With
right. So why should the Ukrainians be allowed to be part of NATO, if that's the main concern of Russia?
That's just said, because for Russia, that would be a direct challenge. And that's how it's been seen over the last 10 or 12 years. Let's say after the discussion in 2008, when there was a possibility, or some groups were advocating under the Bush administration for Ukraine to become a member of NATO, we have seen that for the NATO to defend Ukraine against an aggression of Russia, like today, would be almost impossible, because Ukraine is such a large country, which is also geographically positioned very far towards the east. Of course, there is the western part, which is close to Poland, Czechoslovakia, Slovakia and Czech Republic, for example. But there is the other part, which is very far to the east, and that is a problem for Europe. How could we defend, for Europe and the NATO, how could we defend a country which is so far to the east? For example, take the Crimea. Anyway, we have seen now the question also of Georgia asking for membership of the EU, which also will raise the question of membership, possible membership eventually of NATO as well. Can the EU go so far east? But I would say this is one of the positive, very difficult to say, positive developments of this crisis, right, is that the support for Europe and the support for the EU has grown enormously in only 2 weeks.
Well, let's talk about Turkey, Marwan Kabalan, another country which is supposed to be part of the European Union but is not. Turkey playing its card in this complex situation very closely. What can Turkey bring to the table given its relations with both Ukraine and Russia? And what do you think is needed for a breakthrough here?
Well, I think they can bring very little, in my opinion. As your previous guest said, President Putin will not accept but regime change in Ukraine. And also getting all the guarantees that this country will not be part of NATO anytime in the future. The Turks actually, because they are having also vested interest in this conflict, they don't want actually Russia to prevail in Ukraine, because if the Russians takes the most of the coast of the Black Sea, that will be negatively impacting the security of Turkey. But on the other hand, Turkey would like actually to keep its working relationship with Russia. That one has been developed, especially in Syria. But they are having also competitions in many other places, like in Libya and in Caucasia. So the Turks here are trying on one hand to keep their relationship with Turkey, with Russia, because we all know also that they are having very important economic relationship with Russia. The trade balance between the two countries this year is expected, last year actually was like $30 billion, right, and it is expected actually to rise. Okay. So I think they are on one hand trying to have this relationship, keep this relationship with Russia, but on the other hand they have a strong relationship also with Ukraine, and they are arming Ukraine actually by by Turkish drones.
Let me ask you, gentlemen, one last question to each one of you, and very briefly, if you can, starting with you, Andrei, in Moscow. What is needed for a breakthrough in this crisis?
I can see only one way, is a personal meeting between Putin and Zelensky. This is the only way how the things might happen, but there are very, very few chances, less than 20%, that this meeting can take place.
Okay. Your thoughts, Carol Lanu, would a personal meeting between Zelensky and Putin make any progress?
I wonder because of the hostility between both and certainly what Putin has said about Zelensky already, or about the whole kind of Ukrainian administration so far. But I think, let's say, what could change a bit of the picture, but also very low probability, is if the Chinese were to take a very strong position on what is going on. It remains very improbable, but if Xi were to take a position where he manages to temper a bit the feelings of Putin, that may make a change.
All right. Marwan Kabalan in Doha, what could change, you think?
Well, I think a meeting between Putin and Joe Biden might actually change things. I don't think between Putin and Zelensky is going to do anything. I think Putin is mainly interested in the United States and in U.S. Reaction in this crisis, because we all know now he's concerned that the U.S. might turn Ukraine into a quagmire, Afghanistan #2 for Russia. That is very possible. So I think only a meeting between the two big powers could actually make a breakthrough in this crisis.
So more talks, more meetings needed. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for a very interesting discussion. Andrei Fedorov, Carol Lanu, and Marwan Kabalan. And thank you for watching. You can always watch this program again anytime by visiting our website at aljazeera.com. For further discussion, go to our Facebook page. That's facebook.com/AJ Inside Story. You can, of course, also join the conversation on Twitter. Our handle is at AJ Inside Story. From me, Fuli Batibo, and the whole team here in Doha, thanks for watching. Bye for now.
Join the debate.
There is no hijab ban. There is a uniform.
If anyone here talks about women's rights or social justice, they should be ashamed of themselves.
No topic is off the table.
We were taught to see abortion as a one-way ticket straight to hell.
All of the companies, they deny any responsibility, even though they have the resources and the power to fix it.
Where a global audience becomes a global community.
The comment section is right here. Be part of today's programme.
The stream on Al Jazeera.
The latest news as it breaks.
Authorities. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
A supermarket in Ukrainian capital Kiev. Well, some items are there in these stalls, like you want to buy soap, you can buy any amount of soap, but some are not available. For example, there is a shortage of essential commodities and food items. What does that mean? Well, you can buy any amount of juices, canned juices, all of that are available, no shortage of that. But when you want to buy fresh fruit and fresh food, there is a shortage in terms of some empty counters, like you see the one in front. Counter after counter, there is no fresh food available because there is no transportation. There are major restrictions on movement of people. So fresh meat, for example, while you can get canned meat, this counter that sells meat and chicken and fresh items, that is. Let's walk around this supermarket. Let me show you what else is available and what else isn't available at this. For example, look around here. Breads, bakeries are shut. There is no dough. So that again is a problem. What is also extremely interesting at this point of time is that you see in front of you. In this example, if you want to buy alcohol, there is no shortage of alcohol, but you cannot buy alcohol. No alcohol. Alcohol is shut. Not allowed because of Russian attack. Why can't you buy alcohol? Can I ask you, why can't you buy alcohol at this point of time? No. So there is no shortage of alcohol, but the counter is closed. Empty counters a cause for grave concern. What is also significant is all counters that sell alcohol have been sealed. Look around. Alcohol is there. It's there in good number, but you cannot buy alcohol at this point of time. There is a barrier that has been put. You speak to people at the counter and they say as long as Ukraine is fighting to defend itself, nobody should be drinking. Everyone has to be alert. People are rushing to buy essentials with their assault rifles. Little children and even senior citizens with their assault rifles as they go to buy essentials here in Ukraine. But a major cause for concern, empty counters. That is a big problem. Frozen food is there, but fresh food, because there is no movement that is happening at this point of time. So because fresh essentials and fresh food is not coming in, people are being forced to rely on tinned food and canned food, at least for now.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today.
I'm joined now by Tatiana Kukareva, live from Moscow. We also have Olga, who continues to be with us. I want to get both these voices for just a moment here on India Today, because this is a big story. We're talking about Kyiv. It's the center of attention right now. Tatiana, the Ukrainian chief of the general staff has just talked about Russian forces regrouping and preparing, along with Chechnya and Luhansk militias, for a big final assault on Kyiv. How do you see this statement coming out from the Ukrainian military headquarters?
Well, you know, as I've said before, and as I will continue to say, that all statements coming from Kiev have to be divided by two at least, normally. It is an ongoing military operation, so the point here is that obviously the military does not announce what it's going to do in the middle of a military operation, because that's, you know, generally not how things are done. So one thing I would very much like to, you know, to point out is that, you know, you're saying Chechen militias, but the Chechen battalions are very much part of the Russian military, because the Chechens are essentially, Chechnya is a part of Russia. So it's not a militia whatsoever. Those are very well-trained troops that make part of our regular army. I'd say that, you know, I'm personally very wary of any warning coming from, you know, be that Kiev or the United States. It was just like, you know, it was with the announcement of the what they called invasion. They announced it for 2 weeks prior to the fact, actually. But I'm not sure we will know about the movement of the Russian troops until it actually happens.
Okay.
And I would very much warn against, you know, any sort of, because well, for obvious reasons, that would be used to kind of try and pressure NATO into something that it simply cannot do. You know, you spoke just now about the, you know, the declaring of the no-flight zone,
yeah,
and the banners in Kiev that say so. But that's the problem, though, isn't it? The fact that for some reason the Ukrainian government told its citizens that NATO is in a position to declare a no-flight zone, when in fact it's not. You can only declare a no-flight zone over something that that is that you consider a place of combat, and you actually go in there. And NATO has said for all this time, and even if
just on this issue of the no-fly zone, let's just take this one issue at a time. Olga, do you want to respond to Tatiana on the issue of this no-fly zone? She says that the Ukrainian government is misleading the people on that front.
Yeah, I would like to respond also, telling that I do hope that Russian television will be the part, together with Russian government on the tribunal. But speaking about the no-fly zone, what I would like to say is that Ukrainian government asks not only for NATO to cover our sky, but there is the other option. The other option is to give us more planes. There are jets and planes which Ukrainian pilots can use, and these are former Soviet-made planes, and they are still in the arsenal of Poland and Poland and Slovakia. So these countries, as I know, these countries just need to have some support from NATO because if they give these planes, these jets to Ukraine. And Ukraine will then be able to shelter our sky ourselves. So this is the other option. There is also the option which my colleague from Ukraine mentioned with the foreign battalion. So if, for example, some foreign fighters can come to Ukraine, these are foreign pilots, we also can have the NATO class or NATO style jets, which they will then be able to use, and this is the third way to shelter the sky. So,
Tatiana, would Moscow see those other options that Olga is describing also as acts of war? If aircraft come in from other countries or foreign battalions in Ukraine?
No, that's not an act of war.
Foreign battalions are, without a doubt, without question, if it's an official battalion sent by a third party, then of course that third party is getting involved in a war. That's not about how Moscow sees it. That's about how these things work in general. It's literally, it's not even up to discussion, although some countries have already authorized for people to, but on their own accord though, if they want to go fight, they can. And that in itself, it's already, it's very worrisome because we know just how many people were seeking shelter in Europe, back in the days, the terrorists from the Chechen Republic that fled after the wars. So those people might potentially join the fight. In the meantime, if any third party officially authorizes an actual part of their military to come into Ukraine, well, how else would you see it then, if not a participation in a conflict?
Ukrainian government doesn't say this is not an official part. These are people who are coming here on their own will and their own desire to defend democracy and to follow the all free world. This is what is and what Ukrainian government is speaking about. This is about the Ukrainian foreign battalion, those people who are already in Ukraine. So this is the issue, but I would love to stop because I can't speak now with Russian journalists and what are they doing. Sorry. Thank you, India.
Olga, just one more question. Can I just ask you one more question? I wanted to ask you, Olga, about the ceasefire. I wanted to ask you about the ceasefire while Tatiana is here, because the general view from Ukraine is that these ceasefires are not actually happening. Like, for example, in Kyiv, even though Russia has announced a ceasefire, the shelling and the missile attacks are still happening. I want you to have your say, and I want Tatiana to respond to that. Olga, you first, on the ceasefires.
Look, on the ceasefires, the day before yesterday, the ceasefire was announced in Mariupol, but then no one can get out of there. And the situation is they're on the brink of humanitarian catastrophe. Yesterday, the ceasefire was announced and the family was just killed while foreign journalists were seeing that and taking pictures, the family with children. So there also was the position, I guess, from the Russian government to announce a ceasefire and that the humanitarian corridor should move to Russia. How those people who are resisting Russia could move to Russia? This is just impossible. Sorry, but
we're not talking about Russia
doesn't just like.
We're talking about
what
civilian
the main
population
point
who's
is
not
that this shelling starts all the time. And when the humanitarian corridor is announced, then the either shelling or shootings, and we have like proofs with videos from not only from Ukrainian correspondents but from foreign correspondents, and that's the main issue with that. But we really need humanitarian corridors, especially from Mariupol, from also Kyiv region, where people are saying without electricity, heating, water.
That is a general view from Ukraine. Tatiana, do you want to respond to that? That these ceasefires are only on paper; they're not really happening on the ground.
The problem with journalists usually is that they can't, it's the general sense of panic that's been being kind of, harvested and harnessed in this conflict. If we're saying that the ceasefires are not being observed, and they're not being observed, but they're not being observed by the Ukrainian side, I'm sorry, but if you're a journalist, you can't quite say this. Look, this rocket is Russian. I see it. It says it has Russian markings on it. It's not, again, not how it works. The Russian military yesterday reported, if I'm not mistaken, 172 cases of that ceasefire.
Tatiana, sorry to interrupt you. I'll let you continue your point. I just want to introduce onto our coverage Hannah Shelest. She's editor-in-chief of Ukraine Analytica. Welcome, Hannah. We were just talking, since you've entered right in the middle of the conversation, just to update you, Tatiana is talking about the war of claims over whether ceasefires are actually being implemented properly. Tatiana, finish your point you were making. You were saying that the Ukrainians are not following the ceasefire. Go ahead, finish your point. I'll get Hannah to respond to you.
Of course. The Russian military has claimed from the very beginning and continues to say that, the safety of civilians has been the utmost priority. This is what happened in every city that they took control of. They gave up humanitarian aid straight away. They're doing extensively whatever they can to prevent the civilian population from being harmed. And then, for people from within those besieged cities to come in and say, look, we're being shelled at, but you don't know who's shelling you. We see people who get out of Mariupol, civilian people, who then go on camera and they say, look, we were fired at by the Ukrainian security forces. Are those people lying?
Let's find out, Hannah.
Are we going back
Hannah,
to the
this is a big claim that's being made. Tatiana from Moscow says that the ceasefire is not being followed by the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainian military is firing on people when they try and get out of cities like Mariupol. How would you respond to Tatiana? Hannah.
I'm just wondering, do you have Tatiana being delusioned or with the propaganda working for the government? That's nice to see it in Moscow, in the home, and talking about complete nonsense, because you can just see the photos and videos from cities of Mariupol, Mykolaiv, or Kherson, or Chernihiv, to understand how Russian armed forces are protecting civilians, bombing just the civilian quarters. My best friend from Chernihiv spent her night trying to save her house from the shelling being in the basement, and it been just in the middle of the night. From Mariupol, my friends don't have connections with their families for 2 days, just no mobile connections, nothing, and nobody can evacuate. And it is not Ukrainian journalists who are claiming that the ceasefire is violated. It is the United Nations that confirmed yesterday that the roads been mined and the shellings from the Russian side being continued, including, by the way, yesterday videos how the rockets being sent from Novorossiysk, just from the Russian territory. And it seems to me that now, with the time when we have so many foreign journalists reporting from the territory, when we have so many proofs of videos, not just photos that you can claim that they are photoshopped, when you see all those photos of the destroyed completely civilian territories, like 211 schools in Ukraine being completely destroyed by the rockets, including cruise missiles. Sorry, but that is, you need to be not just cynical, but the devil advocate to say that Russian armed forces is trying to protect civilians. I'm really wondering what type of the civilians they're trying to protect, considering all those destructions happening exactly in the civilian territories. Few people that Tatiana just claimed that been reporting they left Mariupol and how they are assisted. That's probably a wonderful demonstration of how the movie industry working in the Russian Federation. Russians tried to stage the same in Kherson town on the south, bringing 40 buses with the civilians from Crimea and making videos. But people in Kherson came with the blue and yellow flags, the national flags of Ukraine. So just to debunk this propaganda and to show that the city of Kherson...
Tatiana, Hannah says it's delusional to say that the Russians are protecting civilians in these ceasefire areas. Respond, Tatiana.
Of course she does. And this is the classic, the classic type of, again, propaganda coming out from the Ukrainian side, which we've been listening to this whole time.
I'm sorry,
look, you're saying that somebody came over from Crimea.
Propaganda when we have 2 million people left the country, destroyed the cities and killed people. Sorry, but that is not the journalism. That is just to give the word to those who support the war and war crimes in the middle of Europe nowadays.
Are you done? I don't think she's coming back, because this is exactly how they behave. It's accusations and then you go, poof, I'm not talking to you anymore, your propaganda. They don't want to listen. They just want for you guys to believe the claims that, oh, look, we're putting in people from Crimea. The world is being observed by satellites right nowadays. If somebody drove people in from Crimea, the whole world would have known about it. Everybody would have satellite images. You know that as well as I do. Look, we're talking about the population, even the southeast of Ukraine, those Russian-speaking cities. I've actually been to Kherson. This is where I first encountered that lovely Western Ukrainian nationalism that we've been talking about this whole time, that where you could literally get, if you encountered people coming in from West Ukraine, and they would go there to see the sea, you would get beat up just because you're Russian, just because you have a Moscow accent. And this is a sad fact of the relation between the Western Ukrainians and even the Eastern Ukrainians. In the meantime, look, it's a very simple thing to say, look, this is staged. These people are not real people. This is the difference in the approaches. We're just stating the facts that we get from our side. Our journalists, and those are as well, they're not just Russian journalists. You have Indian journalists on the other side as well, if I'm not mistaken. At least a couple of channels do. Those people who come in and say, look, we were fired at from the Ukrainian side. They're doing everything to prevent us from leaving the city. And that makes sense. This is why, some foreign nationals still remain trapped in those cities. You know that. They're not being allowed to leave. Okay. Why would they be? Again, you're saying that, well, not you, but, the lovely Ukrainian shouting people are saying that, this is Russian provocation. Russia has offered to evacuate those people for so much time. The Russian president has spoken. He's even spoken to the French president in an effort to make Kiev, let them leave. They're literally using them as a protection, as a guarantee that there's no assault on the city. Although, again, if there have been an assault on the cards, that an army as strong, they would have gone in already. If they didn't want to protect civilian population, then why stay outside? You just bomb the city from upstairs and you destroy it, and then you control it. It's easy. Killing people is very easy in this scenario. We all know it because we've all seen how it's done by the American army. And trust me, the Russian army is very capable of doing that. Why would they stay outside the cities then?
Okay. One final question to you, Tatiana. Very specific question. Is the takeover of Kiev imminent? Is it going to happen? We're talking on day 13 of this crisis, of this conflict. Is the invasion and the taking over of Kyiv the next big thing that's going to happen on the ground, in your view?
Well, look, this is where it gets tricky for me because I'm not a military expert. Again, and this is why I am personally, I am pleading to, to journalists all over the world to literally stick to the facts. The fact of the matter is that Kiev is surrounded. Whether they're going in or not, I'm afraid that's down to the military plan that is in place. In my personal opinion, I don't see it happening just like this because, again, we've seen pictures, we've seen videos of Grad missiles being put in places in a very densely populated area inside Kiev. So there's no way to kind of go in there and avoid civilian casualties. And, end of the day, look at the both Ukrainians that you've invited here, they already hate us. We don't need any more civilian casualties. We didn't need them to begin with, but unfortunately, the 8 years of brain.
In France. There had been some confusion about whether the Home Office was going to set up a process in Calais. There are staff there at the moment. They are redirecting people. But we've now been told that there is going to be a new application centre in Lille. Now, that's about 75 miles away, just over an hour's drive from Calais. Around 600 people, there are reports, had turned up in Calais trying to get to the UK. Now, the aim of this visa processing centre is to get people's biometric information done because the UK government is insisting on those security checks just to make sure that the people who are coming into the country are who they say they are. They have some concerns that potentially Russians could try and get into the UK for nefarious reasons, so they want to have those security checks in place. It's a slightly different system to the EU because Ukraine has had visa-free access to the EU since 2017. So there are slightly stricter checks. Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, was the one to announce that it will be Lille, though, after the Home Office had not formally done so itself. Let's just listen to what she said in the House of Commons a short time ago.
The Home Office have placed staff in Poland and Hungary to help people. They've also, the Home Secretary has announced a new pop-up application site in Lille.
Now, that site will no doubt process some of the 17,000 applications which have been made so far. 300 have been approved. And there's been some criticism, it's fair to say. That session is ongoing in the House of Commons right now of the way the government has handled this, because Liz Truss's announcement in the Commons that this centre will be in Lille did seem to come as a surprise, not just to the Home Office, but also to the Prime Minister's official spokesman, who was asked repeatedly by journalists this morning where the centre would be and was unable to give a location. And I think that confusion, the frustration that potentially some departments are not necessarily speaking to others, has been ongoing for a week or so now. It is difficult to set these things up quickly. It is a confusing process for many who are on the ground, but I think that's at the heart of the problem here, that there are many people fleeing a war zone who don't necessarily have the right documents or access to communication. They need clear information, and some would say at the moment that they are not getting it. There will be an urgent question in the House of Commons at around 12:30. The Home Secretary is being asked what can be done to speed up that process. So we'll bring you more on that in the next hour or so. But the Prime Minister also has a busy day today. He will be meeting leaders from the Czech Republic, from Slovakia, from Poland and from Hungary. He will have a series of meetings throughout the day to try and coordinate the West's response to what's going on in Ukraine, what more can be done militarily, what more can be done in humanitarian terms to support the people who are fleeing in now vast numbers, almost 2 million. The latest figures have fled mainly into Poland and areas around there. Those countries will need ongoing support from the UK, and the government is committed to doing that, but it's about what that means in real terms. So those meetings ongoing today, but a real moment will come at 5 o'clock when President Zelensky will address the United Kingdom Parliament. This is a first. It's never happened before. Huge screens have been erected. There'll be translation. There won't be a question and answer session, but it will be a real moment, and expect some criticism from the Ukrainian president, who has demanded more action from the United Kingdom and others.
Yeah, Kate, thanks very much indeed. He made an impassioned plea earlier, didn't he? This is Sky News Today. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at Russia's movements on the ground for you in Ukraine.
Ukrainian
government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
The wind was like pulling us out of that little room.
Mandatory evacuation, you must leave!
I'm Greg Milam, Sky's US correspondent here in Los Angeles. It is almost impossible to predict where these fires will go next. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. This gives you an idea of the strength of those winds, strong enough to bend and twist metal. You trying to run me over, Sir Philip?
No, go away.
Look like it, sir. Will you respond to those who made accusations, Sir Philip?
Can you go away?
I've seen the dark side of America. We are standing on the supply line right into the heart of America's opioid crisis. I've seen heartbreaking human stories.
There was a river of blood coming out of the mosque. That's a scene that you don't forget.
Christchurch has been changed forever by what happened here.
Welcome back. Well, let's take a closer look now at the strategic situation on the ground in Ukraine. Sky's Anna Jones is here with me in the studio now to tell us more. Anna.
Thanks very much indeed. Well, with me now is General Sir Richard Barons to talk us through what's happening on the ground. And first of all, let's talk about humanitarian corridors, because some routes have been offered by Russia out of 5 cities in Ukraine. We've got Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, Mariupol and the capital, Kiev. Do we have any idea of where the civilians would be evacuated to on those routes?
So we're clear that the humanitarian dimension of this war is one of its defining features. 2 million have left so far, and the UN talking about maybe 5 million people wanting to move. And there are broadly 3 options. The first is to move from a place that's being attacked now to a place of safety within Ukraine. And the challenge there is how long will that stay safe for? The second, and by far the most popular route, is to go from where the war is into the European Union. 2 million have moved so far in that direction. And the third option, which Russia has offered, is to move into Belarus and Russia. But for the great majority of Ukrainians, moving into the territory of the country that shelled you out of your home is not very appealing.
And we have had reports of a route out of Sumy, but to the south, within the country. So why would you want to evacuate someone into another part of a country that's under attack?
So there would be immediate relief because you're no longer in a zone that is being actively shelled. And in this case, 1,000 foreign students have apparently moved out of Sumy. But the question is, exactly as you describe it, if you move south out of Sumy into eastern Ukraine, how long before the war catches up with you?
OK, let's take a look then, shall we, at the south of the country now and focus in on Mariupol up there in the east, because this is a city that's been under bombardment by Russian forces for some days now, hasn't it? Are we seeing a change in tactics towards civilians by the Russians at all, do you think?
So the thing that hasn't changed is the Russian ambition to come out of Crimea, to travel east along the coast and connect Crimea to Russia by land. The thing that looks like it is changing is that when this operation started, indeed the same would apply in the north, the Russian military were focused on the Ukrainian military mostly. And now much more of their effort is targeting directly the civilian population, cutting power and gas and food supplies, shelling residential areas, and clearly not everywhere all the time, but shelling these evacuation routes as well. And the point of doing that is to ratchet up the pressure on the Ukrainian government.
So Mariupol, a port city, of course. There's also Kherson, which is in Russian hands, but we've got Odessa that is also in Ukrainian hands. How important are these ports in the battle?
So this is as vital to the campaign as the battle for Kiev. And Russian forces also coming out of Crimea and travelling west, and you say got to Kherson, and we assess the objective is that they would want to get to Odessa, because if Russia gets to Odessa and secures the contact at Mariupol. It cuts off the Ukrainian economy from its ports. And that's an economy that moves big things like agricultural products and metal ores. This is a devastating blow to the Ukrainian economy if they're successful.
OK, and obviously all eyes on Kiev as well, in the north of the country. What's happening as far as Kiev is concerned? Briefly, if you can.
So Kiev is the political centre of gravity. We've seen over the last few days Russian forces advancing from the northeast and the northwest. The objective is to try and encircle Kiev. It's a city 3 times the size of Manchester, so that's quite a challenge. We're seeing fighting now on the outskirts of Kiev. We'll expect to see that fighting extend to the inside of Kiev as the next days unfold, because that is where the political point of decision will be to try and remove the Zelensky government.
And if we look at a map of the whole of the country once again, give us an idea of what we should be looking out for over the next couple of days.
So 3 things are going to unfold concurrently. The battle in the south to isolate Ukraine from the sea, the battle in the north, which is about removing the government, and the humanitarian pressure to try and make the Ukrainian government buckle.
General Sir Richard Barons, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. And a reminder that we'll have a special programme with the latest on the conflict today and throughout the week. That's at 1 p.m. and 7 p.m. So coming up at 1 p.m, a special programme on the war in Ukraine. You're watching Sky News. We'll get more on the situation in Ukraine with the former UK ambassador to Ukraine. Join me after the break. Welcome back. The war in Ukraine has led to the biggest movement of people since the Second World War. The UN Refugee Agency says more than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Of those, more than 1.2 million of them have crossed into Poland. More than 190,000 have gone to Hungary, which has changed its earlier hardline policy on accepting refugees. 140,000 have crossed into Slovakia. More than 80,000 Ukrainian residents are now in Moldova, while a similar number are in Romania. It's important to note that huge numbers have already passed through after arriving in these countries. More than 210,000 are now in other European countries, and nearly 100,000 are reported to have left for Russia. Well, joining me now is former UK Ambassador to Ukraine, Lee Turner. Thanks very much indeed for joining us on Sky News today.
Good afternoon.
First of all, I want to talk to you about the situation on the ground in Ukraine, the situation that people are fleeing, as we just said, 2 million, a record number for Europe since the Second World War. We understand that humanitarian corridors are being negotiated. They collapsed, they're being negotiated again. And just in the last few hours, I had to give the breaking news that we understand Russian shelling of a humanitarian corridor. How does one get through a situation like that with diplomacy?
The situation in Ukraine is absolutely horrific, and my heart goes out to all Ukrainians, especially those that I've known myself in my time in Kiev. It is a terrible situation brought about entirely by this unprovoked invasion of Ukraine at the end of February. How this can be happening in the 21st century beggars belief. It seems that the Russian leadership, with their propaganda saying that Ukraine's not a real country or that the Ukrainians are yearning to be freed from imaginary fascism, have somehow believed their own propaganda. And now that the military campaign, the Russian military campaign, has become bogged down, they are resorting to more and more indiscriminate shelling, destroying the very people that their propaganda says they are attempting to defend. It's absolutely absurd. And of course, we've seen the immense levels of censorship imposed throughout Russia in order to stop Russian people, who generally don't want this war, from discussing the fact what is going on in Ukraine. Now, it's welcome if they have opened humanitarian corridors. That's, of course, a good thing, and it's vital to get people out of these ruined cities, these crushed and destroyed cities throughout the eastern part of Ukraine. But unfortunately, we have seen already earlier in this campaign, including before the Russian invasion on the end of February, that the Russian armed forces and political leadership do have these tactics of what they call maskirovka, where they deliberately try to mislead people about what's going on. And when we add to that doubts about the effectiveness of Russian command and control, the situation remains extremely perilous. And we must try and get those people out of there as quickly as possible.
President Zelensky made a really impassioned plea in his very latest online post from Kiev, from his office in Kiev, in fact, saying that he will not leave. But he also said that he wants the world to do more. He wants European countries and NATO to do more. And of course, there's this extreme juxtaposition where Ukraine is asking for a no-fly zone. It's asking for more NATO involvement. NATO is saying we stand firm and united, but we will not intervene. What more could the UK do, if anything? And is the argument to step up that no doubt he'll make in his address this evening one that should be dealt with in a different way?
There has been a debate going on about the extent to which we should provide military support to Ukraine ever since NATO turned down Ukraine's application to join NATO in 2008. And some people, including myself when I was ambassador in Ukraine, have been arguing for more defensive equipment to be provided to Ukraine. And then others have argued that that would risk provoking Russia. Well, we've seen that despite people bending over backwards not to provoke Russia, they have nonetheless invaded Ukraine in 2014 and now again in 2022. And I think there's a two-track approach that's needed here. It's understandable that NATO does not want to impose a no-fly zone over Ukrainian airspace, because that would be tantamount to declaring war on Russia. And if NATO were to shoot down Russian aircraft, we'd be in a whole new level of conflict, which wouldn't necessarily be good for Ukraine or anybody else. At the same time, it's vital to step up hard and soft military support to make sure that the Ukrainians themselves can do an even better job than they're doing already of making Ukrainian airspace a very difficult place for Russian aircraft to operate. We've seen a lot of Russian aircraft losses over the last 13 days, and it's not insignificant what Ukraine is already doing itself. So we need to step up and continue that military support. And when I say soft support, I mean helping them in their command and control and intelligence and so on, so that they can defend themselves better against this merciless Russian onslaught. You mentioned also refugees. I mean, in the UK, obviously there's a big debate about this. There always has been. The Home Office thinks it's mandated to control and constrain people who want to come to the UK, but arguments and the context can change. We've seen this with the Hong Kong Chinese, where back in 1997, both the main parties in the UK, Labour and the Conservatives, said that Hong Kong Chinese people with British nationality should not be allowed to have the right to come and live in the UK. And then in 2021, the UK granted them exactly that right. And that took 24 years. And in the case of Ukraine, you mentioned that Hungary had changed its position. We heard Ben Wallace, the defense minister, on the television a few hours earlier today talking about 200,000 Ukrainians having the right to come to the United Kingdom. And I think that the mood, as far as I can judge it from here in Vienna, I think the mood in the UK is very much in favour of making it easier for Ukrainian refugees to come into the UK. And I hope that the UK will be on the right side of history with this too.
Lee Turner, former ambassador to Ukraine for the UK, thanks very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, earlier today, the Defence Secretary Ben Wallace told Sky's Kamali Melbourne that he would support other nations supplying greater military assets to Ukraine. He said he would support Poland, a NATO country, if they decided to supply their neighbours with jets.
Well, first of all, there's very few nations that fly the MiG-29s, which are the same aircraft that the Ukrainians fly. So the United Kingdom's aircraft would not be able to be offered. And so there are only a few countries who potentially could accept a request by the Ukrainians. I would support the Poles and whatever choice they make. It's those
whether they choose
or not. I mean, you know, those countries are on the borders with Russia and Ukraine to some extent, and so they will face a direct consequence. And so we would protect Poland. We'll help them with anything they need. But if they make that choice, then that's a choice they would have made based on a view of bilaterally helping Ukraine and Ukraine needing those. Now, I think Ukraine should have whatever it can have to protect itself, to defend itself from this naked Russian aggression.
To be clear, then, you would support a NATO member essentially rearming a bordering country against Russia?
Well, I think I would support their choice.
With fighter jets?
You know, all of us in these jobs have to balance the risk of escalation with helping what we see on the ground.
Wouldn't that be
I am responsible for the security of the United Kingdom and the people, and so is the Prime Minister. And, you know, we have to make sure that the consequences of whatever actions we do, lethal aid included, which you know the Russians have warned there'll be retribution for countries that have done that, is calibrated in the right way to make sure that there's not an escalation into a war across Europe. Poland borders, you know, a number of countries such as Belarus, that is an active participant with Russia in this war. And Poland will understand that the choices it makes will not only directly help Ukraine, which I think is a good thing, but also may bring them into direct line of fire from countries such as Russia or Belarus, and they will have to calibrate that. And that's a really big responsibility on the shoulders of the President of Poland and indeed the Defence Minister. And so it's not for me to second-guess their choice, but it is for me as a fellow NATO member to say I will stand by Poland. Poland is our ally, has been an ally for over 150 years, the United Kingdom. We will support Poland in whatever choice she makes and also whatever she needs as a result of that.
Well, this is Sky News Today. Coming up, more on the refugees affected by the war in Ukraine.
they can't go back to Myanmar yet. If they do, they fear they'll be killed.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. If there is a bigger explosion, this area would be in the danger zone. These traffic jams snake for hours up and down this hillside. It means precious aid can't access those in need. You can see the depth of the water. If you have a look in front of us, there are people wading through it. I think experiencing the 2 million person march in Hong Kong, that was a moment.
I don't like the Chinese government. It's cruel.
It was real people power in action.
Police have been firing tear gas and rubber bullets.
See fires all around us here, and just one of them is the size of around 31,000 football pitches. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Bangkok.
I'm Becky Johnson, a Sky News Midlands correspondent based here in Birmingham. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news.
Ukraine has begun evacuating civilians from more areas after new humanitarian corridors were opened up, as a number of people fleeing Russia's advance into the country reached 2 million. Well, Ukrainian officials have said that people have started leaving the northeastern city of Sumy and the town of Irpin, near the capital of Kiev. Well, both areas have been under heavy Russian bombardment. Let's go live, though, to Calais and Sky's Ashna Harinag, where people are obviously trying to get to the UK. Ashna, tell us about the situation there. There seems to have been a lot of confusion where the visa centres are, one perhaps being set up in Lille as well. What's it looking like in Calais?
There is still a lot of confusion for people here, Sima. I mean, even just to find this particular centre that's been put up. When I say centre, though, that is quite an exaggeration. It is simply a table for people to come and get leaflets and information over the next steps. People are being advised, if they come to Calais, that actually you've got to travel back in the direction they came from. You've got to go to a visa application centre in Brussels or Paris. There is some swirling suggestions that Lille might be a temporary facility that might be put up, but there is no suggestion that Calais is to get any form of application centre for these people that have had such a traumatic journey to get to this point. Now, either these people are wanting to go to the UK to seek sanctuary, or they know someone that lives there. They've got some form of relative, and perhaps they've got some connection, which means that they're able to be fast-tracked for a visa, except there is so much paperwork to do. Now, for any British person, it is complicated, but for people that perhaps have English as a second language, it is even more strenuous and stressful to do. One charity that's helping people here in Calais is Care for Calais. They've got so much experience helping refugees. We spoke to Claire Mosley, the founder of that charity, just an hour ago.
140 people stayed here last night. They confirmed that for me, and I know that some of them have gone to Paris. They're being sent to Paris. Some of them have got interviews there, but a lot of them haven't, and my concern is that there's nobody there to help them, because we turned up here to help them, but there was nobody else. I'm not sure there's anybody in Paris, and if you don't speak English, how are you going to fill in these forms? They're very tired. They've had a very adrenaline-filled few weeks. They are scared for their relatives. A lot of them will have family members who are right now fighting with the Ukraine army.
Yet another hurdle for many of these people to cross. One family that Claire spoke to said that they had just been given radiation sickness tablets because they're from a part of Ukraine which is near the power plant. And if you remember, that came under fire a few days ago. People here have been through so much trauma. They are exhausted. And yet this extra hurdle they're having to cross to finally get to the UK is proving too much for many. But it seems as though, you know, there are about 150 people stuck in that position currently, and that number is only going to grow.
Ashna, thanks very much indeed. Well, Russian forces have violated an agreed temporary ceasefire and are targeting a humanitarian corridor from the besieged city of Mariupol. Ukraine's foreign ministry has said Ukrainian and Russian authorities had earlier agreed plans for a humanitarian corridor to allow the civilians to flee. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken has met with Estonia's Prime Minister Kaja Kallas today. During a joint news briefing between Estonia's Prime Minister and Antony Blinken, Ms. Kallas reiterated the need for joint support for Ukraine and said the worst is still to come. Well, joining me now is Justin Bronk, who is a Royal United Services Institute's Airport and Technology Research Fellow. Thanks very much indeed for joining us to share your expertise with us. I want to break down why Russian forces are seemingly unable to convert what is their, at least statistical superiority in terms of military force, not into a strategic success.
So the Russians are having quite a lot of strategic success in the south of the country. So they've taken the relatively lightly held city of Kherson in the first few days. They've laid siege to Mariupol, which is one of the major cities in the south, in the southwest, which is critical for linking up Donbass with occupied Crimea. And they've taken various other smaller cities like Melitopol as well, with the potential to push up towards Dnipro in the middle of the country or Odessa further west down the south coast. In the north, they've had much more difficulty. They've had huge logistical problems, having basically given their troops almost no warning of the fact that they were about to go in at the kind of operational unit level. And so the units were kind of sent in with no planning, with no logistical support. So you had units go forward without their kind of normal enablers like air defense systems, artillery, tanks, but also with very little, no more than a couple of days worth of food, ammunition and fuel. And then the response to much stronger than expected from the Russian perspective, Ukrainian resistance, was to kind of try and pour more and more troops in, which in the north, where it's incredibly muddy, most of the Russian logistics vehicles and indeed a large portion of their military vehicles are wheeled, not tracked, and basically have limited capacity off-road in the very muddy conditions. So they've kind of ended up bogged down in these huge traffic jams and stalemates because when they're bound to the roads, the Ukrainians only need to knock out kind of the leading elements of columns, and it kind of creates these massive tailbacks, which the Ukrainians can then attack further along.
I recall just a few months ago discussing the fact that once the snow thaws, this is a bad time for the tanks to roll in, and that's actually what's just happened. Of course, not forgetting the Ukrainian resistance, which is clearly much better than the experience of Crimea, and they have clearly learnt from it. What you seem to be pointing to is that Russia has not learnt from its previous endeavours, whether that be Afghanistan or Chechnya.
I think certainly the Russian leadership seems to have had extremely poor governing assumptions around the amount of resistance it would face. The plan was to decapitate the Ukrainian leadership through targeted assassinations at both the national and kind of local levels of central resistance figureheads and also key political leaders, and then kind of push up more compliant people within the Ukrainian system or indeed embedded actual operatives. And at the same time, seize key points like with the airborne assault we saw on Hostomel Airport near Kiev on the first day that went extremely badly for the Russians, and kind of use troops going down the roads to encircle the cities and then kind of talk about surrender. And so when that didn't happen, that they've obviously had huge trouble kind of trying to row back from that, particularly in the north. The Russian army is worth not underestimating it. As it regroups, as it brings forward more combat power, we have seen only in the first week, we didn't really see them fighting as the Russian army would prepare to fight because they didn't have enough warning to plan properly. And increasingly, particularly in the south, we're seeing them fight much more coherently as kind of combined units and moving towards that sort of grinding siege warfare around besieged cities. So, you know, Ukrainian success, great resistance up front, but I don't think we should kid ourselves that this is going to be a walkover in any way. This is still kind of very much an undecided conflict, and Russia has a huge amount of combat power in Ukraine to draw on.
Yeah, and it seems that perhaps this is going to be going on for some time. Justin Bronk, Royal United Services Institute Air Power and Technology Research Fellow. Thanks very much indeed for sharing your expertise with us. You're watching Sky News. We'll have the latest from the war in Ukraine at the top of the hour for you with a special programme. Of course, now 2 million refugees are confirmed to have left. These pictures from the first convoy leaving Sumy. We'll have the latest at the top of the hour. This is Sky News Today. It's 1 o'clock. The headlines. Ukraine says Russia has shelled an evacuation route from besieged Mariupol, breaking an agreement to establish safe humanitarian corridors for a fourth successive day. More than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine as the UK government confirms there'll be a pop-up visa centre in Lille. Ukraine's President Zelensky will address the House of Commons this afternoon as he reveals the horrors of war in his country.
In Mariupol, first time since Nazi invasion, a child has died because of dehydration.
Shell follows BP by announcing it's pulling out of all involvement in the Russian oil and gas. Ministers say the UK would support fellow NATO member Poland supplying fighter jets to Ukraine. And Boris Johnson meets Central European leaders to discuss the war and the growing refugee crisis. Good afternoon. On the 13th day of Russia's invasion, Ukraine has claimed that Russian forces have shelled an evacuation route for civilians trapped in the southern city of Mariupol. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who will address British MPs this afternoon, says a child has died of dehydration in the city, which has had no water or power for days. Meanwhile, in the north of the country, a glimmer of hope as officials in the city of Sumy say civilians have been able to leave following an agreement with Russia on establishing a humanitarian corridor at the fourth attempt. Okay, well, let's take you through the other latest developments today. And the UN's refugee chief says the number of refugees fleeing Russia's advance has now reached 2 million. That's up from 1.7 million yesterday. The energy giant Shell has announced that it will stop buying Russian oil and natural gas and will shut service stations in the country. And the government has indicated there will be a pop-up visa centre for Ukrainian refugees in Lille in France, although this hasn't yet been confirmed by the Home Office. Sky's Tom Parminter reports now on the day's key developments.
How do you even start to rebuild when the trauma just keeps coming? Last night they picked through yet more rubble in the eastern city of Sumy. Somehow, one woman survived. Nobody here is giving up. Across Ukraine there are people cowering from the Russian onslaught, unable to flee, stuck in this. In the southern city of Kherson, the Russian military are in control. The Ukrainians who are left here are simply trying to survive.
We are blocked in the city. We can't go anywhere. We can go even to the Poland or in any other more safer city. We have electricity and water, but as for the food and medicines, we don't have enough. So each day we have less and less. They are just shooting to the cars, to the people. We can't go anywhere.
Mariupol is another southern city surrounded. Water, food and the power cut off. These people made it to the relative safety of Donetsk, 2 hours to the north.
We were shelled. The house is destroyed. Husband is dead. They couldn't get his body out for 3 days. When we were evacuated, it took 3 days. The lads that led us out promised to bury him and would later tell me where. My child is on the other side of the city. I know nothing about her. Is she even alive?
With the water cut off in Mariupol, the Ukrainian president says a child has died there due to dehydration. It is desperate.
We heard a lot of promises, in particular about humanitarian corridors for our people in Mariupol, but all those humanitarian corridor arrangements did not work. We don't have any more time to wait. People in Mariupol have no time to wait. The occupiers want us to die. We don't want our people to die.
The road out of the eastern city of Sumy has opened up for some, but condemnation of Russia grows by the day. Inside the Kremlin, President Putin knows that sanctions are biting at home, and he needs his people on side.
I'd like to address the mothers, wives, sisters, brides and girlfriends of our soldiers and officers who are in battle now to defend Russia as part of the special military operation. I know how worried you are for your loved ones. You can be proud of them, just as the whole country is proud and feels for them.
2 million people have now left Ukraine. This is what war in Europe looks like. The turmoil is immense. It's only 13 days since Russia invaded. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
Well, let's take a look then at the latest on the ground for you. And Ukraine says the Russian advance has slowed, but heavy missile and artillery strikes continue on city centres and civilian infrastructure. The capital, Kiev, and other targets in the centre and east of the country were hit during the night. Local authorities report at least 21 civilians, including 2 children, were killed in an airstrike on a residential street of Sumy last night. Well, Russia promised a ceasefire from this morning to allow civilians to flee to safety from these 5 cities, including Sumy. Local officials there have reported that the ceasefire has held and hundreds of civilians have been evacuated towards Poltava in the centre of the country. And Ukraine claims a senior Russian general was killed yesterday near Kharkiv. They put Russian military casualties at more than 12,000 so far. Well, these are the latest pictures from the city of Okturka, which is less than 70 miles away from Kharkiv. Sky News has verified and located this video to the city centre. Well, as you can see, it shows the devastation in the city that has been the victim of heavy Russian shelling. And these pictures have been released in the past few minutes by President Zelensky, showing him walking on the streets of Kiev during the daytime. During the short video, he reassures his audience that everything will be fine and Ukraine will win the war against Russia. Well, Deborah Haynes joins me now from the train station in the Ukrainian city of Lviv. Deborah, tell us about the scene there. What are you seeing?
It's a desperate scenes, really, of people fleeing there. This is the station behind me. You can see people moving in there over the past sort of hour or so since we've been here. There have been long queues of people waiting outside. One group that we saw said they've been waiting for about 3 hours, and then when a train comes, the train's going to Poland, they get moved inside and then more people arrive. And you can see people behind me, and if I sort of pan around, you can see that back away from the station, there's basically like large encampments that have been kind of set up with people, volunteers, setting up like sort of little fires. There's big metal dustbins you can see over here with some warmth giving, because it's really cold here as well. And then tents and encampments where you've got volunteers giving out food to people, warm drinks. I saw people handing out blankets as well. The people that we've spoken to, they've come from across the country. We've spoken to a lot of families that come from Kharkiv in the east. One lady, she was here with a 3-year-old daughter and was saying to me over the past sort of 6 or 7 days they'd been living in the basement. She described sort of rocket fire outside, tanks, soldiers, her daughter really scared, and they decided to move here. They've just gone in to get the train to Poland. Another lady that we spoke to, she's a dancer from Kyiv, she was saying to me she'd just arrived here today. She said it was kind of like, it felt like a glass of water where you have a balance of how much you can tolerate of that water until it gets to a certain level and then it overspills and you have to leave. And she described that the daily bombardments around her neighbourhood outside Kyiv had just reached such a level that she thought today she was going to have to leave. She did. And then just finally, another family that we spoke to, it was a mum with 3 girls, a 13-year-old, an 11-year-old and a 7-year-old. And she said that her husband actually had told her to take their children and leave, saying it was really important to look after the children because they're the future. But she was really distraught to have left her husband behind. He's still working, and she said that he would be helping with the sort of the defence forces. They're from just around a city called Dnipro, which is in the south central part of Ukraine. And this woman with her 3 children, very upset. She too was waiting to get on a train. She was actually waiting to meet with some family, and then she was going to be travelling over the border too to Poland. So literally every single family, every single person here has been wrenched from their lives. They're all so emotional and frightened about the future, and everybody has a terrible story that's unimaginable to hear, and yet this is what's happening right now in this country. It's awful.
Deborah, Security and Defence Editor, live from the train station at Lviv. Thanks very much indeed. Well, the impact of the war in Ukraine has continued to affect people trying to leave the country, as we just saw there in Lviv. Natalia Bilik-Plum is from Ukraine, but now lives in Surrey. Her mother tried to go to Lviv to arrange her visa for the UK, but has said the process is simply too complicated to leave.
So since we've filled an application form on a Friday for my mum and all my family, Visa Centre Lviv suddenly announced on Saturday that they were open, and then in the evening they announced they're closed. Then on Sunday again they announced they're open. So my mum made her way to Lviv, and then to hear in the evening on the Sunday they shut again. But we still didn't believe it. We thought we'll still go and check. So she's a disabled woman who struggles to walk, made her way there, just only be told it's been shut. And she's been told that the British embassy came in and took the equipment away to do the biometrics. And then she had to go and travel abroad and find her way abroad and try to get to visa centres in Europe. And then if she do need to travel, she's disabled, who struggles to walk and even stand. She'll have to travel with her grandchildren and wait 2 or 3 days at the border and then make her way to the visa centre where you're not even guaranteed to get in on one day. So it means maybe a week or 2 weeks just waiting and trying to get into embassy. There's so many people who've applied, and only you can get, I don't know, 100 appointments in a day. So imagine the queues and imagine the people frustration and anger trying. British government says they're going to help, and then you're faced with this problem. Apart from everything else, your home and everything else been lost. It just feels really, really hard and not fair, because I can't understand why people have to submit fingerprints if they've been here before. They'll be checked when they arrive here. Why can't you just skip this process and just let us submit application form, let us submit the paperwork online, and then you can have a look and check everything. Especially, my mum used to travel here all the time, and her visa just ran out, so she can't come in right now. But they've been here before, and she's been traveling here since I live here for the last 17 years. And she never broke any rules, any law.
A tough experience everyone is going through right now. While here, the Foreign Secretary Liz Truss has said that a pop-up processing centre will open in Lille in France for Ukrainian refugees wanting to come to the UK. Let's bring in political correspondent Kate McCann. She's live in Westminster for us today. So some movement now, finally, Kate, as far as the refugee situation is concerned, and this pop-up visa centre being set up.
Yes, that's right. The pop-up centre will be set up in Lille. That's around 75 miles away from Calais, where we understand there were around 600 Ukrainian migrants, refugees, wanting to get into the United Kingdom. Now, there had been some confusion overnight about when the government was setting this new processing centre up and exactly where it would be. We still don't have a formal location in Lille or a date for when it will be up and running. The understanding is that the Home Office had been hesitant, had been hesitant to direct people to Lille before they have this centre up and running, because they know the pressure it will be under. There are many, many thousands of applications of Ukrainians who want to come into the United Kingdom already. Around 500 so far have been accepted. But there is pressure not just on those processing centres where biometric data is gathered. And you just heard there about the confusion around why that is being collected. The UK government is saying that there are security reasons for that. In fact, a minister in the House of Commons just a short while ago said that they had already had examples of people turning up at borders trying to say that they were Ukrainian, trying to get into the United Kingdom. So the government believes it's important to keep those security checks in place, but they do slow this process down. And the pressure is not just on those visa application centres in countries like France, but also in Poland, where over 1 million now refugees have crossed into Poland from Ukraine, trying to make that onward journey. I've just been speaking to someone in one of those centres in Poland who described the situation on the ground there as chaotic, that there were over 100 people currently waiting in the centre to be processed with no idea of a time for an appointment. The computer system is down. There is no formal information being given out by the handful of staff there who themselves don't seem to understand the process or know exactly what's going to happen next. There are elderly people, there are children there waiting, there are not enough chairs, there's no food, it's very cold. This situation is not working as the Home Office would hope that it is, and there is a real mood of frustration actually in the House of Commons now for an urgent question to the Home Office about how to improve it. Across the House, from Labour MPs, from Conservatives, saying this is not good enough. We can see these people, they are in desperate need. Why are we not doing more quickly? So those questions persist for the Home Secretary, and they're coming from Labour too. The Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, had this to say just a short time ago.
Yesterday, the Home Secretary told the House twice that a visa centre en route to Calais has now been set up, but it still doesn't exist. The Foreign Secretary just said it might be in Lille, over nearly 75 miles from Calais. The Home Office said this morning that no decision had been taken. Well, which is it? Has it? Where is it? Can people get there yet?
And Kate, while the refugee crisis is under discussion, the Prime Minister's been meeting with the so-called Visegrad 4 and this evening an historic event in the Houses of Parliament. Prime Minister Vladimir Zelensky is due to address the House of Commons.
Yes, that address in the Commons at 5 o'clock this afternoon will be groundbreaking. It's never happened before. Those who speak in the Commons have always been MPs up until this point. So Mr Zelensky's address will be a landmark moment. Huge screens have been erected in the Commons and there will be simultaneous translation for MPs to hear him speak. And I don't expect that it will be a comfortable listen. While the UK has provided significant amounts of military support and is doing increasing amounts of work on the humanitarian side, I think it's fair to say that the Ukrainian government is frustrated that there is not a no-fly zone. There is pressure on Boris Johnson to instigate that and to go further on the issue of planes, potentially from Poland, to assist the Ukrainians in their air defence system. Now, that is a decision for the Polish government. The Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, this morning said he would support Poland whatever decision they made. But it is complicated. It would potentially be an escalation in the eyes of Russia, which could cause some difficulties for Poland itself. But the Prime Minister, as you say, meeting with that group from the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Poland and Hungary today. Those meetings focused on what more can be done on the humanitarian side, and we've been talking about the visa situation. But there is now a real pressing need to ensure that humanitarian corridors are set up, that aid is in the right place, and also that countries like the UK are supporting Poland, who are seeing the brunt of those huge number of people fleeing over the border.
Kate, thanks very much indeed for keeping us up to date on what's happening in Westminster. Well, breaking news, the Queen has held 2 virtual audiences today at Windsor Castle. She greeted the High Commissioner of India and the Ambassador of Armenia, who spoke to her via video link from Buckingham Palace. Well, it follows her in-person meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, yesterday, the first since she was diagnosed with COVID last month. Well, let's take you back to the situation with refugees fleeing Ukraine. Sky's Ashna Harinag is in Calais, where many refugees trying to get to the UK remain stranded, and she sent us this latest.
I mean, even just to find this particular centre that's been put up, when I say centre, though, that is quite an exaggeration. It's simply a table for people to come and get leaflets and information over the next steps. People are being advised, if they come to Calais, that actually you've got to travel back in the direction they came from. You've got to go to a visa application centre in Brussels or Paris. There is some swirling suggestions that Lille might be a temporary facility that might be put up, but there is no suggestion that Calais is to get any form of application centre for these people that have had such a traumatic journey to get to this point. Now, either these people are wanting to go to the UK to seek sanctuary, or they know someone that lives there. They've got some form of relative, and perhaps they've got some connection, which means that they're able to be fast-tracked for a visa, except there is so much paperwork to do. Now, for any British person, it is complicated, but for people that perhaps have English as a second language, it is even more strenuous and stressful to do. One charity that's helping people here in Calais is Care for Calais. They've got so much experience helping refugees. We spoke to Claire Mosley, the founder of that charity, just an hour ago.
140 people stayed here last night. They confirmed that for me, and I know that some of them have gone to Paris. They're being sent to Paris. Some of them have got interviews there, but a lot of them haven't, and my concern is that there's nobody there to help them, because we turned up here to help them, but there was nobody else. I'm not sure there's anybody in Paris, and if you don't speak English, how are you going to fill in these forms? They're very tired. They've had a very adrenaline-filled few weeks. They are scared for their relatives. A lot of them will have family members who are right now fighting with the Ukraine army.
Yet another hurdle for many of these people to cross. One family that Claire spoke to said that they had just been given radiation sickness tablets because they're from a part of Ukraine which is near the power plant. And if you remember, that came under fire a few days ago. People here have been through so much trauma. They are exhausted. And yet this extra hurdle they're having to cross to finally get to the UK is proving too much for many. But it seems as though, there are about 150 people stuck in that position currently, and that number is only going to grow.
Well, energy giant Shell has said it will stop buying Russian oil, natural gas and close its service stations in Russia. It comes amid sanctions that have meant the price of oil has reached a 14-year high. And Russia has warned it could cut gas supplies to Europe. Well, a short time ago, the US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, said we need to stop depending on Russian energy as they'll use it as a weapon.
We want to make sure that energy is widely available. At the same time, as the Prime Minister said, there is, I think, a significant not only opportunity but imperative in this moment to finally move off of, for many countries in Europe, a dependence on Russian energy because Russia uses it as a weapon. And we're seeing countries respond to that. We're working closely with them as they engage in those efforts. It will take, as the Prime Minister said, some time to do that, but if you'll forgive the bad pun, there is real energy in this effort.
Business presenter Ian King joins me now. Ian, talk us through this. Huge ramifications, aren't there, for what's going on right now?
Well, there are, and this actually gets to the nub of the issue, because in the last hour we've had a speech from Jonathan Brearley. He's the chief executive of Ofgem, the energy regulator here, during which he has been talking about the need longer term for the UK and other energy consumers to wean themselves off gas. Obviously, the longer term ambition is to move fully to renewables. But I'll just read you out a couple of the lines from this speech by Jonathan Brearley, because they are very, very interesting indeed. He says, last autumn underlined the fact that our reliance on gas led us exposed to extreme volatility and extreme prices. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has made that reality even more stark. I have been working in energy and climate change for many years, longer than I care to admit, but I have never seen a situation like this. Indeed, I cannot find a similar situation in our post-war energy history. And Jonathan Brearley goes on to say, while it is too early to predict what the price cap will be in October, a price increase is almost inevitable. Now, bear in mind that Ofgem has just announced an increase in the energy household price cap to £1,971. That kicks in at the beginning of April. Well, Jonathan Brearley putting consumers on notice there that there will be a further increase in due course in October when the price cap next comes under review. So that is pretty terrible news for all UK households. But I think what is really interesting there is that Jonathan Brearley is saying he doesn't think there's been a situation like this in this country's post-war energy history. And bear in mind, if you think back to the 1973-1974 oil shock, which obviously followed the Yom Kippur War, in which Israel was invaded by its Arab neighbours, the West piled in to support Israel on that, and the OPEC cartel subsequently introduced oil embargoes against the United States, the UK, Netherlands, Japan and other Western countries. Well, that sparked a recession in more or less the whole of the Western world at that time. And Jonathan Brearley is saying, in effect, that that situation has nothing on what we're looking at now. I think that is a very, very troubling statement indeed from the energy regulator. coordinator. In the last few minutes, we've also had some comments from Fatih Birol. He is the Director General of the International Energy Agency. Now, you'll recall that on Friday, the IEA announced a coordinated release of some 60 million barrels of oil from member countries. Fatih Birol has been speaking to the Financial Times, and he said that there is plenty more to come on that front from the IEA. He's pointed out that release on Friday only represented 4% of the oil reserves of IEA member countries, and that potentially there could be a lot more to come. So I think you are looking at a coordinated release again of IEA reserves in an attempt to bring down oil and gas prices. Brent crude a short while ago, by the way, trading at to $126.47 a barrel. That is up 3.25% on the session. Natural gas prices, interestingly, have come off the boil right now, currently trading at £4.75p a therm. Bear in mind, yesterday the price hit £8 a therm, which was a significant increase. Bear in mind, just before Christmas, when we were talking with great concern about wholesale gas prices, at that point in time, the price was around £2.65 a therm. So we are still at elevated levels compared with that pre-Christmas panic that we had.
Ian, thank you. You're watching Sky News. We'll stay tuned. After the break, we'll bring you the very latest from our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, in Kiev.
I am there to speak truth to power. More than questions, to ask the questions that people want answered. Yeah, good to see you. When I'm interviewing a politician, it's a more rapid fire, but this is not. This is a conversation. The format of the show, so we're going to have an hour-long interview show once a week on a Thursday night. It's at 9 p.m. It's a moment to press pause on this frenetic pace of news and just reflect on things. And when we do have a politician on the show, you might see them interviewed by me in a different way than you perhaps normally see it. What they do, why they do it. If I can find some of that and bring it onto Sky News, I'd be really happy.
The Ukrainian government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
The wind was like pulling us out of that little room.
Mandatory evacuation, you must leave!
I'm Greg Milam, Sky's US correspondent here in Los Angeles. It is almost impossible to predict where these fires will go next. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. This gives you an idea of the strength of those winds, strong enough to bend and twist metal.
You trying to run me over, Sir Philip?
No, go away.
Look like it, sir. Will you respond to those who made accusations, Sir Philip?
Can you go away?
I've seen the dark side of America. We are standing on the supply line right into the heart of America's opioid crisis. I've seen heartbreaking human stories.
There was a river of blood coming out of the mosque. That's a scene that you don't forget.
Christchurch has been changed forever by what happened here.
Welcome back. Well, hundreds of Ukrainians have been streaming out of Irpin, a town near Kiev, to get away from the advancing Russian forces, which appear to be headed for the capital. Our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, has the latest from Irpin.
This is an absolutely desperate scene. You can see people who are elderly, who are frail, who are unable to cross themselves, having to be
carried over this tiny little plank. There's a real urgency here amongst the soldiers and those who are trying to get them over, because they don't know how long this lull in the fighting is going to continue. We've heard a bit of shelling, but it's mostly coming from this side, and there's clearly a huge number of people waiting, still anxious to get over. We understand from the Ukrainian officials that there are about 4,000 people or so trapped, not just in Irpin, but coming from Bucha and Hostomel. So there's a real frantic urgency about trying to get them over and out of this area, which has come under attack several times over the last few days. The incredible scene. There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge, and do it slowly, because you can't have too many people on that bridge at one time or else it will just snap, and they try to do this quickly before the firing starts again.
Alex Crawford in Irpin there. Well, our security and defence analyst, Michael Clark, will be answering your questions on the Ukraine crisis in a live Q&A at 7 p.m. tonight. You can enter a question, just email us at news@sky.com, or you can find us on Twitter @Sky News. And if you scan the QR code on your screen right now, you can listen to today's edition of the Sky News Daily Podcast. Today, our correspondent, Inzamam Rashid, looks at whether more could be done by the UK government to help Ukrainian refugees get into Britain. He hears from those trying to enter the country and takes a look at how the UK visa schemes work. You can subscribe to The Daily wherever you get your podcasts. This is Sky News Today. Coming up, we'll get more on the situation in Ukraine with Enver Solomon, the Chief Executive of the Refugee Council. war in Ukraine has led to the biggest movement of people in Europe since the Second World War. The UN Refugee Agency says more than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Of those, more than 1.2 million of them have crossed into Poland. Over 190,000 have gone to Hungary, which has changed its earlier hardline policy on accepting refugees. 140,000 have crossed into Slovakia. More than 80,000 Ukrainian residents are now in Moldova, while a similar number are in Romania. It's important to note that huge numbers have already passed through after arriving in these countries. More than 210,000 in fact, are now in other European countries, and nearly 100,000 are reported to have left for Russia. Well, we're joined now by Enver Solomon, Chief Executive of the Refugee Council. Thanks very much indeed for speaking to us at what must be an incredibly busy time for you. Do you think not just neighbouring countries, but wider areas around the world and Europe in particular has responded quickly enough to deal with this refugee crisis?
I think it's positive that the European Union has made a very strong commitment to take any Ukrainian into the EU and allow them to stay in the EU for up to 3 years. But I'm concerned that the UK is playing catch-up. We have just taken 300 Ukrainians. The family scheme, the family visa scheme the government has announced is very narrow, it's very restrictive, and we've yet to have any of the details of any offer that's going to be made to Ukrainians. This is the worst refugee crisis. It looks as though it's going to be the worst refugee crisis since the Second World War. And I think, the British people want the UK government to send a clear sign, a clear signal, rather, to any Ukrainian that they're welcome in the UK if they want to come here.
Yeah, it is extraordinary. You mentioned that number, 300 visas compared with 17,000 scheme applications. It is extraordinary. There's criticism upon criticism, but really the UK has always been a little out of step with the international refugee crisis, hasn't it? And there's a lot of criticism about the UK often shutting its borders to refugees.
That's right. And I think this is a political position and decision that the government's taken, but it's rather, I think, out of step with where the public is at the moment, particularly on Ukraine. And it's out of step of our history and our background as a nation, because after the horrors of the two Second World Wars back in 1951, we were one of the nations that came together with others and signed the UN Convention on Refugees. That's the most important international treaty. And what it says is that anyone who's fleeing war, conflict, bloodshed, persecution should have the opportunity to be granted refugee status in a country of their choosing. And I struggle to understand today why the government is dragging its feet and isn't making a very clear commitment to any Ukrainian that they'll be welcomed here as a refugee, and we'll support them to come here as a refugee and give them the sanctuary that they need.
I want to talk to you about children who've been left on their own. There was a striking image that we had on Sky News of a young boy sobbing, walking along on his own. What's the situation as far as lone children are concerned?
It's a really important question, and I'm glad you've raised this, because we're hearing information that there could be tens of thousands of children who have been left on their own, who are effectively become known as what are called unaccompanied refugees. And that's because their parents have wanted to get them to safety, or they've told them to flee by themselves because they haven't been able to be with them, or they have other things, that they have to fight, they have to defend, they have to look after others in Ukraine. So we're facing a situation where I think there are going to be tens of thousands of children who have left Ukraine by themselves. And what we're calling for is that the UK works rapidly with its European partners to provide a dedicated scheme so that these children can be kept safe. They can be granted what's known as safe passage to the UK and other European countries.
And briefly, I want to ask you about your work, or if you ever help with internally displaced people, because obviously it's not just people fleeing Ukraine, but those inside who are now homeless, who are fleeing. The humanitarian corridors are allegedly being shelled. Today, just in the last couple of hours, we've had a report of that Russian forces are shelling one of the agreed humanitarian corridors coming out of Mariupol. What more can be done to help those people?
Really shocking and deeply disturbing reports about the situation for all those people. We don't work with internally displaced people, but there are other agencies, international agencies on the ground who will be looking to support them. And I think it's absolutely vital that they are given all the support they need by the international community, because, as you say, it's not just the more than 2 million people that have fled Ukraine, but there's lots of people within Ukraine who have had to seek safety in other parts of the country, and it's vital that they get the aid and the support that they need. The challenge is it's very difficult for aid agencies to get into Ukraine at the moment, obviously because of the security situation, but it's really important that we don't forget those people and that the international community and the UK government comes together and ensures that everything is done to give them the support that they need, because the likelihood is as this conflict continues, they will then become refugees who will flee Ukraine. So that number of 2 million refugees today is likely to increase to many more in the coming days and weeks.
Enver Solomon from the Refugee Council, thanks very much indeed. Bring you some breaking news now, and the UN Human Rights Office says the latest toll in Ukraine since February the 22nd is 1,335 civilian casualties, including 474 killed and 861 injured. So those are the very latest figures coming to us from UN Human Rights Office. Well, let's take a closer look now at the strategic situation on the ground in Ukraine. Sky's Anna Jones and General Sir Richard Barrons have been discussing the attempt to set up humanitarian corridors in the country.
Routes out for civilians from 5 cities in Ukraine: Chernihiv, Kiev, Sumy, Kharkiv and Mariupol. So is it clear where civilians would be evacuated to through these corridors?
So it's clear that the humanitarian drama is one of the defining features of this conflict, with 2 million having left Ukraine so far and the UN talking about maybe 5 million wanting to move. And they're moving on one of 3 options. The first is to move from a city that's being attacked somewhere else in Ukraine, which is, at least for now, safe from the shelling. But it begs the question as to how tenable that will be in the medium term. The second option, by far the preferred option for many Ukrainians, is to move from the east and centre of Ukraine west into particularly Poland and the European Union, almost 2 million, in fact 2 million so far. And the third option, which Russia has offered, is to move into Belarus or Russia. That's not an attractive offer to many Ukrainians who have been shelled out of their homes by Russians.
Well, yes, and we are getting reports that an evacuation is underway out of Sumy, but to the south and within Ukraine. So that does beg the question of why would you move people inside a country which is under attack?
So they're certainly moving from a place that's not safe now to a place that's safe today. The question is, well, how long is that safe if the Russian advance continues and they merely repeat the tactics later on?
OK, let's take a look then at what's going on in the south of the country now. And we want to focus in on Mariupol up there to the east. Now, this city has been under bombardment for days now, hasn't it, from Russian forces. It is still in Ukrainian control. But are we seeing a change of strategy as far as the Russians are concerned towards civilians in places like Mariupol?
So we may be. The thing that's been clear from the start is Russian forces will come out of Crimea and head east to link Russia to Crimea by land. That fight initially was focused on the Ukrainian military. What we're seeing now are very clear signs of the Russians directing force not at the military, but at the civilian population. So turning off power, water and food supplies, shelling residential areas, and as become very clear in Mariupol, shelling these evacuation routes. This doesn't appear to be an accident. This is about ratcheting up the pressure on Ukrainian government by directly targeting the civilian population.
So we're going to see more of that, you think?
We should expect to see more of that, yes.
OK, and let's take a look at some of the other port cities as well, because we've got Kherson, which is in Russian hands. We also have Odessa, which is in Ukrainian hands for the time being, but again, Russian forces advancing on Odessa. Why are these port cities so important?
So the assessment remains that Russia would come out of Crimea, turn east to close the coast by connecting to Russia, and go west to Odessa. If they're successful in that and they own all the ports on the Black Sea, they isolate the Ukrainian economy from the sea. And Ukraine exports a great deal of agricultural produce, particularly wheat, and also a lot of things like uranium ore and titanium ore. The Ukrainian economy relies on access to the sea, and Russia, if it heads on this current trajectory, is trying to remove that.
So the south and the port's very important, but also to the north, the capital Kiev, again, crucial here, still under Ukrainian control, but Russian forces are moving in. How vulnerable is Kiev, do you think, today?
So much as we're seeing the key economic act probably in the south, what we are clearly seeing, and this has been unfolding ever since day one, are Russian forces moving on Kiev as the political centre of gravity. And these advances, as you're indicating here, are about getting around the edge of the city, perhaps trying to encircle it. But it's a city 3 times the size of Manchester, so it's a really big objective. What we're seeing now is fighting on the cities that are outside Kiev and on the outskirts of Kiev. What we should expect to see over the coming days is the sort of tactics we've seen in places like Kharkiv and Sumy beginning to appear on Kiev to put pressure on the government.
And overall, what should we be looking out for in Ukraine over the next few days?
So I think we're going to see 3 things unfold concurrently over the next few days, and they're all about putting pressure on the Ukrainian government. The first is the attempt to complete that movement in the south to disconnect the economy from the sea and to take Odessa. The second is the movement on the government in Kiev. That's some days away now, but that's likely to ratchet up. And the third will be dialing up the pain on the civil population deliberately in order to try and get Kiev to sue for peace.
This is Sky News Today. Coming up, more than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine, with warnings the number could rise to 5 million. I'll speak to the UN's refugee agency live from the Ukrainian-Polish border.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. If there is a bigger explosion, this area would be in the danger zone. These traffic jams snake for hours up and down this hillside. It means precious aid can't access those in need. You can see the depth of the water. If you have a look in front of us, there are people wading through it. I think experiencing the 2 million person march in Hong Kong, that was a moment.
I don't like the Chinese government. It's cruel.
It was real people power in action.
Police have been firing tear gas and rubber bullets.
See fires all around us here, and just one of them is the size of around 31,000 football pitches. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Bangkok.
I'm Becky Johnson, a Sky News Midlands correspondent based here in Birmingham. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news.
Welcome back. 2 million people have now fled Ukraine, according to the UN Refugee Agency. European Union officials have said that number could rise to 5 million. Well, Matthew Saltmarsh is head of news and media for the UN Refugee Agency and joins us now from Medyka on the Polish side of the border with Ukraine. Tell us, Matthew, what the situation is at Medyka right now.
Well, it's slightly quieter than it has been in some recent days, but that doesn't necessarily tell us anything. As you mentioned, now over 2 million people have left Ukraine for neighboring countries. And here in Poland, the number's well over 1 million now, so well over half of the total. It all very much depends on what happens on the ground in Ukraine as to how many people come through. We know that there are a number of people over in Lviv who are considering coming over depending on the degree of the conflict in the country. So a little bit quieter right now, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Yeah, and you will have been speaking to people who have been crossing the border. What are they telling you about what they've been through?
Well, many of the people have come from over to the east of the country and then just trying to get over west and get over the border. And what we've noticed is that the people who are crossing now, perhaps compared to the earlier days of this crisis, have less resources, less means. Still, obviously, it's women and children, but maybe slightly more vulnerable cases. And maybe those people who don't know where they're going to go on to, they might not have the networks and the connections. So they'll be perhaps more reliant on, in this case, Poland and the support, the great support that that country has shown. And then they'll have to start to make decisions at some point as to where they're going to stay, where they're going to live, where their children might go into education and so on.
Yeah, you were at a train station, I understand, earlier this morning as well, in another location. Can you tell us about the situation there?
Yeah, that was receiving direct trains from Lviv. It was very, very busy. Lots of civil society and humanitarian actors were there providing hot meals, some safe spaces for the women, some quiet areas. Arrivals would come in waves. It would go quiet for a few minutes and then a train would come in and then the station would fill up. There were buses outside that would take people on to other destinations in Poland.
There is a lot of criticism as well as concern that the UK has not set up the application process fast enough or getting visas granted fast enough for people who want to come here. First of all, how do you feel about the situation and as far as the UK authorities' handling of this? And secondly, are you meeting a lot of people who want to come to the UK?
Well, the first thing is to say that, the EU moved very quickly with its temporary protection directive, and that was really important to give Ukrainian refugees that security. And it also allows them to rebuild their lives and to integrate into those countries in Europe. As to the UK, obviously, we've had Brexit. The UK is outside the EU now. It has more leeway on those kind of decisions, but our message to the UK would be join with those other countries and try and play as big a role as you feel is possible and try to welcome, because these people are increasingly in a very desperate situation, having experienced what they've experienced just over that border over there.
We're going to leave it there. Thanks very much indeed, Matthew Saltmarsh, Head of News and Media for the UN Refugee Agency. Okay, well, breaking news. The Russian Defense Ministry says 723 people evacuated through Sumy Poltava evacuation corridor, including 576 Indian nationals. So that's coming to us from the Russian Defense Ministry, which claims that 723 people have been evacuated. Let's take a quick look at the weather for you now.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Well, the next few days will bring spells of wind and rain, but eastern parts will stay largely fine. The rest of the afternoon will be windy with gales in the west, locally severe near northwestern coast. Much of eastern Scotland and central and eastern England will be dry, with the far east holding on to the sunshine. The rest of the UK will see cloud and outbreaks of rain, but the southwest will turn drier and brighter later. Meanwhile, Ireland can expect a mix of sunny spells and heavy showers. The gales in the west will ease during the evening. Eastern parts will see a little rain moving through overnight, but it won't amount to much in the south. Then most places look dry, but Western Ireland and the Hebrides will turn wet later. The wind will pick up again too.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News. More of our continuing coverage from Ukraine on day 13 of the war. More than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine.
It's 2 o'clock. This is the Sarah Jane Mee Show. Coming up, Ukraine says Russia has shelled an evacuation route from besieged Mariupol, breaking an agreement to establish safe humanitarian corridors for a 4th successive day. More than 2 million have now fled Ukraine as the UK government confirms there will be a pop-up visa centre in Lille. Ukraine's President Zelensky will address the House of Commons this afternoon as he reveals the horrors of war in his country.
In Mariupol, first time since Nazi invasion, a child has died because of dehydration.
Reports President Biden is set to ban Russian oil imports as President Putin threatens to turn off European gas supplies. And Boris Johnson meets Central European leaders to discuss the war and the growing refugee crisis. Ukraine says Russian forces have shelled an evacuation route being used by civilians to get out of the southern city of Mariupol. It is the 4th successive day that humanitarian corridors have reportedly been targeted. This afternoon, Ukraine's president will address MPs in the first ever address to the House of Commons by a foreign leader. We'll bring that to you live here on Sky News. Also today, a UK visa centre is open in Lille, France. This is after the government's resettlement policy was branded cruel and chaotic. Well, we can take a look at the latest on the ground. Ukraine saying the Russian advance has slowed, but heavy missile and artillery strikes continue on city centres and civilian infrastructure. The capital, Kiev, and other targets in the centre and east of the country were hit overnight. Local authorities reporting at least 21 civilians, including 2 children, were killed in an airstrike on a residential street in Sumy last night. Russia promised a ceasefire from this morning to allow civilians to flee to safety from these 5 cities, including Sumy. Local officials there reporting that the ceasefire has held and hundreds of civilians have been evacuated towards Poltava in the centre of the country. And Ukraine claims a senior Russian general was killed yesterday near Kharkiv. They put Russian military casualties at more than 12,000 so far. Sky correspondent Tom Parmenter has the story of today so far.
How do you even start to rebuild when the trauma just keeps coming? Last night they picked through yet more rubble in the eastern city of Sumy. Somehow, one woman survived. Nobody here is giving up. Across Ukraine there are people cowering from the Russian onslaught, unable to flee, stuck in this. In the southern city of Kherson, the Russian military are in control. The Ukrainians who are left here are simply trying to survive.
We are blocked in the city. We can't go anywhere. We can go even to the Poland or in any other more safer city. We have electricity and water, but as for the food and medicines, we don't have enough. So each day we have less and less. They are just shooting to the cars, to the people. We can't go anywhere.
Mariupol is another southern city surrounded. Water, food and the power cut off. These people made it to the relative safety of Donetsk, 2 hours to the north.
We were shelled. The house is destroyed. Husband is dead. They couldn't get his body out for 3 days. When we were evacuated, it took 3 days. The lads that led us out promised to bury him and would later tell me where. My child is on the other side of the city. I know nothing about her. Is she even alive?
With the water cut off in Mariupol, the Ukrainian president says a child has died there due to dehydration. It is desperate.
We heard a lot of promises, in particular about humanitarian corridors for our people in Mariupol, but all those humanitarian corridor arrangements did not work. We don't have any more time to wait. People in Mariupol have no time to wait. The occupiers want us to die. We don't want our people to die.
The road out of the eastern city of Sumy has opened up for some, but condemnation of Russia grows by the day. Inside the Kremlin, President Putin knows that sanctions are biting at home, and he needs his people on side.
I'd like to address the mothers, wives, sisters, brides and girlfriends of our soldiers and officers who are in battle now to defend Russia as part of the special military operation. I know how worried you are for your loved ones. You can be proud of them, just as the whole country is proud and feels for them.
2 million people have now left Ukraine. This is what war in Europe looks like. The turmoil is immense. It's only 13 days since Russia invaded. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
Hundreds of Ukrainians have been streaming out of Irpin, a town near Kiev, to get away from advancing Russian forces, which appear to be heading for the capital. Our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, has the latest from there.
It's an absolutely desperate scene. You can see people who are elderly, who are frail, who are unable to cross themselves, having to be carried over this tiny little plank. There's a real urgency here amongst the soldiers and those who are trying to get them over, because they don't know how long this lull in the fighting is going to continue. We've heard a bit of shelling, but it's mostly coming from this side, and there's clearly a huge number of people waiting, still anxious to get over. We understand from the Ukrainian officials that there are about 4,000 people or so trapped, not just in Irpin, but coming from Bucha and Hostomel. So there's a real frantic urgency about trying to get them over and out of this area, which has come under attack several times over the last few days. The incredible scene. There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge, and do it slowly, because you can't have too many people on that bridge at one time or else it will just snap, and they're trying to do this quickly before the firing starts again.
Our security and defence editor Deborah Haynes has the latest for you from Lviv now in western Ukraine.
It's a desperate scenes, really, of people fleeing there. This is the station behind me. You can see people moving in there over the past sort of hour or so since we've been here. There have been long queues of people waiting outside. One group that we saw said they've been waiting for about 3 hours, and then when a train comes, the train's going to Poland, they get moved inside, and then more people arrive. And you can see people behind me, and if I sort of pan around, you can see that back away from the station, there's basically like large encampments that have been kind of set up with people, volunteers, setting up like sort of little fires. There's big metal dustbins you can see over here, with some warmth giving, because it's really cold here as well. And then tents and encampments where you've got volunteers giving out food to people, warm drinks. I saw people handing out blankets as well. The people that we've spoken to, they've come from across the country. We've spoken to a lot of families that come from Kharkiv in the east. One lady, she was here with a 3-year-old daughter and was saying to me over the past sort of 6 or 7 days, they'd been living in the basement. She described sort of rocket fire outside, tanks, soldiers, her daughter really scared, and they decided to move here. They've just gone in to get the train to Poland. Another lady that we spoke to, she's a dancer from Kyiv, she was saying to me she'd just arrived here today. She said it was kind of like, it felt like a glass of water, where you have a balance of how much you can tolerate of that water until it gets to a certain level, and then it overspills and you have to leave. And she described that the daily bombardments around her neighbourhood outside Kyiv had just reached such a level that she thought today she was going to have to leave. She did. And then just finally, another family that we spoke to, it was a mum with 3 girls, a 13-year-old, an 11-year-old and a 7-year-old. And she said that her husband actually had told her to take their children and leave, saying it was really important to look after the children because they're the future. But she was really distraught to have left her husband behind. He's still working, and she said that he would be helping with the sort of the defence forces. They're from just around a city called Dnipro, which is in the south central part of Ukraine. And this woman
with her 3 children, very upset. She too was waiting to get on a train. She was actually waiting to meet with some family, and then she was going to be travelling over the border too to Poland. So literally every single family, every single person here has been wrenched from their lives. They're all so emotional and frightened about the future, and everybody has a terrible story that's unimaginable to hear, and yet this is what's happening right now in this country. It's awful.
The UK government says that a pop-up visa centre is going to open in Lille, France, for Ukrainian refugees who want to come to Britain. This comes amid the biggest movement of people in Europe since the Second World War. The UN Refugee Agency says that more than 2 million people have now fled the country. Of those, more than 1.2 million have crossed into Poland. Over 190,000 have headed to Hungary, which has changed its earlier hardline policy on accepting refugees. In Slovakia, 140,000 people have now arrived, and more than 80,000 Ukrainian residents are in Moldova, where a similar number are to be found in Romania. It's important to note that huge numbers have already passed through after arriving in these countries. More than 210,000 are now in other European countries, and nearly 100,000 are reported to have left for Russia. Well, let's head now to Westminster and our political correspondent, Kate McCann. And Kate, perhaps you can tell us more about the UK government's action for refugees coming from Ukraine. I understand that there is this pop-up, for want of a better phrase, being set up in Lille in France.
That's right. And you can see just by the sheer numbers you're talking about there, looking at that map, we're talking about millions of people crossing different countries trying to reach safety. And those who have family in the UK have been asked if they would like to apply to come here. But that process is not simple. And part of it means you apply online for a visa, and then you have to go and get your biometrics, your data verified, because the UK government believes those security checks are really important. And actually, a Home Office minister in the Commons earlier on today suggested that they'd already seen people trying to pretend that they were Ukrainian in order to try and get into the country. So they believe the security is essential. But that's what's slowing this down, because to get those checks done, you have to go in person to a visa centre. And there are a couple in Poland. They are already overwhelmed. There are many people in one of those particular visa centres shut out today, hundreds inside without appointments. They have no idea when they will be able to get seen. But in France, there is another visa centre being set up in Lille, because overnight there have been reports of around 600 Ukrainians turning up at Calais trying to get access to the UK that way. They've been sent away from there. My colleague Ashna Hurinag, who is there, is reporting that in Calais there is a desk set up with QR codes for you to scan to get more information, but there's no formal process there. So people will have to go 75 miles to Lille to get their biometric data taken there. Now, we don't have a date for when that centre will be operational. We don't even have a formal address for it yet. And I think that shows you that there is real frustration in the House of Commons around Westminster today from politicians across the board, Conservatives included, about the way the Home Office is running this process. Yes, they accept it's very difficult, things are happening at pace, but there's a frustration that more isn't being done to try and make this system easier so that people who are fleeing with very little, often women and children, can't get the access that they need.
Yesterday, the Home Secretary told the House twice that a visa centre en route to Calais has now been set up, but it still doesn't exist. The Foreign Secretary just said it might be in Lille, over nearly 75 miles from Calais. The Home Office said this morning that no decision had been taken. Well, which is it? Has it? Where is it? Can people get there yet?
Well, this is going to rumble on and on, Kate. I know we will keep viewers updated with the situation, but I want to talk about something that's happening in the House of Commons later. The Ukrainian president addressing Parliament. This is unprecedented. Not even the Queen has made a speech to MPs before.
No, you're right, she hasn't. In fact, everybody who's ever spoken in the House of Commons formally is an MP, so this is a huge departure. The Speaker, Lindsay Hoyle, has set it up, has welcomed it, in fact. And President Zelensky will address MPs at around 5 o'clock today. There have been 2 screens erected and there will be simultaneous translation headsets for MPs. so that they can hear what's going on. There won't be any Q&A, no questions asked during that session, but I don't think it will be very comfortable either for MPs who will be listening to him, because we know from President Zelensky's address earlier on today, he is now very frustrated that there is still no no-fly zone, that the West is not saying that that's something they would support. And in his eyes, there has been a sluggish response, if you like, to calls for more air power, potentially via Poland, if they were willing to hand over some of their planes to be replaced via other countries. It's a complex process. There is lots at play here for lots of different countries. But President Zelensky is essentially saying people on the ground in Ukraine are suffering right now. All these meetings are not producing the answer he wants. And I expect that he will probably tell MPs that later on today. It will be a real moment, and MPs across the House of Commons will be packed into that chamber to listen, as will journalists, and no doubt the public gallery will be full too. So we'll bring you that, of course, later on this afternoon. But the Prime Minister also holding meetings today with other leaders of nations on the humanitarian response and on what more could be done militarily too. Expect to hear more from Defence Secretary Ben Wallace on that particular point tomorrow.
Kate, thank you. Kate McCann with the latest from Westminster. And at 5 o'clock, the Ukrainian president will be addressing the House of Commons, that unprecedented speech. He's going to be delivering it via video link from Kiev. We will bring it to you live right here on Sky News. Sky's Ashna Hernag is in Calais for us today. Many refugees there trying to get to the UK but remain stranded. She has an update from there for us.
I mean, even just to find this particular centre that's been put up, when I say centre, though, that is quite an exaggeration. It is simply a table for people to come and get leaflets and information over the next steps. People are being advised, if they come to Calais, that actually they've got to travel back in the direction they came from. You've got to go to a visa application centre in Brussels or Paris. There is some swirling suggestions that Lille might be a temporary facility that might be put up, but there is no suggestion that Calais is to get any form of application centre for these people that have had such a traumatic journey to get to this point. Now, either these people are wanting to go to the UK to seek sanctuary, or they know someone that lives there. They've got some form of relative, and perhaps they've got some connection, which means that they're able to be fast-tracked for a visa, except there is so much paperwork to do. Now, for any British person, it is complicated, but for people that perhaps have English as a second language, it is even more strenuous and stressful to do. One charity that's helping people here in Calais is Care for Calais. They've got so much experience helping refugees. We spoke to Claire Mosley, the founder of that charity, just an hour ago.
140 people stayed here last night. They confirmed that for me, and I know that some of them have gone to Paris. They're being sent to Paris. Some of them have got interviews there, but a lot of them haven't, and my concern is that there's nobody there to help them, because we turned up here to help them, but there was nobody else. I'm not sure there's anybody in Paris, and if you don't speak English, how are you going to fill in these forms? They're very tired. They've had a very adrenaline-filled few weeks. They are scared for their relatives. A lot of them will have family members who are right now fighting with the Ukraine army.
Yet another hurdle for many of these people to cross. One family that Claire spoke to said that they had just been given radiation sickness tablets because they're from a part of Ukraine which is near the power plant. And if you remember, that came under fire a few days ago. People here have been through so much trauma. They are exhausted. And yet this extra hurdle they're having to cross to finally get to the UK is proving too much for many. But it seems as though, you know, there are about 150 people stuck in that position currently, and that number is only going to grow.
Ashna Hernag from Calais. President Biden is reportedly today set to announce a ban on Russian oil imports. He'll be speaking later this afternoon to announce what the White House is calling actions to hold Russia accountable. Worldwide, the price of oil has reached a 14-year high, and Russia has warned it could cut gas supplies to Europe. Well, our business presenter Ian King is following events for us closely today and joins us now. Ian, bring us up to date with what's been happening so far today and what we might expect from the States later and the effects of that.
Yes, we're expecting an announcement from President Biden at 3:45 our time here in the UK. I think it's largely a symbolic move, to be honest with you. Obviously, the US has been making all the running in terms of introducing sanctions on Russian oil and gas. Unlike the wider sanctions that were introduced on a lot of Russian products and services last week, there's been less unanimity among the international community on this, chiefly because, as you said in the introduction, that European countries are very, very dependent on Russian gas. If you take Germany, for example, very heavily dependent on Russian gas, Europe's largest economy. As a whole, Europe depends on Russia for around 40% of its gas. So that would be where an embargo would really hurt. But it would be a double-edged sword, which is why you've had these comments overnight from Alexandra Novak, the Deputy Prime Minister in Russia, warning of Russia responding in kind and cutting off gas supplies to Europe. Now, as I say, America, it will largely be symbolic. The United States only depends on Russia for around 3% of its overall gas and oil imports. So the measure will not really hit Russia that hard. But it is nonetheless another chink in Russia's armour. It's another attempt to bring down Putin's economy and stymie his war machine. It sent crude oil prices slightly higher over the last hour or so. Brent crude currently trading at around $1.28.96 a barrel. That is up just over 4.5% on today. Meanwhile, Russian gas prices, well, they're pretty much still at elevated levels, certainly compared with prior to the invasion. Now, we've had some very interesting comments, Sarah Jane, during the last hour or so from Jonathan Brearley. He, of course, is the Director General of Ofgem, the energy regulator, chief executive. Let me read you a few of the comments that he's made here. Last autumn underlined the fact that our reliance on gas left us exposed to extreme volatility and extreme prices. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has made that reality even more stark. I've been working in energy and climate change for many years, longer than I care to admit, but I have never seen a situation like this. Indeed, I cannot find a similar situation in our post-war energy history. And Jonathan Brearley goes on to say, while it is too early to predict what the price cap will be in October, a price increase is almost inevitable. Now, bear in mind that the price cap is going up on the 1st of April to £1,971 a year. Well, Jonathan Brearley has just put households on notice that it is likely to rise again in October. So I think that will be of grave concern to UK consumers. But, of course, I think the most interesting thing about that statement is that he says this situation is unparalleled in UK post-war energy history. Now, if you think back to 1973-74, when you had the oil shock caused by OPEC's embargo on supplying Western nations, well, that put the whole of the Western world, the United States, Great Britain, West Germany, as it was in those days, France, Japan, all of them were tipped into recession by that move. And Jonathan Brearley potentially saying this is even more severe. I think that gives you an idea of how critical the situation is right now.
OK, Ian, thank you. Ian King with the latest from the city. Well, as Ian said, President Biden is going to be speaking at 3:45 this afternoon. You can watch his statement live here on Sky News. And coming up after the break, we're going to take a closer look at Russia's movements on the ground in Ukraine. Stay with us for that.
The Ukrainian government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
The wind was like pulling us out of that little room.
Mandatory evacuation, you must leave.
I'm Greg Milam, Sky's US correspondent here in Los Angeles. It is almost impossible to predict where these fires will go next. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. This gives you an idea of the strength of those winds, strong enough to bend and twist metal.
Are you trying to run me over, Sir Philip?
No, go away.
Look like it, sir. Will you respond to those who've made accusations, Sir Philip?
Can you go away?
I've seen the dark side of America. We are standing on the supply line right into the heart of America's opioid crisis. I've seen heartbreaking human stories.
There was a river of blood coming out of the mosque. That's a scene that you don't forget.
Christchurch has been changed forever by what happened here.
Welcome back. We're going to take a closer look now at the strategic situation on the ground in Ukraine. Sky's Anna Jones has the latest.
Russia has offered routes out for civilians from 5 cities in Ukraine: Chernihiv, Kiev, Sumy, Kharkiv and Mariupol. So is it clear where civilians would be evacuated to through these corridors?
So it's clear that the humanitarian drama is one of the defining features of this conflict, with 2 million having left Ukraine so far and the UN talking about maybe 5 million wanting to move. And they're moving on one of 3 options. The first is to move from a city that's being attacked somewhere else in Ukraine, which is at least for now safe from the shelling. But it begs the question as to how tenable that will be in the medium term. The second option, by far the preferred option for many Ukrainians, is to move from the east and centre of Ukraine west into particularly Poland and the European Union, almost 2 million, in fact 2 million so far. And the third option, which Russia has offered, is to move into Belarus or Russia. That's not an attractive offer to many Ukrainians who have been shelled out of their homes by Russians.
Well, yes, and we are getting reports that an evacuation is underway out of Sumy, but to the south and within Ukraine. So that does beg the question of why would you move people inside a country which is under attack?
So they're certainly moving from a place that's not safe now to a place that's safe today. The question is, well, how long is that safe if the Russian advance continues and they merely repeat the tactics later on?
OK, let's take a look then at what's going on in the south of the country now. And we want to focus in on Mariupol up there to the east. Now, this city has been under bombardment for days now, hasn't it, from Russian forces. It is still in Ukrainian control. But are we seeing a change of strategy as far as the Russians are concerned towards civilians in places like Mariupol?
So we may be. The thing that's been clear from the start is Russian forces will come out of Crimea and head east to link Russia to Crimea by land. That fight initially was focused on the Ukrainian military. What we're seeing now are very clear signs of the Russians directing force not at the military, but at the civilian population. So turning off power, water and food supplies, shelling residential areas, and as become very clear in Mariupol, shelling these evacuation routes. This doesn't appear to be an accident. This is about ratcheting up the pressure on the Ukrainian government by directly targeting the civilian population.
So we're going to see more of that, you think?
We should expect to see more of that, yes.
OK, and let's take a look at some of the other port cities as well, because we've got Kherson, which is in Russian hands. We also have Odessa, which is in Ukrainian hands for the time being, but again, Russian forces advancing on Odessa. Why are these port cities so important?
So the assessment remains that Russia would come out of Crimea, turn east to close the coast by connecting to Russia, and go west to Odessa. If they're successful in that and they own all the ports on the Black Sea, they isolate the Ukrainian economy from the sea. And Ukraine exports a great deal of agricultural produce, particularly wheat, and also a lot of things like uranium ore and titanium ore. The Ukrainian economy relies on access to the sea, and Russia, if it heads on this current trajectory, is trying to remove that.
So the south and the ports very important, but also to the north, the capital Kiev, again, crucial here, still under Ukrainian control, but Russian forces are moving in. How vulnerable is Kiev, do you think, today?
So much as we're seeing the key economic attack probably in the south, what we are clearly seeing, and this has been unfolding ever since day one, are Russian forces moving on Kiev as the political centre of gravity. And these advances, as you're indicating here, are about getting around the edge of the city, perhaps trying to encircle it. But it's a city 3 times the size of Manchester, so it's a really big objective. What we're seeing now is fighting on the cities that are outside Kiev and on the outskirts of Kiev. What we should expect to see over the coming days is the sort of tactics we've seen in places like Kharkiv and Sumy beginning to appear on Kiev to put pressure on the government.
And overall, what should we be looking out for in Ukraine over the next few days?
So I think we're going to see 3 things unfold concurrently over the next few days, and they're all about putting pressure on the Ukrainian government. The first is the attempt to complete that movement in the south to disconnect the economy from the sea and to take Odessa. The second is the movement on the government in Kiev. That's some days away now, but that's likely to ratchet up. And the third will be dialing up the pain on the civil population deliberately in order to try and get Kiev to sue for peace.
More coverage of the situation in Ukraine, but before that continues, we'll take a quick look at today's weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The next few days will bring spells of wind and rain, but eastern parts will stay largely fine. The rest of the afternoon will be windy, with gales in the west, locally severe near northwestern coasts. Much of eastern Scotland and central and eastern England will be dry, with the far east holding on to the sunshine. The rest of the United Kingdom will see cloud and outbreaks of rain, but the southwest will turn drier and brighter later. Meanwhile, Ireland can expect a mix of sunny spells and heavy showers. The gales in the west will ease during the evening.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up after the break, as the number of people fleeing Ukraine surges past 2 million, I'm going to be speaking to the Norwegian Refugee Council. You're watching the Sarah Jane Mee Show. The top stories for you this hour. Ukraine says Russia has shelled an evacuation route from the besieged city of Mariupol, breaking an agreement on humanitarian corridors for a fourth successive day. The UK government says a new visa centre is open in Lille, France, with more than 2 million people now having fled Ukraine. The President will address the Commons at 5 p.m. today. The President of Ukraine, the first time a foreign leader has ever been invited to speak in the House. Well, as I said, the UN now confirms that more than 2 million people have fled the war in Ukraine, with 1.2 million crossing the border into Poland. The UK government is setting up a visa centre in Lille, France, following criticism over the number of Ukrainian refugees that have arrived in Britain so far. Well, I'm joined now from Paris by Ole Solvang, the Norwegian Refugee Council's Executive Director of Policy and Partnerships. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon here on Sky News.
Thank you for having me.
So you're coordinating efforts from Paris, but tell me where your operation is working at the moment and where the refugees you are encountering are going.
So the Norwegian Refugee Council, we've been present in Ukraine since 2014. So we now have staff in multiple places across the country. You know, because the ongoing active hostilities there, it is difficult to, at this point, provide humanitarian assistance. But we have been able to resume some of our activities, for example, you know, providing information through our hotlines to people fleeing. But also we're just really gearing up and starting cash distribution to those in need. In addition to that, we have now teams in Poland and Moldova and Romania looking at how we can support the people who are fleeing from Ukraine into the neighboring countries. And there the needs are also great in terms of shelter and in terms of information and in the longer term also education services, etc.
We're seeing so many pictures of refugees crossing borders into countries like Poland. Talk to me about what you do when you first encounter them. Once they've given their details over to the authorities and they step foot across that border, what is their immediate need? How do you spring into action as an organisation?
Well, let me just first also say that, you know, it has been amazing to see how both the local authorities and the national authorities and volunteers have been supporting in these efforts. But as you pointed to, the numbers are, you know, really, really large, the numbers of people coming across. So we see that these systems are becoming overwhelmed. You know, the most important things for people to get their most important needs right away is shelter, to have a place to stay. Many of the people who are coming across do have connections, you know, maybe relatives, etc., and many of them move on. But there are also many that don't have that, and there are some reception centers there. But we need to scale up that and make sure that people do have proper shelter. And then there are basic things like water, food, but also in many cases people need money. They need cash to be able to buy these things and provide for their families in these situations. That's what we're trying to do now, working together with local organizations and other international NGOs in these neighboring countries.
In terms of a longer term view, as you said, that's the immediate necessities of life as a refugee: shelter, water, food. But what happens to them after that in terms of, you talk about the authorities helping? How are they providing accommodation? Is there talk about jobs, or is it very much in flux at the moment because nobody knows how long this conflict is going to go on for? But the general consensus seems to be that it is going to be longer than weeks and months. What is the long-term plan? Is there one in countries, for example, like Poland, that you're operating in?
I think this is what we're trying to put together now and working together with local authorities. As you say, it is very difficult to know how long this situation will last. Our impression is that very many of the people who have fled Ukraine want to go back as soon as it is possible and soon as it is safe, but we don't really know what that is. NRC, the Norwegian Refugee Council, we're trying to help 800,000 people in the next 6 months. The majority of them inside Ukraine, but also many outside of Ukraine. And one of the things that we are looking for, if we're thinking not sort of in the immediate term, but in the medium term, is education. How can we, of those 2 million people who have fled Ukraine at the moment, 1 million are children. And we do want to make sure that those children also are able to continue their education even as they have fled the war for the moment.
There's a lot of talk in the UK at the moment about Ukrainian refugees and how the UK should be treating them, how easy we should make it for them to come to the UK. There's been talk about a sponsorship route for Ukrainian refugees, businesses, charities sponsoring Ukrainian families to come to the UK. Can you compare that idea and put it into terms of telling us how easy that is to set up in terms of other countries like Poland? Are communities getting involved? Are families opening up their home? And how easy is that to do?
I think what we are seeing in Poland and neighboring countries, but also, quite frankly, in many other countries, is that there is a very strong willingness and eagerness to want to help in this situation. And this is an amazing thing to see. And I think the extent to which we are able to facilitate that and help that, I think that's great. The other thing that is of a particular concern for us is that there are safe ways for people to move around, and because there is a tremendous pressure now on the neighboring countries, and these countries are not able to cope with that influx on their own. So it is important that other countries step up and share some of that burden. So any systems that are able to facilitate this in an orderly, safe way, I think is very much welcome.
OK, Ale Solvang from the Norwegian Refugee Council, coordinating efforts from Paris in so many of those countries that are taking in Ukrainian refugees. Thank you so much for your time this afternoon. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now, people have responded in many different ways to the horror unfolding in Ukraine. Record amounts of money have been donated, others choosing to collect aid themselves and get it to the country. That is the case for businessman Paul Devaney and his team of volunteers from Northern Ireland, who have driven over 3,000 miles across Europe to deliver supplies directly to refugees. Our Ireland correspondent Stephen Murphy takes up the story.
An everyday business park in Northern Ireland transformed into an international aid depot. Here in Warrenpoint, County Down, an appeal by businessman Paul Devaney has snowballed.
So this is one of our sorting areas.
Every nook and cranny of Paul's office is jammed. A warehouse has been used as overflow.
Heaven forbid it happened to us and nobody did anything. And that's why I think we need to stand up, make ourselves counted and do something.
Throughout the afternoon, the deliveries just keep coming.
Another van load that's just arrived. This is another van load that's just arrived. Can't turn people away. But it's just not stopping. It's just not stopping. That's the way people's generosity in this area, it's just going to be incredible.
After some frantic packing, 2 vans are loaded up. It's a pre-dawn start south to Dublin Port, where the team catch the ferry to Holyhead in Wales. A 6-hour drive across England to catch the next ferry from Harwich.
We were just up the Kyiv services for coffee just outside Birmingham. That's us back on the road again.
Among the 4-man crew, a Ukrainian now living in Dublin.
My wife's family is in Ukraine, but they're not in Kiev. They are close to Polish border. They, at the moment, are safe, but we never know what's going to happen next.
From England, the team catch a late ferry to Hook of Holland. Into day 2, and an already tired team faces a 14.5-hour drive. First, through the Netherlands.
Driving in Holland on the wrong side of the road.
Then across Germany and into Poland. Finally, they arrive in the city of Kielce. Here, the aid is transferred to Polish volunteers for the final leg into Ukraine. An exhausted team can now start the long haul home. By the time they reach Berlin, their cargo is already in Kiev.
It's absolutely incredible. And for our community, they've done what they've done. We should all be proud. And we should all realise what can be achieved when we all come together.
By the scale of the war's devastation, it may not seem like much. But Paul and his team know they've done everything they can. Stephen Murphy, Sky News.
And I'm going to be speaking to the former Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow, in a few moments' time. He has just been found to be a serial bully and a serial liar, according to a bullying inquiry. We'll get his response after this short break.
We take you to the heart of the stories that shape our world. If there is a bigger explosion, this area would be in the danger zone. These traffic jams snake for hours up and down this hillside. It means pressures aid can't access those in need. You can see the depth of the water. If you have a look in front of us, there are people wading through it. I think experiencing the 2 million person march in Hong Kong, that was a moment.
I don't like the Chinese government. It's cruel.
It was real people power in action.
Police have been firing tear gas and rubber bullets.
See fires all around us here, and just one of them is the size of around 31,000 football pitches. Siobhan Robbins, Sky News, Bangkok.
I'm Becky Johnson, a Sky News Midlands correspondent based here in Birmingham. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news.
Welcome back to Sky News. A busy afternoon ahead. We are due to be hearing from the UK government about its plans to reduce reliance on Russian oil and gas. We're expecting that at around 4 o'clock this afternoon. Around the same time, scheduled for 3:45 UK time, we're expecting to hear from President Biden at the White House on the same topic. It's expected that the United States will ban the import of Russian oil and gas. The UK and the United States, of course, less reliant on Russian oil and gas than the rest of Europe. And of course, then at 5 o'clock, we have the Ukrainian President Zelensky addressing the House of Commons, a place that my next guest was very familiar with. He was a former Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow, and today he has been found guilty of bullying House of Commons staff. The report into his conduct was undertaken by an independent panel, and it described him as a serial bully and a serial liar. He has now been banned from holding a parliamentary pass for life. And Sky News understands this afternoon that he's been suspended from the Labour Party pending an investigation. Let's speak to Mr Bercow now to get his reaction. Mr Bercow, from the start, you have denied any of the claims made against you. Given the report's findings today that you're a serial liar and a serial bully, are you reflecting differently on the actions that you took while in the House of Commons?
Thank you, Sarah Jane. No, I'm not reflecting differently on them at all. I regard it as a kangaroo court. The process has been protracted, Kafkaesque, and completely unjust. As far as I'm concerned, I have told the truth from the start of the investigation to its finish. I'm very sorry that in pursuit of headlines in a very chock-a-block media environment, the independent expert panel has chosen to use language that is unlawyerly, which is intemperate, and which is hyperbolic. I accept that they have a right to make a decision, but I am not obliged to accept that its decision is right. It isn't, and I don't.
Mr Bercow, we do interrupt our continuing coverage of Ukraine because this is important. Standards in public life are being talked about a lot, given what's going on in the current government. Obviously, events in Ukraine are overshadowing that, but we're revisiting it because of the Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme's findings. You call it a kangaroo court, but this is a committee that was chaired by a former Lord Justice of Appeal and chairman of the bar. It also gathered evidence that would have been the same evidence gathered in civil law. And this was a scheme set up to clean up standards in public life, to hold public figures like yourself to account. So for you to call it a kangaroo court today undermines all the work that's being done in politics to try and right itself.
No, I don't accept that at all. I think we need to be absolutely clear. The so-called independent expert panel wasn't studying the cases. It was the sanctions body and, if you like, the body to which one could appeal. Huge swathes of evidence were ignored by that panel. Hearsay was preferred over the testimony of people.
It wasn't hearsay, it was following processes and standard proof required by civil law. Everyone involved, and everyone involved, including yourself, had access to legal advice. Just looking at some of the findings of the report, some of the complaints were supported by the evidence of notebook entries and to a significant extent by other witnesses. However, John Bercow tried to refute the content of the notes. He was not able to do so. The evidence from them is compelling, and therefore the report was bound to conclude that the respondent has lied extensively to try and avoid the thrust of these allegations.
No, well, you're just reading from the report, which, of course, Sarah Jane, you're absolutely entitled to do. But what I'm saying to you, yes, and if you'd be kind enough to allow me to reply, I will. Thank you. The answer is that I don't accept any of that. I feel like we're getting into passive-aggressive territory here, which I don't want to, so please continue. No, we're not getting into any... No, we're not getting into any passive-aggressive territory as far as I'm concerned. What I would say to you is very simply this. Hearsay, that is to say the testimony of people who were not present, was preferred over the testimony of people present. An allegation was made, for example, that I threw a phone.
You're calling it hearsay.
And the fact... I'm sorry... You can't be a witness to something which you didn't attend. And when witnesses present said, no, I do not accept that allegation, that did not happen, the investigators chose instead to accept testimony from people who had heard second or third hand.
OK, I'll bring in some testimony from someone who was there, one of those who accused you of bullying. And they said there was talk of, there was shouting, fist shaking and throwing things. It details an incident where a mobile phone was thrown while John Bercow was standing over me and it burst into hundreds of bits. I could feel them hitting me. It was the most violent, extraordinary display of temper. That's not hearsay, that's direct evidence from somebody involved. Do you feel that your language or actions were appropriate in your, as it's described in the report, your extraordinary position of power?
Forgive me, Sarah Jane, you're just repeating an allegation with which I had already dealt, but I'm very happy to address it. Yes, a complainant claims that I threw a phone. When the witness who was allegedly brought in to pick up the pieces was asked about it, that witness did not, repeat, not corroborate the allegation. There was a second allegation that I had thrown a phone, and in that respect, the person with whom I'd been in a meeting was asked for his testimony, and he said categorically, in terms unmistakable, that I had not done so. So I stand by my point that the people who were supposedly witnesses at the event said, no, this did not happen.
There were 21
but the decision-makers have chosen to conclude that it did.
21 complaints
No,
upheld.
because I... Thank you, Sarah. Sarah Jane, thank you very much indeed for the question. But the answer is no, and I'll tell you why. Because I don't believe in faux apologies. This is a flawed process. It's chronically unjust. It appertains to matters up to 12.5 years ago. From next month, as I'm sure your viewers will want to know, the bullying process, the investigative process, will apply only to matters reported that occurred within 12 months.
Okay.
So 12 months from April, but I'm being judged against 12 years. The evidence is poor.
Set up at that time. We keep hearing that Parliament doesn't have an HR department, it doesn't have the due process for complaints to be made. When that scheme was introduced, they then came forward. But let me just put this to you. Is there a chance that perhaps you bullied people without realising? Because a lot of the time, bullies don't realise they're bullying.
That is certainly the case, but the fact is, no, I don't accept that, because there are two criteria, Sarah Jane, in the assessment of bullying: whether somebody felt bullied and whether he or she was reasonably justified in feeling bullied. Now, people can say what they will about how they felt, but in terms of an objective assessment of the evidence, there is no reasonable basis for concluding that I bullied anyone. I repeat that I do not believe there's any serious evidence. And let me put it to you like this: there is no video evidence, there is no audio evidence, there is no email evidence, there is no text evidence, there is hearsay evidence preferred over people.
Do you plan to appeal, and is it right that you've been suspended from the Labour Party today?
I'm not going to get into the matter of the Labour Party. That's a decision for them, which I'm happy to respect and with which I'm not going to argue. On the matter of appeal, that matter has already been dealt with by the process, of which I think you are aware.
OK, John Burko, thank you for your time. It's 3 o'clock. You're watching the Sarah Jane Mee Show. Coming up, Ukraine says Russia has shelled an evacuation route from the besieged city of Mariupol, breaking an agreement to establish safe humanitarian corridors for a fourth successive day. More than 2 million have now fled Ukraine as the UK government confirms there will be a pop-up visa centre in Lille.
There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge.
Ukraine's President Zelensky will address the House of Commons this afternoon as he reveals the horrors of war in his country.
In Mariupol, first time since Nazi invasion, a child has died because of dehydration.
Reports President Biden is set to ban Russian oil imports as Putin threatens to turn off European gas supplies. And Boris Johnson meets Central European leaders to discuss the war and the growing refugee crisis. Ukraine says Russian forces have shelled an evacuation route being used by civilians to get out of the southern city of Mariupol. It is the fourth successive day that humanitarian corridors have reportedly been targeted. This afternoon, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will address MPs in the first ever address to the House of Commons by a foreign leader. We'll bring that to you live here on Sky News at 5 o'clock. Meanwhile, a refugee centre is to open in Lille, France. This is after the government's resettlement policy was branded cruel and chaotic. Sky correspondent Tom Parmenter has the story of today so far.
How do you even start to rebuild when the trauma just keeps coming? Last night they picked through yet more rubble in the eastern city of Sumy. Somehow, one woman survived. Nobody here is giving up. Across Ukraine, there are people cowering from the Russian onslaught, unable to flee, stuck in this. In the southern city of Kherson, the Russian military are in control. The Ukrainians who are left here are simply trying to survive.
We are blocked in the city. We can't go anywhere. We can go even to the Poland or in any other more safer city. We have electricity and water, but as for the food and medicines, we don't have enough. Yeah, so each day we have less and less. They are just shooting to the cars, to the people. We can't go anywhere.
Mariupol is another southern city surrounded. Water, food and the power cut off. These people made it to the relative safety of Donetsk, 2 hours to the north.
We were shelled. The house is destroyed. Husband is dead. They couldn't get his body out for 3 days. When we were evacuated, it took 3 days. The lads that led us out promised to bury him and would later tell me where. My child is on the other side of the city. I know nothing about her. Is she even alive?
With the water cut off in Mariupol, the Ukrainian president says a child has died there due to dehydration. It is desperate.
We heard a lot of promises, in particular about humanitarian corridors for our people in Mariupol, but all those humanitarian corridor arrangements did not work. We don't have any more time to wait. People in Mariupol have no time to wait. The occupiers want us to die. We don't want our people to die.
The road out of the eastern city of Sumy has opened up for some, but condemnation of Russia grows by the day. Inside the Kremlin, President Putin knows that sanctions are biting at home, and he needs his people on side.
I'd like to address the mothers, wives, sisters, brides and girlfriends of our soldiers and officers who are in battle now to defend Russia as part of the special military operation. I know how worried you are for your loved ones. You can be proud of them, just as the whole country is proud and feels for them.
2 million people have now left Ukraine. This is what war in Europe looks like. The turmoil is immense. It's only 13 days since Russia invaded. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
Well, let's take a look at the latest on the ground in Ukraine. The country says the Russian advance has slowed, But heavy missile and artillery strikes continue on city centres and civilian infrastructure. The suburbs of the capital and several cities across the centre and east of the country continue to be targeted. The deputy mayor of Izium has reported the destruction today of the town's hospital. He says it was deliberately targeted by the Russians and that patients had to dig themselves out of the rubble. There is no word as yet on casualties. And in Sumy, local authorities are reporting at least 21 civilians, including 2 children, were killed in an airstrike on a residential street last night. Russia promised a ceasefire from this morning to allow civilians to head to safety from these 5 cities, which include Sumy. Local officials there reporting that the ceasefire has largely held and that hundreds of civilians have been evacuated towards Poltava, which is in the centre of the country. And hundreds of Ukrainians have been streaming out of Irpin, a town that is near the capital, to get away from the advancing Russian forces, which appear to be headed for Kiev. Our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, is there and has the latest.
This is an absolutely desperate scene. You can see people who are elderly, who are frail, who are unable to cross themselves, having to be carried over this tiny little plank. There's a real urgency here amongst the soldiers and those who are trying to get them over because they don't know how long this lull in the fighting is going to continue. We've heard a bit of shelling, but it's mostly coming from this side, and there's clearly a huge number of people waiting, still anxious to get over. We understand from the Ukrainian officials that there are about 4,000 people or so trapped, not just in Irpin, but coming from Bucha and Hostomel. So there's a real frantic urgency about trying to get them over and out of this area, which has come under attack several times over the last few days. The incredible scene. There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge, and do it slowly because you can't have too many people on that bridge at one time or else it will just snap, and they're trying to do this quickly before the firing starts again.
Well, today the UK government says that a pop-up visa centre is opening in Lille, France, for Ukrainian refugees who want to come to Britain. This comes amid the biggest movement of people in Europe since the Second World War. The UN Refugee Agency says that more than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Of those, more than 1.2 million have crossed into Poland. We understand over 190,000 have headed to Hungary, which changed its earlier hard-line policy on accepting refugees. 140,000 people have crossed into Slovakia. More than 80,000 are now in Moldova, and there is a similar number in Romania. It is important to note that huge numbers have already passed through after arriving in these countries. More than 210,000 are now believed to be in other European countries, and nearly 100,000 people are reported to have left Ukraine for Russia. Well, we can head now to Westminster and our political correspondent, Kate McCann, because I want to talk more, Kate, about this pop-up centre in Lille, France, for any Ukrainian refugees that may want to come to the UK. What do we know about what's happening in Lille?
Well, right now, Sarah Jane, we don't have a formal date for when that centre will be open and up and running in Lille, and I can't give you an exact address for it either because the Home Office is still working out the details. The understanding is that they didn't want to give people full information about where to go in Lille in case everybody flooded there when there just wasn't anything ready, there was no infrastructure yet. There have been, though, demands on the Home Office today from MPs across the House of Commons to get their act together, and in some cases, Conservative MPs actually calling on ministers in the Commons to get a grip of the situation, saying it's not good enough to come before the House and say that things are being done when on the ground the reality is lots of very, very desperate people just don't know where to go. And the fact that we've seen reports over the last couple of days that 600 people turned up in Calais hoping to be able to get to the UK via that route, finding that there is just a desk there, a couple of people redirecting them to other visa application centres so they can get their biometric data done. That step is not going to change. The UK government is insistent that some kind of security measure is really important, that Ukrainians who have family members here in the UK will have to verify who they are somehow. Now, the Home Office says that they are willing to look over certain applications if people, for example, have lost their documentation, their passports or their ID cards. That's understandable in the circumstances, but they believe that it's important to have these checks. And the Home Office Minister actually stood up in the Commons and said they've already had people claiming to be Ukrainian nationals to try and get access to the UK, when in fact they are not at all. So those security features will stay. It's different to the EU, of course, because the Ukrainian nationals have had access to the EU visa-free since 2017 for around 90 days. So slightly different arrangement there already. But there are now calls for this process to be sped up. As you said, Lille will be up and running, we hope, in the next couple of days. But there is enormous pressure still now on those visa centres in Poland, where some people are saying the process for booking those appointments is just not working at all, and hundreds of people are not able to get access. Labour is really pushing the government on this. Here's the Shadow Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper.
Yesterday, the Home Secretary told the House twice that a visa centre en route to Calais has now been set up, but it still doesn't exist. The Foreign Secretary just said it might be in Lille, over nearly 75 miles from Calais. The Home Office said this morning that no decision had been taken. Well, which is it? Has it? Where is it? Can people get there yet?
And Kate, I want to talk about something that's happening in the House of Commons later, the Ukrainian president addressing MPs, and this is historic, unprecedented. Not even the Queen gets to address the House of Commons.
No, you're right. This will be a real moment, and we expect the Commons will be absolutely ram-packed. All MPs who are available will be there to watch President Zelensky give that address, but it probably will not be comfortable viewing for them. And some would say it shouldn't be. There are some concerns from the Ukrainian government side about how far the West is willing to go. They're still pushing for a no-fly zone, something Boris Johnson has ruled out and doesn't intend to change his mind on. But more could well be done on the humanitarian side and on the military side too. Expect to hear more from the Defence Secretary Ben Wallace on that tomorrow. But there are still questions about whether the UK could go further on sanctions, potentially on Russian oil and gas and on the banking system. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for more on that too this afternoon. But that address will happen in the Commons at 5 o'clock.
Kate, thank you very much. More from Kate McCann throughout the afternoon. As we mentioned, at 5 o'clock, the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, will be addressing the House of Commons. It's going to happen via video link. We'll bring it to you live here on Sky News. We can get more now on the refugee crisis, and we can head live to Calais. Sky's Ashna Huranaga. Ashna was just talking with Kate McCann there about this pop-up centre being set up by the UK government in Lille, France. How far is that from Calais, and logistically, what kind of journey will refugees then have to make from Calais?
I mean, that's at least another couple of hours, Sarah Jane. The main thing, though, to emphasise for people who have travelled to Calais after making such a treacherous journey from Ukraine is that there is no visa processing application centre based here, despite some rumours yesterday swirling in the community that perhaps there was going to be some sort of pop-up facility for people to go to give over their biometric data, fill in all of that paperwork, and then begin their visa application process, only to find that no, that is not indeed the case. Instead, there are signs up in some hotels saying that people should go to visa application centres in Brussels or even to Paris. These are people that have travelled hours, days to get to this point, and they think, well, I can see, 22 miles across the channel, I can see the coast of the UK, but why can't I get there? And that's an issue that the charity Care for Calais has been addressing today with people who are currently stuck in Calais.
140 people stayed here last night. They confirmed that for me, and I know that some of them have gone to Paris. They're being sent to Paris. Some of them have got interviews there, but a lot of them haven't, and my concern is that there's nobody there to help them, because we turned up here to help them, but there was nobody else. I'm not sure there's anybody in Paris, and if you don't speak English, how are you going to fill in these forms? They're very tired. They've had a very adrenaline-filled few weeks. They are scared for their relatives. A lot of them will have family members who are right now fighting with the Ukraine army.
The majority of people that we have seen going in and out of one particular hotel, the one that Claire Mosley referenced there, the one that's housing 140 people, it's majority women and children that are inside. Of course, we know that the men and many of the men in their families will still be in Ukraine fighting for their country. The process now is laborious, it's complicated. If you don't have a car here, if you don't have any form of transport, obviously getting to Brussels or Paris is complicated. And now with the new suggestion of Lille, that doesn't seem to fix many of these people's problems. It is worth saying that there is a border force presence here, Sarah Jane. There is a local Port of Calais building, and inside it we saw and met with a couple of border force officials there. People, they say, can come to them, but all they're able to offer is advice. The other problem is it's about 4.5 miles down the road, and obviously, as I say, if you've got no means of getting there, that becomes incredibly difficult, and all they're offering is advice and urging people on what websites to go to access those visa application forms. It is complicated and yet another headache for these people who are desperate for some form of safe sanctuary.
Ashna, thank you. Ashna Herlag with the latest there from Calais. Now, President Biden is reportedly set to announce a ban on Russian oil imports today. He's going to be speaking later this afternoon to announce what the White House is calling actions to hold Russia accountable. Our business presenter Ian King joins us now. And Ian, we've had a similar announcement from the UK government that they're going to make some kind of statement about Russian oil and gas. It seems like a coordinated effort to really squeeze this Russian market and ramp up the pressure on Vladimir Putin.
Well, it does, but bear in mind that neither the UK or the United States are particularly big buyers of Russian oil and gas. For the United States, for example, it's only about 3% of their daily consumption. It's a similar number for the UK. We both of us get more of our energy from elsewhere around the world, including domestically generated. So it's not going to make that much of a difference, I think. It'll make a difference at the margins, but I think this is a largely symbolic move to highlight the anger of the UK and the US at what Vladimir Putin has done. A couple of points to make also. We don't actually know the nature of what is going to be announced either by the White House or by Number 10. For example, with the White House, it imports something like 6 million barrels a day of crude from Russia. But if it was to include refined products such as kerosene, gasoline, naphtha, and so forth, well, that would potentially double the amount of oil that it was no longer buying from the Russians. So, as I say, we need to know whether it's just crude or whether it's refined products as well. And that also applies to the United Kingdom. The really big move, to be honest, would be if the European Union was to act in tandem with the UK and the US. That doesn't seem particularly likely because Russia supplies around 40% of European gas, and that would just be too much for the Europeans to try and find from elsewhere in the market. The market is very, very tight right now. If you took Russian supplies out of it, then there'd be a shortfall of several million barrels a day, which could not be made up from elsewhere. The OPEC nations are not capable of making good that shortfall. And neither, of course, with the oil majors themselves, because bear in mind that since the oil price crashed at the outset of the pandemic and pushed all the oil majors into the red, well, they've been far more careful about their capital expenditure, and they're more focused right now on trying to get more oil out of existing reserves rather than trying to develop new sites. So I don't think you can expect the likes of ExxonMobil, BP and Shell to ride to the rescue either. There is nowhere else to make up for this Russian shortfall. And for that very reason, the EU is very, very reluctant to pull the plug on Russian gas. Annalisa Baerbock, the German foreign minister, actually said yesterday, there's no point in us imposing sanctions on Russia if we have to unwind them in 3 weeks' time because Germany is running short of electricity. And bear in mind, the German economy in particular is very, very dependent. It's very heavily reliant on heavy industry, a lot of energy intensive users. So Germany really very reluctant to go down that route.
OK, Ian, thank you. Ian King with the latest from the city. As I said, those announcements from Washington and London expected later on this afternoon. We can head to Washington now. Our correspondent Sally Lockwood is standing by. Ian King was just putting that into a global perspective for us. Any decisions that the US administration would take with reference to its Russian oil and gas supplies. But as he pointed out, it probably wouldn't affect America as much as it would Europe.
Yeah, that's right. America has been in discussion with its European allies for several days now about potentially making this move and banning the import of Russian energy. But of course, America is far less reliant on Russian oil and gas than Europe. So it does look like this is a decision that America is set to announce that it will be making unilaterally without Europe. It has been in discussion. For instance, President Biden was on a video call yesterday with Boris Johnson, with the German Chancellor, and it's thought that this certainly was on the agenda, this decision to ban the import of Russian energy, the one weapon that the West hasn't yet used when it comes to sanctions. And it's little surprise why. Of course, European economies are heavily reliant on running their businesses, running their factories, fueling their homes on Russian oil and gas. Around 40% of Europe's gas comes from Russia. But here in America, only around 80% of its petroleum products are imported from Russia. And that's something that America is confident it can probably backfill here itself. But the concern is that this is merely more a political gesture more than anything else, rather than it doing actual real harm to the Kremlin, because, of course, the Kremlin will probably be able to find another buyer for that oil. That said, if you look at the amount that the Kremlin makes from oil and gas exports, it makes up nearly 40% of the Kremlin's budget. So for as long as the West is buying oil and gas from Russia, it's continuing to fund Vladimir Putin's war chest, if you like. And if you look at the figures, in Europe, according to a Brussels-based think tank, EU countries pay around €1 billion a day to Moscow for its oil and gas supplies. A much more complicated picture for Europe, but certainly something that the US is in a stronger position to do. They have less energy dependency on Russia than Europe, and that's something we're expecting President Biden to announce at the White House very shortly before he then flies to Texas. One other thing to mention to you, there's a US Intelligence Committee hearing at the Congress today. It's just kicked off already, and they will be discussing national security threats to America with this issue of Ukraine and Russia front and centre. We'll get you more on that as we hear it.
OK, Sally, thank you. Sally Lockwood there with the latest from Washington. President Biden due to speak later this hour. We'll bring that statement to you live. It comes as US gas prices at the pump hit an all-time high, $4.17 a gallon. We'll bring you more on that later. Some breaking sports news now, and the Premier League and its clubs have unanimously agreed to suspend their agreement with their Russian broadcast partner. The partner is called Rambler Oko Sport. They are terminating that agreement with immediate effect and are donating £1 million to support the people of Ukraine. So that is an announcement from the Premier League and its clubs. They are suspending their agreement with their Russian broadcast partner. According to Associated Press, a decision is yet to be taken on next season's broadcast deal. A broadcaster owned by state energy giant Gazprom. That deal is very much still on the table, but a decision yet to be taken. You're watching Sky News. Coming up, we're going to take a closer look at Russia's movements on the ground in Ukraine.
The Ukrainian government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
The wind was like pulling us out of that little room.
Mandatory evacuation, you must leave!
I'm Greg Milam, Sky's US correspondent here in Los Angeles. It is almost impossible to predict where these fires will go next. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. This gives you an idea of the strength of those winds, strong enough to bend and twist metal. You trying to run me over, Sir Philip?
No, go away.
Look like it, sir. Will you respond to those who made accusations, Sir Philip?
Can you go away?
I've seen the dark side of America. We are standing on the supply line right into the heart of America's opioid crisis. I've seen heartbreaking human stories.
There was a river of blood coming out of the mosque. That's a scene that you don't forget.
Christchurch has been changed forever by what happened here.
Welcome back. Time now to take a closer look at the strategic situation as it stands on the ground in Ukraine. Sky's Anna Jones is standing by.
Thanks very much indeed. And here with me is General Sir Richard Barrons to talk about what's going on the ground. And first of all, a lot of talk today about the humanitarian routes that Russia is proposing to get civilians out of Ukraine. 5 cities have been highlighted by the Russians with proposed routes. So what do we know about where civilians would be taken to should they follow those routes?
So we're talking big numbers. We know that 2 million people have left Ukraine so far, and the UN estimating maybe 5 million will move. And they essentially have 3 options. One option, the preferred one, is to move towards the European Union. So the European Union's got to gear up for dealing with potentially 5 million people. The second option, offered by Russia, is to move away from the areas of fighting into Belarus and Russia. That's not popular with people who've been shelled by Russian artillery. And the third option is to move away from the fighting but stay in Ukraine. For example, in Sumy today, we have seen a successful evacuation, including, we think, of 1,000 foreign students. The problem with the internal evacuation is they may go to somewhere that's safe today, but will it be safe tomorrow?
Well, that's right. And let's take a look at the south of the country now, and particularly at Mariupol there in the east, because this is a city that's still under Ukrainian control, and yet it's been under bombardment for several days. And we learned today, reports from the Ukrainians, that one of those evacuation routes out of Mariupol has come under attack from the Russians. So are we seeing a change in tactics as far as civilians are concerned by the Russians?
So I think we should be absolutely clear. There's an element of a shift in Russian strategy away from focusing just on the government and the military to dialing up the pressure directly on the civil population. And we saw this in Mariupol with the cutting of power and water and food supplies, then the shelling of residential areas, and now the shelling of people who are evacuating as Russia breaches the ceasefire arrangements. We should be in no doubt that this is deliberate. It's about ratcheting up the pressure on the Ukrainian government.
And what about, if we look at the north and Kiev, the capital, of course, to what extent are Russian forces making advances on the capital, and could an attack on the centre be imminent?
So we've always known Kiev would be a principal objective of the Russian assault from the north, and we're seeing forces advancing from the northeast and the northwest, including the much-discussed convoy, which is providing combat power and logistics for this, although it hasn't gone particularly well. What we are now clearly seeing are Russian forces moving down the east and the west of Kiev, and we should imagine that they're then setting the conditions for the sort of fight in Kiev that we've seen in other cities, but on a much bigger scale.
Well, yes, and let's take a look at a close-up map of the city of Kiev. So we've got the prospect of Russian forces coming in from all angles, but how hard is it to take on a city as big as Kiev?
So this is a much bigger prospect. This is a city 3 times the size of Manchester, that home originally to 2.8 million people, and we'd expect the Russian forces to come in on a number of the main roads, and their objective is probably the centre, the Parliament building, where the heart of the government is. But to get from the outskirts of the city to the interior, if they have to fight for it, and they will be a really, really tough fight. It's obviously a bigger prospect. It's a major built-up city. The Ukrainian military will be very well prepared, and the civil population that are still there will resist it. So to get from there to the centre will require an awful lot of destruction and an awful lot of death of the civil population. They will effectively be destroying the city they're claiming to liberate.
General Sir Richard Barrons, thank you very much.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The weather now, let's take a look. The next few days bringing spells of wind and rain, but many eastern parts are going to be dry. For now, eastern Britain and the south of Ireland will be fine to end the afternoon, but elsewhere there will be showers or longer spells of rain. It's going to be windy as well, but the gales in the west will begin to ease. Showery rain will spread across the rest of Britain overnight, but it won't amount to much. Then most places look dry, but Western Ireland and the Hebrides will turn wet later. That wind is going to pick up again. Heavy rain will spread across Ireland, Northern Ireland and Western Scotland tomorrow morning, with snow on some of the hills.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Breaking news, and we understand that the Duke of York has paid his financial settlement to his accuser, Virginia Giuffre. Stipulation of dismissal court documents were filed on Monday, calling for the civil sexual assault action to be dismissed. The joint order added that each party would pay their own costs and fees. So that is Prince Andrew, the Duke of York, paying his financial settlement to his accuser, Virginia Giuffre. The settlement, the financial settlement, undisclosed. That is the breaking news. More on that as and when we get it. You're watching the Sarah Jane Mee Show here on Sky News. Coming up after the break, as Ukraine's president prepares to make an unprecedented address to the House of Commons, I'm going to be speaking to one of the MPs who will be there. Watching Sky News, the top stories for you this hour. Ukraine says Russia has shelled an evacuation route from the besieged city of Mariupol, breaking an agreement on humanitarian corridors for a fourth successive day. The UK government says a new visa centre is going to be opened in Lille in France, with more than 2 million people now having fled Ukraine. And an historic address in the House of Commons at 5 o'clock today. The Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will be addressing the Commons, the first time a foreign leader has ever been invited to speak to the House. That is coming up at 5 o'clock live here on Sky News. Well, that is happening in the Commons this afternoon. We're going to speak to someone who is going to be there now. Liam Byrne, a Labour member of the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, who joins me now ahead of this unprecedented address. Mr. Byrne, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. Why is it so important to hear from the Ukrainian president in the House of Commons today?
I think for two reasons. One, it's essential that the kind of moral case that President Zelensky has set out is heard loud and clear here in the Mother of Parliaments. And I think second, just given the fluidity of the situation at the moment, given the challenges that we've got with fake news online, this kind of flood of open source intelligence, it's just essential that we hear from the horse's mouth, if you like, what is going on the front line, and crucially, what the Ukrainian people need in order to fight back.
The Ukrainian president has been very open about what war is doing to his country. You can expect to hear the harsh reality of it in the House of Commons today, which will be, I'm sure, a pin drop moment for everybody in there. But he's also been very open about the big calls he wants Western countries, Western leaders to make. And one of those is a no-fly zone. How is that going to be received in the House of Commons? Because that is something the Prime Minister Boris Johnson has said he cannot agree to because of the repercussions for the UK.
It is really challenging. I've just stepped out of the committee where we've heard directly from the Ukrainian Foreign Affairs Committee, MPs. Some of them are talking to us from basements, some are in cars, some are fleeing, some are in safe places. And that is the message that they've given us too. It is a challenge because you can't operate a no-fly zone if you haven't suppressed your enemy's air defences. And the Russian S-300 and S-400 long-range air defences are based in Russia. Second, there are obviously significant long fires coming into the Ukraine from long-range artillery and from cruise missiles, again, fired from outside Ukraine. So at the moment, we just can't see how a no-fly can be enforced. But there are other things that we can do. So making sure that we step up the supply of lethal and defensive weapons, whether that means some kind of lend-lease agreement or whether it just means stepping up our aid, making sure that NATO allies around Ukraine, like Poland, like Romania, who are potentially able to supply MiGs or Su aircraft, which we then backbill through other NATO assets. There are ways in which we can provide and strengthen air defence in the Ukraine through the hard supplies of weaponry that we can offer.
So you would support more military aid for Ukraine, but Labour wouldn't support a no-fly zone. I get the practicalities that you have explained to myself and the viewers. We understand that, but President Zelensky is still going to call for that probably in the House of Commons today. Symbolically, you know, as you said, him speaking in the House of Commons, it says so much for the Western support of Ukraine. Would the same symbolism not come from a no-fly zone? As I said, we understand the practicalities that you've just explained, but the symbolism of the UK saying that they would enforce a no-fly zone, is that something Labour would support?
Well, I don't speak for the Labour front bench. I speak for me, and I have to say, you know, as somebody whose family has served in the Royal Air Force for a couple of generations, we don't sacrifice pilots to symbolism. We put pilots in the sky to enforce a no-fly zone where we know that they can do their job. And at the moment, when you've got long-range air defence that is based in Russia, it's hard to see how you can suppress air defences in a way that allow you to operate a no-fly zone. What has got to come out of the next kind of, well, out of President Zelensky's address, and I think in the debate that we have over the next few days, is a much bolder strategy for recontaining Russia. That means radically strengthening the NATO front line. That means resupplying Ukrainian forces so that they're much better able to operate their own no-fly zone through things like Stinger missiles, through potentially supplying fast jets too. And then crucially, we have got to step up the repression of the Russian economy to punish President Putin for the steps that he has taken. We've just heard evidence that says, look, if you think about the UK sanctions on Iran as kind of 10 out of 10, at the moment, we're maybe operating sanctions on Russia that are maybe 5 to 6 out of 10, crucially because the West is still buying oil from Russia. So there's still a lot that we need to do across the piece to recontain Russia and the kind of aggression we've seen from Putin.
Yeah, it's a difficult balancing act, isn't it, for the government? We are expecting to hear from the UK government and the United States government about banning the imports, potentially, of Russian oil and gas. And people will say it's easy for the US and the UK to announce that because there's not that much reliance on oil and gas for Russia. It's up to Europe to do more, to really have that pull a punch. But it is a balancing act for the UK government in terms of punishing Russia, but also protecting UK interests, because it is the voters in this country who are going to feel the squeeze significantly of any harder push from the government.
Yeah, but it's very hard to placate a crocodile. And, you know, what we have learned now from Putin's pattern of behavior since 2012 is that he is aggressive, he threatens his neighbors, and he miscalculates time and time again. And when you have got a president that has got the biggest nuclear arsenal in the world, that pattern of behavior is not acceptable. So I'm afraid, you know, there comes a time in history where you have just got to draw your lines in red. And Putin has crossed the red line here and has got to face the consequences of that. Now, we don't want a direct conflict between the UK or NATO and Russia. That's why we operated a strategy of what was called containment of Russia for much of the Cold War. We tried to integrate Russia into the global community after 1989. That strategy has failed now. It was well-intentioned, but it's failed. And that's why we now need a strategy for recontaining Putin and Russia as fast and as comprehensive as possible.
And just a final question, Mr. Byrne, if I may, about the humanitarian crisis unfolding. With your place on the Foreign Select Committee, what more can the UK be doing? That is the question we've been asking over recent days in terms of visas for refugees. We understand that the government is putting a pop-up centre up in Lille, France, so refugees who want to come to the UK will have to travel another couple of hours from Calais to Lille. It's not even manned yet, that we know. We haven't even got an official address for it. You're shaking your head. How can the wheels move quicker?
It is absolutely shameful what our government has done. When you have seen what the incredible government of Poland and the families of Poland are doing to welcome what is pretty much the biggest refugee exodus. And, you know, if you spend time in refugee camps, as I have, what strikes you first is that refugee camps are full of children. Because, you know, as parents, what you try and do is you try and make damn sure your kids are safe before you do anything else. And when you look at the refugees that are, you know, desperately trying to escape from a terrible war zone where literally Putin is shelling families in streets, it is simply disgraceful that we have not got our act together to help welcome children and mums and parents in the way that Ukraine's neighbours have. We should have anticipated this and we should have been ready to go. And frankly, the disorganisation and mismanagement of our welcome for Ukrainian refugees is a shameful, shameful episode in the conduct of this government.
It's shameful. What would your message to the Home Secretary be? You're seeing evidence as part of the Foreign Select Committee. She will be seeing the same evidence of what's unfolding. What would you say to Priti Patel?
Get your act together quickly and step up to what history now demands our country does. It's as simple as that.
Liam Byrne, really good to talk to you, Labour MP. As I said, part of the Foreign Select Committee who are in session this afternoon, so we really appreciate your time. Thank you. As we mentioned there at the start of that interview at 5 o'clock, an unprecedented moment in the House of Commons. You can watch it right here on Sky News. The Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, will be addressing the House of Commons via video link from Ukraine. Not even the Queen has addressed MPs in the House of Commons. We'll bring it to you live here on Sky News. As Liam Byrne, the Labour MP, was saying, it will be a big moment to witness. Coming up within the next few minutes, we think, President Biden expected to announce a ban on Russian oil. He'll be speaking from the White House in the next few moments. While we wait for President Biden, we can head to Washington and speak to our correspondent, Sally Lockwood, who is standing by, because there does seem to be some coordination between the UK, the United States and a number of other countries in terms of putting the squeeze on Russia when it comes to oil and gas.
Yeah, certainly it has been in discussion between the White House and European partners in recent days. But of course, the US is far less reliant on Russian energy imports than Europe, for instance, which is heavily reliant. Around 40% of Europeans' gas supply comes from Russia. So it's a decision that we think President Biden is about to announce unilaterally that America will be banning Russian oil imports, which make up around 8% of America's petroleum products. And it's something that America can much more easily backfill itself. The concern is, of course, that this is a largely political gesture from the White House, knowing that Russia will probably quite easily be able to find another buyer elsewhere. But certainly for as long as the West is buying Russian oil and gas, it is continuing to help fund Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. Around 40% of the Kremlin's budget comes from oil and gas exports. So there's been growing pressure on President Biden here on Capitol Hill to make this announcement, which we are expecting any moment now. The press pool has assembled at the White House ahead of this announcement from the president before he flies to Texas. But to give you an idea of the predicament that Europe's in by comparison, with 40% of its natural gas coming from Russia, around 25% of its oil, EU countries pay around €1 billion a day to Moscow for those supplies, according to a Brussels-based think tank. A much more complicated picture for Europe in terms of banning Russian energy imports. But even just the prospect of this move, Sarah Jane, that countries may ban Russian oil and gas has already driven up the price of crude oil exponentially in recent days. And analysts believe it still has some way to go, that a ban on Russian oil across the board would almost certainly tip the world into recession. But for now, it does seem that Europe may not make that move. Of course, far more difficult for them. But America certainly, it seems, will be making that announcement. President Biden due to speak any moment. The great concern, of course, is how President Putin will react. He's already called these severe sanctions that have been imposed on the Russian economy by the West as akin to an act of war. Vladimir Putin has also threatened to cut off the gas supply to Europe. So, of course, this would be a significant announcement by President Biden. Of course, the great concern is how Vladimir Putin will react.
And Sally, perhaps you can give us some idea of the American public's reaction to what's going on. And I mean, that's quite a wide question. I'll narrow it down just to how it's affecting them at the petrol pumps, because I understand that US gas prices at the pump have hit an all-time high today.
Yeah, that's right. Inflation is one of the big concerns on Joe Biden's mind, knowing, of course, that this announcement today could well impact consumers at the pump. Now, on the one hand, you have the argument that American consumers would rather pay a bit more in order to protect what they see as their liberal values in terms of opposing Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. That's one argument. But then, on the other hand, President Biden has one eye on the midterms, knowing that domestic issues certainly concern voters here in America far more than potentially this latest foreign policy crisis that has landed on his desk. That said, Sarah Jane, after those significant sanctions were announced last week, Vladimir Putin reacted by putting his nuclear forces on high alert. Now, of course, that is something that has concerned American voters over here, knowing only too well that this could very quickly lead to a standoff between two superpowers. This is something that affects the world, not just Ukraine, not just Europe. So certainly President Biden has actually seen a bounce in his approval ratings this week from last week in terms of his response to this crisis in Ukraine, but certainly some difficult decisions for President Biden, a very delicate situation. Vladimir Putin's actions increasingly unpredictable, and certainly the sanctions that have been imposed by the West so far have done nothing to deter Vladimir Putin and his brutal invasion of Ukraine. But the one weapon they haven't yet used are sanctions against Russian energy imports, and that is something that we are expecting to hear from the White House at any moment now.
Thank you, Sally Lockwood from Washington. We are waiting for President Biden to address the assembled press pack at the White House, talking about Russian oil and gas. But right now, we are going to go to a report from Alex Crawford, our special correspondent. Ukraine's former president, Petro Poroshenko, has been telling Sky News that Ukraine will beat back and defeat Russia's superior military force. But he said it would take longer and cost more lives without Western support. Every day, the number of Ukrainian civilians killed and injured in the war continues to rise. Here is that report from our special correspondent, Alex Crawford from Irpin.
They know all about civilians being attacked here. This small village community just south of the Ukrainian capital has been torn apart by Russian bombs. Almost an entire street disappeared in an instant. 3 children and 3 adults were killed, devastating their families and the whole neighbourhood. The explosions have left a deep burning anger and a thirst for revenge amongst the men of the village who've taken up arms to defend their community and their country. I feel only hate, he tells us. We'll never, ever forgive them for this. Those who survived the explosions are still sifting through what's left of their lives to piece together precious possessions or memories. Oksana tells us how scared they all are. We can't sleep at night, she says. Whenever they hear sounds, they think it's another bombing and they run out of the house. Her husband says the war has completely upended their lives and left them terrified. We've no idea what's going to happen, he says, when it's going to happen or where.
They're still reeling from the shock of it all, and I think it follows a pattern of an increasing number of civilians and civilian targets or civilian locations which appear to be targeted or certainly not off the agenda of the Russian war machine.
Ucraina!
Ukraine's former president Petro Poroshenko has been busy rallying volunteer fighters and soldiers. He's among a growing list of people demanding safe passage for civilians. We were with him as he boosted morale and championed the bravery of the troops. Their job protecting the critically important southern route out of the capital is crucial, and he brought fresh weapons and supplies to help. If this route is taken by the Russian military, the capital will be encircled. If Ukrainians could win on defiance and courage, they would win. But they need more than defiance and courage, don't they? And at the moment, the capital is slowly being encircled.
First of all, remove the word if. We definitely win. This is first message. We will win with or without Western assistance. Because you see how strong is Ukrainian, but it takes significantly more time and will need significantly more lives and blood. And this is just the decision from our partners in the West. Do you ready to give us the weapons? Do you ready to increase the sanction? Do you ready to do all of this to minimize Ukrainian blood and Ukrainian lives? please do that immediately.
The former president took us to see another residential area which had been hit. Ukraine's heading for many more civilian deaths, he's warning, and there are few in the country confident enough to say otherwise right now. Alex Crawford, Sky News in Vassal, Kyiv.
We're going to take a short break and take a look at the weather.
Look forward to brighter skies. The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
The next few days will bring spells of wind and rain, but many eastern parts will be dry. For now, eastern Britain and the south of Ireland will be fine to end this afternoon, but elsewhere there's going to be showers or longer spells of rain. It's going to be windy, but the gales in the west will ease. Showery rain will spread across the rest of Britain overnight, but it won't amount to much. Then most places are looking dry, but Western Ireland and the Hebrides will turn wet later on. The wind is going to pick up again as well. Heavy rain will spread across Ireland, Northern Ireland and Western Scotland tomorrow morning, with snow on some hills there. The rest of Britain mainly dry with bright or sunny spells. It's going to be milder than it is today, with strong winds bringing gales or severe coastal gales to the northwest. The afternoon, that will be wet for more of northern and western Britain, whereas Western Ireland will turn drier and brighter. Central and eastern England will see increasing amounts of sunshine.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching the Sarah Jane Show here on Sky News. Coming up after the break, lots of live events happening. We are planning to go to the White House, where President Biden is due to announce a ban on Russian oil. And there are reports that the UK will follow suit. We're also going to hear from Jens Stoltenberg, the Secretary General of NATO, who's hosting a news conference with the Prime Ministers of Latvia, Spain and Canada. All that to come. It's 4 o'clock. This is the Sarah Jamie Show. Coming up, reports the UK will join the United States in banning Russian oil imports as President Putin threatens to turn off European gas supplies. Ukraine says Russia has shelled an evacuation route from the besieged city of Mariupol, breaking an agreement to establish safe humanitarian corridors. More than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine as the UK government policy is described as cruel and chaotic.
There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge.
And Ukraine's president will address the House of Commons at 5 o'clock as he reveals the horrors of war in his country.
In Mariupol, first time since Nazi invasion, a child has died because of dehydration.
The US president is due to announce a ban on Russian oil imports in the next few minutes following its invasion of Ukraine. Sky News understands that the UK is going to follow suit, with confirmation expected later this hour. Well, in a moment, we're going to speak to our correspondent Sally Lockwood, who's standing by in Washington. But first, Sky's deputy political editor Sam Coates, who is in Westminster. And Sam, this really is a coordinated effort to put the squeeze on Russia as far as oil is concerned.
That's right, Sarah Jane, a significant move from the United Kingdom. Boris Johnson expected to also announce shortly that the UK is to ban Russian oil imports, not gas, but in doing so, the UK will be marching in lockstep with the United States, but breaking with the rest of Europe, which isn't following suit. This is a significant measure. The biggest impact that this will have is likely to be in diesel. Now, anyone with a diesel car, in fact, anyone with a car at all, will have noticed the price at the pumps going upwards. Currently about 161 pence per litre at the moment. We've got about 20% of our oil imports coming, our diesel imports coming from Russia. So there could be an impact on the price of diesel fairly imminently as a result of this step. It was only yesterday that Boris Johnson was explaining how it would take some time to wean the United Kingdom and other countries off Russian oil and gas, but it appears like he's pressed the button on oil today. The UK is going to take until the end of this year, December 2022, before it completely weans itself off Russian oil, but nevertheless a significant step done in concert with the Biden administration.
And Sally, we are expecting to hear from President Biden first. That news conference slightly delayed, but the United States leading the way on this.
Yeah, that's right. But in a similar position to the UK, the US is in a fortunate position to be able to potentially take this move without it impacting America as much as it would impact Europe if Europe were to make a similar announcement. But of course, we don't expect that given Europe's heavy reliance on Russian oil and gas. Here in the States, Russian energy imports account for around 8% of petroleum products, and there's been growing pressure here on Capitol Hill for Joe Biden to ban the import of Russian oil, knowing that it would be fairly easy for the US to backfill that supply itself. But of course, this is a political gesture, knowing that Russia could easily find another buyer for that oil, potentially China, who continues to import Russian energy, and even India. But yes, we are expecting that announcement from Joe Biden in the next few moments. The press pool is assembled at the White House. And there is another bit of news to bring you here on Capitol Hill at the moment. The House Intelligence Committee is also meeting this morning to discuss national security threats to America, with the situation in Ukraine and Russia front and centre. We did have a defence update yesterday, and the Defence Secretary here in the States did announce that they were ordering another 500 US troops to go to NATO countries which border Ukraine to bolster support there, but the deployment was only temporary, and they were described as enablers, helping with things such as refuelling, maintenance and logistics support. Of course, it's a very delicate situation at the moment in terms of how NATO treads with what support it offers to Ukraine and how that support is interpreted by Vladimir Putin. And the same goes with these sanctions. Vladimir Putin, of course, has repeatedly said that a no-fly zone over Ukraine would essentially be a signal that the third party that implemented that no-fly zone would become a participant in this war in his eyes. And the same with these tough sanctions from the West. He said that they are akin to an act of war. So there is a concern about how Vladimir Putin will react to this announcement from President Biden in the next few moments, with America set to ban the import of Russian oil.
Sally, thank you. On standby for that address by President Biden. As soon as he appears in front of camera at the White House, we will bring it to you live here on Sky News. This afternoon, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky will address MPs in the first ever address to the House of Commons by a foreign leader. That is coming up at 5 o'clock. You can also see that live here on Sky News. We can take a look now, though, at the latest on the ground in Ukraine. The country saying that the Russian advance has slowed, but that heavy missile and artillery strikes continue on city centres and civilian infrastructure. The suburbs of the capital and several cities across the centre and east of the country continue to be targets. The deputy mayor of Izium has reported the destruction today of the town's hospital. He says it was deliberately targeted by the Russians and that patients had to dig themselves out of the rubble. No word as yet on casualties. In Sumy, local authorities there report at least 21 civilians, including 2 children, have been killed in an airstrike on a residential street that happened last night. Russia promised a ceasefire from this morning to allow civilians to flee to safety from these 5 cities that include Sumy. Local officials report hundreds of civilians have been evacuated towards Poltava, which is in the centre of the country. Sky correspondent Tom Parminter has the story of the day so far.
How do you even start to rebuild when the trauma just keeps coming? Last night, they picked through yet more rubble in the eastern city of Sumy. Somehow, one woman survived. Nobody here is giving up. Across Ukraine, there are people cowering from the Russian onslaught, unable to flee, stuck in this. In the southern city of Kherson, the Russian military are in control. The Ukrainians who are left here are simply trying to survive.
We are blocked in the city. We can't go anywhere. We can go even to the Poland or in any other more safer city. We have electricity and water, but as for the food and medicines, we don't have enough. Yeah, so each day we have less and less. They are just shooting to the cars, to the people. We can't go anywhere.
Mariupol is another southern city surrounded. Buses are heading in to try and get civilians out. There's no water, food, and the power is cut off. These residents from the city made it to the relative safety of Donetsk, 2 hours to the north.
We were shelled. The house is destroyed. Husband is dead. They couldn't get his body out for 3 days. When we were evacuated, it took 3 days. The lads that led us out promised to bury him and would later tell me where. My child is on the other side of the city. I know nothing about her. Is she even alive?
With the water cut off in Mariupol, the Ukrainian president says a child has died there due to dehydration. It is desperate.
We heard a lot of promises, in particular about humanitarian corridors for our people in Mariupol, but all those humanitarian corridor arrangements did not work. We don't have any more time to wait. People in Mariupol have no time to wait. The occupiers want us to die. We don't want our people to die.
The road out of the eastern city of Sumy has opened up for some, but it will be a nervous journey. Condemnation of Vladimir Putin's actions grows by the day. The NATO Secretary General is in Latvia, which also borders Russia.
The suffering we now see in Ukraine is horrific. It affects us all. And we have a responsibility to ensure the conflict does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine. That would be even more dangerous, destructive, and even more deadly. The situation could spiral out of control.
And they're not words that are used lightly. This Russian invasion is still only 13 days old, and already 2 million people have left Ukraine. The goodbyes are the moments that will live with people forever. This police officer's wife and son are leaving. He will stay and fight for a nation in turmoil. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
The UK government says that a pop-up visa centre is going to open in Lille in France. This is for Ukrainian refugees who want to come to Britain, and it comes amid the biggest movement of people in Europe since the Second World War. Well, let's cross now to Westminster and our chief political correspondent, John Craig. Oh, John, it's so hard to watch those pictures every day, especially that little boy getting so upset about having to leave his dad. And that's what people in the UK are witnessing. They're saying, you know, a lot of people saying we want to help the refugees, and one of those ways is to allow them into the UK until they can go back to their home country. We've had announcements about that process today. What's happened?
What's happened is that there's been an almighty row in the Commons over what critics are claiming is a chaotic response from Priti Patel and the Home Office. Now, yesterday, Priti Patel was dragged into a row and she was forced to defend, or rather reject, claims that only 50 visas have been issued. Then the figure was released by the Home Office was 300. Then, in a rather chaotic way, it fell to Liz Truss to announce there was going to be this pop-up centre at Lille. But what was noticeable during an urgent question tabled by the Conservative MP, Sir Geoffrey Clifton Brown, was that the fury from the back benches came not really so much from the Labour and opposition side, but from Conservative backbenchers. Priti Patel sent a junior minister, Kevin Foster, to answer questions rather than turn up herself. Remember, he was the minister who a week ago said that perhaps the Europeans, the Ukrainians could come over here and get jobs as fruit pickers before he deleted that tweet. Listen to this furious response to the government from the Conservative MP Alec Shelbrooke during those angry exchanges in the Commons.
We don't want to stand in this House and listen to plans and processes. We want dates, we want action, and the Home Office must react far more quickly than it's doing and get to the point of hubs of people, get them processed and get them in. This is a disgrace. When the Minister leaves this dispatch box, ask him to go back to the Home Office and tell them to get a grip.
Yeah, very fire exchanges, John, and they are set to continue until the confusion is no more. Let's talk about the Ukrainian president addressing the House of Commons, unprecedented, at 5 o'clock this afternoon. And while he has been very vocal in welcoming the support of the West, countries like the UK, he has also been very clear that he has further demands, and that could get quite awkward in the Commons later.
His big demand, of course, is for a no-fly zone over his country, Ukraine. Now, that has been rejected time and time again by Boris Johnson, by Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, and by Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, as recently as today here on Sky News. What's happening at 5 o'clock is that he will address MPs in the chamber by video link from Ukraine. The giant screens have been erected on either sides of the chamber. Now, obviously, he will speak in Ukrainian. MPs will get a translation via headsets that they're going to be issued with, 500 of them. Well, that's not as many as the number of MPs in the chamber. Then we may hear some response from some senior politicians immediately afterwards. But normally when an overseas leader addresses Parliament, they're there in person. It's in either the Royal Gallery in the Lords or in Westminster Hall. But this is very different. And the Speaker has arranged this. And remember the reception the Ambassador got last week at PMQs. There will be a tumultuous welcome and reception for President Zelensky from UK MPs of all political parties.
Yeah, that's coming up at 5 o'clock. Thank you, John. You can see it live here on Sky News. The Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, addressing the House of Commons via video link. It's live here on Sky News at 5. Well, let's get more now on the deepening refugee crisis. Our US correspondent Mark Stone is in Chisinau, the capital of Moldova. Mark, talk to me about what is happening there. Official figures estimate that there are now over 80,000 Ukrainians in Moldova.
Yes, it is a tragedy that Europe's poorest nation is suffering the greatest burden of refugees, but I have to say they are doing it with such extraordinary stoicism. The organisation that we've seen here is remarkable. We're in a sports hall here in the Moldovan capital. We arrived a couple of hours ago, and we've been talking through translators to some of the people that you can see here. This is the Roma community that have all gathered in this sports hall, where they're being looked after by Moldovan volunteers. At their height, there were about 850 people in this sports stadium. They've managed to reduce that number at the moment. There are a couple of hundred here now because many of them have moved on into other parts of Europe. Now, it is clear that the Moldovan government is very, very concerned about the numbers that could continue to arrive here as this crisis, as this war continues. The people here are largely from Odessa, a city in Ukraine, which is only a couple of hundred miles to the southeast of where we are. It's a city which remains in Ukrainian hands, and yet many people are so concerned about what might come that they have decided to leave already. There are also some people here from the Roma community in Mariupol, which is much, much further to the east of Ukraine, also along the Black Sea. Mariupol, of course, is now a city that is controlled largely by the Russian forces. So already here in this very, very small country, we are seeing a huge number of refugees arriving. All of them need help, and it's clear from what we've seen that the Moldovan government, the volunteers as well, while they are doing what they can, they are going to need much, much more help. There is a geopolitical dimension, of course, to all this as well, which adds to the humanitarian crisis. Moldova is, yes, a very poor country. It is also not a country that is a member either of the European Union or of NATO, and so it doesn't enjoy the protection that those two organizations give. And there is concern here of Vladimir Putin's intentions. If he decides that he might want to move further west, then Moldova potentially could be a place that he would want to move into. And it gets more complicated still because there is a breakaway republic along the eastern flank of Moldova, bordering Moldova and Ukraine itself. It's called Transnistria, and Transnistria is aligned with Russia. A conflict within a conflict, a frozen conflict at the moment, but one which could potentially erupt as well. So humanitarian difficulties, as you can see here, and we'll leave you with these images, but also a geopolitical worry as well for the government here in Moldova.
Mark Stone in Moldova, thank you. Let's just bring you some breaking news. We're just getting this in from the Secretary of State for Business and Energy, Kwasi Kwarteng. He has put this out on social media, saying the UK will phase out the import of Russian oil and oil products by the end of 2022. This transition will give the market, businesses and supply chains more than enough time to replace Russian imports, which make up 8% of UK demand. He goes on to say businesses should use this year to ensure a smooth transition so that consumers will not be affected. The government will also work with companies through a new task force on oil to support them to make use of this period in finding alternative supplies. The UK is a significant producer of oil and oil products, plus we hold significant reserves. Beyond Russia, the vast majority of our imports come from reliable partners such as the United States, Netherlands and the Gulf. We'll work with them this year to secure further supplies. The market has already begun to ostracise Russian oil, with nearly 70% of it currently unable to find a buyer. Finally, while the UK is not dependent on Russian natural gas, 4% of our supply. I am exploring options to end this altogether. That's coming from the UK Secretary for Business and Energy. That's the UK government's position on Russian oil and oil products, promising to phase out the import of oil and oil products from Russia by the end of 2022. With that in mind, we are waiting to hear from President Biden in the United States to make similar announcements, we understand, on the banning of Russian oil. We are standing by. This is the scene live at the White House. We'll bring it to you after the break.
The Ukrainian government is confirming that they are now engaged with Russian soldiers. Air raid sirens fill the airways.
In the distance, artillery rains down.
It feels very close to the centre of... There's one.
They found this devastation to their apartment.
Lots of people live here. Quite a few of the windows of the houses have been blown out by the blast.
And it feels that it's changing each day.
The wind was like pulling us out of that little room.
Mandatory evacuation, you must leave!
I'm Greg Milam, Sky's US correspondent here in Los Angeles. It is almost impossible to predict where these fires will go next. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. This gives you an idea of the strength of those winds, strong enough to bend and twist metal. Are you trying to run me over, Sir Philip?
No, go away.
Look like it, sir. Will you respond to those who've made accusations, Sir Philip?
Can you go away?
I've seen the dark side of America. We are standing on the supply line right into the heart of America's opioid crisis. I've seen heartbreaking human stories.
There was a river of blood coming out of the mosque. That's a scene that you don't forget.
Christchurch has been changed forever by what happened here.
I love my job because
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
Welcome back. We're going to take a closer look now at the strategic situation on the ground in Ukraine. Sky's Anna Jones is with us to tell us more.
Thanks very much indeed. Yes, with me now is General Sir Richard Barrons to talk about what's happening on the ground in Ukraine. And let's start by looking at the north of the country, shall we, Richard, and the capital, Kiev in particular, because a lot of focus has been on Russian attempts to move in on the capital, Kiev. So what do we know of their progress, and could an attack on the city centre be imminent, do you think?
So we're certainly seeing the preliminary operations for the battle for Kiev in the way that we're seeing Russian forces coming from the northwest and the northeast in the battles in Irpin and Hostomel. That's not yet reached the point where Russian forces have encircled Kiev, but that will be their intent over the next few days. So we're seeing fighting on the outskirts of the city, but not yet in the middle of the city.
OK, well, let's take a look at the middle of the city, shall we? And we've got a close-up map of that city centre. So give us an idea of some of the challenges that would face Russian forces should they try to move in.
So we should be clear, this is a much bigger prospect.
Apologies, I'm going to interrupt you, Richard, because Joe Biden, US President, is speaking.
The United States is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. We're banning all Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine. This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in the Congress and, I believe, in the country. Americans have rallied to support the Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. We made this decision in close consultation with our allies and our partners around the world, particularly in Europe, because a united response to Putin's aggression has been my overriding focus, to keep all NATO and all of the EU and our allies totally united. We're moving forward with this ban, understanding that many of our European allies and partners may not be in a position to join us. The United States produces far more oil domestically than all the European countries combined. In fact, we're a net exporter of energy. So we can take this step when others cannot. But we're working closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. Our teams are actively discussing how to make this happen, and today we remain united. We remain united in our purpose to keep pressure mounting on Putin and his war machine. This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin, but there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning. And when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this. Over the last week, I've spoken with President Zelensky several times to hear from him about the situation on the ground and to consult and continue to consult with our European allies and about U.S. support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thus far, we've provided more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Shipments of defensive weapons are arriving in Ukraine every day from the United States, and we, the United States, are the ones coordinating the delivery of our allies and partners of similar weapons, from Germany to Finland to the Netherlands. We're working that out. We're also providing humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people, both those still in Ukraine and those who have fled safely to a neighboring country. We're working with humanitarian organizations to surge tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and medical supplies into Ukraine, and with more on the way. Over the weekend, I sent Secretary Blinken to visit the border between Poland and Ukraine and to Moldova to see what the situation was firsthand and report back. General Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of our Defense Department, was also in Europe, meeting with his counterparts and allies on NATO's eastern flank to reassure them, those countries bordering Russia, NATO countries, that we will keep our NATO commitment, a sacred commitment of Article 5. The Vice President Harris is going to be traveling to meet with our allies in Poland and Romania later this week as well. I've made it clear that the United States will share in the responsibility of caring for the refugees so the costs do not fall entirely on the European countries bordering Ukraine. And yesterday I spoke with my counterparts in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom about Russia's escalating violence against Ukraine and the steps that we're going to take together with our allies and partners around the world to respond to this aggression. We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater. The Russian ruble is now down to 50%, by 50% since Putin's announced his war. 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 American penny. 1 ruble is less than 1 American penny. And we're preventing Russia's central bank from propping up the ruble and to keep its value up. They're not going to be able to do that now. We cut the Russians' largest banks from the international financial system, and it's crippled their ability to do business with the rest of the world. In addition, we're choking off Russia's access to technology like semiconductors that are and sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Major companies are pulling out of Russia entirely without even being asked, not by us. Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them, joining a growing list of American and global companies from Ford to Nike to Apple. They've suspended their operations in Russia. The U.S. Stock Exchange has halted trading of many Russian securities. And the private sector is united against Russia's vicious war of choice. The U.S. Department of Justice has assembled a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. And we're joining with our European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets, and all their ill-begotten gains to make sure that they share in the pain of Putin's war. These, by the way, are giant yachts. You've put some of them in your press. I mean, some of them are, I think I read one was over 400 feet long. I mean, this is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The decision today is not without cost here at home. Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump. Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. In coordination with our partners, we've already announced that we're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves. Half of that, 30 million, is coming from the United States. And we're taking steps to ensure the reliable supply of global energy. We're also going to keep working with every tool at our disposal to protect American families and businesses. Now, let me say this. To the oil and gas companies and to the finance firms that back them, we understand Putin's war against the people of Ukraine is causing prices to rise. We get that. That's self-evident. But, it's no excuse to exercise excessive price increases or padding profits or any kind of effort to exploit this situation or American consumers, exploit them. Russia's aggression is costing us all, and it's no time for profiteering or price gouging. I want to be clear about what we'll not tolerate, but I also want to acknowledge those firms and oil and gas industries that are pulling out of Russia and joining other businesses that are leading by example. This is a time when we have to do our part and make sure we're not taking advantage. Look, let me be clear about 2 other points. First, it's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true. Even amid the pandemic, companies in the United States pumped more oil during my first year in office than they did during my predecessor's first year. We're approaching a record levels of oil and gas production in the United States, and we're on track to set a record of oil production next year. In the United States, 90% of onshore oil production takes place on land that isn't owned by the federal government. And of the remaining 10% that occurs on federal land, the oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased. They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. They have 9,000 to drill onshore that are already approved. So let me be clear. They are not using them for production now. That's their decision. These are the facts. We should be honest about the facts. Second, this crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. I've had numerous conversations over the last 3 months with our European friends of how they have to wean themselves off of Russian oil. It's just not tenable. It should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy. This is a perspective that our European allies share, and a future where together we can achieve greater independence. Loosening environmental regulations or pulling back clean energy investment won't, let me expand, will not lower energy prices for families. But transforming our economy to run on electric vehicles powered by clean energy, with tax credits to help American families winterize their homes and use less energy, that will help. And if we do what we can, it will mean that no one has to worry about the price of the gas pump in the future. That'll mean tyrants like Putin won't be able to use fossil fuels as weapons against other nations. And it will make America a world leader, manufacturing and exporting clean energy technologies of the future to countries all around the world. This is the goal we should be racing toward. Over the last 2 weeks, the Ukrainian people have inspired the world, and I mean that in a literal sense. They've inspired the world with their bravery, their patriotism, their defiant determination to live free. Putin's war has caused enormous suffering and needless loss of life of women, children, everyone in Ukraine. Both Ukraine and, I might add, Russians. Ukrainian leaders, as well as leaders around the world, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, for humanitarian relief, for real diplomacy. But Putin seems determined to continue on his murderous path, no matter the cost. Putin's now targeting cities and has been targeting cities and civilians, schools, hospitals, apartment buildings. Last week, he attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe with an apparent disregard for the potential of triggering a nuclear meltdown. He has already turned 2 million Ukrainians into refugees. Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin. Putin may be able to take a city, but he'll never be able to hold the country. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow. So we're going to continue to support the brave Ukrainian people as they fight for their country. And I call on Congress to pass the $12 billion Ukraine assistance package that I have asked them for of late. Ukrainian people are demonstrating by their physical courage that they are not about to just let Putin take what he wants. That's clear. They'll defend their freedom, their democracy, their lives. And we're going to keep providing security assistance, economic assistance, and humanitarian assistance. We're going to support them against tyranny, oppression, violent acts of subjugation. People everywhere, and I think it's maybe even surprised some of you all, people everywhere are speaking up for freedom. And when the history of this war is written, Putin's war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. May God bless all those heroes in Ukraine. And now I'm off to Texas. Thank you very, very much. I know there's a lot of I know there's a lot of questions, but there's a lot more that has to be made clear, and I'm going to hold on that until we get more information. Thank you. Appreciate it.
So Joe Biden there once again declining to take questions, but he has said what he said done what he said he would do. He has banned imports of Russian oil and gas. He says he recognises that not all European states will be able to do the same, and made the point that the US has less reliance on Russian oil gas. But he said it will cost us, and he said I have to level with the American public that there will be costs. He said over the long term we need to become energy independent or more energy independent, and he made the point that that was a point shared by European partners. He talked about the war, and he said that Ukraine will never be a victory for Vladimir Putin. He said we will continue to support the people there who are defending their freedom and their lives. And Joe Biden's speech there, just coming after the business secretary in the UK made a similar declaration that the UK would be seeking by the end of 2022 to ban oil and oil products. No word about gas yet, though they said in the UK that they would be looking at that. Let's go to Sally Lockwood in Washington, who was listening to Joe Biden. And Sally, he said he was going to do it, and he has.
Yes, he has, Mark. Russian oil will no longer be accepted as at US ports, the words of President Joe Biden. This announcement has been a few days in the making. We've been expecting it. There's been growing pressure here on Capitol Hill to essentially stop bankrolling Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine by buying Russian oil and gas. So that is a move that the President of the United States has now made, banning the import of Russian oil, gas and coal to the United States. But as Joe Biden said there, while it will hurt the American consumer, it is a move that they are able to make because they can backfill that supply here in America. They're not as reliant on Russian energy as Europe, and neither is the UK, of course. That announcement coming from the UK today as well to ban Russian oil. We get the majority of our gas from Norway in the UK. We're also in a position to be able to do it, but of course the big concern is that Europe has become so reliant on Russian energy, and Joe Biden used this speech and this announcement to make that point, saying that this crisis is a stark reminder we need to become energy independent. It should motivate us to accelerate a transition to clean energy. He also used it as a moment to champion his desire to transition to electric cars here in America, saying that that transition would mean Americans wouldn't need to worry anymore about the price of gas at the pumps, and that Putin wouldn't be able to use fossil fuels as a weapon in the future. He also talked about the damage that the significant sanctions that have already been imposed by the West have had on the Russian economy, saying that 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 penny. But he did say that this move, while it will hurt the Kremlin in terms of their budget, because 40% of the Kremlin's budget comes from oil and gas exports, is also going to hurt American consumers. Gas prices have gone up by around 11% here in America in the last week. That said, this is a significant announcement by Joe Biden. The concern, though, is how Vladimir Putin will react.
Sally, thank you very much indeed. It is a significant announcement there on sanctions. Good afternoon to you. I am in the west of Ukraine, a city that, in Lviv, a city that, 13 days into the war in this country is still, at the moment, safe from Russian attack. It's been a gateway to Europe for hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians. Many of them leave not knowing when or whether, of course, they will return. The Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, today made clear once again that he will be staying in the capital, Kiev, and if necessary, he will fight. And at 5 o'clock this afternoon, he will make an unprecedented address to British MPs in the House of Commons, and we will bring that to you live. But before all that, we're joined by Volodymyr Ariev, a member of Ukraine's parliament, from an opposition party there. He's with his daughter Yarina and her husband Sviatoslav, who they got married just a few days ago as war in this country was beginning. And Volodymyr, first of all, if I could just ask you, what do you think of President Zelensky as you're an opposition politician, I know, as a war president? What do you think of Zelensky?
Well, we have no opposition or coalition or governmental now. We are in Ukraine united to beat off invaders. So, of course, we can discuss some steps that hadn't been made by President Zelensky before the war, despite our party, European Solidarity, warned him that Ukraine vitally need to increase the military expenses. But now, anyway, this is no time for criticism. Now it's time for unity. So I expect that Mr. Zelensky will stand strong on the position of territorial integrity and Euro-Atlantic integration. And finally, we understood that any agreements with Putin, they are equal to to zero as well, as we know that in 1994, when Budapest Memorandum was signed by President Yeltsin with guarantees that Russian weapon will not be used against Ukraine before Ukraine signed a non-proliferation treaty for nuclear weapon. So now we see how Russian weapon not being used against Ukraine. So we understand that the goal of Mr. Putin is the only one, to demolish Ukraine as an independent and sovereign state. This is far his goal, and if he succeeds, Ukraine will not be the last in his list, because the big plan of Putin is to restore Soviet Union and to create the new sharing lines in Europe, like a new Yalta agreement in his twisted mind. That's why we understand that any concessions to Putin, they could be accepted by Russian side as a weakness. So we need to find out the new models, how to compel Putin to concede and to step back from his the utter madness plans towards Ukraine.
Yes. Yeah. Well, let me just talk to your daughter, Irina, and you got married to Sviatoslav at the beginning of the war, I understand, and you have both joined the volunteer defence force. Are you both determined to fight?
My husband has been to 2 combat missions, one for 2 days and one for 5 days. 5 days. And what about me? I'm not so physically strong. Also, I don't have didn't have experience with the arms. So being in there, like in front or on some missions, can be dangerous to someone else protecting me. So I have my decision to help with kitchen, volunteering, learning some medical stuff, but waiting for him and making his life more comfortable when he comes home.
Yeah, and let me just ask Sviatoslav, is he concerned about the Russian forces? You know, it is a big army, it is a powerful army. Is he concerned or just determined to fight?
I don't think that Russian army maybe it's the biggest army in the world, but I don't think that it is the strongest army in the world. Because as we just know, the Russian army have a really big problem with their people, with their weapons, and most of all what they have is the technology from Soviet Union and what they can buy for their gas and oil money. People in their country, soldiers in their country, they are not ready for this war. They don't even have proper weapons, proper techniques to war in Ukraine. All what they want to do is to scare my people, my land, and all what they want to do is to destroy the Ukrainian independence. And I will not scare a Russian army. I believe that army of Ukraine, my city, my Kiev, people what I loved will win this war in any case.
I'd like to add.
Sviatoslav, thank you very much, and Irina, thank you very much, and Vladimir, thank you all for being with us. Let's go live now to Moscow and speak to Sergei Markov, a former advisor to President Putin. Thanks very much for being with us. And President Zelensky is getting his message out in the West. He has addressed the US Senate, he's addressed European leaders, and now he's addressing the UK Parliament. He is getting his message across, isn't he?
Yeah, it's a normal political activity of President Zelensky. Of course, everybody understands that President Zelensky is semi-independent, as independent being leaders of Afghanistan before Taliban took power there. So Ukraine is not an independent country, and Vladimir Zelensky just puppet of the United States of America. It's absolutely clear fact. And Ukraine democracy and sovereignty have been finished in 2014 when last democratically elected president of Ukraine, Viktor Yanukovych, had been overthrown by military coup and illegally and unconstitutionally had been broken from the power. And now Vladimir Zelensky working for his employees, who is United States of America.
Mr. Markov, it is an independent country. It is an independent country, and Vladimir Putin said it was Vladimir Putin said it was to be a liberation. It is no such thing. It is a brutal invasion of an independent country. It is a breach of international law, and it is quite possibly a war crime. How can you still support what is happening in this country?
You know, you're not asking question. You are, repeating different propagandistic theses. And as I mentioned, liberation from neo-Nazi group, which is very well known and which imposed terror. We are very much regret about few thousand people who have been killed after beginning of military operation in Ukraine for the liberation of those countries from neo-Nazi. But we're also very much sorry about dozens of thousands Ukrainian citizens who have been killed by criminal Ukrainian regime, which have been imposed to country after the military coup of 2014. Why you want us to forget about this, something about 40, 50,000 killed people? Why? Why you suppose those who kill them?
But there is no evidence. But Mr. Markov, there is no evidence of a genocide as Vladimir Putin has called it. There is no evidence that Ukraine. There is no evidence that Ukraine is a threat to Russia. Where is the justification for this war? Honestly, where is the justification for killing what is hundreds of civilians?
Ukraine not threat to the Russia. Ukraine is brother country to Russia, which have been occupied. The threat for Russia is occupation, militant, neo-Nazi regime, which is threat to Russia and also threat to the Ukrainian people. And democracy of and freedom is which Joe Biden mentioned. Is same for the Zelensky and others as for the junta in Chile, head by General Pinochet, who also have been fully supported and enforced by United States of America. This junta in Kiev, same as junta in Chile, which also have been fully supported. That's right.
Let me just ask you this: how does it sit with you that you are on television being an apologist, effectively, an apologist for an international leader who is becoming a pariah, who is becoming isolated in the world? How does that sit with you, really, in your heart? How do you feel about that?
I feel myself quite fully about the catastrophe of Europe and America, which we could see now. Why you support neo-Nazi terror in Ukraine during these 8 years? And also we know very well that only NATO members and close dependent partners of the United States, such as Australia, Japan, and South Korea, supported anti-Russian sanctions. No one country in the world support anti-Russian sanctions except members of NATO and those countries who fully depend on United States. So the war
I think the only people who support President Putin is Syria and maybe Belarus rather, and maybe Syria. They're the only countries that support President Putin in what he's done.
No.
I think maybe Eritrea. I think I may be wrong. Eritrea.
You should know that no one country joined anti-Russian sanctions. Yes, they're afraid of United States, they're afraid of European Union, so they didn't support Russia so publicly. But Russia, they support Russia, but not joining anti-Russian sanctions. Nevertheless, great pressure from United States of America and European Union.
Okay, Sergei Markov, thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. So just a few minutes now until President Zelensky addresses MPs in the House of Commons via a video link. Let's go live to Westminster and speak to our political editor, Beth Rigby. And, well, Beth, a little bit of history here. It is the first time that a foreign leader has been, a speech has been beamed into the House of Commons.
Yes, Mark, so I'm struggling to hear you a bit, but I think you're talking about this being a historic moment, and indeed the Speaker announcing that President Zelensky would address Parliament in the chamber. He described it as a historic moment, and in the past few minutes, dozens of Lords, of peers, have filed through from the House of Lords that way into the Commons. They're taking seats in the upper chambers and they are waiting for this address from President Zelensky. Indeed, in the past couple of minutes, the Ukrainian ambassador to the UK has also gone into this House for this address. It's been organised at haste overnight, over 500 headsets for a simultaneous translation and screens put up all around the House. And after President Zelensky makes his address, we're going to hear from the leader of the opposition, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, of course, and the Westminster leader of the SNP, Mr Blackford. What's President Zelensky doing? He has made these addresses to other chambers. He's addressed Congress. He's addressed the European Parliament. He is trying around the world to galvanise support, to get his message across to parliamentarians. And it will be a huge moment here. And MPs that I've been chatting to before they go in are saying what an important moment it will be and what a privilege, as they put it, it is for them to be sitting in there to hear this address.
And Beth, if you can hear me now, we've just heard Joe Biden in the White House announce a ban on oil and gas products, Russian oil and gas products, and the Business Secretary, Kwasi Kwarteng, announcing something similar in the UK. These are significant new sanctions, aren't they?
They are, Mark, and yesterday when the Prime Minister held that press conference with his Dutch and his Canadian counterparts, Mark Rutte and Justin Trudeau, they were asked exactly about this. What about oil sanctions? You've financially sanctioned Russia, you've put all those sanctions in place, you are sanctioning Russian oligarchs, but what about where Putin really gets the money from, oil and gas? And all of those leaders said you can't just switch off the supply from Russia overnight, because European economies in particular are dependent on that flow of energy. But what has been very significant today is that the rhetoric yesterday about reducing dependence, this is what the Prime Minister said, this is what Trudeau said and Rutte said yesterday. They are now putting it into action, announcing plans in the European Union to reduce supply and then end the reliance on Russian oil, fossil fuels by 2030, but trying to bring that in earlier. The Prime Minister today announcing that there will be a ban on oil coming from Russia, nothing yet on gas, but a plan to end the reliance on Russian oil by the end of this year, so in the next 9 months, and then President Biden making announcements as well. So when the West said that they were going to put sanctions on President Putin, it started off with financial sanctions. They then went to the SWIFT electronic messaging, which began to choke the supply, to choke the ability to trade for Russia. They then moved to freezing assets of the central bank in Russia, and now they are moving on oil and gas. So it's very, very significant.
And Beth, he is almost certainly going to bring up this idea of the no-fly zone. And I just wondered what the mood was. Clearly, NATO do not want to move on that. What is the mood, though, among politicians in the UK on this idea of NATO enforcing a no-fly zone over Ukraine?
Well, you're right, Mark. I mean, this was exactly what President Zelensky was trying to appeal to Congress, men and women, when he addressed Congress, the US Congress, at the weekend, asking for that no-fly zone. He has spoken today about how Russia will be coming for NATO countries next. He is really trying to push this upon the UK Prime Minister, the G7, the European Union, the US President. But all Western leaders and NATO members have been very clear that a no-fly zone would involve taking out Russian jets. They say this would be direct military conflict with Russia, and it's a step of escalation that they simply cannot take. But that doesn't mean that President Zelensky won't keep the pressure up when it comes to that question.
OK, Beth, we're going to interrupt you, I'm afraid. Lindsay Hoyle is speaking in the Commons.
In this country. That is why I have suspended the formal business of the House in order to hear the President's address. We have also been joined by the Ukraine ambassador. President Zelensky, we have watched the situation unfold in your country with increasing concern, but also with increasing admiration for the courage, the fortitude displayed by you and your fellow Ukrainians. Mr. President, you are welcome to address members of the House of Commons and the Lords. You now have the floor. President.
Пане спікер, пане прем'єр-міністре, члени уряду,
Mr. Speaker, Mr.
парламенту, лорди.
All the members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. I'm addressing all the people of the United Kingdom and all the people from the country with a big history. I'm addressing you as a citizen, as a president of also a big country with a dream and big effort. I would like to tell you about the 13 days of war. The war that we didn't start and we didn't want it. However, we have to conduct this war. We do not want to lose what we have, what is ours, our country, Ukraine, just the same way as you once didn't want to lose your country when Nazis started to fight your country. And you had to fight for Britain. 13 days of the struggle. On day one at 4 o'clock in the morning, we were attacked by cruise missiles. Everybody woke up, people, children, the entire Ukraine, and since that we have not been sleeping. We have all been fighting for our country with our army. On day two, we have been fighting airstrikes, and our heroic military servicemen on the island Zminy have been trying to fight. when Russian when Russian forces demanded that we lay down the arms. However, we did continue fighting, and we did feel our force, the force of our people that will oppose the occupants until the end. The next day, the artillery started fighting us. Our army showed us who we are, and we have been able to see who are people and who are beasts. On day 4, we started getting people captive. We have not been torturing them. We remained humane even on day 4 of this terrible war. On day 5, the terror against us was going on against children, against cities, and constant shelling have been taking place around the country, including hospitals, and that didn't break us. And that gave us feeling of big truth. On day 6, the Russian rockets fell on Babin Yar, that is the place where the Nazis killed thousands of people during the Second World War. And 80 years after, the Russia hit at them for the second time. And even churches are getting destroyed by shelling. On day 8, we have seen Russian tanks hitting the atomic power station. And everybody got to understand that this is the terror against everyone. On day 9, there was a meeting of NATO countries without the result that we were looking for. Yes, we did feel that. We did feel that, unfortunately, that the alliances don't work properly always, and the no-fly zone cannot be enforced. And on day 10, the Ukrainians started protesting en masse, stopping the armored vehicles with their own hands. And on day 11, the children and cities were being hit, and hospitals as well, with the rockets and constant shelling. And on that day, we realized that Ukrainians became heroes. The entire cities, children, adults. And on day 12, the losses of Russian army exceeded 10,000 people killed. And also including the general, and that gave us hope that there will be some kind of responsibility for those people in front of the court. On day 13, in the city of Mariupol that was attacked by the Russian force, a child was killed. They do not allow any food, any water, and people started panicking. I think everybody can hear that people do not have water over there. Over 13 days of this situation, over 50 children have been killed. These are the children that could have lived, but these people have taken them away from us. The United Kingdom, Ukraine were not looking to have this fall. The Ukraine have not been looking to become big, but they have become big over the days of this war. We are the country that are saving people despite having to fight one of the biggest armies in the world. We have to fight the helicopters, rockets. The question for us now is to be or not to be. You all know this Shakespearean question. For 13 days, this question could have been asked, but now I can give you a definitive answer. It's definitely yes to be. And I would like to remind you the words that the United Kingdom have already heard, which are important again. We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost. We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores, in the streets. I would like to add that we will fight on the banks of different rivers like Dnieper, and we are looking for your help, for the help of the civilized countries. We are thankful for this help, and I'm very grateful to you, Boris. Please increase the pressure of sanctions against this country, and please recognize this country as a terrorist state. And please make sure that our Ukrainian skies are safe. Please make sure that you do what needs to be done and what is stipulated by the greatness of your country. Best of all to Ukraine and to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the House of Commons, I want to thank you for speaking to us and for giving us very clearly and powerful perspective of the tragic situation facing you and fellow Ukrainians. We have debated the situation in Ukraine numerous times in recent weeks, and I know that we will continue to do so, and that when we do so, your words will be resonating with us. I want to express the solidarity of the House of Commons with you, your compatriots, and we salute the courage of the people of Ukraine. Thank you, and our prayers are with you.
Order, Mr. Speaker.
Just let me. We will now resume with the formal sittings of the House. Order, order. I will take the points of order from the leaders of the main parties before we return to the opposition day. I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A point of order, with your permission, Mr. Speaker. May I say that never before in all our centuries of our parliamentary democracy has the House listened to such an address. In a great European capital, now within range of Russian guns, President Volodymyr Zelensky is standing firm for democracy and for freedom. In his righteous defense, I believe he has moved the hearts of everybody in this House. At this moment, ordinary Ukrainians are defending their homes and their families against a brutal assault. And they are, by their actions, inspiring millions by their courage and their devotion. And I think today, one of the proudest boasts in the free world is "Ya Ukrainets," I am a Ukrainian. So this is a moment for us to put our political differences aside, Mr. Speaker, and I know I speak for the whole House when I say that Britain and our allies are determined to press on with supplying our Ukrainian friends with the weapons they need to defend their homeland as they deserve. To press on with tightening the economic vice around Vladimir Putin, and we will stop importing Russian oil, Mr. Speaker, and my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will update the House on that tomorrow. And we will employ every method that we can, diplomatic, humanitarian and economic, Mr. Speaker, until Vladimir Putin has failed in this disastrous venture and Ukraine is free once more.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, every one of us has been moved by the bravery, the resolve and the leadership of President Zelensky. Invading troops march through his streets. Shells rain down on his people and assassins seek his life. No one would have blamed him for fleeing, but instead he has stayed in Kyiv to lead the Ukrainian people and to fight. He's reminded us that our freedom and our democracy are invaluable. He's prompted the world into action where too often we've let Putin have his way. He's inspired the Ukrainian people to resist and frustrated the Russian war machine. He has shown his strength, and we must show him and the Ukrainian people our commitment and our support. Labour stands for the unity at home and abroad that will isolate the Putin regime. Labour stands for the toughest sanctions that will cripple the Russian state. Labour stands for providing Ukraine with the arms it needs to fight off their invaders. Labour stands with President Zelensky, with Ukraine, with democracy. Slava Ukraini. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your forbearance, if I can make a point of order. President Zelensky, we salute you. We stand with the people of Ukraine on the basis of the act of aggression, on the act of war of Putin. We must do all that we can to send support to Ukraine, to send the weapons that they need to defend themselves, to make sure that we sanction the regime in Moscow, that we deliver the clearest message to President Putin, that this will end in failure for him, that he will face justice at the international court. We must stand in this House, throughout these islands, throughout the Western world, in defence of democracy, in defence of sovereignty. Peace, justice and the sovereignty of Ukraine must prevail. Let's make sure that we stand with our friends. We stand against those that have been bombed. We make sure that those that need our support, that need our sanctuary, will find a welcoming hand in these islands. Mr. President, we thank you. We salute you. Slavia Ukraine.
Davey.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Hearing the words of President Zelensky should embolden us all. They serve as a reminder of all that we stand for, of all which so many Ukrainians are so bravely fighting for, a bravery exemplified by President Zelensky himself. That we should never take for granted our values of democracy, of freedom and of our security. And though we in this House may disagree on many things, we stand together for those values, and together we stand together with the Ukrainian people. Mr. Speaker, it is right that we strengthen our support for Ukraine with military aid, with toughest of sanctions. And it's in that support that we should also recognise the people of Ukraine and indeed President Zelensky. I'm sure the whole House would agree that President Zelensky should be granted one of our nation's highest honours, an honorary knighthood. And I look forward to the day when we welcome back to this House President Zelensky in person.
Sir Geoffrey Donaldson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order, we commend President Zelensky and the people of Ukraine, and we stand with them in this their time of strife. But our response will not be judged by the volume or strength of our applause for President Zelensky. It will be judged by the volume and strength of our response to his request for help, for practical military support, and for humanitarian assistance for the people of Ukraine. We pray for their success. We dare not let them down.
Can I also like to thank the staff and the contractors for making this happen?
Well, there we are. We've just witnessed a remarkable event in the House of Commons, an unprecedented event in the House of Commons. President Zelensky of Ukraine getting a standing ovation before he had even said a word. When he did speak, he said, "I would like to tell you about the war we didn't start and didn't want," and he likened it to Britain's fight in the Second World War. He gave a day-by-day account then of the invasion, saying they'd faced missiles and airstrikes, but his forces were resisting. He talked about the sieges of the cities where civilians are still suffering as we speak. And he said the question now is to be or not to be, and he said it will be to be. He said we will not give up, we will not end this with failure, we will fight, he said, to the end. And he invoked really a kind of Churchillian spirit in the speech. And to Boris Johnson he said, please increase sanctions and recognise it as a terrorist state, talking about Russia. And then Boris Johnson said the House had never heard such an address as this. He said Britain and our allies will press on with delivering weapons, press on with sanctions, and with every method we can make to make sure Putin fails. Well, our political editor Beth Rigby was listening to all that. And Beth, an extraordinary event in the House of Commons.
It really was, Mark. It was a very moving moment. MPs on their feet, the applause, I could hear it outside the chamber. It was deafening. And President Zelensky there, as you were summing up, with such dignity and courage, going through these 13 days of war, as you said, a war that the Ukrainians did not want. And there was echoes of Churchill in that address, as he said, we will not give up, we will not lose. We will fight in the forests, the fields, on the shores, in the streets. And then a plea to allies, to the UK government, to other G7 countries and, of course, NATO. He said, we're looking for help of civilised countries. He said, I'm grateful to Boris. And he said, please increase sanctions and recognise this country as a terrorist state and make sure our skies are safe. So much in that address. But look, I am joined now by former Defence Secretary Dr. Liam Fox. Let me ask him what he thought of the address. We're just trying to get the mics going. Let me move that for you, Liam. I'll do it here. Sorry, we just do this on the hop. Liam Fox, that was quite a moment. Have you seen anything like it in your lifetime? How did it fit? How did it feel in the Commons?
I thought it was a tremendously dignified performance by the President, very courageous, as you say, setting out the impact that the war has had on the people of Ukraine, but also asking the free world to continue their support, to continue helping, not just with the supply of weapons that they need to fight off the atrocities of the Russians, but also tightening the sanctions. And I think perhaps the most moving thing was he said, in a reference to the existential nature of this war, he said, to quote Shakespeare, we have to choose as a country to be or not to be, and we choose to be.
He said we choose to be. He said we will not give up. He said we will win. But do you honestly think that the Ukrainians' heart that they have can win this war without direct military intervention from NATO?
Yes. And I think that people are underestimating to some extent the actions that the whole world has taken against Russia. When you get countries like Switzerland giving up their neutrality to put sanctions on Russia, you get an idea of how united the international response has been, and the potentially crippling action taken against the Russian central bank. will produce real economic hardship in Russia very quickly. And I think that ultimately Putin has to decide, is this about his ego, about his view of history, his reclamation of the Soviet Empire, and is he willing to see not only death and destruction in Ukraine, but potential appalling hardship and the destruction of his own economy at home? I mean, what sort of madness is this?
And Dr. Fox, just in that statement, President Zelensky again made a plea, please keep our skies safe, the no-fly zone. You were a former Defence Secretary, you are a foreign policy expert. What's your view of that request?
Well, you couldn't have a no-fly zone unless you had created a permissive environment. In other words, we would have to bomb any Russian anti-aircraft facilities to make sure our pilots were safe. That would bring us into direct conflict with Russia. If people want a war, that's the way to go about it. There
is a war.
Yes, but you're talking about a full European war, NATO against Russia. Not only does the talk about that heighten the tension, but it actually plays into Putin's narrative. Putin wants this to be portrayed in Russia as Russia against NATO. We've got to show that this is Russia pitting its might against a defenseless and harmless Ukraine. We've got to make sure that people understand the malevolence and the wickedness of what Putin is doing here and the scale of the destruction and death he's bringing to innocent people. We mustn't give him the excuse to turn it into something else.
So you agree with the position of not having a no-fly zone? I know some of your colleagues think differently. If we don't intervene, and NATO doesn't intervene directly, and the sanctions are the tool with which Putin finally fails, how do you see this playing out? Is this a month, 2 months, many years? How long are we going to have to watch this awful situation unfold in Ukraine?
Well, first of all, the Russians don't have supremacy in the skies in the way that many people thought they would. It's very clear that their logistics are not very good. It's very clear that they didn't expect the resistance of the Ukrainians that they have. So however long Putin has been thinking about this, he hasn't prepared very well or hasn't understood the conditions he would face. Most of the damage being done in Ukraine is being done by shelling, by artillery. And if we're able to supply the Ukrainians with defensive equipment and offensive equipment, so much the better. But
imposing a no-fly zone would put NATO into direct conflict with Russia, and then this war is not just between Ukraine and Russia, but between Europe and Russia, something that he argues the West cannot countenance. So President Zelensky's very, very passionate, heartfelt address, but for now it's still a question of sanctions, although the energy sanctions today just announced by the US, the EU, the UK, all very significant.
Yeah, sanctions and supplies of defensive military equipment. Beth, thank you very much indeed. Let's speak to our security and defence editor, Deborah Haynes, who is here in Western Ukraine with me this evening. And Deborah, we heard there President Zelensky saying this is a fight we can win. What is the reality on the ground militarily this evening as we speak?
Well, I mean, the reality is that the Ukrainian military is still holding its own. It is against the expectations of Russia, and also Western allies even, has managed to prevent Russian forces from taking any really significant territory on day 13. But it's been at a huge cost, and you can hear day by day as each day goes by and as the war continues, the language coming from the president, from his advisors, from his ministers, is increasingly impassioned when it comes to wanting their Western allies to do more to stop the bombs and the artillery and the missiles from raining down on cities across the country. And I think that is what you're going to see going forward. It's this increased humanitarian cost that's being imposed by Russia upon Ukraine. And you've also had we've had this very small humanitarian corridor opening up up for one city today in the northeast, the city of Sumy, but in cities like Mariupol in the southeast, an attempt for a humanitarian corridor there stopped because of shelling. And when that happens, you've got people there literally running out of food, water, medical supplies. It's desperate. But in terms of the actual battle, the military side of things, the Ukrainian armed forces have managed to deal significant losses on the Russian side. I mean, the president in his address there, he talked about there being more than 10,000 Russian military personnel killed. That's a Ukrainian tally, and we haven't heard what the Russian side says in terms of the latest number of Russians killed. But there's a definite fact that Russia is suffering a huge loss. But as that happens, they are ramping up the level of force that they're using against Ukraine, and that is when the civilian toll increases, and also the ability for Ukraine's military to hold out is only finite, which is why the weapons coming in from the West is so important. But like you've mentioned with Beth, that whole question about a no-fly zone, there's a very thin line that NATO is trying to tread at the moment. They've made very clear that they are not going to intervene directly, but the level of indirect support that they're giving to Ukraine is increasing, and whether it reaches a threshold whereby Russia actually turns around and thinks they're effectively in direct confrontation regardless, that remains to be seen, and that too becomes more and more dangerous as you're looking to try to contain this conflict within Ukraine's borders. The ability to do that weakens the longer the conflict here continues.
Okay, Deborah, thank you very much indeed. And just before President Zelensky spoke, we were talking to a family in Kiev, Vladimir Ariev, a politician in Kiev, also his daughter Yarina, who is with her husband, Sviatoslav, who, well, they just got married a few days ago, right at the beginning of this war, and have both signed up to help the volunteer Defence Force. A quick word. We had a quick word with you before. Vladimir, are you happy with what, well, President Zelensky is asking again for more help. Are you happy with the help that you're getting from the West?
Well, I can join Zelensky's speech, especially when he said that we will fight everywhere where possible to beat out invaders. And I'm really grateful to United Kingdom, United States, Baltic states that's supplied by Ukraine with MLAWs, javelins, and other weapons to beat out Russian aggression on the first stage. I can understand that NATO is not very decisive in the matter of close the sky over Ukraine, being afraid to be involved as a third part of the conflict. But Russia will do its utmost to make NATO a third part of this conflict, because Ukraine, I'm pretty sure this is not the only goal. So we should understand that now we are fighting for all Europe, and we are fighting not only for our independence. That is vitally important for us, this supplying of air defense forces, and are there very necessary things that could be discussed between Ukrainian Minister of Defense, Ukrainian Minister of Foreign Affairs with with our Western partners. And we should, of course, the sanctions, like the embargo on energy trading, oil and gas with Russia as a pariah state, is very important, extremely important now. But at the same time, I would like to address to the whole world, if it's possible. No one, after this new reality, cannot stay aside of that, because if Russia succeeds in Ukraine, the next moves from madness from Kremlin will touch upon everyone in the world.
OK, Vladimir, thank you very much indeed, and we wish you all well, and thank you very much for being with us. Now, Sky's Dan Whitehead is at a centre in Bristol where people have been collecting donations for Ukraine, and I gather, Dan, you've been talking to some people there.
Yeah, Mark, we're at Emerson's Green Village Hall in Bristol, which for the last week, like so many community centres up and down the country, has been taken over by people coordinating donations heading to Ukraine and those border countries. What we've seen here in the last half an hour is pretty emotional, because we've got a couple of Ukrainian ladies here who've been helping to coordinate the aid going back to their home country, and they stopped and paused to watch on Sky News the address from President Zelensky. And obviously they've got family back at home, and it's a difficult time for them. We can chat to one of them, Anastasia, who I know you've been very busy helping. You've got a lorry being loaded out there, which is heading out to Ukraine. But can you just give us your reaction? It was obviously very emotional for you to watch your president address. How did you feel?
I feel very proud of him, proud of my country, for everyone. I don't know. Honestly, I never been so proud being Ukrainian. I just realized how big we are. Unfortunately, it's happened in this horrible situation. But I'm very proud of him.
And Anastasia, you've got family. You were telling me that you have your mum, dad, your brother still in Kiev. Just tell us the situation with your family back in Ukraine at the moment.
They staying at home now. When they hear sirens, they just try to go to the basement in their house, and that's it. When they go sleep at night, they even take off their clothes, because you never know if you need to wake up and run. And I feel very nervous and very anxious, and I would be happy if I could bring them in some safe place, but that's what I'm trying to do now, is find a solution.
Is that proving difficult in terms of, we hear about the visa problems, trying to get your family out of Ukraine? Do you think the UK government needs to do more to get Ukrainians to safety here?
Yeah, I think yes, because we have a lot of Ukrainians here who have their parents, their close family members there, and of course we want to have them here next to us. We want to see them, we want to hug them, we want to know that they are safe. Not when you call every day and you are scared if they answer you or no, or not. So yeah, that would be very helpful, and we will be grateful for that.
No, obviously an incredibly difficult time for you. Finally, Anastasia, you mentioned that we saw in the speech from the president that they said they'd fight them on the streets, fight them in the forest. I understand your brother is involved in that fight.
Yeah, he is involved. He, thanks God, at the moment he is not like the front line, but he, like guardian in his city where he lives, it's near to Kiev. So yeah, he involved in this, and he is in danger all the time as well. So he just can call once a day to parents, say that he's okay, and that's it. So.
Well, we obviously all hope and pray that your family stay safe and that you get to see them soon. Thanks for speaking to us, Anastasia. I know these volunteers are going to continue throughout tonight getting these shipments out. There is a van being piled up. That will be going tonight, heading to Ukraine. There's been 2 in the last hour that we've been here setting off. The generosity of the local community, and, of course, of the Ukrainians living in towns and cities right across the UK. You can see that speech in Parliament to the Commons from their president really affected them, and it gives them some hope that the fight continues back at home.
Dan, thanks very much indeed. Well, we're joined now from Rhode Island by Vladimir Goldstein, Associate Professor of Slavic Studies at Brown University. Thank you very much for being with us, Professor. Do you think the war is going well for Vladimir Putin?
Well, what we should know that he's very serious. He's pushed to the wall, and I think he wants to accomplish his goals. His main goals is to get Ukraine as a neutral state, that is the state which is not committal to NATO. And to accomplish that, he is more than willing to sit down and negotiate. For time being, what he sees coming from the West and coming from Ukraine is just unmitigated hostility, unmitigated demonization. And that's a very dangerous track to take. You know, it was fascinating to watch a British Parliament united in their unity and united in their anger at Russia. But, you know, and we talk about the war, why don't we go back to the First World War, so-called the moment of sleepwalking into a disaster, when United Kingdom were united against Germany, demonized the country, and then the whole generation of young people all over the Europe was destroyed. So we have to sit down, all the countries, and that's what Putin wants, all involved countries, NATO and Ukraine and Russia, sit down, and the only thing he wants is committal from NATO and from Ukraine that the country will remain neutral. Of course, there is an issue of eastern Ukraine, so-called Donbass, which probably have to let to the people there to be decided. But that's what he wants. War is a tragedy. War is a disaster. Rather than pushing it and adding more weapons and adding more things, what I think all concerned parties should do is to make everyone to sit down at the table of negotiations and negotiate.
Well, exactly, Professor. So why does he have to invade a country in breach of international law, a sovereign independent country, and, you know, attack civilians and cause huge destruction here? Why doesn't he negotiate the neutrality of Ukraine rather than pursue a war like this?
Why it's happened right now, it's hard to say, but what have to be clear is that Russians expressed their concerns about NATO expansion from the very beginning. And then Putin goes to Munich Peace Conference 2007. He declares this. He talks about red zone. Recently he had the campaign, flying Lavrov and Putin flying everywhere, trying to negotiate. And an expansion of NATO, it should be stressed, was considered by many Western architects of actually post-Second World War peace, like George Kennan, as a tragic mistake. It's a tragedy. Everybody should recognize it as a tragedy. And when we're dealing with a tragedy, all sides are suffering. You know, just look at Aristea. They're fighting here. They're murdering Agamemnon. They're murdering Clytemnestra. They're murdering the daughter. Somebody has to sit down and stop rather than blaming just one side and pushing one side is correct. You cannot say that Agamemnon is correct to kill Iphigenia, their daughter. This is wrong. You know, so everybody should be controlled. And Putin, from what I understand, expressed again and again, something have to be negotiated.
The last point. Yeah, absolutely. But my last point is the Ukraine military is resisting. The Ukraine people are resisting. They don't want the troops here. He can take the territory, but do you accept he can never really tame the people, so he will never take Ukraine?
I don't think, from what I hear, from what I read, I don't think there is an interest on the part of Russia to take and subjugate the people. You know, we've seen in 2008 a confrontation with Georgia, which was again kind of connected with NATO for sure. Russians marched to Tbilisi, then they degraded the military, and then they walked back. The days of the Soviet Union is way over. Russia is a totally different, kettle of fish. Yeah. They're not interested. They have way too much territory as it is. They're not interested in grabbing it, but they want to get their point across. And what Putin keeps on hearing is condemnation, devil, terrorist, Satan, Hitler. I don't think this is the way to negotiate things. As I said, we walked already, the world already walked into the disaster in 1914, where on the and Putin is so much committed to getting this point across that we might end up with a third world war. And I think people should be aware of that before they, start tinkering with the idea of declaring the no-fly zone and things like that.
We have to leave it there, but listen, appreciate your time. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
So a momentous, not at all. So a momentous day in the British Parliament today, but also some big developments in what is going on here on day 13 of the invasion. Let's look at the latest on the ground. Ukraine says the Russian advance has slowed, but heavy missile and artillery strikes continue on city centres and civilian infrastructure. The suburbs of the capital and several cities across the centre and the east of the country continue to be targeted. The deputy mayor of Izium has reported the destruction today of the town's hospital. He says it was deliberately targeted by the Russians and that patients had to dig themselves out of the rubble there. Our correspondent Tom Parmenter reports now on the day's key developments.
How do you even start to rebuild when the trauma just keeps coming? Across Ukraine, there are people cowering from the Russian onslaught. Unable to flee, stuck in this. In the southern city of Kherson, the Russian military are in control. The Ukrainians who are left here are simply trying to survive.
We are blocked in the city. We can't go anywhere. We can go even to the Poland or in any other more safer city. We have electricity and water, but as for the food and medicines, we don't have enough. Yeah, so each day we have less and less. They are just shooting to the cars, to the people. We can't go anywhere.
Life in Mariupol is now just about survival. Surrounded by Russian troops, the locals are desperate. The water and power have been cut off. The shelves are empty. These residents from the city made it to the relative safety of Donetsk, 2 hours to the north.
We were shelled. The house is destroyed. Husband is dead. They couldn't get his body out for 3 days. When we were evacuated, it took 3 days. The lads that led us out promised to bury him and would later tell me where. My child is on the other side of the city. I know nothing about her. Is she even alive?
The road out of the eastern city of Sumy has opened up for some, but it will be a nervous journey. Condemnation of Vladimir Putin's actions grows by the day. The NATO Secretary General is in Latvia, which also borders Russia.
We have a responsibility to ensure the conflict does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine. That would be even more dangerous, destructive, and even more deadly. The situation could spiral out of control.
The sanctions for Russia keep coming. President Biden is ready to cut America's supply of Russian oil.
That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
The European Union, which is much more reliant on Russian oil, can't yet go that far. But the UK will follow suit on oil, but not yet Russian gas.
Nice to see you. Good afternoon. The economic impact of the sanctions that the UK has led has been extreme, and the Russian stock market hasn't opened for the last week, almost a week. The ruble has tanked, and the noose is tightening.
This Russian invasion is still only 13 days old, and already 2 million people have left Ukraine. The goodbyes are the moments that will live with people forever. This police officer's wife and son are leaving. He will stay and fight for a nation in turmoil. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
So let's talk a little bit more now about the decision by the UK and the US to ban the import of Russian oil and oil products, with the US also banning the import of gas. Let's go live to Washington and our correspondent Sally Lockwood. And Sally, events slightly overtaken by President Zelensky speaking to the Commons, but Joe Biden was speaking just before that. We got a glimpse of it in Tom Parmenter's report. What more was Joe Biden saying about these new sanctions?
Well, Joe Biden was saying that this is going to hurt Vladimir Putin, but it's also going to hurt the American consumer oil prices, which have already gone up exponentially in recent weeks, will be impacted by this. But of course, the West is Russia's biggest customer when it comes to oil and gas. And for as long as we continue to buy oil and gas from Moscow, we are helping to bankroll Vladimir Putin's invasion of Ukraine. And there's been growing pressure here on Capitol Hill for Joe Biden to make this announcement that the US is to ban oil and gas and coal imports from Russia, which he has now done in the last few hours before flying off to Texas. There he made this announcement. But of course, as Joe Biden said, America is in a position to do this because it's no way near as reliant on energy imports from Russia as Europe is. Along with the UK, they have now managed to make this agreement that they will ban the imports of Russian oil. That said, it will impact American consumers. Fuel prices have already gone up by around 11% in the last week, but that is a price that the US, according to Joe Biden, is willing to pay. Of course, it's unprecedented times at the moment with Vladimir Putin, and the big concern now is how he will react to these latest sanctions on oil and gas, having said that Western sanctions are akin to an act of war. So we wait to hear and see how Vladimir Putin reacts to this announcement from America and the UK today.
Yeah, OK, Sally, thanks very much. We're joined now from Westminster by the Conservative MP Bob Seely. He's also a member of the Commons Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Good evening to you. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Just wondering what you made of President Zelensky's speech. Bob Seely, I think you've muted yourself. I think.
Sorry, I do apologise.
I think
can you hear me?
I've got you now. Yeah, start again.
Thank you. It was okay. It was impressive and it was emotional and it was one of those rare Commons occasions. Zelensky did not speak his native Russian. He spoke in Ukrainian, and clearly that was for very political reasons. And his language was very much echoing, we should fight them in, I think he said, the forests and the fields and the shores and the streets. This is, echoing Churchill. And he said for us, echoing Shakespeare, that this war is about being or not to be. So it is existential for the Ukrainians. It was impressive. He was pretty angry and impassioned, but I think people listened with an intensity.
And where do you stand on this whole idea of a NATO, enforcing a no-fly zone?
I don't. I think we have to think very, very rationally, and we have to think very, very carefully about the situation. The professor who spoke a few minutes ago, I'm sure accidentally, was repeating some Russian narrative lines about if you argue with Russia, you'll end up in World War III. But I do think we need to take Russian threats very carefully because although it is somewhat bluff, it is not entirely bluff. And I think we have to treat the Russian leadership as being in crisis, and not only the Ukrainians, although clearly there is a vast difference between sending an army and killing your neighbors and trying to defend your homeland. But the Russian state is in crisis as well, and we need to take this very, very seriously. So I don't think... I think that a no-fly zone would put us in direct confrontation with Russia, but also even giving them the MiGs, the Polish MiGs, I don't see the military logic of that necessarily either.
So you mentioned the Russian leadership in crisis. We've only got a minute left, but do you think a Russian leadership in crisis is a dangerous leadership?
Yes, absolutely. And that's why we need to keep talking to them, because every time they threaten nuclear weapons, we need to be saying, you are not under threat. You are threatening others. You need to be rational and clear in your decision making. So we need to be engaging with them as well. This is a bad war, and we're doing absolutely the right thing by arming the Ukrainians with anti-tank and anti-aircraft weaponry. But this is a very bad war that could get worse. And let's just remember that the Russians and the Syrians raised the siege of Aleppo by 12 days of chemical weapons use.
Yeah. OK. All right. Bob Seely, we have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed. And that was the NewsHour at 5. Thank you very much for watching. Coming up, Ukraine's president makes history, an unprecedented speech to the House of Commons, becoming the first foreign leader ever to address the chamber.
ba ma dalee commencé liggéey bi yokkute bu bari am nañ ko ci.
It's 6 o'clock. You're watching the News Hour live from Lviv in western Ukraine. I'm Mark Austin. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. A standing ovation for Ukraine's President Zelensky as he became the first foreign leader ever to address the House of Commons.
We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost.
We will employ every method that we can, diplomatic, humanitarian and economic, Mr. Speaker, until Vladimir Putin has failed in this disastrous venture and Ukraine is free once more.
Also tonight, the UK joins the United States in banning Russian oil imports as Western sanctions against Russia intensify.
The American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
Ukraine accuses Russia of shelling an evacuation route from besieged Mariupol, breaking an agreement to establish safe humanitarian corridors. And the UN reveals that more than 2 million people have now fled the fighting in Ukraine.
There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge.
Good evening to you. This is the News Hour at 6, live from Western Ukraine tonight. This country's president has made history, becoming the first foreign leader ever to address the House of Commons. Volodymyr Zelensky appeared by video link to tell MPs that his country would not give up and would not lose its fight against Russia.
I would like to remind you the words that the United Kingdom have already heard, and which are important again. We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost. We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores, in the streets. And I'm very grateful to you, Boris. Please increase the pressure of sanctions against this country, and please recognize this country as a terrorist state. And please make sure that our Ukrainian skies are safe. Please make sure that you do what needs to be done.
Well, following the speech, Boris Johnson said the UK would do everything it could to help Ukraine.
President Volodymyr Zelensky is standing firm for democracy and for freedom. In his righteous defense, I believe he has moved the hearts of everybody in this House. At this moment, ordinary Ukrainians are defending their homes and their families against a brutal assault. And they are, by their actions, inspiring millions by their courage and their devotion. And I think today, one of the proudest boasts in the free world is "Ya Ukrainets," I am a Ukrainian. So this is a moment for us to put our political differences aside, Mr. Speaker, and I know I speak for the whole House when I say that Britain and our allies are determined to press on with supplying our Ukrainian friends with the weapons they need to defend their homeland as they deserve. To press on with tightening the economic vice around Vladimir Putin, and we will stop importing Russian oil, Mr. Speaker, and my right honourable friend, the Business Secretary, will update the House on that tomorrow. And we will employ every method that we can, diplomatic, humanitarian and economic, Mr. Speaker, until Vladimir Putin has failed in this disastrous venture and Ukraine is free once more.
Let's go live to Westminster and our chief political correspondent, John Craig. And John, I mean, an unprecedented event this for the Commons.
Yes, it was dramatic. It was almost as dramatic as statements, late-night statements on the Falklands War many years ago. The chamber was packed. I'm speaking to you from the central lobby. Peers filed from the Lords, and they filled up the public gallery, which is at this end of the chamber, and also the two at the sides. The chamber itself was packed with MPs who were listening to, in hushed silence, really, as President Zelensky spoke. He began, really, by taking MPs through the 13 days of the war so far, starting on day one when the bombs started and the attack started at 4 a.m, through to the attack on the nuclear plant, day 8 or 9, and then right up to day 13. And then, as we've heard, those stirring, fighting words about how we'll fight on to the end. He revealed that 50 children had been killed during the onslaught by the Russians, and as well as the stirring words about how the Ukrainians wouldn't give up. Then we had, right at the very end, the plea, what he wants from the West and countries like the United Kingdom. He said he was grateful to Boris Johnson But he called for increased sanctions, and he said, in something we were all really expecting from him, please ensure our Ukrainian skies are safe, a plea for a no-fly zone. Now, that is something that Boris Johnson and Liz Truss, the Foreign Secretary, and Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, have so far resisted. There is no huge support for that inside the House of Commons. One or two MPs back that, but the main opposition party isn't under Sir Keir Starmer. They're not supporting that. That may change, of course, if things deteriorate even further. But clearly, the President wants support from countries like the UK. It's very much a publicity blitz he's on. He has spoken to one or two other parliaments as well in recent days, but he certainly succeeded in getting his message across here. MPs I've spoken to in the past, half an hour or so, full of admiration for his courage and his words, and indeed the message that he brought here. And I think that having spoken here to MPs, the support from MPs of all parties for action that the UK is taking to help Ukraine will grow even stronger. There is criticism here, a lot of criticism of the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, over the handling of refugees from Ukraine. Bitter arguments about that today in the chamber. Too slow, chaotic is the criticism. But in terms of the support for the Ukrainian government in their fight, we saw a real display of unity here today, and it's been a day here today. Nobody who was in that chamber will ever forget it. It's one of the most historic days in the House of Commons for many, many a year, and a day that nobody who witnessed it will forget.
John, thank you very much. Let's look now at the latest on the ground here in Ukraine, and the Ukrainian authorities say the Russian advance has slowed, but heavy missile and artillery strikes continue on city centres and civilian infrastructure. Several cities across the centre and the east continue to be targeted, including Kyiv, where police report 27 civilians have been killed in the past 24 hours. The deputy mayor of Izium reported the destruction today of the town's hospital. He said it was deliberately targeted by the Russians and that patients had to dig themselves out of the rubble there. Our correspondent Tom Parmenter reports now on the day's key events.
How do you even start to rebuild when the trauma just keeps coming? Across Ukraine, there are people cowering from the Russian onslaught. Unable to flee, stuck in this. In the southern city of Kherson, the Russian military are in control. The Ukrainians who are left here are simply trying to survive.
We are blocked in the city. We can't go anywhere. We can go even to the Poland or in any other more safer city. We have electricity and water, but as for the food and medicines, we don't have enough. Yeah, so each day we have less and less. They are just shooting to the cars, to the people. We can't go anywhere.
Life in Mariupol is now just about survival. Surrounded by Russian troops, the locals are desperate. The water and power have been cut off. The shelves are empty. These residents from the city made it to the relative safety of Donetsk, 2 hours to the north.
We were shelled. The house is destroyed. Husband is dead. They couldn't get his body out for 3 days. When we were evacuated, it took 3 days. The lads that led us out promised to bury him and would later tell me where. My child is on the other side of the city. I know nothing about her. Is she even alive?
The road out of the eastern city of Sumy has opened up for some, but it will be a nervous journey. Condemnation of Vladimir Putin's actions grows by the day. The NATO Secretary General is in Latvia, which also borders Russia.
We have a responsibility to ensure the conflict does not escalate and spread beyond Ukraine. That would be even more dangerous, destructive, and even more deadly. The situation could spiral out of control.
The sanctions for Russia keep coming. President Biden is ready to cut America's supply of Russian oil.
That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
The European Union, which is much more reliant on Russian oil, can't yet go that far. But the UK will follow suit on oil, but not yet Russian gas.
Nice to see you. Good afternoon. The economic impact of the sanctions that the UK has led has been extreme, and the Russian stock market hasn't opened for the last week, almost a week. The ruble has tanked, and the noose is tightening.
This Russian invasion is still only 13 days old, and already 2 million people have left Ukraine. The goodbyes are the moments that will live with people forever. This police officer's wife and son are leaving. He will stay and fight for a nation in turmoil. Tom Parmenter, Sky News.
Well, hundreds of Ukrainians have been streaming out of Irpin, a town near Kiev, to get away from the advancing Russian forces, which appear to be headed for the capital. Our special correspondent, Alex Crawford, has the latest from Irpin.
This is an absolutely desperate scene. You can see people who are elderly, who are frail, who are unable to cross themselves, having to be carried over this tiny little plank. There's a real urgency here amongst the soldiers and those who are trying to get them over, because they don't know how long this lull in the fighting is going to continue. We've heard a bit of shelling, but it's mostly coming from this side, and there's clearly a huge number of people waiting, still anxious to get over. We understand from the Ukrainian officials that there are about 4,000 people or so trapped, not just in Irpin, but coming from Bucha and Hostomel. So there's a real frantic urgency about trying to get them over and out of this area, which has come under attack several times over the last few days. The incredible scene. There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge, and do it slowly, because you can't have too many people on that bridge at one time, or else it will just snap. And they try to do this quickly before the firing starts again.
Alex Crawford there. Well, across this country, millions of children are caught up in a war that is not of their making. One group of orphans and children from broken families have just escaped shelling in southeast Ukraine. After a long and dangerous 2-day train journey, they have found temporary shelter here. Now they are looking for safety outside of this country. I caught up with them today, and a warning that part of our discussion was about self-harm.
In war, it is always the children. Always the children displaced, always the children disorientated. Always the children without a say in what adults are doing to their world. These children are on the move inside Ukraine, trying to stay ahead of the fighting here. Many of them orphans, most of them from broken homes, all of them with stories we need to listen to. Masha's school near the Russian border was bombed.
It just crushed everything. In my town, it's a lot of crushed. It's some house, like, just fire. It's also hard right now because, I don't know, it's just so hard.
And Vika's estranged parents are still under shelling in eastern Ukraine. Her legs are trembling, she says, and she's harming herself. But here to listen is psychotherapist Natalia Orso. She too has fled the shelling and the bombing, but made sure, even in war, she's reunited with the children she has cared for years. They are stressed by moving from their hometowns in awful conditions, she says. They are worried about families, the instability, and they feel alone. What I offer, she says, is support and love. They all need love, so much love. I treat them as my own, she said, and I stayed here to be with them. She then apologized for becoming upset. But there are a lot of tears here, talking and tears, as the children of Ukraine struggle to understand what on earth is going on in their country.
Let's just talk more now about the UK and the United States announcement of a ban on the import of Russian oil and oil products, with the US also banning the import of gas. Our business presenter Ian King joins us now from the city. And Ian, I guess now we're waiting to see what other European countries are going to do.
Yes, that's absolutely right, Mark. I mean, I don't think of itself Vladimir Putin will be crying himself to sleep over the fact that the UK and US have barred Russian crude exports. Russia supplies around 3.5% of American crude imports. For the UK, well, Russia provides around 8% of our oil, but really only in a couple of refined products, and specifically diesel, which may explain why diesel has been rising more rapidly at garage forecourts over the last few days than petrol prices have. There are suggestions that some of supplies of Russian diesel may be struggling to reach the UK. But as you say, it's the message that it sends out to the rest of the world. Now, I think a lot of people will be looking to see how Japan reacts next, a key strategic ally of the United States in the Asia-Pacific region at all, and a country that has indicated that it too would support sanctions on Russian oil and gas exports. Now, Russia is the fourth largest supplier to Japan, so this would be a very big measure indeed on Japan's part were it to follow suit and go along with what the UK and the US have done. As you say, though, the key thing to do is to watch what Europe does. Europe very heavily dependent on Russia for its oil and gas. Some 40% of Europe's gas comes from Russia. Now, the EU has said that it is looking to cut its dependence on Russian gas to the tune of around 2/3 of supplies by the end of the year. But that is going to take time, and it's not immediately going to strike at Vladimir Putin's war machine. So in the meantime, short term, I don't think this is going to have that much of an impact, but clearly it's the symbolism that goes with that. And in the meantime, it is worth stressing that the oil markets are self-sanctioning. They are starting to avoid Russian exports where they can. And a very good indication of that is the opprobrium that's been cast on Shell after it emerged that Shell bought a cargo of Russian crude on Friday evening. Shell apologised for that today and said it would give the profits from that transaction to relief efforts supporting Ukrainian refugees. But it shows, as I say, that traders, participants in the oil market are starting to self-sanction and avoid Russian crude and gas exports where they can. Now, there's a bit more breaking news that I can bring you on the international sanctions front this evening. Obviously, a lot of big names have been announcing that they're exiting their Russian operations, including the likes of Shell and BP. A lot of consumer goods companies have done that, but one company that has been very much in the spotlight until now has been McDonald's, which until now has said that it would not be exiting its Russian operations. Well, in the last half hour, McDonald's has said it is going to be pausing its operations in Russia and closing its Russian restaurants for now. It has getting on for 847 restaurants in Russia. It's going to continue paying all of its 62,000 employees in both Russia and Ukraine for now. Similarly, we've also heard from Yum Brands, another big American fast food corporation. That is the parent company of KFC. It's announced that it is going to be closing all of its 1,000 Russian KFC outlets. It also owns 50 Pizza Hut establishments in Russia. Those two will be shut as well. So further evidence that the sanctions regime on Russia is coming at the country from all directions tonight, Mark.
Ian, thank you very much indeed. Well, the British government says a pop-up visa centre will open in Lille in France for Ukrainian refugees wanting to come to the UK. But many of those seeking to cross the Channel are already in Calais, 75 miles away from Lille. The government has been criticised for dragging its feet and failing to be as welcoming as its EU counterparts, not only by charities and the opposition, but also by some conservative backbenchers.
We don't want to stand in this house and listen to plans and processes. We want dates, we want action, and the Home Office must react far more quickly than it's doing and get to the point of hubs of people, get them processed and get them in. This is a disgrace. When the Minister leaves this dispatch box, I ask him to go back to the Home Office and tell them to get a grip.
Well, the United Nations says the exodus from Ukraine is now the biggest movement of people in Europe since the Second World War. The UN Refugee Agency says more than 2 million people have now fled Ukraine. Of those, more than 1.2 million of them have crossed into Poland. Over 190,000 have gone to Hungary, which has changed its earlier hardline policy on accepting refugees. 140,000 have crossed into Slovakia. More than 80,000 Ukrainian residents are now in Moldova, while a similar number are in Romania. It's important to note that huge numbers have already passed through after arriving in these countries. More than 210,000 are now in other European countries, and nearly 100,000 are reported to have left for Russia. This is the News Hour at 6. Coming up, we'll take a closer look at Russia's movements on the ground here in the battles in Ukraine.
I am there to speak truth to power. To ask the questions that people want answered. Yeah, good to see you. When I'm interviewing a politician, it's a more rapid fire, but this is not. This is a conversation. The format of the show, so we're going to have an hour-long interview show once a week on a Thursday night. It's at 9 p.m. It's a moment to press pause on this frenetic pace of news and just reflect on things. And when we do have a politician on the show, you might see them interviewed by me in a different way than you perhaps normally see it. What they do, why they do it. If I can find some of that and bring it onto Sky News, I'd be really happy.
Of pieces of man-made debris called space junk are currently orbiting the Earth. Now, why is there so much trash in space? This huge cloud of space junk is suspended between 800 and 2000 kilometers above us. Since space exploration began in 1957, fragments from more than 6,000 space launches and 600 orbital explosions have been accumulating. Why is space junk a threat to space exploration? Old rockets, out-of-order satellites, tools lost by astronauts, and even flecks of paint pose a serious threat to future space exploration, particularly manned flights and stations. Sensors carried on space vehicles only tend to detect micro debris, but damage from a collision can be serious due to the very fast orbital speed of this debris, which travels at some 28,000 kilometers an hour. There is also the risk of debris slamming into the hundreds of Earth observation and telecommunication satellites that orbit the Earth. Billions of dollars worth of weather monitoring equipment, global navigation and communication systems are at risk. The big fear? is of a collision occurring and triggering a chain reaction known as the Kessler syndrome. Over 30,000 pieces of debris measuring more than 10 centimeters and sometimes as big as a bus are currently being tracked and followed from the Earth. Space agencies are working on debris recovery systems with nets, harpoons, sails. Everything is envisaged to deal with the risk of collision.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, Tuesday night. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point, Vladimir Putin's war hurts the world. Global economy is in a tailspin. Indian rupee is falling to an all-time low. Oil prices are rising. What exactly will be the impact? That's what we're going to look at with top economists. But first, as always, the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. Huge relief for stranded Indian students in the Ukrainian city of Sumy. Russia opens a green corridor after the ceasefire. Evacuation of students begins. Prime Minister Modi speaks to the Ukrainian leader Zelensky. Top Ukraine general warns of an all-out Russian assault on the capital city, says Moscow's most combat-ready units are regrouping close to Kiev. Thousands flee capital suburb of Irpin. There's a big spike in air assault too. Ukraine claims to shoot down 52 jets, including a Russian Su-34 bomber in Kharkiv. Ukrainian President, national war hero Volodymyr Zelensky shares his location after Russia accuses him of fleeing the country, posts a video from the street of Kiev, wants the EU to back him. US President Joe Biden set to announce a ban on Russian oil imports. Putin threatens to cut gas supply to Europe. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav makes a sensational claim just ahead of the poll results of Uttar Pradesh, accuses EC officials of tampering with EVMs. BJP's COP said it, says SP has conceded defeat. Congress takes its Goa candidates to a resort for protection from poaching as exit polls point to a hung assembly in the coastal state. And Maharashtra Minister Nawab Malik sent to judicial custody in a money laundering case linked to Dawood Ibrahim till the 21st of March. RBI's new UPI service DigiSathi doesn't need a smartphone or internet. Central Bank Governor Shantikanta Das says move will bump up digital adoption. Okay, the breaking news coming in, and it's some good news that's coming in from Ukraine at the moment. All Indian students who are stranded in the Ukrainian city of Sumy have been moved out now of the war zone. The Ministry of External Affairs has confirmed that students are being taken to western Ukraine, from where they will take flights back to India. Remember, it was the students' video appeal seeking safe passage that had gone viral. Many of these students were stuck because there was constant shelling going on. Now it appears that they have been given that important safe passage, and the Ministry of External Affairs has tweeted saying that the students are on their way to safety. So that's the good news that's coming in at the moment from Ukraine. Joining us now is our diplomatic editor, Geeta Mohan, who's live from Kiev. Appreciate your joining us, Geeta. That's great news. It seems that safe passage that the Indian government has been working on has finally materialized. The Russians seem to have obliged, as have the Ukrainians. What more can you tell us?
Well, that's right, Rajdeep. After the conversation between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Ukrainian president, as also the conversation between Modi and Putin, we see that all Indian students from Sumy now have been evacuated and will be taken to safety. But that certainly does not mean that it is that everybody in Sumy is safe. It is a concern, an area of concern for Ukrainians at a time when the NATO and EU, Rajdeep, are not willing to declare Ukraine a no-fly zone. Every time I move around, we were in Irpin, massive clashes there. And when we spoke to people, most of them said, why isn't the West closing the skies, the Ukrainian skies? We do know that it means that it could escalate, matters could escalate, because Russia is certainly going to violate that call for a no-fly zone. And if they do that, then West will have to take military action. And that would mean an open war. But that certainly is not going down well with Ukraine, that is saying you're not bringing your forces in, you're not declaring the skies closed, and you certainly, your ammunition and weapons certainly do not seem to be enough. We are here in Kyiv. We were in the outskirts, and Russian forces have reached the outskirts of Kyiv. It is a scary scenario for Ukraine, for Kyiv as well.
You're saying Russian forces have reached the outskirts, so clearly they are closing in. The EU or NATO not committing to the no-fly zone demand that Ukraine is making. Just to get a sense once again from you about the students itself, how many students do we know are still left, Indian students in Ukraine, or can we now safely say that they are all out?
Well, according to the Ministry of External Affairs, the statement says that all Indian students are out, not all foreign nationals or foreign students, Rajdeep. But for India, Indian students were the focus, and it seems like they have been evacuated to safety. But yes, it is going to be a Herculean task to get them to the Western Front and then take them across. But the fact that they're out of Sumy in itself is a huge sigh of relief for the Indian administration that has been working very hard and have been working very hard with the authorities on both sides to ensure that there is a humanitarian corridor opened only to ensure that the Indian nationals get out of Sumy, which is an absolutely strife-torn zone right now.
Okay. You stay safe, Geeta Mohan, reporting there from Kiev. Thanks very much for joining me here at the top of the news. Now, as Geeta was reporting, the Russian forces are slowly closing in on Kiev. Remember, Kiev, the capital, remains the key. The Ukraine military headquarters has sounded an alert that Russia has regrouped and is ready to strike Kiev any time now. 4 satellite towns of the capital have been targeted so far by the Russian troops. The big question that is now arising, is Kiev's fall now imminent? Let's take a look at what our reporters are telling us.
The heart of Ukraine, the citadel of Ukraine, is gearing up for a mammoth assault. There's a huge Russian convoy slowly making its way to the city of Kyiv. And the Ukraine army has sounded its biggest warning yet to citizens. A top Ukrainian army general has said that Russia's combat-ready units are now regrouping on the outskirts of Kyiv for an assault like no other.
Kyiv is bracing for it. Kyiv has been bracing for it, but now it's imminent. Now it's likely to happen any time is what we are being told, as soon as this ceasefire lapses, because this ceasefire is only perhaps the last chance for foreigners to leave this place, for non-combatants to leave this place. And that is why Russia unilaterally has announced 2 ceasefires in 48 hours.
The warning has got Ukrainians living in the capital rattled. The reality that this huge Russian convoy could very soon be seen rolling through the streets of Kyiv.
We got a bad news from Irpin that around 30% of the city is still under the control of Russian troops. And the bad news is that the army of Kadyrov, they're just getting into the houses of people. They are taking their money. They are behave themselves as the looters, as a crazy looters, because they are with the guns, people without heat, energy, without food. It's very hard for them, and the Kadyrov army takes the last that they can take from these people.
Russian troops are now focusing all their energy on capturing Kyiv. Their aggression doubled after this video from Ukraine President Zelensky confirming that he's indeed camping in the capital currently.
Ось вечірній Київ. Понеділок, вечір. Ви знаєте, ми звикли говорити понеділок день важкий. В країні війна, тож кожен день понеділок. Я залишаюсь тут, залишаюсь у Києві, на Банковій, не ховаючись і нікого не боюсь, стільки, скільки потрібно, щоб перемогти у цій нашій вітчизняній війні.
Russian troops, meanwhile, are bombarding cities bordering Kyiv. This is the situation in cities like Irpin, where civilians are fleeing in large numbers. And people can be seen struggling to cross a decimated and broken bridge. Russia is moving closer and closer to Kyiv. But Ukrainians are vowing to fight back with all they've got.
13 days that were there since the beginning of war, we were able to regroup, we were able to prepare. Our forces are stronger than ever. Our resistance groups are ready to fight. We are ready for a siege if it happens. And the only thing that we do really need right now is the protection from the air.
The final assault will no doubt be a bloody and deadly one on the capital of Kyiv, as Russia will look to end the invasion by capturing the citadel. Ukraine, however, has made it clear they will ensure it's no walkover for Putin's army. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's right. There are two wars being fought at the moment. The war on the ground between the Russians and the Ukrainians, and the war that the world is facing as economies go into a tailspin. The United States is now planning to raise the stakes in the economy war on Russia. President Joe Biden is set to ban oil imports and energy products from Russia. Moscow has threatened to retaliate by stopping gas exports to Europe that is crucially dependent on Russian gas. As the oil wars threaten to spiral out of control across the world, global economies, including in India, are beginning to struggle. Oil prices could go up. The rupee is falling towards an all-time low. Stock markets are volatile. Our other big focus today is on what does Ukraine mean for the Indian economy and indeed for fuel prices for you and me. Take a look.
Missiles, airstrikes, bombings, evacuation. This is the war you see. There is another war raging, the one you don't get to see. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has triggered a meltdown in global economy, the effects of which could last for months. The immediate impact is on crude oil. Brent prices have jumped from $95 on February 24th, when the war started, to $127 in just 13 days. And now US President Joe Biden is banning oil imports from Russia.
We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
US has imposed a ban. Russia says it will shut natural gas supplies to Europe. Moscow warns an escalation in the economic war could push crude prices $300 a barrel. European nations are worried that President Vladimir Putin might well use the gas weapon. The EU nations have the most to lose. While US imported only 8% of its oil supplies from Russia last year, Europe gets 40% of its requirements from Russia.
The increase in the price of oil, gas and raw materials has and will have consequences on our purchasing power. The amount of the heating bill and the cost of certain products is likely to increase further.
The crisis comes at a time when the global economy, coming out of a pandemic, was already bracing from rising inflation. All this has spooked the global markets. The S&P 500 started the week falling 3%, its sharpest decline since October. The Nasdaq Composite dropped 3.6%. It is now around 20% below its November highs. Back home, the Sensex on Monday dropped 2.7%, or nearly 1,500 points, to hit a 7-month low of 52,843. While it recovered a bit on Tuesday, the future is uncertain. Add to this the fall in rupee's value. The currency breached the 77 mark against dollar this week. The rising oil prices and drop in rupee's value are bound to impact India's budget numbers as well. The world is in for tough times ahead. Bureau Report, India Today.
So is the world staring at another recession on the back of what happened with COVID? What happens to these oil wars? What will it mean for oil prices? And importantly, what will this war cost India and the Indian economy? How will it change budgetary estimates in a critical time? Those are some of the questions I'm going to raise. We've got eminent economists joining us from different parts of the world. From Singapore, Taimur Beg is Managing Director and Chief Economist at the DBS Group in Singapore. Sunil Sinha is Economist, India Ratings and Research here in India. Siddharth Sanyal is Economist with Bandhan Bank. And Siddharth Zarabi is Managing Editor, Business Today TV. Appreciate all of you joining us. Let's cut the chase and come to the big question and ask you all that. How bad could it get? Dr. Beg, we've got the price of global crude oil soaring to a 13-year high yesterday. Brent crude surging to $139 a barrel. The rupee potentially going to an all-time low, 77 rupees to the dollar. We've got stock markets volatile. What's your sense? How bad could it get if this war gets prolonged?
I would begin with taking context, which is in real terms, we're not at an all-time high as far as oil is concerned. The rupee has weakened a bit, but overall, it's been a bastion of stability over the last 4 or 5 years. India is blessed with very strong foreign exchange reserves and looking at this crisis from a position of strength in the sense that its current account balance is fairly under control. We also should recognize that global purchasing power is substantially more than it has ever been if you look at the last decade or so. So yes, this is bad news. Yes, it is commanding headlines and it should worry us because we are coming off a pandemic. We are fragile, but at the same time, buffers, whether it is in emerging markets or in developed markets, are not trivial. So we should take some stock that we are able to take some of this upside to the price. It's not going to be pretty. It's not going to be comfortable, but that doesn't mean we're on the precipice of a global recession, a complete mayhem a la 2008.
Interesting. You believe this is not complete mayhem. Siddharth Sanyal, Chief Economist, Head Research at Bandhan Bank. Do you agree that it isn't as bad as some people are suggesting, that this could, if this war continues and the US President decides today to ban Russian oil imports, only get worse in the days ahead? In the short term, will it get worse?
It's indeed a very, very tricky situation, no doubt about that. In the budget, about a month and a half back, when the calculations were made, oil prices were possibly slated at around $75 a barrel for the next financial year. Now it's close to $130. And even if the full year average turns out to be somewhere around $100 to $110 a barrel kind of a zone, that also means that will be 30-40% kind of rise in oil prices. And every $10 odd of rise in oil prices means something around 0.5% of GDP additional pressure to India's current account deficit. Clubbing with the subdued sentiment on the FII flows, it can be pretty messy for the rupee. Having said that, the only positive thing where I might be sounding a bit similar with Taimur is that if we see some of the recent difficult times for India, like the lemon crisis time or the 2013 taper tantrum time, India gets more rogered when it's relatively on a weaker footing, like the taper tantrum time when it was clubbed in the fragile five group. We are not in that kind of a zone at this moment, but all emerging economies, including commodity importers, will have a tough time over the course of the next few months, and India will not be any exception.
Dr. Sunil Sinha, your concerns, particularly given the fact that the EU is majorly dependent on Russian oil and gas. Russia is European Union's biggest oil partner, supplies 40% of EU's natural gas imports. As Russia gets encircled economically, surely India will face some part of the heat. How will India be affected in your view?
Rajdeep, let me start by saying that the trade relations between India and Ukraine and Russia are not too big a concern, because only 1.8% of India's total trade is with Russia and Ukraine in the direct sense. So to that extent, India is not going to get impacted directly. But yes, the indirect impact on Indian economy is going to be much, much larger, simply because we are a net commodity importer country, and a significant part of that is oil. And the way the oil prices have gone up, certainly it will have a first round effect and then subsequently the second round impact. We just did some basic calculation, and we found that a $5 a USD $5 increase in oil per barrel actually translates into our current account deficit increasing by 6.6 billion. Similarly, a 10% increase in petroleum products can translate into a retail inflation going up by 42 basis points and wholesale inflation going up by almost 104 basis points. So if you take all of these into account, then certainly it will be going to adversely impact the economy. However, one of the things that we must understand, that we have also gone through fairly difficult times over the last 2 years. And in these 2 years, what has happened is that a fair amount of resilience has been built into the system, particularly if I were to talk about the corporate sector. Corporate sector has deleveraged itself to an extent that they are in a much, much better position to withstand these shocks. Similarly, even at the economy level, our forex reserve will be able to withstand some of the shocks. My key worry would be that consumption demand, which is still down and out, if it gets impacted adversely, then that can have a more, not short-term, but medium-term impact on India's growth story.
That's precisely it, isn't it, Siddharth Zarabi, that here was Nirmala Sitharaman a month ago at in the Union Budget 21-22, sort of charting out a roadmap for what lay ahead after 2 years of the COVID pandemic, hoping that the worst was over. Now we have the Ukraine war, Siddharth. How does that affect budgetary estimates? If oil starts continuing to go up, it's $139 a barrel, it continues to go up over the last couple of months because of elections. The government seems to have taken the conscious decision to keep oil prices under control. But come tomorrow, if oil prices start rising, consumption demand continues to fall, many of those estimates of Nirmala Sitharaman when it comes to growth will go for a toss. How concerning is this Ukraine war the longer it continues for those in the finance ministry, Siddharth Zarabi, which you track so closely?
Rajdeep, you're absolutely right. All the good work done so far and announced in the budget for the next financial year to bring India's economy out of 2 years of COVID threatens to be undone by something that the government did not anticipate. When on November 4th, the clock stopped moving and prices stopped magically increasing every day, all of us assumed that there is an election that is there but no one knew that oil, which was averaging around $70, would nearly double to 140. The last 12, 13 days have been an absolute shock. And I think it is going to be one of the worst economic shocks, a complete black swan event for the budget and the center's finances, not just because pump prices may increase or may have to increase accordingly if the entire increase has to be passed through, but because it will have second round impacts. You are now clearly looking at a post-election spike in inflation for the average Indian. Edible oils, fertilizers, gas prices have already been increased because it is deregulated completely and there is one monopoly supplier. So we are going to see a second round inflationary impact. The government did what it needed to do politically, but I'm sure no one had anticipated that the United States will decide to ban Russian oil imports. And Rajdeep, just one last point. That decision has not yet been announced. Everyone is saying that it is imminent, although I personally believe that the US presidential spokesperson offered some ray of hope. And now finally, Russia has warned that prices could go up to $300. So in hindsight, the decision to stop the clock on November 4th, and today is the 8th of March, we don't know whether something will happen after the 10th, is going to cost us very badly.
Let's put up those oil numbers once again. And Taimur Beg, when you say that, you also seem to believe that the Indian economy is resilient. But when we look at oil prices in particular, we're looking at gold at the moment, which has zoomed up. But just take a look at oil on fire. If it's doubled now, and we are at 127 to the dollar, the fact is that is there a fear that if oil prices continue to surge, the impact it will have on inflation? There was already the concern because supply lines were hit during COVID times of inflation being the real threat to any growth story. Now we have a situation, if oil continues to go out of control, what is the impact likely to be on what, as Siddharth put it, a second round of this inflationary spiral?
It will be a global shock. The whole world is in this together. We will all see prices go up. In a country like India, inflation will go, say, from 5 to 7.5%. RBI might have to do something. Budget deficit may be wider. Growth might be slower by 100, 150 basis points. So instead of 6.5, we'll be talking about 5 or lower. We have seen much, much worse just 2 years ago. Mother of all stress tests in 2020. So that's why I'm keen to make sure that we see all these shocks, all these developments in context. Oil going to 140 is worrisome. There is no sugarcoating that, but we have been here before. Just 10 years ago, in real terms, oil was much higher. India saw through that. India can see through this too.
No, but doesn't it affect growth projection? Doesn't it affect consumption demand? The fact is that, from your vantage point in Singapore, don't you get a sense that should this continue, you look at are you saying emerging markets are better placed today to handle this Ukrainian war than, let's say, EU or those who are directly in the line of the conflict?
Well, oddly enough, some emerging markets are in a sweet spot. I would not necessarily put India at the very top of that resiliency index. There are some countries in Northeast Asia and Southeast Asia which might be even more resilient than India, say a country like Malaysia, which is exporting oil. But by and large, compared to where things were a decade ago, when India suffered mightily, when there was an external shock, and the rupee depreciated far more than anything that we have seen in the last few days. This is nothing compared to what happened in 2013. So that's the point, that compared to the previous episodes of extreme fragility, India is better able to take the shock. It's a shock, no question about it. It's negative, no question about it. But can we take that punch? And I think that the punch absorbing capacity is just a bit more now than it was, both in terms of time as well as the cross-section of all other emerging market economies.
Siddharth Sanyal, you want to build on that? Because this whole fear of inflationary spiral, an inflationary spiral going out of control, putting the Reserve Bank under pressure, putting interest rates under pressure, what does it do to the growth story?
I'll possibly take a step back and see growth in a different way. What are the big major drivers of growth in India and as well as in any economy? It's either consumption or investment or government spending on net exports. Now, in case of India, the biggest chunk is private consumption, about 2/3 of the economy. And that private consumption had just started coming back in the last about a quarter and a half, as revealed by the RBI's consumer confidence surveys. Now, the big question is that if there is a little bit of upward pressure on interest rate or expectation of that, as well as pressure on oil prices and inflation in general, that's a big question mark. Obviously, the net exports part, that particular bit will also be negative, and additional subsidy spending, etc., if at all, on the oil side, will reduce the government's ability to put the government spending part somewhat higher. So from that point of view, it will be a pretty tricky situation, and 0.5 to 1 percentage point kind of reduction in growth if the situation persists for about a few months or so is not ruled out. Having said that, I would say that given that this inflationary phase will be fairly logistical disruption oriented, I would expect that there should not be any big knee-jerk reaction and try to fight the inflation battle just on the interest rate front. What complicates the matter is that when the pressure comes on the currency side, that complicates the matter on the policy response side a lot more. So we have to be very careful on that, how exactly we manage on the currency front. So we have to be, all policymakers typically become a lot more concerned if the currency come under a lot of pressure. So we have to be very worried on that particular front.
Dr. Sunit Sinha, do you see the rupee coming under further pressure in the weeks ahead?
Well, Rajdeep, I mean, it's already there. I mean, as you also pointed out, and we are seeing a sudden, a depreciation in the rupee. Although I concur with the view that we are nowhere close to the 2013 situation, because we have a fairly good forex reserve. But I think the bigger concern for the India story is that I mean, although there are still too many moving parts, and really how they will interact and what will be the net outcome is very difficult to predict. But at least from the point of India's growth story, particularly the consumption demand, what I feel is going to be extremely challenging both for the government as well as RBI is that here is a budget which essentially try to address the demand side issues, may not be through the consumption demand, but certainly through the investment demand. On the other hand, RBI also in its policy review in the month of February tried to support the government stance of propping up growth. But here is a shocker that is coming to you, which really leaves very little room for RBI to continue with its policy in the coming month of April. So the likelihood is that if they have to unwind the loose monetary policy, and if there is hardly any more fiscal space available to the union government or for the state government to really support the demand, then certainly the kind of growth that we were expecting for fiscal year 23 will not be there. It will be much lower than that, and that itself will have
Let me take what you're saying
for household consumption.
Let me take what you're saying. I want to take what you're saying to Siddharth Zarabi, because does the government of India have a plan B? Do they have a plan in place, given the fact that many of the estimates, as you've also said, budgetary estimates are now going for a toss? I mean, at the moment, we are on day 13 of this war. If this continues for another month, if the sanctions tighten, if we see the conflict escalating, does the Indian government have a plan B for how it's going to affect the economy?
Rajdeep, a plan B for what?
We'll be doing our very best to try to answer them in the next hour. But first, the headlines. Ukraine's president gets a standing ovation as he becomes the first foreign leader to address the House of Commons.
We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end, at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost.
The UK joins the United States in banning Russian oil imports as Western sanctions against Russia intensify. Ukraine accuses Russia of shelling an evacuation route out of Mariupol as people trapped by fierce fighting try to escape. The United Nations says that more than 2 million people have now fled the fighting in Ukraine.
There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge.
Good evening and welcome to a Sky News question and answer special on the war in Ukraine. Coming up, the military expert and former Director General of the Royal United Services Institute, Professor Michael Clarke, will be here throughout the next hour to answer your questions. But first, Volodymyr Zelensky has made history tonight, becoming the first foreign leader ever to address the House of Commons. He appeared by video link to tell MPs that his country would not give up and he would not lose the fight against Russia.
I would like to remind you the words that the United Kingdom have already heard and which are important again. We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost. We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores, in the streets. And I'm very grateful to you, Boris. Please increase the pressure of sanctions against this country, and please recognize this country as a terrorist state. And please make sure that our Ukrainian skies are safe. Please make sure that you do what needs to be done.
Well, his address comes with people trying to flee the fighting in several cities amid efforts to agree humanitarian safe routes. In Mariupol, buses have left for Zaporizhia, but a proposed route to Rostov-on-Don in Russia was rejected by the Ukrainians. The city of Sumy has the only corridor agreed by both sides, taking refugees south to Poltava after the Kremlin's proposed route to Belgorod was dismissed. In Kiev, Russia had proposed letting civilians cross to the Belarusian city of Gomel, but that was also unacceptable to the Ukrainians. So, in nearby Irpin, people have been trying to make their own desperate escape into Ukraine's capital ahead of the Russian advance. And from there, Sky's special correspondent Alex Crawford sent this report.
It's the only way out of Irpin, and this would test even the fit and healthy. But those still fleeing are the most vulnerable, the elderly, the frail and the very young. Those who've left this dangerous journey to the last, and they're having to pick their way across. Those unable to get over themselves have to be carried, painfully slowly so they don't slip, despite the desperation to get to the other side. The man in red is offering some comfort to the old man as he puts all his trust in strangers taking enormous risks themselves.
This is an absolutely incredible scene. There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge, and do it slowly because you can't have too many people on that bridge at one time or else it will just snap, and they're trying to do this quickly before the firing starts again.
Some of these people have already walked several kilometres to get to this point, carrying on their backs the loved ones they could not leave behind. And this is no agreed safe corridor. These people know this route has been attacked multiple times already. No. So they raced out as quickly as they could, crying babies helped by volunteers.
Mom, yes.
Come on, Mum, he's calling. Many of them have been shot at or survived shelling. Smile, her partner says. He wants her to be brave in front of our cameras. The courage of these people in these, the most difficult and risky of circumstances, is quite astonishing. The pulling together of them all, an absolute inspiration to witness.
Here we have shoots all everywhere. We don't see anything, but we listen all
hear
night.
A lot of it.
Yes, and we know some streets kills people. Near my house kills women yesterday.
The Russian soldiers are very close, we're told, only 100 meters down the end of this road. The urgency to get people out is stepping up a beat.
Там стоят 20 tanks.
Wow.
На стрит Пушкинская стрит.
They're in there, the Russians.
Да, Ирпене.
Take care.
2 civilian, 1 woman, 1 children, and 1 from armed force.
We're all buried.
Yes, yes, in the park, in the square, where 2 weeks ago children with...
We're playing. Ukrainian soldiers are pushing into Irpin, trying to hold back the Russian troops. They have to. About a third of the town is now under control of the Russians, putting them right on the western doorstep of the capital. The Ukrainians say they bombed the bridge, which used to be the main route into Kiev, and the Russians only have to cross this to easily get within striking distance of the capital. Those running away from this slow but relentless military advance told us of being under siege for days, surrounded by explosions until they could last no longer.
No light, no water, no everything, and we can't live in our houses right now.
And then a remarkable act of kindness from those who've just escaped with their lives. It's for International Women's Day, she says. In the face of such fear and danger, having lost everything, some coming out were more worried about us. Everything's okay. Everything will be good, she tells us. Trust me, we will survive. We will escape. Everything will be good. Don't be sad or negative, she tells me. Hold on, protect yourself, and take care of yourself. The road out is littered with possessions they once thought essential. Now just surviving is the priority.
Sometimes we thought this is the last second of our life. It was very scared.
Yeah, I bet it was. Yeah.
They made sure Yodel the cat made it too, but also insisted the world needs to help them now.
What should they do about this?
Should do close. They should close
the sky.
After that, we maybe we can fight with Putin.
They're fighting the battle of their lives, but there's a sense they're only delaying the inevitable. They're preparing to lay mines to protect the capital road. And all the men escaping Irpin in the west have their documents checked. And they're tested on their Ukrainian. They're acutely aware here that Russian saboteurs might try to sneak into the capital, hiding amongst the terrified civilians. So while the Russians are still advancing, they take any window to get people out, any way they can. They've somehow survived the most atrocious conditions in a town under attack and under siege. But it's by no means over, and from somewhere they find the reserves to push through this terror. Because everyone here is horrified at the thought of suffering the same fate as other areas pulverized by the foreign troops moving in. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Irpin.
Well, we've had hundreds of questions from you about the war in Ukraine, and the security and defence analyst Michael Clark is here with me now to answer as many of them as we can. You're very welcome, Michael. Thank you very much indeed. The first question's going to come from me because we've just got a statement just in from the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs. It's concerning the aircraft, the MiG aircraft that they have, and the discussion about letting the Ukrainian Air Force have them. This is what the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs has had to say. The authorities of the Republic of Poland, after consultation between the President and the government, are ready to deploy immediately and free of charge all their MiG-29 jets to the Ramstein air base and place them, and here's the bit I want to ask you about, place them at the disposal of the government of the United States of America. This would be a deal then that involves the Americans replacing those aircraft if they're handed to the Ukrainians.
One would assume so. If they go to Ramstein, that's a pretty big base. I mean, I haven't heard about this before, but that would be sensible. And the MiG-29s are aircraft that the Ukrainians can use. It's no point giving them other aircraft that they would need some time to refamiliarise themselves with. They'll know the MiG-29. And the MiG-29s they get from NATO will be the best big MiG-29s flying because they're Russian airframes that will have NATO avionics in them. So it's entirely sensible. One assumes then that the United States will compensate Poland in some way, but I mean, I think that's a discussion for another day. The main thing as far as NATO is concerned and the US is concerned is get some aircraft into the Ukrainian Air Force that they can use. And the MiG-29s it's not the best aircraft around at the moment, but it's better than nothing
but
in terms of what they're up against.
But what about the Russian response? I mean, these placed at the disposal of the government of the United States of America, the leading member of NATO. How would the Russians interpret that?
They can interpret it the way they like. I mean, NATO has been giving arms openly to Ukraine. This is just another type of weapon. Giving it to the Americans to give to the Ukrainians is, in a way, is to say to Russia, if you want an argument about this, have it with Washington, don't have it with us.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but if they were flying then originally from an American airbase, if they fly out of there, again, does that have a danger, a worry about expanding the theatre of war?
Marginally. I mean, it's no different in principle to having British NLAW, the anti-tank weapons, sent by road into Ukraine, which we have done and we will do more of. This is a bit more obvious if you're flying. The main thing is to make sure that Ukrainian pilots who may come into Western Europe can find a safe way to take their aircraft into Ukraine, and they'll have to be a bit careful about that. They certainly won't advertise when they're going to do it or where and how, what routes they will use, but they will certainly give it a go, I'm sure.
Well, let's stay with the issue of aircraft. The first question that we received today at Sky News, they say many hundreds of people getting in touch with us. This one's from Phil, asks, can the UN enforce an organised humanitarian corridor? There it is, from Phil, and that presumably would have to involve aircraft as well. And this is all involving this issue of a no-fly zone.
Yes. I mean, the UN, if the UN tried to enforce it, then it would have to come through the Security Council for authorisation. And Russia is on the Security Council with a veto, one of the 5 permanent members who can veto things, so the Russians would veto it. And remember, too, that if the UN, even if in some way the UN could authorise it, UN forces can't be pulled together quickly. They usually take weeks and months to come together, even in quite difficult circumstances. And the Ukrainians need a humanitarian corridor now, this next 10 days, 2 weeks. So it can't happen via the UN in any practical sense, even if it could be authorised.
So it has to come from the negotiations that take place between the...
Absolutely. The only way humanitarian corridors of any sort can take place is if the Russians are prepared to agree to corridors which are established locally by the forces who are there on the ground. Anyone else coming in from outside will need quite a lot of force, quite a lot of authorisation, and even then it might go wrong. So it'd be very dangerous to do, even if it were practical.
Well, let's address the no-fly zone head-on. We've had so many people asking this. We've heard it from President Zelensky today. Again, we've heard it from many of those people that Alex was talking to, desperately trying to get away from the bombing. And this from Caroline says, why don't NATO introduce a no-fly zone over Ukraine for even a couple of days to get people out under humanitarian terms? So, to enforce those humanitarian corridors.
Yes. Again, practical problems is that any no-fly zone would involve effectively declaring war on Russian air defence assets, which are there in Ukraine, and some of those that are over the border in Belarus, which are on the border protecting Russian aircraft that are flying inside Ukraine. So there's a difficulty there. It would invite military confrontation between NATO and Russia, which in principle would invite some sort of wider European conflict. The other thing is that although we can all try to think of obvious ways of doing this, the biggest suffering for the people of Ukraine is artillery. It's not aircraft. It's not Russian aircraft bombing them. It's Russian artillery and Russian rockets, neither of which are particularly accurate. And most people who are suffering from old-fashioned 1980s artillery shells.
Well, just let me ask you about that air campaign. Is the Ukrainian Air Force still flying, still operation? Because one would have thought at the start of this conflict that the Russians would far outnumber and outgun them.
They did. They should. I mean, they're more than twice the number in terms of aircraft. They've got all of the most modern technologies, and they haven't done it. What's interesting is at least half, about something like that, of the Ukrainian Air Force still seems to be operating, and they're doing pretty well. The Russians seem to have a real problem with their air campaign. They're not conducting any complex air operations. They're flying low and at night, which means they fear Ukrainian air defences, which have been really quite effective. So low and at night, and in ones and twos. They're not coming in big, complex formations where they can actually take out a whole area of Ukrainian forces or air defences. And so one of the dogs that hasn't barked in this process so far in the first 13 days is we say, where is the Russian Air Force? Why aren't they more effective? And military analysts have we've been asking ourselves these questions. There are some answers. Russian pilots only train for about 100 hours a year. All NATO pilots train for well over 200 hours a year. They never train on complex operations. NATO pilots are constantly training on complex operations between the members of NATO. They go on these big multinational operations, British, German, Italian, and they train all the time for this sort of thing. The Russians don't. And so now they're being tested. It doesn't look as if they're doing terribly well.
OK, let's move on. We've had an awful lot of questions about those chilling threats, overt or absolutely explicit, from President Putin about the threat of nuclear warfare. And John asks this. Could Russia use tactical nuclear weapons and or chemical weapons on Ukrainian forces, cities and civilians? And if so, would NATO intervene? So that's a specific question. We'll broaden that out, Michael. But from John there, could Russia use these so-called tactical nuclear weapons? I mean, that makes it sound like, you know, they don't do very much. They do battlefield nuclear weapons, they're also called. They have huge explosive power, don't they?
They do. I mean, even a 1 or 2 kiloton weapon is ferocious, is fearsome. I mean, Hiroshima and Nagasaki were 15 kilotons, which kills a city. And so battlefield nuclear weapons are sometimes a 1 kiloton, that's very small in nuclear terms, sometimes 5, sometimes 10. But you're talking about something up to Hiroshima's. And the Russians have tactical nuclear weapons right down to every level of their forces. Most of them are fairly small, and they have a doctrine to use them. Would they use them? I think that's very, very doubtful, because that would be the first use of nuclear weapons since their, we hope, only ever time to be used, which was August 1945. However, if they take another step up the ladder, if everything else is going wrong for them, and quite a lot is going wrong at the moment, if they take another step up the ladder, you might expect to see chemical weapons used, because they used them in Syria, for sure. And we sold the pass on chemical weapons in 2013, Britain and America. We were going to take action against the use of chemical weapons in Syria. And you may remember, you were around in August 2013 in Parliament, sat that Thursday night and wouldn't do it. And because Parliament wouldn't do it and Britain wouldn't do it, the Americans wouldn't do it, interestingly. And that was it. And there's been quite a lot of chemical uses since. 7 or 8 years later, chemical warfare is now a possibility, whereas it wasn't before 2013.
Can I just go back to the nuclear weapon issue? If Russia used a tactical nuclear weapon within the borders of Ukraine, what would the West, what would NATO's response have to be? Would it not have to be, well, look, he's broken that wall, he has used nuclear weapons, the next one is coming for Berlin or London or Washington, we have to make sure that doesn't happen?
The straight answer is I don't know. Nobody knows. If a nuclear weapon were used in this circumstance, however small, then we're into a completely different crisis. I mean, this is not a nuclear crisis. This is a terrible crisis. Mr. Putin is trying to nuclearize it to frighten everybody. But unlike Cuba in 1962, that was a nuclear crisis. That was about nuclear weapons on either side. This is not. This is about something else. He tries to nuclearize it by threatening nuclear weapons, by implying nuclear weapons. If one were used, it would become a nuclear crisis. And then we're in a different ballgame. Would NATO respond? For sure it would respond. Would we attack Russia? Almost certainly not in those circumstances. But if we thought Russia was about to attack us, then the hair-trigger mechanisms would operate, and then we're back into a real Armageddon scenario.
Well, let's ask you then if that Armageddon scenario came about. Another question often asked. Let's get AJ to do this one for us. What defence systems does the UK have in the event Russia launches nuclear weapons towards us, and indeed the United States and others? Well, those of us of a certain age remember Ronald Reagan's Star Wars programme. Any of those being developed, and if so, do they work?
No. Is there any defence? No, there isn't. Do we have any defence against nuclear weapons? None whatsoever. Because the issue is, the view we take is, the view we've always taken, it's impossible to defend against nuclear weapons. Reagan, in October '83, declared the Star Wars thing. I was just going to the States at the time. I lived through all of that. It was all immensely science fiction-y, and none of it really worked. I mean, the bits that worked were the bits that would have worked anyway. There's no such thing as defence in space against nuclear weapons, and I could keep you here all night telling you why not. There's about 100 different reasons why none of it really works. Little bits of defence work. You could maybe defend yourself against 1 or 2 nuclear weapons, which is the system the US has got in place now. But if somebody wants to attack you with, let's say, anything other than 10 weapons, let alone the 1,000 or so that the Russians have got, there's no defence. And so the thinking is that you can't defend yourself, so you deter. You simply say, we can't defend ourselves, neither can you. If you do it to us, we'll do it to you. And deterrence is always, governments have always said, oh, yeah, we believe in deterrence. We're very relaxed about that. British governments have said for years, we're relaxed about deterrence. It works. It shows it works. Well, in crises like this, people start to think a bit more about deterrence and how sensible a policy it is. But there's no alternative because it's the only policy any of us have got.
OK, Michael, on that note, we're going to take a short break. Plenty more questions coming up because it's a Sky News question and answer special you're watching on the war in Ukraine. As I say, plenty more of your questions coming up, and we'll get the latest on the flow of refugees coming from Ukraine.
I am there to speak truth to power. More than questions, to ask the questions that people want answered. Yeah, good to see you. When I'm interviewing a politician, it's more rapid fire, but this is not. This is a conversation. The format of the show, so we're going to have an hour-long interview show once a week on a Thursday night. It's at 9 p.m. It's a moment to press pause on this frenetic pace of news and just reflect on things. And when we do have a politician on the show, you might see them interviewed by me in a different way than you perhaps normally see it. What they do, why they do it. If I can find some of that and bring it onto Sky News, I'd be really happy.
I love my job because I get to do something that is contributing to a better future.
Well, now the Home Office has sparked anger after announcing it will create a pop-up visa application centre for Ukrainian refugees in the French city of Lille. That's about 70 miles inland from Calais. The French have accused the UK government of a lack of humanity after it emerged that hundreds of refugees arriving in Calais had been sent back to Paris to complete their paperwork. Labour and a number of Conservative backbenchers are urging the government to speed up the whole process for Ukrainians seeking sanctuary in the United Kingdom. Well, Sky's Laura Bundock is in Calais, and let's speak to her now then. And Laura, what have would-be refugees to the UK, what have they been saying to you in Calais?
Well, this is the hostel where many of the Ukrainian families have been staying. They've been offered free accommodation and they've been offered help and advice when it comes to visa applications, because I think they're realising that there is a real process when it comes to trying to get into the UK. Many of them, interestingly, have driven here. If you looked up the road here, you'd see several Ukrainian cars and vans parked along here. These incredibly long, difficult journeys. People now arriving tired. They're worried and still in a state of shock. We spoke to this young family from Kiev. They'd left the capital on the 24th of February. They'd picked up another family member and her 2 young children, made the long journey, arrived here in Calais, realised they couldn't just get on the next ferry, that they had to apply for a visa. And they finally got an appointment in Paris tomorrow. So they can have to drive from Calais to Paris, hand over the paperwork, and they don't even think the visa will be approved or they'll get an answer on that tomorrow. They'll have to make their way back here to Calais. There is this temporary visa application centre in Lille being set up, as you say, but certainly we've not spoken to anyone here who's managed to access or find out any more information about it. And these stories really are heartbreaking. I spoke to another young mother who was living near Odessa with her 7-year-old daughter, and when she heard a bomb land near her flat on the 25th of February, she realised she had to leave the country. And she told her daughter it was like a game, that every country they passed through was another level in the game. Every different bit of transport they took was a stage of the game. And they've arrived here in Calais. She's left behind her home, she's left behind her job, her little girl asking her mum, why can't she see her friends? Why can't she talk to her teacher, who she's really close to? And these long, long journeys you hear about seem far from over when it comes to what happens next. And I asked that mum and asked her, how are you feeling tonight, today, arriving in France? And she said, it's simple. I don't feel lucky right now, Dermot. I simply feel guilty.
So upsetting. Laura, thank you very much indeed. Laura Bundock there in Calais for us. Well, let's put a question to Michael Clark about the UK's treatment of refugees through the questions you've been sending in. This one came from Christine, which is, why isn't the government, quite simple, why isn't the government helping the Ukrainian people? And Michael, of all the things that the UK seems to be getting right on the approach to Russia and Ukraine, this one doesn't look that way, does it? 300 refugees, we're told, accepted so far, compared to, well, hundreds of thousands in Poland, even 2,000 in Ireland.
Yeah. I mean, the government has got a lot that it can take credit for in this crisis, in being first to recognise what was going on, sending weapons to Ukraine, helping train Ukrainians, more than 20,000 of them. One of the reasons that Ukrainians are doing rather well militarily is they've received some pretty good specialist training, and we've been ahead on sanctions and some other issues. However, this is awful, and this is a rerun of Afghanistan last year. I mean, in Afghanistan last year, they had a year knowing that the Americans were going to pull out. And for that year, they did nothing other than a paper plan of what they were going to do about refugees, which were bound to happen. And when it happened, they were scrambling. And our performance last year, apart from the military performance, getting 10,000 people out, and they originally estimated only 3,000 would need to come out, 10,000 came out, it was a mess. And here we are again. British and American intelligence last December said what was going to happen. And they've been right in almost every single detail so far. And so the British government, of all governments, might have anticipated that there would be a refugee crisis. My students of years ago, if I'd given this to them as a problem, as I used to do, would have come up with this in 20 minutes. And here we are, scrambling for a response when we've had 4 months to think about it.
And somebody else who knew it would happen must be President Putin. He's weaponising people, is he?
Yeah. And this was obviously the case. I mean, this is the way the Russians do things. They did it in Chechnya, they did it in Syria. They know that civilian populations are part of the war plan. And that sounds a cruel thing to do, and it's a very hard thing for people like me to say. And a lot of people say, oh, no, you're just being very anti-Russian. But if you look at the way the Russians think about warfare, it is really different to the way the West thinks about warfare. And sure, the West has been responsible for civilian deaths in Afghanistan and Iraq, but it's never deliberate. It's sometimes negligent. It's usually a mistake, and it's always a big attempt to actually avoid civilian suffering, even though they don't get it right a lot of the time or some of the time. In Russian planning, civilian suffering is part of the war plan. It always has been, and it's a big fundamental philosophical difference in the way Russians think about war, and the Russians have thought about war since the end of the Second World War.
OK, Michael, a lot more to talk about, but we'll take a break. You're watching a Sky News special on the Ukraine war, and we'll discuss the next possible stages in the Ukraine conflict. Welcome back. I've got the Defence and Security Analyst Michael Clarke here with me to answer all your questions, so many questions about the war in Ukraine. And another theme that many of your questions touched upon was how effective these sanctions are against Putin's regime. This was from Jem. Says, do you think these sanctions that are imposed on Russia are making a difference? Well, we need an economist as well here, Michael, but are they? Because they're mainly economic. I mean, they're coming in many forms, and the latest is this issue of Russian oil. But clearly the squeeze is on
Absolutely. And the sanctions that are making a difference are the ones that the government are not taking, or the government are not responsible for, because the government have set off a series of sanctions, and so have other governments. The EU has done really well on this one. We're doing OK, but again, we're taking it a bit slowly. However, the sanctions that really matter are the private sanctions. All the companies that are pulling out of Russia, the F1, the Premier League, all of the organisations that are saying we don't want to be toxically connected to this country. And so there's a sense of the international pariah status which President Putin has got is now encouraging the commercial world to pull out because they don't want to have to justify to their shareholders why they seem to be complicit in what is a series of daily war crimes going on the European continent.
So Russia's in a way gone back to, I don't know, the pre-Gorbachev era.
Absolutely. It would be very isolated. Now, the issue is that the Russian people, by and large, don't blame Putin for that. They blame us. They think it's all America and that we blame them for things that are not really their problem. But the middle classes know, the oligarchs know what the score is. And they understand that Russia is being isolated from the rest of the world by this. So, yes, sanctions are important. They won't change Putin's mind, but they create a political crisis in Russia, which is already well underway. Putin's got himself a real political crisis to deal with.
Oh, and just what about the simple denial of funds? This war must be costing, what, some estimates, $1 billion a day or more. This is very expensive to prosecute.
It is, except that Putin, he's making a profit on this war because the war itself has pushed up energy prices so high that every day we send Russia $700 million the West. That's $3.5 billion a week in energy money. And so the higher the prices of oil and gas go, the more profit he makes on it. So the war is actually very profitable for him. That's an inconvenient fact. However, the fact that Russia is going to suffer economically for all of this is a sort of a medium to long-term pressure which will contribute to bringing Mr. Putin down at some point in the future.
OK, Michael, let's get on to this issue of NATO. We've touched upon it, but so many people asking this about the role, the potential role of NATO in the conflict. And Eva asks, is there a point where NATO could get involved without Russia having attacked a NATO country first? And the Russians certainly say that NATO got involved in countries like Serbia before without being threatened.
In Kosovo, yeah. In 1999, I mean, NATO had its own resolution in 99 and in 2011, acting on a very strong United Nations resolution, NATO was involved in Libya. In this case, this is Europe. This is NATO's own defence perimeter. NATO is a defensive organisation. It would be loath to somehow become involved unless it was protecting one of its 30 members and the perimeter of NATO as it now exists. So it's not out of the question, but it's beyond the level of practicality that I could see for the next 2 or 3 months at least.
But would NATO be preparing for an incursion, an attack on a NATO member? Russia is getting perilously close, particularly, of course, those Baltic countries getting particularly close to NATO members.
Yes, the 3 Baltic states are really getting very worried. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. Estonia and Latvia have both got significant Russian minorities, about 20-25%. Most of them are retired Soviet Army, Red Army people, because they were all retired to the Baltics. That's a comfortable place to go. So there's a sort of community of ex-military who've actually been manipulated a little bit over the years. Lithuania doesn't have a particularly big minority, Russian-speaking minority, but there is Kaliningrad, which is a piece of Russia on the Baltic Sea that is part of Lithuanian territory. And there's an interesting little area called the Suwalki Gap that everyone will have heard of in a couple of weeks' time, which is about 60 miles long, 30 miles wide. It is the gap of territory that would link Kaliningrad on the coast, piece of Russia, with the border of Belarus. And it is one of the areas that's regarded as a European flashpoint. And so if Putin went further than Ukraine, I don't know why he would, but, you know, there's all sorts of scenarios. If the Baltics were threatened, it would be maybe, as it were, a sort of Donbass situation in Estonia or Latvia with Russian minorities becoming difficult, or some crazy attempt to link up Belarus with Kaliningrad, to link Belarus and this little piece of Russia through the Suwalki Gap, which would really bother Lithuania and Poland.
Tectonic plates moving. Another NATO question, this one from John. He asks, if we can't send in NATO forces, this is a clever one, why not send peacekeeping forces from a non-NATO country? Nearby there aren't too many. Finland, Sweden.
Turkish forces often get asked to go and do peacekeeping duties, but remember, peacekeeping forces only go when there's a peace to keep. No sensible country sends its forces into a war zone to separate the sides because they just get obliterated. If there were a peace and then a peace to keep, then UN forces might be developed or deployed, or independent forces. But even so, getting peacekeeping forces together isn't easy. A lot of countries with not very capable forces do it because they used to get, I'm not sure what the current figure is, but it used to be $1,000 per man per month. And a lot of them did it because it was a way of paying for their militaries. So you get forces from all over the world who just send infantry. I mean, a lot of Nigerian infantry turned up in Bosnia without uniforms, without any winter stuff. And the UN had to supply them with equipment. So a lot of countries send forces for the sake of sending forces to get $1,000 per man per month. UN peacekeeping forces, some of them do a very, very good job and a very brave job. Some of them don't.
So I see, but at the moment, given that there's one,
no peace to keep.
There's one and there's only one aggressor, Russia would regard anyone who enters that field as part of the...
If a peacekeeping force is feasible, it'll be in several months' time.
OK, well, let's focus now on some of your questions about specific flashpoints in the conflict. We've touched on the Baltics. Darren asks, how likely is Russia to take Odessa, and how big a blow would the loss of it be to Ukraine? Now, Odessa, that huge port in the south, not too very far away from Crimea, it's seen as one of the key targets, we imagine, for Russia. How big a blow would it be?
Yeah, a big blow. I mean, Odessa, and Odessa is the historic port. You know, Catherine the Great's great. She built it. It's a great cosmopolitan port. It's like Marseille. They say it's all the criminals and dealers, and if you can think about it, somebody in Odessa will sell it to you. It's that sort of place. Very independent. Was never sort of very pro-Kiev. It was all very, you know, we are Odessans. That's what they said. They're very, very Ukrainian now. In 2014, when Crimea was seized, a lot of people in Odessa quite liked the idea. They were quite Russian, pro-Russian. They're not now. And Odessa, the mayor of Odessa has said, like other mayors, I will make this place into a new Stalingrad. And the importance of Odessa is that because it's the port, and with Chernomorsk, which is just about 15 kilometres, 20 kilometres down the coast, that's the commercial port. Right. Odessa and Chernomorsk, between them, carry about 70% of all of the trade from Ukraine to the Black Sea and therefore to the outside world. And so grain, bulk goods, all the stuff that Ukraine sends to the world, including grain to China. I mean, its biggest customer for grain is China. If that grain doesn't get out, world food prices all go up. So Odessa and Chernomorsk are very important targets. However, I think the Odessans they're digging in pretty solidly. The Ukrainians are moving their best reserves to Odessa. They intend to make a stand. And at the moment, they're fighting at Mykolaiv, which is a little way away. And unless the Russians can take Mykolaiv, then they can't get to Odessa. If that fight at Mykolaiv, it's gone back and forth in the last 48 hours. If the Russians get past Mykolaiv, which they might, they've then got to take on Odessa.
But isn't Odessa vulnerable from the sea as well? Presumably the Russians have control of the waters.
Yeah, they've got about 30 warships in the Black Sea, of which at least 6 are assault ships, and these assault ships are pretty big and they're quite powerful. And so there's a naval assault waiting to go in on Odessa. When the ground forces get there, I sometimes smile because they've been waiting a while. And all these troops on the ships are getting pretty fed up at sort of drifting around, doing nothing very much. There is also a possibility of an attack on the other side of Odessa from the west, from Russian troops who are over the border in Moldova, in the Transnistria district. So it's possible that Odessa could be attacked from east, west and south by the sea. It won't be a comfortable position to be in, but the Odessans at the moment are determined not to roll over.
Well, let's go north and talk about the capital, and many people wondering about the anticipated attack on Kiev, and perhaps why it hasn't happened yet. And this question from Peter says, why can't the Ukrainians attack the convoy headed towards Kiev? And we see a little bit of it there, and we've been talking about this, Michael, now more or less since the Russian campaign began. It's stuck, and it's well and truly stuck. Isn't it a sitting target?
It is, and it has been targeted. It hasn't moved for 6 days in this form, and the Ukrainians are targeting it. They're not doing it with lots of air power the way we might have. I mean, as was done on the road from Basra in the 1991 Gulf War with the road from Basra. They're not doing it that way. They're attacking it on the ground. They're using drones. The Bayraktar drone, the Turkish drone, is very effective. They've got their own drone called the Punisher drone, little electric drone. Only carries one bomb, but it's very stealthy because it's electric. Can't easily be picked up. And what they're being clever because what they're doing is they're attacking the fuel. This convoy contains about 15,000 troops. It's basically an armoured division and probably about 230 tanks. They're not attacking the tanks, they're attacking the fuel because the convoy's run out of fuel. It's run out of quite a lot of other things as well. And what they are doing, they're holding it in place by denying it the ability to sort itself out. They're keeping the traffic jam jammed. And latest information is this convoy is trying to decongest from the back. They're trying to actually back up to create a bit of space. Not doing very well.
What does it tell us, though, about the state of Russian equipment as well? Some of it that we've seen, some of the stuff that the Ukrainians have blown up looks pretty old, looks pretty dilapidated, and some of it doesn't even look military.
Yes. The latest figures I was checking before I came, the verifiable figures from independent sources, all with photographic evidence, the Russians have lost about 860 pieces of significant equipment, so tanks, armoured vehicles, artillery pieces. The Ukrainians have lost less than 250. Which they can ill afford. But the Russians have lost 860. I was doing some figures on this overnight. Of those 860 pieces of equipment the Russians have lost, about 60% of them have been abandoned or captured. Now, any side retreating, you would expect to lose some equipment because you have to retreat, you have to leave the equipment behind, you try and blow it up, disable it, and you clear off. If you're attacking, you don't expect to have your equipment abandoned or captured, which indicates that Ukrainian counterattacks, local counterattacks, must be doing quite well. Well, that's abandon this much equipment unless they had to.
That's the equipment. What about the personnel? We got this question from M asking how many Russian soldiers are being killed in Ukraine. Well, we don't entirely know, but the Russians, it was last week, wasn't it, said 498.
Yeah.
We know it's more than that. What's the estimate?
Ukrainian sources today say 11,000. Verifiable figures outside that are closer to 10,000.
Now, that's a lot in what, 2 weeks?
Bear in mind that in Afghanistan, in 10 years, eight and a half years, the Russians lost 15,000 men in Afghanistan in 8.5, 9 years. 15,000. They've now lost 10,000 in 10 days in Ukraine. And that loss of 15,000 back in the 80s started to have a big effect on public opinion in the Soviet Union. So what effect 10,000 in 10 days will have, even though the Russian public don't hear much about this, mothers don't know what's happened to their sons. They don't know what's happened to these boys. And, of course, no bodies are being brought back because the Russians took crematoria with them, mobile crematoria, so that these bodies are being cremated where they fall. They're not being returned home. But their mothers will wonder where on earth they are. OK, Michael, we're going to take another break. We'll have much more on that very issue. What about the effect in Russia itself? You're watching Sky News tonight. And coming up, we will be discussing how President Putin might decide to end the war in Ukraine.
breached the road. There is a lot of gas being fired all around us. शांति से इनको समझाओ वरना ये हम लोग It is an absolute carnival kind of atmosphere out here for Prime Minister Modi's decisive victory. These students are defying the prohibitory orders and now they're going to be arrested. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. the roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. What is feared that over 200 people might have died because of these landslides. This on any given day would have been bustling with people, but today it's absolutely deserted. This is one of the most sensitive areas of northeast Delhi where there's been clashes. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
Welcome back to a Sky News Tonight special, because our security and defence analyst Michael Clark is with me to discuss some of your questions about where the conflict in Ukraine goes from here. Well, we've got this question to kick off this section, and this from Steve says, other than a full annexation of Ukraine, what are Putin's other viable exit strategies? Well, clearly that was the initial ambition. Not going to achieve that now. We can tell that because Putin's spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, said the other day, that they would accept Crimea and the Donbass, and yes, you don't join NATO. But that shows that their ambitions have dropped.
Yes, it also shows that Putin and the people who are close to him, the 3 or 4 who he takes notice of, are all like 19th century politicians. They look at a map and say, well, I'll have this bit and this bit and this bit, as if the 21st century really never existed. Putin has gone for broke in Ukraine, and it's not clear what his sensible exit strategy could be. He may have an idea that there's a difference between east and west of the Dnieper, because east of the Dnieper cuts Ukraine in half, with a third to the east and 2/3 to the west. The third to the east is the more industrial populated areas, more Russian inclined in history, and more, more than half the population of Kharkiv and Mariupol, where they're fighting so fiercely, are ethnic Russians. More than half the population, and yet they're fighting fiercely for Ukraine. So he's completely underestimated all of that. However, he may think that east of the Dnieper is an area that he could control or even annex, and west of the Dnieper could be an area for a new Belarus, a new puppet government. He might go for that. The Ukrainians certainly wouldn't, and I don't think the world community would, but that might be in his...
And this all depends on how the fighting is going. And I'm going to put you this question from Craig, which everyone is thinking, as I say, 13 days into this conflict, almost unimaginable that we'd be asking this question before it all started, given the size of the Russian forces that were amassed on the border there. And this is, how long can the Russian military run this operation, and what does a Russian occupation look like? And you've been talking about the attrition rate among their troops, among their equipment. Will they, if it stays like this, will they eventually run out of material, run out of people?
At the moment, they're about to run out of available troops because they committed about 190,000 to this operation, and they're all now there. So they've maybe a couple of thousand held back, a few thousand, but not many. So they're more than 90% committed to this operation, and it looks as if they're bringing in more troops from the Far East with vehicles that are civilian vehicles. They seem to have run out of transport vehicles, and these trains are trundling across Russia at the moment. They'll take 4 or 5 days to arrive, and it looks as if they're all going to be in minivans of some sort. We'll see what develops on that. But the problem the Russians have got, in trying to occupy a country that doesn't want you there, every time you make a gain, you have to leave troops behind to protect it. You're not liberating people, so you can't keep... I mean, when the Allies liberated France in 1944, every time they liberated somewhere, they moved on. They moved on with their full force. They didn't need to leave people behind. Now, the Russians, in a sense, find that they've got 3 main axes of attack through Kiev, in the south, in Mariupol, to link up with the north, and in the west towards Odessa. And all of those lines of attack are now kind of running out of steam because they're having to leave so many troops behind, and they're not really in control. The one city that they've got is Kherson in the south, and they're not really in control of that either.
OK, Michael, let's pull all this together, all we've discussed in this hour, and put the big question that is on everyone's lips, I suppose, and this from Roy. What are the chances of Putin being deposed in a coup? You've talked about the military setbacks, talked about the pressure that's on in terms of sanctions. We don't really know what the mood is amongst the oligarchs and amongst those that run Russia. But what's your assessment of the chances of him going?
I think Putin's finished. That he'll either go quickly or it'll be maybe 2 or 3 years. Who knows? But so there's no way of telling that. But he is finished. because this is a massive, massive strategic blunder. I mean, whatever you think about the morality of it and the rightness of it, the wrongness of it, it's a massive strategic blunder which puts Afghanistan and Iraq into the shade as strategic blunders go. There is no recovery from this. There's no way back for him. Now, there's not likely to be a popular revolution in Russia because there's no mechanism for it. And Putin is not that unpopular with ordinary Russian people out in central and eastern Russia. But the middle classes don't like him. The oligarchs are worried by him. And the oligarchs were happy to just carry on making money as long as he didn't interfere with what they wanted to do. And now he is interfering in a pretty big way with what they wanted to do. At some point, his fate will be Julius Caesar's, which it won't be necessarily a physical assassination, but somebody will put the knife in politically. When one person does, they'll all join in. When that happens, could be in a month's time, could be 3 years' time, who knows? But that's the fate that now awaits him, and only China can save him. Only China can get him off the hook.
Michael, you'll have to come back to talk through that bit of analysis. Michael Clark, thank you so much for being with us and answering so many of those questions on the war in Ukraine. And you're watching Sky News tonight. Coming up in the next hour, we'll have plenty more as Ukraine's president makes history, being the first foreign leader to address the House of Commons. o'clock. This is Sky News Tonight. Ukraine's president gets a standing ovation as he becomes the first foreign leader to address the House of Commons.
We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost.
The UK joins the United States in banning Russian oil imports as Western sanctions against Russia intensify. Poland is to hand over a number of MiG jets to the United States. It's thought they will eventually be then given to Ukrainian forces. Ukraine accuses Russia of shelling an evacuation route out of Mariupol as people trapped by fierce fighting try to escape. The United Nations says that more than 2 million people have now fled the fighting in Ukraine.
There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge.
Good evening. Volodymyr Zelensky has made history tonight, becoming the first foreign leader ever to address the House of Commons. He appeared by video link to tell MPs that his country would not give up and would not lose its fight against Russia.
I would like to remind you the words that the United Kingdom have already heard and which are important again. We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight till the end at sea, in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost. We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores, in the streets. And I'm very grateful to you, Boris. Please increase the pressure of sanctions against this country, and please recognize this country as a terrorist state. And please make sure that our Ukrainian skies are safe. Please make sure that you do what needs to be done.
Well, of course, the president's address comes as people try to flee the fighting in several cities amid efforts to agree humanitarian safe routes. In Mariupol, buses have left for Zaporizhzhia, but a proposed route to Rostov-on-Don in Russia was rejected by the Ukrainians. The city of Sumy has the only corridor agreed by both sides, taking refugees south to Poltava after the Kremlin's proposed route to Volgorod was dismissed. In Kiev, Russia had proposed letting civilians cross to the Belarusian city of Gomel, but that was also unacceptable to Ukrainians. So in nearby Irpin, people have been trying to make their own desperate escape into Ukraine's capital ahead of the Russian advance. And from there, Sky special correspondent Alex Crawford sent this report.
It's the only way out of Irpin, and this would test even the fit and healthy. But those still fleeing are the most vulnerable, the elderly, the frail and the very young. Those who've left this dangerous journey to the last. And they're having to pick their way across. Those unable to get over themselves have to be carried, painfully slowly so they don't slip, despite the desperation to get to the other side. The man in red is offering some comfort to the old man as he puts all his trust in strangers taking enormous risks themselves.
This is an absolutely incredible scene. There are dozens of people like this man who are having to be held and taken over a really precarious, rickety bridge, and do it slowly because you can't have too many people on that bridge at one time or else it will just snap, and they try to do this quickly before the firing starts again.
Some of these people have already walked several kilometres to get to this point, carrying on their backs the loved ones they could not leave behind. And this is no agreed safe corridor. These people know this route has been attacked multiple times already.
No.
So they raced out as quickly as they could, crying babies helped by volunteers.
Mom, yes.
Come on, Mum, he's calling. Many of them have been shot at or survived shelling. Smile, her partner says. He wants her to be brave in front of our cameras. The courage of these people in these, the most difficult and risky of circumstances, is quite astonishing. The pulling together of them all, an absolute inspiration to witness.
Here we have shoots all everywhere. We don't see anything, but we listen all
You hear
night.
a lot of it.
Yes, yes, and we know some streets kills people. Near my house kills women yesterday.
The Russian soldiers are very close, we're told, only 100 meters down the end of this road. The urgency to get people out is stepping up a beat.
Там стоят 20 tanks.
Wow.
На street, Pushkinskaya street.
They're in there, the Russians.
Да, Irpinia.
Take care.
2 civilians, 1 woman, 1 children, and 1 from armed force.
We're all buried.
Yes, yes, in the park, in the square, where 2 weeks ago children with...
We're playing.
Ukrainian soldiers are pushing into Irpin, trying to hold back the Russian troops. They have to. About a third of the town is now under control of the Russians, putting them right on the western doorstep of the capital. The Ukrainians say they bombed the bridge, which used to be the main route into Kiev, and the Russians only have to cross this to easily get within striking distance of the capital. Those running away from this slow but relentless military advance told us of being under siege for days, surrounded by explosions until they could last no longer.
No light, no water, no everything, and we can't live in our houses right now.
And then a remarkable act of kindness from those who've just escaped with their lives. It's for International Women's Day, she says. In the face of such fear and danger, having lost everything, some coming out were more worried about us. Everything's okay. Everything will be good, she tells us. Trust me, we will survive. We will escape. Everything will be good. Don't be sad or negative, she tells me. Hold on, protect yourself, and take care of yourself. The road out is littered with possessions they once thought essential. Now just surviving is the priority.
Sometimes we thought this is the last second of our life. It was very scared.
Yeah, I bet it was. Yeah.
They made sure Yodel the cat made it too, but also insisted the world needs to help them now.
What should they do about this?
Should do close. They should close
Close the sky.
sky. After
Yes.
that, maybe we can fight with Putin.
They're fighting the battle of their lives, but there's a sense they're only delaying the inevitable. They're preparing to lay mines to protect the capital road. And all the men escaping Irpin in the west have their documents checked. And they're tested on their Ukrainian. They're acutely aware here that Russian saboteurs might try to sneak into the capital, hiding amongst the terrified civilians. So while the Russians are still advancing, they take any window to get people out, any way they can. They've somehow survived the most atrocious conditions in a town under attack and under siege. But it's by no means over, and from somewhere they find the reserves to push through this terror. Because everyone here is horrified at the thought of suffering the same fate as other areas pulverized by the foreign troops moving in. Alex Crawford, Sky News, Irpin.
Now, Poland has announced this evening that it's going to give some of its military aircraft to the United States. It's thought that then the US would eventually hand the MiG-29 aircraft over to the Ukrainians. In order to distance themselves from the agreement, Polish pilots will only fly the planes to an American Air Force base in Germany. Well, let's
MiG-29s are aircraft that the Ukrainians can use. It's no point giving them other aircraft that they would need some time to refamiliarise themselves with. They'll know the MiG-29. And the MiG-29s they get from NATO will be the best big MiG-29s flying because they're Russian airframes that will have NATO avionics in them. So it's entirely sensible. One assumes then that the United States will compensate Poland in some way, but I mean, I think that's a discussion for another day. The main thing as far as NATO is concerned and the US is concerned is get some aircraft into the Ukrainian Air Force that they can use.
And security expert Michael Clark. Well, let's speak about it all with our US correspondent Greg Milam. And Greg, tell us more about how it's envisaged that the deal might work.
Well, it's been for a number of days now, this suggestion that Poland has these MiG aircraft, Soviet-era aircraft that the Ukrainian pilots would be familiar with using, and that if in some way they could be got to Ukraine, the US would then replace those, what Poland was giving away, with F-16 fighters of a similar capability. Now, for the last 24 hours, the US has been somewhat downplaying this, suggesting there were logistics challenges involved in getting the planes into Ukraine. The suggestion now coming from Poland is that they're ready to give all of these planes, send them all to Ramstein, the US Air Base in Germany, putting them at the disposal of the US Air Force, and then expecting those planes to come back, those F-16s to be supplied by the US. Now, there's no confirmation as yet from the US that they're willing to do this, so it's not clear still how this would actually work. Poland encouraging other NATO countries to do this. I think the fear that a lot of people have had, particularly here in the US, is how Russia would view this. Would they view this as an escalation, for example? There's been some suggestion that the Russians have said any aircraft that are allowed to stage or spend any time in Romania that then come back into Ukraine, into the theatre of war, if you like, would be viewed as a hostile action. So it's not clear how this would work, but these planes, obviously, with the US and NATO unwilling to impose a no-fly zone, the idea that Ukraine could do that themselves would be significant. But I think there's some way to go before this is finally signed off, certainly by the US.
OK, Greg Milam in Washington, thank you. Well, let's get the latest then on the situation across Ukraine as it stands this evening. And Ukraine says the Russian advance has slowed and there is evidence of Ukraine fighting back in places. But heavy missile and artillery strikes continue on city centres and civilian infrastructure. The suburbs of the capital, Kiev, and several cities across the centre and east of Ukraine continue to be targeted. The deputy mayor of Izium has reported the destruction today of the town's hospital. He says it was deliberately targeted by the Russians and that patients had to dig themselves out of the rubble. There's no information yet about any casualties. In Sumy, local authorities have reported at least 21 civilians, including 2 children, having been killed in an airstrike on a residential street on Monday night. Sky Security and Defence editor has the latest from Lviv.
Ukrainian officials say this was a residential area until Russia's bombs dropped overnight. Now they hunt for survivors. The body of a woman found. It's unclear if she's alive or dead. This hell in the northeast city of Sumy is what families are desperate to flee. A humanitarian corridor did finally open here. Young and old scrambled to escape. Foreign students also caught up in this war. It's the first successful evacuation in Ukraine after 3 days of failed attempts. But there's no relief yet for other parts of the country. The city of Mariupol in the southeast is one of the worst impacted. These images from yesterday show how the turmoil is so extreme, bodies at times have been left uncollected in the street.
We don't have electricity. We don't have anything to eat. We don't have medicine. We've got nothing.
These empty shelves, evidence of the crisis. Ukraine's president even said a child died of dehydration here. Buses did move in to take families out, but Ukraine later accused Russia of shelling the exit route. Seeking perhaps to boost morale, President Zelensky made a rare appearance outside in the capital.
It's snowing. This is what spring looks like. The spring is similar to the war we experience. Spring is harsh, but everything will be fine. We will win.
Russia has different ideas. Its defence ministry released these pictures of Russian gunships opening fire. Moscow says it's not targeting civilians, but the reality on the ground has prompted the fastest growing refugee crisis since the Second World War. The city of Lviv on Ukraine's border with Poland is a transit hub for those not forced to wait for evacuation corridors. Yulia and her 3 daughters are on the move from central Ukraine after her husband told them to flee.
It was very difficult for me to leave because my mother, disabled grandmother and sister are there. My children can't sleep at night. They cry when they hear air raid sirens, and that's why we decided it would be better for our children to leave.
They plan to take shelter in Poland, where she hopes her children at least will find some peace. Deborah Haynes, Sky News, Lviv, in western Ukraine.
Let's get more now on that speech to the House of Commons, that historic speech by the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, he compared the conflict to Britain's role in the Second World War. He told MPs we did not want to lose what we have, what is ours, Ukraine. Our Deputy Political Editor Sam Coates reports.
All the world's a stage. All the men and women merely players. But this actor has turned president, and his stage, the theatre of war. His audience, not just parliamentarians, but a nation, and from London and all across the country, his own people too.
The question for us now is to be or not to be. You all know this Shakespeare question. For 13 days, this question could be asked. Now I can give you a definitive answer. It is definitely yes, to be.
A performance by President Zelensky heard in silence by the Prime Minister and hundreds of MPs. A translation in their headsets.
I would like to remind you of the words the United Kingdom has heard before and are important again. We will not give up and we will not lose. We will fight at sea and in the air. We will continue fighting for our land, whatever the cost.
Invoking the eloquence of Shakespeare and the fortitude of Churchill, it was a plea for help unlike any other heard in this chamber.
I am grateful to you, Boris. Please increase the pressure of sanctions. Please recognise Russia as a terrorist state. Please make sure our Ukrainian skies are safe. Please make sure you do what needs to be done and what is stipulated by the greatness of your country.
In his response, Boris Johnson promised to deliver what's needed, but no sign of the military action the president asked for.
We will employ every method that we can, diplomatic, humanitarian and economic, Mr. Speaker, until Vladimir Putin has failed in this disastrous venture and Ukraine is free once more.
Ukrainians in Britain pleased their president's voice is being heard here.
I'm incredibly proud that I'm Ukrainian and I have a president like that.
I just realized how big we are. Unfortunately, it's happened in this horrible situation, but I'm very proud of him.
Tightening the screw on Russia will come at a cost at home too.
We either pay it now by dealing with the threat that Russia poses and the reality that we are going to have a serious squeeze in energy prices. They're going to rise, and that's going to knock on to food prices and other prices too. Well, the alternative is we ride it out and wait until we're more vulnerable.
Westminster knows failure means tragedy on the world stage. Nobody wants that played out. Sam Coates, Sky News, Westminster.
Britain and the United States have announced that they will stop importing Russian oil and gas. The ban will come into force by the end of next year to give industry time to provide alternative supplies. The energy firm Shell has also said it will stop buying gas and oil from Russia. Our climate change correspondent Hannah Thomas-Peters reports.
Russia has a hold over the West because of the energy it supplies to it. 40% of Europe's gas, for example, comes from Russia. But Moscow's reliance on fossil fuels for income also makes it vulnerable, especially to a coordinated international boycott.
The United States is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy.
we're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
The UK will do the same with oil by the end of the year.
We want to see the elimination of Russian oil imports during the course of the year. This phased approach strikes a good balance between eliminating reliance on Russian oil, but also allowing people time and people in the market to adapt to the new situation.
Even the European Union, despite its reliance on Russian energy, is taking steps to pull away.
We can do it, and we can do it fast. All we need is the courage and grit to get us there. If ever there was a time to do it, it's now.
Russia is biting back. It has already threatened to stop gas supplies to the west via the Nord Stream 1 pipeline and warns of the further consequences of a boycott.
It will be much more expensive for European consumers. In this scenario, they will be the main victims. European politicians should then honestly warn their citizens, consumers, what awaits them, and that the prices at gas stations for electricity and heating will skyrocket.
All the uncertainty and disruption is already impacting consumers around the world and at home. Here in the UK, fuel prices have soared to record highs. The average cost of diesel close to hitting 165 pence per litre, and unleaded petrol 160. Although the UK is much less dependent on Russian energy than its European counterparts, the government must now take steps to insulate this country from foreign powers who weaponise energy supply.
In the coming days, Boris Johnson will set out his energy supply strategy, and that is likely to include new investment in renewables and nuclear power. But he's also under pressure, partly from within his own party, to start digging for more oil and gas in the UK's North Sea.
And that may well happen. All other agendas for the moment sidelined as the international community scrambles to punish Russian aggression and stop a growing global energy crisis. Hannah Thomas-Peter, Sky News.
Well, the slow pace of the Home Office response to the refugee crisis has been criticised again today. Around 500 Ukrainians have been given permission to come to the UK, and more than 10,000 have so far applied. The Home Secretary has been accused of misleading the House of Commons over a temporary visa office which didn't seem to exist in Calais. Officials have now said that one will be set up in Lille. Sky's Lisa Holland reports now from Calais.
It's agony for Natalia Biltplum in Surrey, on the phone to her mother Nadia in Ukraine and struggling to get her out of the country. Natalia's mother, who has difficulty walking, took this video at a UK visa centre in the western city of Lviv on Monday. Filming as an official told people it was closing and the equipment needed to take people's biometric identity had been removed.
That if I don't bring her here, I might lose her. Sorry.
What's your message to the British government?
Please help to bring our relatives here and keep them safe.
Do you think the process is putting people off from trying to leave Ukraine?
This process can be much easier. Everything can be done much easier and quicker.
A lot of people waiting. Applications for Ukrainians to join their families in the UK now have to be made at around half a dozen visa centres like this one across Europe, but some say they've been told the process will take weeks.
When people call the helpline, they say you don't need an appointment and just to turn up.
This is the voice of British man Matt Palmer, filming in the Polish capital Warsaw on Monday after flying out to help his Ukrainian sister-in-law. The crowd is told by officials they only have 5 staff and anyone without appointments should leave.
We'd already prepared the forms for a visitor visa, but it still took me several hours to go through the forms and get them submitted. And I'm a British English-speaking, graduate with good English skills, not somebody who's fleeing a war zone with nothing more than a smartphone.
In Jezo, near the Polish border with Ukraine, at another site designated as a visa application point, people queuing in freezing temperatures complained of a lack of information and staff to help them. In Calais, where dozens of Ukrainians had arrived hoping to get visas, people have been told to travel nearly 100 miles to a pop-up centre in the city of Lille. The Home Office says it's increased capacity to process applications as quickly as possible, and its offices in Warsaw and Jezo are adequately staffed. Lisa Holland, Sky News.
And you're watching Sky News tonight. Coming up, well, we'll get the very latest from the 1 million Ukrainian refugees who've travelled to Poland.
I am there to speak truth to power. To ask the questions that people want answered. Yeah, good to see you. When I'm interviewing a politician, it's a more rapid fire, but this is not. This is a conversation. The format of the show, so we're going to have an hour-long interview show once a week on a Thursday night. It's at 9 p.m. It's a moment to press pause on this frenetic pace of news and just reflect on things. And when we do have a politician on the show, you might see them interviewed by me in a different way than you perhaps normally see it. What they do, why they do it. If I can find some of that and bring it onto Sky News, I'd be really happy.
Now, the United Nations says the number of people leaving Ukraine has now reached more than 2 million, and around half of those who've travelled east have crossed the border into Poland. Well, Sky's Nick Martin is on the border between Ukraine and Poland and joins us now. And Nick, it's just difficult to comprehend the speed and scale of this exodus.
That's right, Dermot. I mean, we've had crews here at this point on the Ukrainian-Polish border for 2 weeks now. But I turned up just a few hours ago, and I have to say it was quite overwhelming. This is a desperate situation on the border here, and it is growing more and more desperate as each hour passes. As you've just said there, the numbers are just astonishing. 1 million people have so far crossed over these Polish borders from Ukraine, and when they get here, there's no more certainty for them other than they are at least a little bit safer. I have to say the Polish operation here has got more and more sophisticated. There's army here, there's NGOs, charities, there's food and clothing. But really, ultimately, this is women and children standing in the cold. I spoke to one family just a few minutes ago from Dnipro in the east, scene of a heavy bombardment for the last few days. They've spent 2 days on the road with small children. They left their mother, 2 sisters, they left their mother and grandmother behind. They said they had no choice because the Russians are trying to kill them. The only quick way out of here is by bus, and there's only 60 places on each bus, but the queue stretches for hundreds and hundreds of metres, and it's desperate when the Polish troops say no more, and people have to wait patiently for another bus to come along. There's lots of clothing here, there's lots of supplies, but from what I've seen today, many people are walking past those supplies. They just want to get away from this border. Some have plans. They want to go to Italy, Switzerland. They have family. But others have no plans other than to escape the hell that they've come from. It's cold here tonight. There are children and babies sitting under blankets. They're crying. Mothers are trying to feed them with bottles of milk. And of course, husbands and boyfriends are back in Ukraine. They're unable to leave. As I say, 1 million people have crossed into Poland, but there are another million that are exiting Ukraine. Just think about that. In a matter of days, just 2 weeks, 2 million people have escaped Ukraine. As I say, the buses are leaving every hour. Some are going to hostels. I met one couple who'd driven here from Germany just to offer someone a home. And earlier today I met a British businessman who'd given 5 refugees a place to stay. There is no shortage of humanity here. And the Polish, from what I can see, are being heroic about this. But the numbers keep rising. The people are still crossing the border, and they have very little in the way of a plan. This is a journey without any real destination. I have to say, seeing it, it's absolutely tragic.
Nick, thank you so much. Nick Martin there on the Polish-Ukraine border. Well, you're watching Sky News tonight, and coming up, I'm going to be speaking to a senior Ukrainian government advisor to get the very latest on the conflict. Well, now, in a speech to the House of Commons today, the Ukrainian leader, President Zelensky, said his country would fight Russia in forests, fields and shores. We're joined now by Markian Bukivsky, an advisor to the Ukrainian Defence Minister. Very good to speak to you, sir. May I ask you, first of all, about your President's address to the House of Commons here in the United Kingdom? It was, as you probably know, extremely well received, a historic moment. Can I ask you, is the UK's support for your country being well received?
Thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate this support we are getting every day from United Kingdom. And today, my president give very clear message to United Kingdom, to your parliament, to the Prime Minister. Thank you for your support. We will fight. This is our land. President is staying in Kiev. This is our destiny. And that's why we will fight to the end. We are not attacking anybody. We are not aggressive. We are protecting our nation. We are protecting our European future. And we are protecting our people. So that's why I want to express my sincere thank you to everybody who supported Ukraine, who supported our president today during his historical speech to your parliament.
And we heard President Zelensky ask again for a no-fly zone. It doesn't seem at the moment that that is going to happen. But can I ask you about the latest development we hear from Poland, when Poland said it's going to give its MiG aircraft to the United States, presumably then to be passed on to the Ukrainian Air Force. Can you give us your reaction to that and tell us a bit more about how it would work?
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'd like to remind you on the words of Winston Churchill, who said, provide us with the tools or give us the tools and we will finish the job. So if European community or world community cannot provide us with cannot close the air, close the sky over Ukraine, please provide us with the weapons, because we are doing quite well on the ground. Our army is very efficient and fighting with the enemy, but please, we will need aviation, we will need mix, and finally, that decision was taken. So we expect aircrafts from Poland every hour. So it will help us a lot to protect ourselves from the air.
And can I ask you, are there any hopes for a diplomatic process here? We know that the foreign ministers of Russia and your country are going to meet, we hope, in Turkey on Thursday. And there seems to be something of an offer from Russia, which I know Ukraine can't accept, but is it something that could be developed, where Russia says the fighting can stop in a moment if Ukraine recognises Crimea and Donetsk and Luhansk as Russian, and says that it will never join the EU or NATO?
I think that negotiations is the best kind to find an agreement, or to reach an agreement. I'm a former diplomat. I used to be ambassador to Croatia and to Bosnia. So I know what does it mean to fight, because that countries that passed very hard history in 90s. And I don't want to make new Sarajevo from my Kiev. So that's why I really believe that during upcoming meeting between our minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Russia, with attendance of Minister Chavashoglu, will be reached any kind of agreement. I don't think that, I think it's too early to speak about any compromises, but I think that we can discuss, as it was mentioned by our president, the modality of our status in the future. We can discuss the guarantees which can be and should be provided to Ukraine by the such countries as United States, Great Britain, Russian Federation, and neighboring countries. So that might be the the point of discussion. I think that at this stage we are not ready to discuss any issues related to territorial integrity of Ukraine. But in principle, nothing is impossible. We should speak. And the point number one, Russians should stop the fire. The ceasefire is the number one point at this stage.
OK, Mr. Lukivsky, very good talking to you. Thank you very much indeed for joining us on Sky News tonight.
Thank you so much.
Well, now, the government says a pop-up facility to process visa applications for Ukrainian refugees will open in Lille in northern France. In response, a veteran Conservative MP has accused the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, of misleading Parliament over the help given to those fleeing the war. Sir Roger Gale's claim comes after he asked Priti Patel this question in the House of Commons yesterday.
I have been told that people arriving at Calais are being told that they had to go to Paris or Brussels to get visas. Is that correct or not? If it's not correct, please tell me why it is being said. In 1972, we took into Kent thousands of Ugandan nations. We did it almost overnight and without any difficulty at all. Last Monday, my right honourable friend told me that she would cut away the red tape. Why aren't we doing it?
Speaker, if I may, to the right honourable gentleman, I've already made it quite clear in terms of the visa application centre that has now been set up. En route to Calais, we have staff in Calais, and importantly, people have been coming to the UK from Calais. So we are not, I'm afraid there's been a lot of misinformation as well around all of this, and I've clarified our position today.
Well, a short time ago, I spoke to Sir Roger about the refugee crisis and also about that address by President Zelensky to the House of Commons today. Well, very good to see you, Sir Roger. Tell us, first of all, I mean, an unprecedented moment, unique in history, President Zelensky of Ukraine addressing the packed House of Commons. You were there, of course. Give us your impressions.
Unique's an overused word, but it really was unique. Genuinely, literally unique. It has never been done before. Please God, it'll never have to be done again. An amazing experience. The House was packed. The galleries were packed with members of the House of Lords. President Zelensky got a standing ovation before he started. Speaker, of course, was very dignified. Incredibly moving speech, even listening to it as we had to, of course, in translation. But that worked. All the technology worked as well. That was amazing. But just a very, very deeply moving experience.
And there were a lot of resonances for the UK, yes, for MPs, speaking to a chamber that had been bombed itself during the Second World War. There was something almost Churchillian about it, wasn't there?
Very. And people tend to forget that, of course, of a certain generation, but the doorway to the entrance to the chamber of the House of Commons has still got the bomb damage built in because they chose to leave it like that as a kind of war memorial. So, we have known what the Ukrainians are going through.
And what did you make of, I mean, the substance of his appeal? We knew it was coming. He wants more support. He thanks Britain and many other countries for the support they're getting so far. But this issue of a no-fly zone, where do you stand on that, Sir Roger?
I'd like to say, do it. My gut says, let's do it. My brain says we can't start World War III at this stage. World War III might happen anyway. If Putin goes on and invades a NATO country, it will start. But I think we have to do as much as we can to save life rather than to take it, even under these dreadful circumstances, which means giving President Zelensky what he's asked for in terms of all the military equipment that he can need, all the ground-to-air missiles that he can use, all the kit, all the military stuff that he needs to help him and his people to save their country. But I think we're in this for a long haul. I fear we're not going to provide air cover.
OK. But it also came on the day that President Biden announced that the United States is going to stop buying Russian oil, not quite an oil embargo, but certainly going to deprive Russia of its revenues. If and when the UK follows suit, that's going to cost the British public. We are going to see already high petrol prices, for instance, go even higher.
Yeah. The Prime Minister did, in fact, announce that after the statement. Now, that is going to hit people, everybody, very hard indeed. petrol and diesel prices at the pumps are already sky high. But look, we are living in freedom. We're moving around. Our kids are safe. Our families are safe. Our wives, our husbands are safe. It's not like that in Ukraine. It's a price we have to pay.
One area where the UK is not in the forefront is, of course, the treatment of Ukrainian refugees, making it very, very difficult for Ukrainians to get in here. And I mean, it's unclear how many visas have so far been handed out. You know, what do you make of the performance of the Home Office and the Home Secretary?
I think the performance to date has been shameful. I think it is a blot upon our nation. But look, let's look forward. The Prime Minister, the Home Secretary were both there on the front benches today. They heard what President Zelensky had to say. The Prime Minister said, we will do everything we can to help you. Well, one of the things that we can do to help Ukraine is to take in all of those women and children who want to come here for their safety, so that their menfolk who are fighting and dying can at least know that their women and their children are safe. And if we can do that, and we can do that simply by a visa waiver. We don't have to have a visa. My argument is that any person, any child who is Ukrainian, and any person, any adult with a current Ukrainian passport, if they want to come here, should be allowed to come. There won't be a flood because most of them want to stay in mainland Europe. But we have to do our bit, and I don't think we're doing our bit enough.
But on the current system, there's a visa system in place here. What about the Home Secretary? Do you feel that she misled the House of Commons yesterday when she said that there was a office or whatever it was in Calais itself to process those visa applications? She said it loud and clear. Clearly, there isn't one.
No, I mean, she said in response to the question that I put to her, and it was a very straight question, are people being sent to Paris and Brussels, or is it not necessary? And she said, in terms, there is a visa unit at Calais. There is not, there was not, and there won't be. Now, we've been promised today that there will be one, perhaps. Initially, we were told there was one at Lille, which is further inland in France, 70 miles from Calais. There isn't one there either. So the Home Secretary did mislead the House. And ordinarily, as I said, in the House today, that would be a resignation offence. But I want results. What I want is not a head on a plate. I want the right thing to be done, and that means giving a visa waiver to all of the people from Ukraine fleeing from the war who need one.
Last quick question about the former Speaker of the House who came out today. Of course, much bigger issues around. But John Bercow being found that he'd bullied 21 counts and they were upheld in all cases. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, he had a reputation as a bully. And one of the nicest, most decent men, the former Clerk of the House, now Lord Rogers, who's the kindest, most pleasant and most urbane of men, was bullied. So I think, I'm afraid, Mr. Bercow has got his comeuppance, and that's right.
And the right punishment, banned from Parliament.
Well, he's banned from Parliament for life, which means, of course, that he can't take a seat in the House of Lords, even if he was offered one.
And you think that's the right one? The right punishment?
Yes, I think so.
Sir Roger Gale, thank you very much. And you're watching Sky News tonight. Coming up, well, more on that issue, the official investigation which describes the former Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow, as a serial bully.
reached the road. There is a lot of gas being fired all around us. It is an absolute carnival kind of atmosphere out here for Prime Minister Modi's decisive victory. These students are defying the prohibitory orders, and now they're going to be arrested. We aim to be the best and most trusted place for news. The roads have been inundated. The only way out is to get people by boat. What is feared that over 200 people might have died because of these landslides. This on any given day would have been bustling with people, but today it's absolutely deserted. This is one of the most sensitive areas of northeast Delhi where there's been clashes. I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi.
Now, an independent inquiry into the behaviour of the former Speaker of the House of Commons, John Bercow, has labelled him a serial bully and banned him from carrying a parliamentary.
Tough. So a lot of hope and a lot of luck. We're counting on a lot of variables that we don't entirely control, do we?
Control.
What about shipping now? We've got to talk about shipping. It's been disrupted because of the war, whether it's to Ukrainian ports or Russian ports, because of sanctions or because of the war itself. What impact is that going to have on a global supply chain that was already suffering because of the pandemic?
Look, I mean, it's easiest at this point to say it's going to be really, it makes life an awful lot tougher and slower and more complicated for the Russians more than anybody else. I mean, arguably, if shipping is going less to Russia, then perhaps there's a little bit more shipping for the rest of the world, and maybe actually that helps on the supply chain side. But the difficulty about what's happening right now is this global shock can't be priced by the markets. There is simply too much going on at the moment for us to understand all the implications. So we could be having this conversation in a month's time with a lot more information at our disposal. Right now, there's just a vast amount of uncertainty.
There is indeed. We can agree on that. Thanks so much, Charlie. It's been great talking to you.
Cheers.
The European Union has added a state-owned oil and gas company to its Myanmar sanctions list. Rights groups had argued that punishing Myanmar oil and gas enterprise would take away a crucial source of the military junta's funds. Revenues from natural gas make up about 50% of Myanmar's foreign currency inflows. The military seized power from the elected civilian government in February 2021. Well, joining me now is Gareth Leather. Gareth is a senior Asia economist at Capital Economics. Good to have you with us. So we've got a new round of EU sanctions on Myanmar. What's prompted this latest round?
Yeah, so I think it makes sense for the EU to go after Myanmar's gas industry. I think gas exports account for about a third of the total. And the sanctions probably will have some impact. I think that the issue with Myanmar, and is also for the EU and US, if they want to try and kind of clamp down on trying to improve human rights as a country, is they don't have as much leverage as Myanmar's Asian neighbours. So China and Taiwan, they're by far the biggest source of investment, the biggest market for its exports. And so unless you get those two countries on board, it's unlikely that these sanctions are going to have much of an impact. Because I think what will probably happen is instead of selling the gas to a European company, they'll sell it to an Asian one instead.
And that brings us nicely to my next question is going to be, is this recognition that the sanctions imposed thus far have not had the impact the West had hoped, precisely for that point that you mentioned, because the biggest trading partners, well, they're in Asia, not in the West?
Yeah, I think so. So it makes sense when you're introducing sanctions to kind of ratchet up the pressure gradually. So they introduced some sanctions, long after the military coup a year ago. They obviously didn't have the desired effect. That human rights abuses in the country have got worse. So it makes sense to increase the pressure on them. But unless the US and EU were really prepared to go kind of full-scale Russia-style sanctions in terms of cutting any companies that dealt with Myanmar off the US financial system, for example, then they're going to have limited effects, certainly on the kind of big macro economy. They could have certain effects on, certain politicians who are sanctioned. But I think that the overall impact on the economy probably won't be that significant.
Which brings us to the point of the US. Do you think the US will follow suit? It hasn't even imposed sanctions on oil and gas right now, has it?
Well, I think for starters, their attention is probably elsewhere at the moment, given events in Ukraine and Russia and how important that is. But I suspect that, certainly the EU move increases pressure on the US for the US to do something to follow suit. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some moves from the US over the next couple of months. But as I said, events or kind of attention is very much elsewhere at the moment.
We've also got Western oil companies like Total and Chevron announcing their withdrawal. What impact might that have, especially when it comes to technological issues?
Yeah, I think they could have some impact. So these companies, they've invested quite a lot of funds and resources into the sector, and they were hoping that the sanctions that have been introduced and the pressure from the West would make a difference. Obviously, they've come to the conclusion now that they have no other choice but to exit the country. Again, it's likely that their operations in Myanmar will be taken over by either a Thai or a Chinese or other Asian.
All right, thanks so much, Gareth. Good talking to you.
Okay, bye-bye. Thank you.
And that's our show for this week. But remember, you can get in touch with us via Twitter. Use the hashtag AJCTC when you do. Or drop us an email. countingthecost@aljazeera.net is our address. There's more for you online at aljazeera.com/CTC. That'll take you straight to our page, which has individual reports, links, and entire episodes for you to catch up on. That's it for this edition of Counting the Cost. I'm Sami Zaidan. From the whole team here, thanks for joining us. The news on Al Jazeera is next.
A very wet couple of weeks is slowly coming to an end in eastern Australia, but it hasn't finished yet. That curling area of low pressure surrounded by thunderstorms is still there off the coast of New South Wales, but it will, during Tuesday night and Wednesday, head slowly south. The winds left behind have whipped up the surf, so there are still warnings of dangerous conditions in the inshore waters. But over land, despite the flooding on the ground, fewer showers. They are reproducing themselves, though, in tropical Queensland or just to the south, so Brisbane northwards. It's mostly a dry picture in Australia. It's still warm in the west, with temperatures a few degrees above the average. Taking you to Thursday, little changes in the general picture. The rain heads south towards New Zealand. In fact, it induces a bit of warmth, so temperatures will probably rise. We've got 23 rising, I think, in Wellington and Christchurch by the time you get to the end of the week, in what's a beautiful autumnal sunny picture. In Indonesia and Malaysia, we've seen areas of flooding recently, discreetly because of the thunderstorms. Now, these thunderstorms are coming back to peninsular Malaysia. They're showing themselves in Palawan, and they're dotted around Java as well. This is all usual for this time of the year. There's no rain of any significance left in India or Sri Lanka, but there is some rain in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands.
This is Al Jazeera.
Hello, I'm Barbara Serra. This is the Al Jazeera News Hour live from London. Thank you for joining us. Coming up in the next 60 minutes. Broken hearts as people escape their broken cities. The Ukraine exodus passes 2 million. But it is a long and dangerous road to safety. Renewed shelling forced buses to make a U-turn, again delaying evacuations. A city under siege, no electricity, food or water. Fear turns to desperation for those trapped in Mariupol.
The American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
And the West's sanctions are stepped up as Russian oil is left out in the cold.
And I'm Peter Stemmet in Doha with your sport. The English Premier League tears up a rights deal to show their matches in Russia over the invasion of Ukraine.
The war in Ukraine started only 13 days ago, and already it's caused 2 million people to leave the country. 2 million women and children and elderly people, but not men between the ages of 18 and 60. They must stay and fight. The refugees have driven cross-country to border posts or taken trains or buses, whatever transport was available. A lifetime of memories packed into a suitcase. They're heading to Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, any neighbouring country that can offer safety. And the number would be even greater were it not for those trapped, unable to leave their homes. Caught in cities such as Mariupol, where Russia is again accused of breaking humanitarian ceasefires and firing on civilians trying to escape. The Kremlin, in turn, blames Ukrainian forces for violating the truces. Charles Stratford begins our coverage from Kyiv in eastern Ukraine.
The buses head south towards Mariupol, the latest attempt to evacuate thousands of people trapped in the besieged port city on the Azov Sea. Mariupol has suffered some of the worst fighting in recent days. The Russian army and Russian-backed separatist fighters have reportedly surrounded the city. Dead bodies lie in the streets.
We don't have electricity, we don't have anything to eat, we don't have medicine, we've got nothing.
Everything is mined. The routes out of town are being shelled, says the policeman. At the moment, negotiations about leaving with security have failed. Trust me. Unfortunately, the best security for us all is to be inside the city, underground, and in shelters. Approximately 200 kilometers north, in the town of Kyiv, the buses meant to rescue the people of Mariupol had stopped. Russian army positions are only 10 kilometers from here. Drivers, some with family in Mariupol, told us they'd heard reports of fighting on the route.
There has been no connection with the city for days. I haven't been able to get in touch with my wife and sister for 5 days. We've tried to get to Mariupol twice already. This is our third attempt. We don't know if it will happen.
After a more than 2-hour wait, the convoy coordinator ordered the drivers to get on the buses and leave.
So the buses are now turning round. This after, according to the coordinator of the convoy, there are reports of heavy fighting on the initially planned route to Mariupol.
A group of drivers struggled to start one of the vehicles. One told us he didn't want to die.
We can't go this way because there's been shelling. They won't let us go through. The checkpoint won't let us go further because of the shelling. We don't know where we're going now.
The convoy headed out of Kyiv, moving northeast. Another attempt at evacuating thousands of trapped and terrified people in Mariupol had failed. Charles Stratford, Al Jazeera, Kyiv, eastern Ukraine.
Well, one way for people to escape the fighting is to travel east through Mariupol into territory controlled by Russian-backed separatists. Not many have dared to make the journey, as Bernard Smith reports now from the Novoazovsk region.
These Ukrainians left Mariupol with just the few belongings they could pack in a hurry, which wasn't much. What was weighing these people down was the memories of what they've seen and what they've left behind. They've left a city of 500,000 people, surrounded by forces from Russia and Donetsk, people who are now their hosts. Nick describes living under shelling for 10 days as he made his way out of the city with his wife, child and mother-in-law.
We got into our car under constant shelling. There was no corridor. We had no help. We just drove. We went from one village to another, spent 4 days in a cellar. then 5 days in a shed with no water, no gas, no electricity, no internet.
That journey from Mariupol east to this village would have taken just 45 minutes in peacetime.
We survived as best we could. Only now that we are safe are we going to work out what we are going to do next.
So few people seem to have made it out of Mariupol because, according to the Donetsk separatists, the Azov battalion that holds the city is not letting civilians leave. Azov is a far-right paramilitary neo-Nazi group now integrated into Ukraine's National Guard. The group, in return, accuses the Russians of violating the humanitarian ceasefires.
Considering the size of Mariupol, just really a handful of people have made it here, an indication that despite the promise of a secure humanitarian corridor, many people are still too scared to leave. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Novo-Azovsk region.
Well, Ukrainian officials say 3,500 Ukrainian residents and foreign students were able to leave the city of Sumy on Tuesday through a humanitarian corridor. And that's after an airstrike killed at least 20 people there. Evacuations were also made from the city of Irpin on the outskirts of the capital Kyiv. Natasha Butler reports now from Lviv.
There's little comfort in war, but some people are doing all they can. For a third day, Ukrainian forces evacuate people from Irpin on the outskirts of Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. It's a precarious journey. Russian shelling is never very far away.
Irpin has been constantly shelled. There are planes bombing Russian soldiers. At home, there is no electricity or light, no heating, and the temperature is going down. We had to go.
We hate Putin and Russia so much. We hope the war will be over soon.
People are also fleeing Sumy, east of Kyiv. After Russia and Ukraine agreed on a temporary ceasefire in the area, days of Russian shelling have flattened parts of the city. This is what is left after an overnight attack killed more than 20 people, including children, in their homes. Moscow's offered once again to evacuate people from a number of other cities, but only if they go to Russia or Belarus. For Ukraine's president, it is a proposition steeped in cynicism.
They ensure that a small corridor to the occupied territory is open for a few dozen people, not so much to Russia, but to the propagandists, directly to the television cameras, so they can say this is who saves people, just cynicism, just propaganda, nothing more.
Russia's military says this video shows its tanks near Kyiv. In the city, people are scared. Daily life has moved underground. In tense times, the vulnerable often suffer the most. Every day, more children arrive at this orphanage from different parts of Ukraine. Svetlana tells me the invasion adds another painful layer to already difficult childhoods.
The first group that arrived here was from Lysychansk. There were many very young kids among them. They were traumatized, anxious. When the sirens sounded, they would get really scared.
The children have been brought here to escape the Russian shelling and the fighting, but some of them were already victims of war. These children are from eastern Ukraine, where a war against Russian-backed separatists started 8 years ago. Young lives that have never known a world without conflict. Nastya is from Kyiv, a typical teenager living in untypical times.
My sister and I couldn't sleep at night. We lived in an apartment. There was bombing all the time, so we took an evacuation train to here.
Solidarity seems to be everywhere in Ukraine, as does defiance. Protesters in the southern city of Chaplinka tell Russian soldiers to go away. People want the conflict to end, they want the killing to stop. Families are being shattered, futures lost. Ukrainians wonder how many soldiers will sacrifice their lives for a war no one here wanted. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Lviv, Ukraine.
Well, fighting north of the capital, Kyiv, is intensifying as Russian forces push further towards the city. Step Vassin travelled to Kyiv on Tuesday and says there are huge traffic jams as more and more people are trying to get out.
While traveling to Kiev, you see this whole continuous stream of refugees leaving the capital, going the opposite direction. There is a non-stop row of cars, a huge traffic jam, basically from the whole of the west of Ukraine to the capital right now. People trying to flee the violence, the bombing, the continuous shelling here in the capital, also around the capital. But the people are not going very far and not very fast because they're really simply stuck. The infrastructure doesn't let them flee quickly enough, so people are really spending the night in cars next to fuel stations. The fuel stations have enormous long queues as well because people are queuing for fuel that is very hard to get. There's not enough fuel in these petrol stations, so there's quite some chaos, a lot of checkpoints. People are very nervous. The security services are very nervous that there might be advanced forces, that there might be what they call saboteurs, Russians who are already here, who might commit attacks. And when you get to the capital, the first thing that you notice is this eerie silence. People have left. It's a city of normally 4 million people, but it's eerily quiet. The only thing we hear here is church bells ringing.
Meanwhile, Poland says it's ready to deploy all its MiG-29 fighter jets to Ramstein Air Base and put them at the disposal of the U.S. government, essentially offering to donate the fleet to Ukraine. Mike Hanna joins us live now from Washington, D.C. This news sort of breaking in the past half hour or so. Have we actually received confirmation of this announcement?
Well, it's a very complicated situation indeed. In recent days, the Secretary of State Antony Blinken has said that there have been negotiations with Poland about the possibility of U.S. backfilling its aircraft should Poland make its MiG-29s available to Ukraine. However, it appears to have come as a shock, this new twist in the saga, and that is that Poland is now saying that it is willing to sell the aircraft to the United States, to move them to the U.S. airbase at Ramstein in Germany, and in return, the U.S. will provide the Polish Air Force with used F-16s. Now, this is a movement, an unexpected movement, and it certainly seems to have caught U.S. officials by surprise. The only clarity we've had at this stage is the Undersecretary of State, Victoria Nuland, who was giving evidence to an intelligence briefing on the Hill in the course of the morning. She said there had been no discussion with the U.S. about this particular plan to move the aircraft to the Ramstein Air Base. She added that she was wanting to get back to work to see exactly the full details. There's also been a guarded statement from the Pentagon saying it's got nothing to add. So it does appear that U.S. officials are surprised not by the proposition that it replace Polish aircraft with its own, but by the manner in which it is being done, with Poland moving the aircraft to the Ramstein Air Base in Germany, putting the onus of delivery of the aircraft on the United States.
Interesting story. It'll be particularly interesting to see how it develops. Mike Hanna with the latest from Washington. Thank you. And coming up on Al Jazeera.
Personally, I don't think I'm being brave. I'm just doing what I'd like people to do if the UK was under attack.
Crossing borders to join the fight. Ukraine's military bolstered by volunteers from abroad. And last orders for Big Macs in Russia. McDonald's becomes the latest big-name company to close its doors. And there's criticism of tennis officials after this champion's violent outburst. Peter will have all the details in sport. Well, U.S. President Joe Biden has announced a ban on Russian oil and gas imports. The move follows pleas by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky to cut off Moscow's energy exports. White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett reports.
It's a major escalation of U.S. economic sanctions against Russia for its invasion of Ukraine. On Tuesday, U.S. President Joe Biden went after President Vladimir Putin's most lucrative industry.
We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
The decision by President Biden to ban Russian energy imports into the United States follows pressure by the U.S. Congress and pleas by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Biden acknowledged the latest sanctions could cause a spike in U.S. gas prices. Consumers are already paying on average more than $4 a gallon, up from $2.77 just a year ago, due to high inflation as the economy recovers from the COVID pandemic.
Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further.
The White House is directing the release of some of the U.S. strategic petroleum reserves to contain prices and compensate for lost supply. But the White House maintains high gas prices might also encourage U.S. consumers to switch to green energy and electric vehicles. But this analyst says the United States is nowhere near ready.
The biggest user of oil in any country is transportation. And transportation depends on having things like electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles. Those vehicles represent a relatively small part of the fleet. The fleet turns over slowly, so the green economy, we're talking about years.
That's why these latest U.S. economic sanctions against Russia may be symbolic, designed to hurt Putin financially, but mostly politically. President Biden is sending his Vice President, Kamala Harris, to Poland and Romania this week to reinforce support for Ukraine, but also to reassure nervous allies, fearful that Russia could turn its aggression on them next. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
Well, the UK is also planning to phase out Russian oil imports by the end of the year, while the EU says it will reduce its dependence by 2/3. But the announcement has seen oil prices surge even higher, with some analysts predicting it could push Europe towards recession. Charlie Angela has more from central London.
Already struggling with rising living costs, ordinary Europeans now face another blow to their finances, with the conflict in Ukraine pushing fuel and food prices even higher. As a plan to phase out oil imports from Russia takes shape, the economic cost of the war is hitting home.
Absurd. 15 days ago, nobody could think about it. The problem is not the price it will be tomorrow, but how much it will cost in 15 days. I think bad times are coming, but we will have to deal with it.
Here in London, people are seeing a ripple effect of the Russian invasion at the petrol pump. Prices have been rising steadily since January and have now reached a new record high. And this could have a knock-on effect on the cost of transported goods and the cost of living. Russia is the world's second largest exporter of oil. The EU imports 27% of its oil from Russia, the UK a little less than 10%, and the US just 8%, which is why Europe will feel the effect of the ban far more acutely than the US. The EU also plans to cut its dependency on Russian gas by 2/3 this year. That's 26% of its supply.
This will end our over-dependency and give us much-needed room to manoeuvre. 2/3 by the end of this year. It's hard, bloody hard, but it's possible if we're willing to go further and faster than we've done before.
But experts say this decision will mean difficult compromises.
Hitting that target will be very challenging. If they do that, I think everyone has to be aware of the consequences. There'll have to be additional use of nuclear, which is supposed to be phased out in certain countries. There'll have to be more coal use, which won't help climate goals. There was even a point that said, turn your thermostat down 1 degree. And that has a major impact on potential gas use.
The payoff of this eventual ban is that European consumers will no longer be inadvertently funding the war in Ukraine, as EU oil purchases alone put $285 million a day in Russian pockets. And the move towards cleaner, greener energy will be accelerated. But the timing means the risk of inflation and recession looms larger than ever. Charlie Angela, Al Jazeera, London.
Well, almost 300,000 Ukrainians have arrived in neighboring Romania since the Russian invasion. Now the government in Bucharest has approved legislation allowing refugee children to enroll in local schools. Hod Abdelhamid spoke to some of those arriving at the Romania-Ukraine border.
In the bitter cold, waiting in a queue can feel longer than it already is. Theirs is a story of people fleeing a war they didn't expect. Mothers taking their children across the border. Families being torn apart as men between the age of 18 to 60 are not allowed to leave Ukraine under martial law. Marina, a divorcee who's traveling alone with her 12-year-old son, stayed in Kyiv for as long as she could.
We stayed because we thought the war would end at any moment. It was relatively quiet in our way. We heard the bombing, but we didn't think it would get to us until the very last moment. We realized we had to escape when we heard missiles flying over our head.
Despite the warnings, few believed a war would break out until it actually happened. They tell about how they were caught off guard, not expecting to become refugees. And in the midst, a group of Indian students who arrived in Kharkiv only 3 weeks ago to start medical school.
It was around 16 days. We thought that there will be no war. They were just argue and all. But suddenly this happened, and we all went to the bunker, and we had we had a really hard time. There were no facility through which we could escape from there, so we decided to go by foot. We traveled, I guess, 30 kilometers by foot and finally reached Poltava, and then we managed to move from there with a bus.
A little further down the line, Yana's husband is trying to cheer her up. These are the last moments they will be together as a family until who knows when. She's afraid for me, he says. But I think she will be bored without me. She will have nobody to nag. They have traveled for 3 days from Zaporizhzhia in the east where the Russian army is advancing.
Я проснулся где-то в 5 утра.
I woke up at 5 a.m. because I heard a huge loud bang. I thought something fell down from the shelf in the room next door, but the airport was being bombed.
Ruslana made the same journey, leaving behind her husband, sister, nieces and nephew. She's begging them to move fast before they get caught up in the fighting. She's upset that her life has been upended. It was a good, simple one, and she had plans for the future. And she rejects Russia's President Vladimir Putin's claims that civilians are not being targeted.
This is not true. It's full scale. We're being annihilated. People are dying, children, elderly, everybody. We had to run by foot as soon as there was an opportunity. It's not true. They're killing us.
Many of the people here are Russian speakers, those Putin claimed this war is aiming to protect. They became victims of a conflict that started in their name. Hod Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera, along the Ukraine-Romania border.
Well, Lucas Wisniewski is a coordinator with the first responders from the border. That's a group helping the Polish government with, of course, as we've heard, the more than 1 million Ukrainian refugees that have crossed. Now he joins us via Skype from Krakow. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Al Jazeera. We just saw a report about what's happening at the Romanian border, but of course, all the neighboring countries are helping the Ukrainian refugees coming through. Tell us a little bit about your story and volunteers like you, because you got involved quite recently. Talk us through it.
Yeah, good evening, Barbara. We've just started with a few people about maybe 2 weeks ago. My first trip to border was with my nephew. We decided to go there to give a lift to some people over there. And I've just recognized that, of course, we've got a massive support from the government, but they need some help. So we've just decided, I've decided to use the Facebook. And obviously, there are so many people in Poland. They've got some skills, they've got some experience. They know how to help, and we've just created a group. By the now, we know there is more of us. There's more groups, and we know how to do it. We've got some places on the border when we can provide it as some kind of the support to the people help.
Talk us through both the training that you and your fellow volunteers, may or may not have, and the kind of support that you provide.
Sometimes it's very simple. Sometimes it's just, to give them advice, what they should do. Sometimes we are just going to make sandwiches for them, prepare a coffee and tea, and sometimes we have to provide them some medical help. Because the condition of the people is really bad. They are very tired. They are exhausted. And now we know the temperature is going down. There is just a little bit of the snow on the border, and the people are waiting to get into Poland for many, many hours. And mostly they are kids, women, and old people with some problems. So it's gonna be a worst.
Because you are obviously on the Polish side of the border, and I seem to understand that when people get there, by and large, they have what they need. But you said that they often get stuck on the Ukrainian side of the border and wait in the freezing cold for hours.
That's right. The good point is that they decided to open the borders, all the crossings for the pedestrians, but still they have to go through all the paperwork. And you can imagine, I've been able to go there just for a few minutes to do some delivery of the medicals for the guys over there and to do some evacuation for a few people. This is horrible. It's like it's hard to say something, but I wish to organize something over there, but for us it's very, very difficult because we're not allowed to go there officially. We can ask someone to do it, but well.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're doing what you can on the Polish side of the border. But again, talk us through it. So people arrive into Poland, like you say, often it's just cups of tea, coffee, just, sitting people down, making sure they're warm. But then that would be the immediate arrival. What happens next? For example, why are you in Krakow right now?
Okay, I've just managed to get here yesterday with Ukrainian family, because on my way from the borderline up to the meeting point, I've just started a conversation with the girl, and then I've started asking, where are you going? And she said, yeah, we want to go to Krakow, but we don't have any space where we can, any room where we can stay. Maybe we can ask someone. I said, listen, I can provide you some shelter. Just stay with me and we can organize a few rooms in my house. So at the moment, I've got some people over there. I'm going to try to organize the better accommodation for them. And then if it's possible, I want to go back to border, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, because, of course, we know that more than 1 million people have crossed into Poland, but the UNHCR is expecting that 5 million people in total may leave Ukraine. So, of course, the pressure continues. Again, from the people that you've spoken to, I mean, the immediate assistance seems to be very good. But what is the, I guess, long-term plan, if anyone is making them? Because there's no knowing when a lot of these refugees will be able to go back to Ukraine. So then what?
We've been told by the officials that the government is going to do some plans to provide them some permission to start, well, you know yourself, it's kind of the settlement in Poland for minimum 18 months. Then we don't know what's going to be. I've just reported that I've got some people in my house to the council. They said, yeah, we can organize everything for you. If you need any help, just give us a shout. We can provide you medical help for them. But we don't know what's going to be in the future. It's too early to say something about that.
Yeah. Lucas Wisniewski, a coordinator with the First Responders from the Border, a group that's helping the Polish government with Ukrainian refugees. Sir, thank you for your time and good luck with the work in the weeks ahead.
Thank you. Bye.
Now, foreign fighters are heading to the front lines in Ukraine after the government established an international legion for those coming from abroad. Other volunteers are helping to set up training camps or treating the injured. Zain Bazravi spoke to some of the new recruits crossing into Ukraine at the Poland-Ukraine border.
As people continue to flee the war in Ukraine, some rush to get to its front lines. Bravery or bravado, more men like this one are coming to Ukraine's aid every day. inspired perhaps by a social media campaign.
I'm in Parliament right now.
Or a call to arms for volunteers by Ukrainian leaders under siege in their own capital. From her home near Kyiv, Lesia Vasilenko says there is something to do for everyone coming to Ukraine's defense.
We are fighting the second biggest army in the world and a nuclear power at that. Of course, our military resources are not enough. So we need more people here on the ground. We need more weapons here on the ground. We need more sophisticated weapons here on the ground to be able to stand and keep standing as an independent, free country. And this is the struggle and the fight that we invite the world to join in.
Volunteers who contact Ukrainian embassies are directed to the website for the International Legion of the Defense of Ukraine. This is one of the locations recruits can find themselves signing up and boarding buses to cross the border. We met a Ukrainian coordinator who declined to speak on camera or give his full name or even his rank. But he said he was there to help volunteers find their way to the fight.
This roadside motel near the border has become a kind of unofficial recruitment point for volunteers wanting to fight in Ukraine. We've been here a few hours and we've met people from Europe, the United States, Great Britain. Many more have already crossed over. Many more are expected to.
Julian is 22 and says he served in the Dutch military and was deployed to Afghanistan.
I'm not looking for violence per se. It's more that I'm looking to give the people there hope that they see they're not alone in this fight.
He's still undecided, unwilling to sign a contract to serve until the end of the war, whenever that might be. The open-ended contract has also put off volunteers at the Medica border crossing.
If they say to us, oh, you can stay and fight, but in 3 months you can go home to see your families and come back if you want, or 6 months, or even 1 year, but we know in 1 year we're going home. But in this contract there's no dates, there's no when we could go home, you know. So yeah, that was the point for me to change mind.
Others remain undeterred. Jay is from Portugal, lives in London, and says his motivation comes from his young daughters. That he is fighting to defend their future, their freedoms.
The lack of action by the West. So I just personally don't think sanctions are enough. I understand the fear of World War III, but as you can see, this is the beginning of World War III. Personally, I don't think I'm being brave. I'm just doing what I'd like people to do if the UK was under attack and Boris Johnson was begging for help.
Highly experienced soldiers are sent to the front line. Less experienced recruits are kept back to help territorial defense units and treat the wounded. Jay says he trusts Ukraine will let him go home to see his family and is unafraid as he commits himself to a war that could go on for years. Zain Basravi, Al Jazeera, at the Ukraine border in eastern Poland.
Right, we're coming up in this news hour. We are going to take a look at some of the other stories making the news, including women turn out in mass rallies around the world to demand better rights for International Women's Day. And in sport, FIFA approves Ukraine's request to postpone the World Cup playoff with Scotland.
Europe's weather is showing huge variations, contrast west to east, and the middle actually is fairly quiet and increasingly sunny and slowly warm. But that's because this sitting underneath this dome of high pressure, a dome of air, and around the edges you've got cold this side and you've got warm and wet this side coming in from the Atlantic. So let's zoom in a little bit. Over the next 24 hours or so, this warmth will produce temperatures in the teens for England, for France, not so for Ireland. On the back edge, it could even be feeling pretty wintry, I have to say. The wind is only strong up to this point. Then it's all gone and quiet, and the sun, after a cold night, warms Hamburg up to 11, but the temperatures further east, well, they are on the low side, about 5 below average from St. Petersburg right the way down through Ukraine and beyond, to be honest. Then there's the warmth of the North European plain, the low countries, showing about 5 above the average. Now, that carries on all the way down the eastern side of Europe, so to the Balkans and to Turkey and Greece. Windy and cold wind at that will be adding to the feel of winter as snow falls out of often leaden skies. West of that, well, warm in Spain, wet in Portugal if you're lucky, windy in the middle and getting worse in Turkey.
An app that sees for the blind and a robotic arm for the disabled. A young Australian engineer is inventing tools to help people gain independence.
We decided that we'd put the ability to recognise objects on the phone so that people with limited vision would be able to recognise everyday objects.
Women Make Science, Robo-Gals, Episode 4 on Al Jazeera.
Bitcoin, blockchain, and cryptocurrencies. Disruptive technology.
Join with me in introducing a bill to outlaw cryptocurrency.
Or the way to a fairer financial system.
With Bitcoin's open source software, we can create our own money without banks or governments.
Award-winning filmmaker Torsten Hoffmann looks at all sides of the complex crypto world. Cryptopia, Bitcoin, blockchains, and the internet on Al Jazeera.
Reminder now of the top stories on Al Jazeera. 2 million people have fled Ukraine since the start of the Russian invasion. That's according to the UN Refugee Agency. It's described the exodus as the fastest in modern times and warned that millions more people are still to come. The civilian evacuation of the besieged port city of Mariupol has been cancelled for the third time. Empty buses trying to reach the city were seen turning around following reports of Russian shelling along the humanitarian corridor. The city has been cut off from water and power for days. And US President Joe Biden has announced a ban on Russian oil and gas imports. The UK is also planning to phase out imports by the end of the year, while the EU says it will reduce its dependence on Russian energy by 2/3. Well, Gabriele Elizondo is live at the New York Stock Exchange for us. Gabe, good to see you. So tell us, what effect has the Biden oil announcement actually had on the markets there?
Well, it's been a volatile trading day here on Wall Street, as you can probably imagine, as traders are really trying to grapple with the uncertainty of the geopolitical tensions. But it's a whole host of things. It's not just one. But you could really get a sense of how the markets were going to react as President Joe Biden was speaking, making his announcement about the ban of Russian oil earlier on Tuesday. As he was speaking, as he began to speak, the Dow was actually in green. It was trading positively. But as he was speaking, all of the major indicators started to drop into the red, and they continued to drop as he was speaking. So you could see the uncertainty was leading to that sell-off. We got a little bit of a heads up that that's what Biden was going to be announcing an hour or two earlier. So it was sort of had been a little bit expected that he would be making this announcement. So that helped soften the blow a little bit. But still, you could get a sense that this is a big problem for the markets, quite frankly. And it's not just one thing. As traders are saying, we're already dealing with inflationary concerns in the U.S. and other parts of the world as well. We have continued supply chain issues that we're bringing down the markets, as well as commodity price increases. Now we have this continued uncertainty of the war in Ukraine, coupled with almost daily new sanctions. Add all of that together, and that's why, as one trader told me, he said, you're almost seeing like the perfect storm here. We don't see really any way out of this anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, quite a scary combination of factors there. And it's not just, I mean, all the factors that you've listed and oil, the announcement now, but there's also lots of other big American corporations pulling out of the Russian market, aren't there?
Yeah, that's right. Companies have a real balancing act when dealing with Russia right now. On one side, they want to make a financial calculation on staying or leaving the Russian market. But on the other side, they're getting pressure from consumers, increased pressure from consumers, I should say, on companies, asking companies to take a stand on the war in Ukraine. And that's what we're starting to see, companies starting to react to that now. Just on Tuesday, 4 major American companies have pulled out of Russia. Pepsi, Coca-Cola, McDonald's, and Starbucks. Those are some of the 4 biggest brands or companies that represent the United States in many ways, right? And all of them pulled out just on Tuesday. McDonald's has been in Russia since it was the Soviet Union, 32 years. It has 850 stores there, and it gets about 10% of its global revenue just from Russia. So you're seeing this, these companies pulling out of there. This is after Apple and Ford have pulled out as well, and you're probably going to see more companies as the days go on as well. Companies just not comfortable continuing to operate in Russia, given the circumstances.
Gabriela Lizondo with the latest there from New York. Gabe, as always, thank you. Well, Ukraine's president has received a standing ovation from the UK Parliament. Speaking by video link from Kyiv, Volodymyr Zelensky thanked the UK for its support throughout the conflict. He told parliamentarians that Ukrainians would fight to the end against the Russian invasion, but he appealed for more help to punish Russia and stressed the need for a no-fly zone.
13 днів тому це питання ще могло.
The question for us now is to be or not to be, the Shakespearean question. For 13 days, the question was asked, but now I can give a definitive answer. It's definitely yes, to be. I'd like to remind you words that the UK has already heard, which are important to hear again. We will not give up. We will not lose. We will fight to the end, at sea and in the air. We will continue to fight for our land, whatever the cost. We will fight in the forests, in the fields, on the shores, in the streets.
Alexander Daniluk is Ukraine's former finance minister and former national security chief. He spoke to us a little earlier, saying that war is moving into a new phase.
Russian troops trying to complete their goal to encircle the city and basically besiege Kiev. But they are facing an enormous resistance from our military and territorial defense. They already caused some enormous humanitarian crisis in the towns that they are occupying, just in the suburbs of Kiev. So today there was attempts to evacuate people from these towns, and Russians promised the ceasefire and providing humanitarian corridors. It didn't happen, so pretty much the war is going to the next phase. Russians are trying to, basically they're launching a second wave of assault on Kyiv. And at the same time, people try to leave the areas which would be in the center of fighting.
Is anyone that you're speaking of even considering the humanitarian corridors that had been proposed by Russia that would lead mainly to Russia and Belarus?
No, people don't want to go there. And as you understand, by creating these corridors to Belarus or Russia, basically they want to humiliate Ukrainians, and Ukrainians don't want to be humiliated. They would rather stay where they are than to play a Russian game. It's not happening. And actually Russia is trying to present the case. They sometimes bring people who are from Belarus or from Russia who would then evacuate to Russia and Belarus. So they putting like a performance to the whole world that they actually providing humanitarian corridors, although they don't. They continue shooting people, shelling the civilians, basically behaving like barbarians.
Earlier on Tuesday, your President Zelensky, addressed the UK Parliament with some very strong words reminiscent of when the UK was under threat from Nazi Germany in the 1940s. What do you make of that speech, that comparison, and in general, what do you make of the Western response so far in trying to help Ukraine?
We're getting more and more a kind of common position. You know, many countries that were reluctant to provide us military assistance now are willing to do so. So Western reports response was evolving. President Zelensky is doing a good job in addressing the world leaders, the parliament, and he, I believe, from my point of view, delivers very strong messages, sometimes drawing on historical parallels. And I can tell you there are a lot of historical parallels now. And this war is for long. Everybody needs to understand this war is for long. It's not for 1 month. Those who are trying to, to dream that, there will be peace talks with Russia and Russia will withdraw, this is not, it's naive and it's not going to happen. Eventually, we will need to get Western equipment in order for us to fight with Russia. While Russia's capacity to kind of replenish their military with new equipment is very limited. And then yesterday, they introduced the list of the countries which are not friendly to Russia. And it looks like in this list, there were like majority of countries in the world. It would be easier for them to introduce the list of the friendly countries in Russia. Russia is doomed to lose. It's only a question of time. And unfortunately, it's also a question how much Ukrainians is going to die in defending their country. And then later, in liberating Russia from this ugly barbarian regime.
Okay, let's take a brief look at some other news now. And tens of thousands of women have been demonstrating across Spain on International Women's Day. The largest demonstration was held in Madrid, with women of all ages marching through the city centre. They're taking a stand against inequality and gender violence. Many of the protesters wore purple, a symbolic colour used by women's rights activists. Some also held banners denouncing the war in Ukraine. And in Pakistan, women are rallying on to demand greater rights. Pakistan is currently ranked the second lowest country in the world for gender equality. That's according to the Global Gender Gap Index. But the government insists it is doing more to improve equality. Kamal Haider has more now from Islamabad.
International Women's Day is being commemorated here in Pakistan with the Aurat March, as you can see. The women who are protesting here for their rights. They, of course, were planning to march towards Parliament. However, they will not be allowed to do so because another political party is holding a major rally there. But there is an increasing momentum when it comes to women's rights because this country has seen honor killings. It has seen discrimination against women in the workplaces. And many of the female activists are demanding more rights. They say that they should be able to decide on their own destiny and on their own future.
Women's rights are not for negotiation, not for debate, not for discussion. Our demands are constitutional, our demands are legal, and they are basic and fundamental right to life.
Now, some of the demands of these people is less discrimination in the workspaces. They, of course, have also come out of a pandemic in which domestic violence has become an issue. The government of Pakistan has now set up a special unit in order to take the complaints of those women who are being abused at home or who are being discriminated against because of their gender.
Gender Protection Unit is basically a 24/7 facility in which we have established a cell in which we have all lady police officers. A woman who faces harassment or any kind of violence can access this facility 24/7. This is one of its kind facility, and it is something which should be replicated elsewhere because gender-based violence is present everywhere, and we need to ensure that police access is present to the 50% female population that we have.
Now, this is indeed a growing voice in Pakistan, but there are other conservative elements who do not necessarily agree with all the demands of this particular forum.
Still to come on the Al Jazeera NewsHour, Premier League clubs pledge more than $1 million to help people in Ukraine. Peter's going to have all the details coming up in sport. Peter is here with the sport now.
Barbara, thank you very much. Six-time European champions Bayern Munich have made their way just right now into the Champions League quarter-finals. That's no thanks to their star Polish striker Robert Lewandowski against FC Salzburg. The 33-year-old helped himself to a hat-trick in the opening 23 minutes. Two penalties were followed by a regulation finish by the Pole. Here you can see it. The two sides actually drew 1-1 in the first leg, but the second leg turned out to be a one-sided affair. Bayern added to their tally with more goals from the likes of Thomas Müller and Serge Gnabry. 7-1 the final score on the night. Now, all teams showed solidarity with Ukraine ahead of kick-off. That was also the case at Anfield, where Liverpool were defending a 2-0 first-leg advantage against Inter Milan. It's a nervous ending there, with Inter leading 1-0 in the final minutes of that match. English Premier League clubs have agreed to remove their games from Russian television screens. The league will cancel a rights deal with a state-owned broadcaster following the invasion of Ukraine. The Premier League has used matches over the last 2 weekends to show solidarity with Ukraine by displaying the country's blue and yellow flag at stadiums in England's top division. Premier League clubs will also donate $1.3 million to deliver humanitarian aid to Ukraine, although they have not made a decision yet on next season's rights deal with a different broadcaster owned by state energy giant Gazprom. FIFA have confirmed they've given Poland a bye to the playoff final after removing Russia from World Cup qualifying. Poland will play either Sweden or the Czech Republic on the 29th of March for a place at Qatar 2022. The Russian Football Union is still hoping to overturn their World Cup ban at the Court of Arbitration for Sport. FIFA have also agreed to Ukraine's request to postpone their World Cup playoff game against Scotland to June. The teams are due to play in Glasgow on March 24th, but the Ukrainians said it would be impossible to organise travel and training for the team in the circumstances. Golf's PGA Tour has launched a fundraising drive for those in Ukraine, but would not address the decision of some of its sponsors to continue doing business in Russia. Four-time major champion Rory McIlroy was among those critical of Russia's actions and hopes big-name brands continue to turn their backs on Russia.
I mean, I've seen a lot of companies pull back. I saw Shell today is not going to buy Russian oil. Yeah, and I think at this point it's only the right thing to do. I think the international community has to come together. I don't know if they can stop it or, you know, make it more difficult or whatever it is, but it's horrendous what's going on, and you know, I think everyone can agree with that.
Those people in Ukraine right now need help because through no fault of their own, they're going through what they're going through. So, you know, luckily I know the PGA Tour and some of the golf industries are working on something to support that, which, you know, I think a lot of us might jump on. I really am at a loss of words every time I think about it because I can't believe it, honestly. I just have a hard time believing what goes through Putin's mind to be doing this.
Three-time Grand Slam champion Andy Murray says he'll donate his prize money for the rest of 2022 to help children affected by Russia's attack on Ukraine. The former world number one has been working with UNICEF to provide medical supplies. The governing bodies of tennis have also said they'll donate $700,000 to provide support for humanitarian efforts in the country. World number 3 tennis player Alexander Zverev has been given an 8-week suspended ban from the ATP Tour following his violent outburst at a tournament in Mexico last month. The Olympic champion struck the umpire's chair multiple times after losing a doubles match. Zverev also received an additional fine of $20
for both financial and military help. Following this, many prominent faces and established brands stepped up to contribute. Hollywood actor Leonardo DiCaprio, who also happens to have a Ukrainian root through his maternal grandmother, has donated $10 million to the Ukrainian government to support the war efforts as well as humanitarian efforts within the country. Renowned British author J.K. Rowling too has promised to make a significant donation through an NGO which is working on ground to help and support the most vulnerable children of the war-torn nation. She took to social media and wrote, "I will personally match donations to this appeal up to £1 million. Thank you so much to all who've already donated. You are enabling Lumos to do crucial work for some of the most vulnerable children in Ukraine." That's not all. Stella McCartney conveyed the message of peace as she concluded her fashion label's winter collection show at Paris Fashion Week with John Lennon's anti-war song Give Peace a Chance playing as the background score. Dolly Parton, on the other hand, made the most of her time on stage while she was co-hosting Academy of Country Music Awards. She condemned the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
I don't want to be political, and this is not. I'd rather pass a kidney stone than do that. But I want us to send our love and hope to our brothers and sisters in Ukraine.
Hollywood couple Ashton Kutcher and Mila Kunis have raised over $3.5 million after setting up a GoFundMe page to raise money for humanitarian aid for Ukrainian refugees. Kunis, who was born in Chernivtsi, Ukraine in 1983, moved to the US in 1991, and today more than ever she feels proud that her roots belong to Ukraine. Extending his support was also Mila's husband and actor Ashton Kutcher, who sat next to her in the video uploaded on the fundraising website. The couple's ultimate aim is to raise $30 million.
We're raising funds to support a relief effort that will have immediate impact and supply much-needed refugee and humanitarian aid to the area. The principal challenge right now is logistics. We need to get housing and we need to get supplies and resources into the area.
Several brands are shutting their operations in Russia, and joining the bandwagon was also online streaming giant Netflix.
It's not just Ukraine, but even Russia faces the squeeze. On the other side of a quick break, we will tell you how several luxury brands are packing up from not just Moscow, but from across Russia. The oligarchs too are now facing the heat. Details coming up.
For the past month, I have been crisscrossing India's election-bound states to get a sense of ground zero. Now as counting day approaches, I'm back in the studio with all my insights and over 3 decades of reporting experience for the Counting Day special. Join me, Rajdeep Sardesai, 6 a.m. onwards on the 10th of March on India Today TV, India's election destination.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today. You are...
Two major air battles that were reported yesterday, very close to the skies of Kiev. Stalling the advance.
This is an area where there is no ceasefire, so you see the fighting continues.
It's very close. It was just on top of us.
भारी बमबारी यहाँ पर चल रही है, भारी शेलिंग यहाँ पर चल रही है. कैमरा पर्सन सैयद मोहसिन के साथ श्वेता सिंह, गीता मोहन,
राजेश पवार,
with cameraman Pawan Kumar, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India.
Two major air battles that were reported yesterday very close to the skies of Kiev. Stalling the advance.
This is an area where there is no ceasefire. So you see the fighting continues.
It's very close. It was just on top of us.
भारी बमबारी यहाँ पर चल रही है, भारी शेलिंग यहाँ पर चल रही है. कैमरा पर्सन सैयद मोहसिन के साथ श्वेता सिंह, गीता मोहन,
राजेश पवार,
with cameraman Pawan Kumar, Gaurav Sawant for India Today. In this globalized world, any small development in any one corner has the potential of impacting the entire world. When you talk about the Ukraine-Russia conflict in its 13th day, the impact is being felt, not just here in Ukraine, not just in Russia, not just in Europe, but across the world. There is an economic meltdown, and analysts fear it will only worsen in the days and weeks ahead. The impact will be felt, if not for years, but for several months.
Missiles, airstrikes, bombings, evacuation. This is the war you see. There is another war raging, the one you don't get to see. The Russian invasion of Ukraine has triggered a meltdown in global economy, the effects of which could last for months. The immediate impact is on crude oil. Brent prices have jumped from $95 on February 24th, when the war started, to $127 in just 13 days. And now US President Joe Biden is banning oil imports from Russia.
We're banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at US ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine.
US has imposed a ban. Russia says it will shut natural gas supplies to Europe. Moscow warns an escalation in the economic war could push crude prices $300 a barrel. European nations are worried that President Vladimir Putin might well use the gas weapon. The EU nations have the most to lose. While US imported only 8% of its oil supplies from Russia last year, Europe gets 40% of its requirements from Russia.
The increase in the price of oil, gas and raw materials has and will have consequences on our purchasing power. The amount of the heating bill and the cost of certain products is likely to increase further.
The crisis comes at a time when the global economy, coming out of a pandemic, was already bracing from rising inflation. All this has spooked the global markets. The S&P 500 started the week falling 3%, its sharpest decline since October. The Nasdaq Composite dropped 3.6%. It is now around 20% below its November highs. Back home, the Sensex on Monday dropped 2.7%, or nearly 1,500 points to hit a 7-month low of 52,843. While it recovered a bit on Tuesday, the future is uncertain. Add to this the fall in rupee's value. The currency breached the 77 mark against dollar this week. The rising oil prices and drop in rupee's value are bound to impact India's budget numbers as well. The world is in for tough times ahead. Bureau Report, India Today.
Russia too is feeling the squeeze. Several top luxury brands from across the world are shutting shop in Moscow and across Russia. The impact is also being felt by the Russian billionaires. Their yachts, their luxury homes, their palaces are all being seized almost across the world. The question remains, how long will President Putin sustain this campaign if he faces the heat within?
All-out Russian attack bleeding Ukraine. As war intensifies, Russia feels the heat too. But away from the death, destruction and fire, Moscow is silently bleeding too. While Putin is not personally hit, punitive global sanctions and business boycotts have begun to bite. Russians no longer have access to global super luxury apparel brands like Louis Vuitton, Zara, Hermes, Chanel, who are dumping Russia in droves. Once the hub of super luxury brands, high streets of Kuznechny Most and Stolishnikov Perilok are now empty. Nike, Puma, Adidas have all stopped operations across Russia.
More and more Western companies are withdrawing from the Russian market. Today there was an announcement that Nike, Zara, Massimo Dutti and even Gucci and Versace would stop providing their Russian customers with their services.
British car maker Bentley, American brands Ford and Coca-Cola are no longer operating in Russia. Global furniture brand IKEA, which shut its shop, saw a massive rush at its outlets in Moscow on the last day of operation, as Russians rushed to own whatever was available. With reigning sanctions from global entities, it's the Russians who are paying the cost of war in their own country. Putin's alleged cronies, the Russian super rich, are bleeding billions. After losing yachts and private jets and their assets getting frozen, crippling losses now stare the oligarchs in their face. Some of the most influential billionaires from Putin's inner circle have been hit the hardest as the world tightens curbs. India today has now gained access to the seized Lady M, the super yacht of Russian oligarch Alexei Mordashov. The super luxury yacht is now moored in Imperia.
We are in the harbor, and this behind me is the $65 million yacht of Alexei Mordashov, one of the richest oligarchs of Russia. It's a 52 meters boat, and its name is Lady M, in honor of his wife. This is one of the yachts that has been taken by European authorities following the sanctions imposed to Russian millionaires.
The global boycott and curbs have reduced Moscow to virtually a global pariah. But can they make Putin change his mind? Bureau Report, India Today.
Are all decisions on Ukraine being taken only by Russian President Vladimir Putin? Or does he have a loyal team of advisors who have the guts to say no and call a spade a spade? Now, there was a deep dive into the thinking of the Russian President Vladimir Putin and his advisors. India Today now brings you this report on President Putin and his core team of military commanders and top security officials.
Russian President Vladimir Putin projects an image of a supreme leader, calling all the shots, unaffected by opinions. A one-man army. But that might be far from true. Putin has a loyal and committed inner circle comprising security and military advisors. Here's a look at Putin's closest associates who rose through the ranks of Russia's security services. Nikolai Patrushev is the head of Russia's Security Council. He's one of the 3 loyalists who've been with Putin since the 1970s. Patrushev was the head of the Federal Security Service from 1999 to 2008. Sergei Lavrov has been Russia's foreign minister for the last 18 years and is Russia's senior-most diplomat. He's been Moscow's voice on the global stage. Recently, Lavrov tried to defend Russia's invasion of Ukraine at the UN Human Rights Council, while most other members walked out. Vladimir Medinsky is Russia's former culture minister and is currently Putin's aide. He's acting as the primary negotiator in the ongoing Ukrainian war. Yuri Kovalchuk, a Russian oligarch, is Putin's close confidant. The oligarchs have often been accused of routing Putin's money to the West through investments in real estate and more. Alexander Botnikov succeeded Nikolai Patrushev as the director of Russia's all-powerful Federal Security Service. Botnikov is believed to be responsible for the number of detentions and restrictions imposed on civil society last year. Sergei Naryshkin has been the director of Russia's Foreign Intelligence Service since 2016. Naryshkin is believed to be Putin's close confidant all through his career. Anton Venu is Putin's chief of staff, who's set to play an active role in decision-making in the ongoing conflict. He's been sanctioned by the European Union, among many others. Sergei Shoigu is Russian defense minister since 2012. It's said he accompanies Putin on hunting and fishing trips to Siberia. In the past, he was seen as a potential successor to Putin. Valery Gerasimov is the chief of staff of the Russian armed forces since 2012. He's played a major role in Putin's military campaigns and was spotted overseeing military drills in Belarus recently. Some say Gerasimov, who's viewed as an experienced military strategist, could have fallen out of favor after a slow start to the Ukraine invasion. These are Russian President Vladimir Putin's most trusted people. But how much does the Russian president actually listen to them? That's another question no one has answers to. Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today has the biggest team of reporters here on Ground Zero, from Kiev to Kharkiv, from Irpin to Bucha, and we will continue to get you reports from Ground Zero. But that is all I have time for on this special broadcast that comes to you from the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. That is all camera person Pawan Kumar and I have for you on this special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. For all the latest news and updates, stay with India Today.
Rahul Kanwal, 23 years of experience, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched time in war zone.
The first embedded operation in the history of Indian television journalism.
Gaurav Sawant, 28 years of reporting, 8 conflicts covered, unmatched hours in conflict areas.
Actual firing is taking place, the grads are firing.
Shivarur, 19 years of reporting, 5 conflicts covered, unmatched view of international crossfires.
And the attack guns are firing away.
Geeta Mohan, 18 years of reporting, 3 conflicts covered. When the world is at war, there is no compromise on India Today.
When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism.
You are watching India Today.
Two major air battles that were reported yesterday, very close to the skies of Kiev. Stalling the advance.
is an area where there is no ceasefire. So you see the fighting continues.
It's very close. It was just on top of us.
भारी बमबारी यहाँ पर चल रही है, भारी शेलिंग यहाँ पर चल रही है। कैमरा पर्सन सैयद मोहसिन के साथ श्वेता सिंह, गीता मोहन,
Rajesh Pawar, with cameraman Pawan Kumar, Gaurav Sawant for India Today. There are many foreign fighters who are now joining this fight for Ukraine. There are Georgians, there are people who are veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan war, retired soldiers from Europe and the United States of America. There are contractors who are coming in numbers. There is also an Indian connection. Sai, a 21-year-old aerospace engineering student from Kyiv. When some of his friends, some of his classmates joined the battle, he joined them too. He's now a part of the paramilitary forces protecting the capital, Kiev.
He went to study aerospace and has now picked up a gun. 21-year-old Senikesh Ravichandran decided he could not be a bystander watching his adopted country being bombed. Kharkiv, where Ravichandran attends university, has been the worst hit by Russian artillery. As missile rained on the city, the Coimbatore youth decided he would not evacuate. Instead, he joined a paramilitary unit of volunteers. India Today happened to speak to Ravichandran while he was on guard duty in Kharkiv.
3 days ago, you joined the Legion to fight for Ukraine.
Yes, I am.
What kind of training are you undergoing, Sai?
Basic tactical stuff, survival and basic medic things.
As an Indian, what made you fight here in Ukraine?
I wanted to be in the army for a long time. Then situation, I came here, gone to university. Now I have many friends here. Further, I have many friends, local friends, families, and yeah, that's why.
Ravichandran has undergone some combat training at the Georgia National Legion camp in Kiev. Ukraine claims thousands of foreign nationals have answered a call to join an international legion to counter Russia. With Gaurav Sawant, Bureau Report, India Today.
India heaved a sigh of relief when Union Minister Hardeep Puri confirmed that close to 700 Indian students, medical students who were trapped in Sumy, are finally on their way out of the battle zone and they will be flown back to India soon. India had been making attempts and efforts for several days to get these 700 students out of Sumy. There was intense battle. In fact, yesterday, these children had sat down in buses. The buses were about to move after Russia announced a unilateral ceasefire, but Ukraine didn't agree. An effort was made once again. Buses were on standby. The moment Russia and Ukraine both agreed, these students were quick. They hopped onto these 12 buses. The Indian Embassy officials and Red Cross Committee officials were there. And now these buses are on their way to Poltava. And then ultimately they will be flown back to India. Take a look at this report.
India's mega evacuation mission from Ukraine, Operation Ganga, enters the final stretch.
Is it 10th day or 4?
700 stranded medical students have been rescued from the war-torn Ukrainian city of Sumy. The Indian nationals have been taken out in buses to Poltava, another city less affected by the conflict.
सूमी में इस समय हमारे कोई कल रात को 700 बच्चे थे, पर 694 एग्जैक्ट, और मैंने आज सुबह जब कंट्रोल रूम में बात की, वो इस समय अभी आपके इस इंटरैक्शन से पहले मैंने they were already in buses and moving out of Sumy to a place called Poltova, जो सेफ है. फिर पोल्टोवा से आगे लाया जाएगा.
The Red Cross and Indian Embassy officials have accompanied the convoy. From Poltava, students are all set to board trains to western Ukraine to finally fly out from one of the neighboring countries.
There is around 600 students here in Sumy, only Indian students, and we are just requesting government day by day that please evacuate us as soon as possible. They just told us that to stay in your position and don't travel right now because the traveling is very risky right now to Poland or Romanian border.
Indian students in Sumy had been seeking help from the Indian government for the last 2 weeks.
We need our government right now!
The evacuation was made possible after Russia and Ukraine agreed to set up humanitarian corridors to rescue besieged citizens. The breakthrough came after Prime Minister Narendra Modi held discussions with both Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky and Russian President Vladimir Putin on Monday.
Говорив із прем'єр-міністром Індії паном Моді, але є речі, які вирішуються не у переговорах, які не залежать безпосередньо від нас, а тільки від людяності, яку має перемогти у провідних столицях, має перемогти страх, має перемогти будь-які вигоди. І тоді ми побачимо, що українське небо безпечне.
India has evacuated over 15,900 students from Ukraine through 76 flights out of neighboring countries. With Russia set to intensify attacks on Ukrainian cities, the Narendra Modi government has advised all remaining Indian nationals to exit the country. With Polomi Saha in Delhi and Gaurav Sawant and Geeta Mohan in Kyiv, Ukraine, Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today has the biggest team of reporters here on Ground Zero, from Kiev to Kharkiv, from Irpin to Bucha, and we will continue to get you reports from Ground Zero. But that is all I have time for on this special broadcast that comes to you from the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. That is all camera person Pawan Kumar and I have for you on this special broadcast. Many thanks for watching. For all the latest news and updates, stay with India Today.
As Russia declared war on Ukraine, as the world was plunged again into crisis, with the only Indian team in the real war zone.
This is Mariupol. You hear a series. Hear this sound.
I will show you a quick, so to say, bombshell room tour.
I can smell the gunpowder in the air. And without pause, India Today totally dominates viewership and smashes the competition. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. When it's the world's biggest news story, there's only one gold standard of journalism. This is Ukraine's true danger zone. Up close and fearless in Ukraine's combat zone.
You are watching India Today.
Two major air battles that were reported yesterday very close to the skies of Kiev. Stalling the advance.
This is an area where there is no ceasefire, so you see the fighting continues.
It's very close. It was just on top of us.
भारी बमबारी यहाँ पर चल रही है, भारी शेलिंग यहाँ पर चल रही है. के साथ श्वेता सिंह,
गीता मोहन,
Rajesh Pawar.
With cameraman Pawan Kumar, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today, Tuesday night. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. The big talking point, Vladimir Putin's war hurts the world. Global economy is in a tailspin. Indian rupee is falling to an all-time low. Oil prices are rising. What exactly will be the impact? That's what we're going to look at with top economists. But first, as always, the 9 headlines at 9 tonight. Huge relief for stranded Indian students in the Ukrainian city of Sumy. Russia opens a green corridor after the ceasefire. Evacuation of students begins. Prime Minister Modi speaks to the Ukrainian leader Zelensky. Top Ukraine general warns of an all-out Russian assault on the capital city, says Moscow's most combat-ready units are regrouping close to Kiev. Thousands flee capital suburb of Irpin. There's a big spike in air assault too. Ukraine claims to shoot down 52 jets, including a Russian Su-34 bomber in Kharkiv. Ukrainian President, national war hero Volodymyr Zelensky shares his location after Russia accuses him of fleeing the country, posts a video from the street of Kiev, wants the EU to back him. US President Joe Biden set to announce a ban on Russian oil imports. Putin threatens to cut gas supply to Europe. Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav makes a sensational claim just ahead of the poll results of Uttar Pradesh, accuses EC officials of tampering with EVMs. BJP's cop said it, says SP has conceded defeat. Congress takes its Goa candidates to a resort for protection from poaching as exit polls point to a hung assembly in the coastal state. And Maharashtra Minister Nawab Malik sent to judicial custody in a money laundering case linked to Dawood Ibrahim till the 21st of March. RBI's new UPI service DigiSathi doesn't need a smartphone or internet. Central Bank Governor Shantikanta Das says move will bump up digital adoption. Okay, the breaking news coming in, and it's some good news that's coming in from Ukraine at the moment. All Indian students who are stranded in the Ukrainian city of Sumy have been moved out now of the war zone. The Ministry of External Affairs has confirmed that students are being taken to western Ukraine, from where they will take flights back to India. Remember, it was the students' video appeal seeking safe passage that had gone viral. Many of these students were stuck because there was constant shelling going on. Now it appears that they have been given that important safe passage, and the Ministry of External Affairs has tweeted saying that the students are on their way to safety. So that's the good news that's coming in at the moment from Ukraine. Joining us now is our diplomatic editor, Geeta Mohan, who's live from Kiev. Appreciate your joining us, Geeta. That's great news. It seems that that safe passage that the Indian government has been working on has finally materialized. The Russians seem to have obliged, as have the Ukrainians. What more can you tell us?
Well, that's right, Rajdeep. After the conversation between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Ukrainian president, as also the conversation between Modi and Putin, we see that all Indian students from Sumy now have been evacuated and will be taken to safety. But that certainly does not mean that it is that everybody in Sumy is safe. It is a concern, an area of concern for Ukrainians at a time when the NATO and EU, Rajdeep, are not willing to declare Ukraine a no-fly zone. Every time I move around, we were in Irpin, massive clashes there. And when we spoke to people, most of them said, why isn't the West closing the skies, the Ukrainian skies? We do know that it means that it could escalate, matters could escalate, because Russia is certainly going to violate that call for a no-fly zone. And if they do that, then West will have to take military action. And that would mean an open war. But that certainly is not going down well with Ukraine, that is saying you're not bringing your forces in, you're not declaring the skies closed, and you certainly, your ammunition and weapons certainly do not seem to be enough. We are here in Kyiv. We were in the outskirts, and Russian forces have reached the outskirts of Kyiv. It is a scary scenario for Ukraine, for Kyiv as well.
You're saying Russian forces have reached the outskirts, so clearly they are closing in. The EU or NATO not committing to the no-fly zone demand that Ukraine is making. Just to get a sense once again from you about the students itself, how many students do we know are still left, Indian students in Ukraine, or can we now safely say that they are all out?
Well, according to the Ministry of External Affairs, the statement says that all Indian students are out, not all foreign nationals or foreign students, Rajdeep. But for India, Indian students were the focus, and it seems like they have been evacuated to safety. But yes, it is going to be a Herculean task to get them to the Western Front and then take them across. But the fact that they're out of Sumy in itself is a huge sigh of relief for the Indian administration that has been working very hard and have been working very hard with the authorities on both sides to ensure that there is a humanitarian corridor opened only to ensure that the Indian nationals get out of Sumy, which is an absolutely strife-torn zone right now.
Okay. You stay safe, Geeta Mohan, reporting there from Kiev. Thanks very much for joining me here at the top of the news. Now, as Geeta was reporting, the Russian forces are slowly closing in on Kiev. Remember, Kiev, the capital, remains the key. The Ukraine military headquarters has sounded an alert that Russia has regrouped and is ready to strike Kiev any time now. 4 satellite towns of the capital have been targeted so far by the Russian troops. The big question that is now arising, is Kiev's fall now imminent? Let's take a look at what our reporters are telling us.
The heart of Ukraine, the citadel of Ukraine, is gearing up for a mammoth assault. There's a huge Russian convoy slowly making its way to the city of Kyiv. And the Ukraine army has sounded its biggest warning yet to citizens. A top Ukrainian army general has said that Russia's combat-ready units are now regrouping on the outskirts of Kyiv for an assault like no other.
Kyiv is bracing for it. Kyiv has been bracing for it, but now it's imminent. Now it's likely to happen any time is what we are being told as soon as this ceasefire lapses, because this ceasefire is only perhaps the last chance for foreigners to leave this place, for non-combatants to leave this place. And that is why Russia unilaterally has announced 2 ceasefires in 48 hours.
The warning has got Ukrainians living in the capital rattled. The reality that this huge Russian convoy could very soon be seen rolling through the streets of Kyiv.
We got a bad news from Irpin that around 30% of the city is still under the control of Russian troops. And the bad news is that the army of Kadyrov, they're just getting into the houses of people. They are taking their money. They are behave themselves as the looters, as a crazy looters, because they are with the guns, people without heat, energy, without food. It's very hard for them, and the Kadyrov army takes the last that they can take from these people.
Russian troops are now focusing all their energy on capturing Kyiv. Their aggression doubled after this video from Ukraine President Zelensky confirming that he's indeed camping in the capital currently.
Ось вечірній Київ. Понеділок, вечір. Ви знаєте, ми звикли говорити понеділок день важкий. В країні війна, тож кожен день понеділок. Я залишаюсь тут, залишаюсь у Києві, на Банковій, не ховаючись, і нікого не боюсь, стільки, скільки потрібно, щоб перемогти у цій нашій вітчизняній війні.
Russian troops, meanwhile, are bombarding cities bordering Kyiv. This is the situation